innovators, builders, and inventors that define San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Poole fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court! Poole walks away and says, yes, sir! I got this!
Hear every three.
Curry takes a three. It's up and good!
Every splash.
Flash for three for Clay.
Every moment.
No good. Jammed home by Wiggins!
The home of the champs. 95-7 the game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against four main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store at Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Mostly cloudy, a high of 62 degrees in San Francisco today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
Take him out!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh baby, oh baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Wednesday morning. Man, it's already Wednesday. Weeks are flying as we get older in our day. Good morning, everybody. Sam Lubman on the board today. Look at him, looking all nervous. He's got his hurricane hoodie on. It's okay, Sam. Relax a little bit. It's all good.
He's worried about Mario Cristobal.
No, he's not worried about that. He's worried about Patella. You talk to him every day. It's Sam Lubman. It's like, so we could get into the Farhan sound and, this and that. Sam, pump the brakes. Today's not the day for Farhan sound.
Put in a lot of work to get that Farhan sound.
Oh, I know you did. We'll use it. Just not today.
He asked a guru-like question on the Giants Farhan presser. But you know what, though? On the real, I was very proud of you.
Oh, yeah.
Because asking questions...
It's not easy.
It's not. And I love that you're on that beat every day.
Yeah, no, he's doing a great job. But today's not the day about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, today's not the day.
You're welcome.
We got Kyle Batson producing the show. He's got a cool hat on. What hat is that? Is that a Cal Berkeley hat? What's going on with that?
That was a Warriors hat. Come on, man.
Warriors hat. Old school Warriors hat. So we got Kyle Batson getting up in the morning. He's up with us. We got Shasky in the building. Good morning to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. The Warriors played a preseason game last night. Their second to last preseason game against the Portland Trailblazers, and they looked good. James Wiseman looked good. JaMychal Green looked good. DiVincenzo, 10 assists. Looked pretty damn good.
Bonte.
Moses Moody looked good.
Patrick Baldwin Jr., Ryan Rollins.
Good.
I don't know what PBJ will end up being.
Yeah.
In terms of a prospect, there's no way in hell he should have fell to where he did. Yeah. I know that they had ankle injuries and whatnot. You could tell he's a coach's son. He's played a ton of basketball, great fluidity, knows where to be on the court in terms of spacing. And then you look at the skill set that he possesses. I mean, he's 6'9", 6'10", 6'11". I'm not even sure because I think he's still growing. And his stroke looks beautiful from beyond the arc. Look, when it comes to identifying late round talent, they've missed. Trust me, they've missed. They've also nailed some picks, and I feel like this PBJ is going to be somebody.
Listen, you don't hear anybody else saying, man, Bob Myers doesn't know how to draft. Their scouting department doesn't know how to draft. That ship has sailed.
I know.
With Kevon Looney.
That's a good point.
With Jordan Poole. Now Wiseman moving the way he did.
Wiseman looks so good.
Second possession, right? And I'm looking at him defensively. What position is he in? Is he blocking shots?
Is he barbecue chicken?
Is he barbecue chicken?
Yeah.
Portland on the second possession of the game They got Wiseman involved in a couple pick and rolls. They ISO'd him. And 3 different times, Wiseman switched on to 3 different dudes, and he was in the right position, hands up, didn't go for a fake, moved around well, and I said, okay, it's only 1 possession.
No.
But you could see he's starting to get it. The game is starting to slow down for him, because offensively, he has all the tricks in the book. I mean, mid-range jumper, 3, around the rim, ripping the rim down. He's got it all offensively.
He's going to shoot 60 to 75% from the field, depending on how many long jumpers he takes, because he's just yamming around the rim.
Yamming.
And I love how aggressive he is in terms of dunking on fools. My big takeaway, and defensively, that's a great point that you're talking about, because you cannot be a liability defensively in play, period. And he was a foul machine his rookie year. Watching him box out and work underneath with Nurkic, because Nurkic is a legit NBA big man. I don't think he's elite by any standards, but if you can't box out Nurkic, you're going to have trouble against the real good players.
He's a quality big.
That's what
And he's a nice little measuring stick.
Exactly.
Going against Nurkic and, texting with Mully and looking at Twitter and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, Wiseman's holding his own. He doesn't look overwhelmed.
100%.
So I like where he's at.
He's boxing out, and he's clearing Nurkic back, which what Draymond does, and we'll get to him in a second. And then others were coming in for the rebound, those long bouncing rebounds. The other thing he did really well, ball on the rim, he's eating glass. He's jumping over dudes and yamming. Like the athleticism that this team now possesses with Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody, because I would throw him in there, to go baseline and basically get to the cup effortlessly. That's what you had back in the day when you had Barnes going baseline, and you had, obviously, Iggy, because he was a lot younger going baseline. You threw in JaVale for some of the high-low lobs. They're starting to get that athleticism that I thought was one of their big Achilles heels the last couple of years.
Yeah, you're spot on with that one. And look, man, he's eating glass, like you said. He's moving around well. He looks good off that knee injury. The confidence is up. Steph Curry, he was in the booth with Bob Myers in the third quarter on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he highlighted James Wiseman saying, I'm so proud of this kid.
Yeah.
He was in a dark place. We had a lot of conversations. He just continued to work, and he goes, I love where James Wiseman's at. To hear that from Stephen Curry was big time. So to know where Wiseman's at, know where Moody's at, and the way they're working together, they went out there and blew away the Portland Trail Blazers. Look, I know there was no Dame Dollar. I know the Warriors didn't have Steph Curry playing, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, who we'll get to in just a second.
Yeah.
But they went out there and handled business, and they were playing. And the one thing about the baby Dubs, this is what I'm calling them, is that the Warriors won a championship last year. But a lot of those guys didn't have an impact on that championship run. They look hungry, Shasky.
Yeah, they do.
They look hungry, and they're scrapping for minutes here saying, I want to play on this team, and I want to contribute to a back-to-back championship.
It's a really good point, and they do look hungry. And more than anything, it just feels like these guys realize minutes are at a premium, and so when you go in there, you can't just hover. You can't float around. I call it the spaceman. Going up and down the court. Like Kelly Oubre used to do this. He just go up and down the court and really
not knowing where to be.
Yeah, exactly. Ball comes to him. No one's going to touch it other than him. He's going to hoist up shots that aren't rhythmic and then aren't within the flow of the offense. I like that. The Wiseman thing, because I know we're going to get on Draymond. Bob Myers said, and it was something to the effect of Wiseman was going through a really tough time in the last couple of years, and he sought out therapy. And I know this is a very taboo topic, just mental health and whatnot. That showed me so much maturity in the young man. I've expressed what I've gone through in life, and I've gone through many different therapies and still do at times. And you think you got everything under control, and sometimes you don't. And you need the tool belt from someone else to kind of give you the strength to be able to arm yourself to go through your day-to-day. This kid was getting bombarded on every platform, social media, in his face, every turn. You suck. You're not good enough.
You're a bust.
And
you're not LaMelo.
Like, hey, that's part of being a professional. Like, I hear you. It is part of being a professional. That doesn't mean it's not hard.
Well, not only that.
Like, I think we kind of underestimate that.
Well,
like, we have a minute level of social media followers, and we get a little tiny, just a scrap of what these guys are getting in terms of criticism.
Yeah, it's a little blip.
And I struggle with it, and I'm a 40-year-old man.
No, I struggle with it too. And the thing with James Wiseman, it's not just what he's gone through in the NBA. Think about the year before.
That's a good point.
You go to Memphis to play for Penny Hardaway, and you play in 3 games, 69 minutes, and they're saying, you know what, your season's done. So they just sit out the rest of that season. You don't get to play basketball. All you're doing is hanging out in South Beach, working on your game. Then all of a sudden you get drafted. You get COVID at training camp. And then your first game ever as a pro, there's Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Go ahead and start against the Brooklyn Nets.
With no one in the stands.
No one in the stands. And then, by the way, next game on Christmas Day, you're going up against Giannis Antetokounmpo, where he had some moments against Giannis Antetokounmpo. So you think about what he's done. So you mentioned the therapy, also music. He was rapping.
Yes.
He was listening to music.
I follow him on Instagram, and he posts things on SoundCloud.
Yeah, all the time.
I listen to it. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. So you get to James Wiseman, and Kendra Andrews wrote a nice piece about him on ESPN.com yesterday, where the grin on his face, even at media day in Japan yesterday, he's smiling ear to ear because he's just like, I'm happy to play basketball. And he told Kendra out in Tokyo, Japan, he was smiling so hard. She goes, why are you smiling? He goes, I finally caught a body when he dunked on Kristaps Porzingis. So he's just happy to play the game. So it puts a smile on my face to see him out there working because he's a truly genuine kid.
Absolutely.
And to see him at media day, he's being more open. He's like, look, man, I've been here. I've just been working.
Yeah.
I've been working. That's all I've been doing. I've been in the gym, playing pickup. I'm working. I didn't go anywhere. So I like to see the young kid. And look, that pick and roll, Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday. The pick and roll between Jordan Poole and James Wiseman. Oh, my God. It feels like it's an automatic bucket.
Are any of them 21 years old officially yet?
Wiseman, I don't believe is 21. I could be wrong. I know Kuminga's not 21. Wiseman actually did turn 21 back on March 31st.
So he can legally drink.
Yeah, okay. Moody can't. Kuminga can't.
PBJ can't. I don't think Ryan Rollins can.
Ryan Rollins, maybe he's on the cusp.
Okay. But the point being is that they've got a nice little, and look, not all of them are going to develop into superstars. We see how
Rollins,
this works.
20 years old.
July
3rd.
In terms of like being able to blend the old with the new, this is one of the things, and I geek out on these things. When you build a team, there's nothing more cool to me than trying to develop the future while also maintaining the current and knowing how important those guys were to your past in terms of Draymond, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevon Looney, Iguodala. Like, this is the best of both worlds for me on a variety of levels. And I'm really looking forward to the season.
Yeah, no,
But we've got this thing that we have to address.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that right now. So on the broadcast, Bob Myers touched it right away, said, yeah, it's been a difficult week. Steve Kerr, before the game, touched on it, saying that, hey, we'll have an update on Draymond Green after the game. Jason Dumas, Cron 4, also 95.7 the game, about 6:30 p.m. last night, said, hey, I'm hearing that Draymond may be back with the team Thursday or Saturday. Don't expect him to miss ring night. Well, Steve Kerr opened his presser yesterday, and it was about 1:24. I want to play the whole thing at first. The whole thing here. His opening comments on the Draymond Green situation. Of course, Draymond Green hit Jordan Poole in the face last week in a practice after Poole pushed him. They were going back and forth. Draymond got into his face, invaded his space, and a lot of people I talked to say the way Draymond invaded Jordan Poole's space, it's one of those things where you push him off of him to just say, hey, give me some space. But Draymond Green hit him. All hell broke loose. The video gets leaked on Friday, which the Warriors are not happy about. Steve Kerr opened his presser last night after the Warriors beat the Blazers in their second to last tune-up before the regular season, and here's what he had to say about the Draymond Green situation.
He is going to come back to practice on Thursday. He's been fined. He will not be suspended. I expect him to play Friday in our last preseason game and on opening night. We have spent the last week in deep discussions with all of our key figures in the organization, including Jordan and Draymond, of course, Steph, all of our players, Bob, myself, and I can tell you there have been a lot of conversations, individual, one-on-one discussions, players-only discussions, everything that you can think of, all the different combinations that are possible to have in a conversation. We've had them. It's been an exhaustive process. We feel like we have a great feel for our team. We've got a lot of continuity on this team, so Bob and I know our players extremely well. We feel like this is the best way, after assessing everything, for us to move forward. Never easy, no matter what decision you make in a situation like this. It's not going to be perfect. This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season. I'm not going to talk about the fine other than to say he has been fined.
All right, so Steve Kerr also mentioned later, and we'll play the cut, that this is the biggest crisis he's gone through, or the Warriors have gone through, since he's been head coach of the Golden State Warriors. So I guess the first question I should ask you, Shaskin, 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. Dave, we'll get you in just a second. Xfinity mobile text line as well, 888-957-9570. Just, is this appropriate? Is this the fair? Is this the right thing to do? You know, because I could tell that some members of Dub Nation, some fans are not satisfied with the punishment.
I think we both can agree they could have suspended him for the whole year, and there'd be a segment of fans that would be out here saying, no, he can never play for the Warriors again. Right? There is a segment that would never be satisfied no matter what. I think there's another segment that says he shouldn't even be fined. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's everything in between. Here's what I would say. It's irrelevant how I feel. What's going to be very interesting is we're got to hear from JP at some point.
Yeah, that's the final piece to this puzzle, right?
Of course. We got to hear from JP. If this locker room has determined that's the best thing to do, who am I as an outsider to come in and say they're wrong when, in my estimation, they've earned the benefit of the doubt through their work over the last decade, which Steve has kind of, alluded to. I mean, Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, they have done so many things, and they've navigated so many issues. Now, nothing like this.
Right.
To me, I think that they've earned the benefit of the doubt. Can I be still wondering, how's this going to play out? Of course.
Right.
You know, and it could all be kumbaya right now, and 6 weeks from now, it could blow up in their face. But I struggle not being inside that workplace, being the one to tell them what they should and shouldn't do. Do I think it's fair on the outside looking in? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to take a wait-and-see approach to this because I want to see how Draymond interacts. I want to hear what Jordan Poole has to say. I don't know what an appropriate punishment, an appropriate course of action. Like, I'm not really sure, B. I'm not in that locker room. I don't understand what their norms are.
Well, Steph Curry apparently worked hard to get Jordan Poole and Draymond Green together to talk in the room. Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday that, look, Jordan Poole, I think that's part of the reason why we're going the way we're going is because we know that he's fine. We know that he's willing to move forward. He's willing to basically get back out on the floor with Draymond and go to work. So that was my lasting thoughts about this situation was, how does Jordan Poole feel? Because at times it's easy to receive the message about the leaked video saying, wait, is that the top priority for this organization?
Yeah.
Or is it Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
How does Jordan Poole feel? Does Jordan Poole want to move on? Am I shocked that he's not going to be suspended for ring night? No, I'm not shocked. That's a very awkward situation. If you wanted to suspend Draymond Green to do it on ring night, you intensify the situation, in my opinion, if he's not there on ring night, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you just celebrated your fourth championship. It's kumbaya to everybody. The season opener. The entire broadcast is going to be talking about it. Boy, number 23 is not here. Everybody in the stands are going to be like, boy, number 23 is not here. And let's face it, some people think number 23, Draymond Green, did nothing wrong. A lot of people are defending Draymond Green in this situation. Did I like what I saw from Draymond Green? No. I think he had to be the bigger man. Also, I believe he was remorseful on Saturday. I do. I truly believe that. Now, what was the fine going to be? What was the punishment going to be? I don't know, man. Like 10, 15 games.
It's all funny money to me. I mean, to me, like, I don't recognize the difference when you're making $25 million between a $50,000 fine and a $250,000. Like, to me, I can't even comprehend that amount of money.
But what you just said, about the locker room, a lot of people are going to be disappointed with this. A lot of people are going to say, yes, finally, yes, let's move on. We're moving on from this situation.
Within the locker room?
Within the locker room.
I don't think anything's unanimous in America anymore.
I mean, what I mean? There's no doubt about that.
And I'm sure that there's a wide variety of opinions on this thing.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we'll go to break here. We'll pick it up.
I want to get into ring night, too, as well.
Yeah, Dave in Peru. We'll get to you on the other side. You'll be the first thing we do on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com today. Don't forget Nick Friedel coming up at 6:50. Nick Friedel, Cousin Nick, he's back. He'll join us on the roast to give his thoughts on the Draymond Green situation. That's coming up on the roast.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
The Golden State Warriors select Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
How about an NBA comparison to Ryan Rollins? Maybe like a CJ McCollum?
Tomorrow, only on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
888-957-9570. Welcome back to the roast. Nick Friedel, 650. 650 Nick Friedel. This segment will be presented to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Go ahead, Shasky, before we get down to Peru.
I know we want to talk to some of the callers about the Draymond situation, if you will. Steve Kerr talked last night. I look at ring night, and maybe this isn't a like-for-like comp or metaphor, but I look at ring night, in a way, I kind of look at it as graduating on stage, right? You put in the hard work, you're going to graduate. You're getting a diploma, right? You're getting a ring. And you graduate on stage, not for you, the player. Well, and for your family, because your family is the one that helps put you through that sacrifice. And how many people can say to themselves, I wanted to graduate on stage for my mom. Now, I'll raise my hand and admit, your boy didn't graduate, nor did he graduate on stage.
Well,
so
funny?
I was one of the few that didn't.
You know what's funny? I graduated on stage in middle school, didn't in elementary school, didn't graduate on stage, did in middle school, did in high school, and then finally college was like, oh, that's what a stage feels like. You know what I'm saying?
But I know it hurt my mom.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, for example, and it's one of the things I regret. I'm kind of ashamed of it, if you will. But the point being is that Draymond put in all that work and all that energy, and I get it. There's a privilege to it.
Right.
I do think because of ring night, it's a little more tricky, and I think that's one of the things at play here, where you do not want to punish him in a way that A, hurts his family, and B, diminishes what he really did accomplish last year. He was part of a championship, and he deserves to be recognized as such with the rest of his teammates. So I do think that you need to acknowledge that ring night hovering over everything, I think, played a part, whether consciously or subconsciously, in what's going on.
I think it was a big part. I personally think it was a big part. How do you just say hypothetically you suspend Draymond Green? You suspend Draymond Green and he's not in the building, and everybody's getting their rings and you're raising a banner and they're dancing and they're playing the music, and Draymond's not there.
It would make it spiteful for him.
Then how do you celebrate ring night for him personally?
Yeah.
And then how does he feel about not being there? Like, hold on. I was a big part of that championship. Hell, before I injured my back, I was a leading candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. So why? Like, I'm not there. It would have been all bad for the Golden State Warriors. So you diffuse the situation. What is the punishment? A fine? Does the fine fit the punishment? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Hearing Steve Kerr say that, was a part of me disappointed in a way? Yeah, a little bit. Because you just don't see anything like that. And I know players are coming out. I saw Kenny Smith come out yesterday and say, this stuff happens all the time. But then I talked to Darrell Wright, and he's like, no, this doesn't really happen. Then you talk to the other players. No, this doesn't really happen. So there's a mixed bag here. Think about how conflicted this fan base is with this situation. Half of them are saying, Draymond Green, let him play. Don't suspend him. Let's move on. Fights happen.
Yeah.
Half of us are like, oh, you know what? He deserves 10 to 15 games. You can't do that to a teammate. This is nasty work. Short term, I think the Warriors will figure it out. This locker room is strong enough to figure it out. And I think they did their due diligence with Kevon Looney, Stephen Curry. Because ultimately, it's up to the players to accept Draymond Green back, not us.
Absolutely. You know, I do find it interesting hearing older basketball players, younger basketball players. There is not one way to view the Draymond thing. Like, I think we've kind of come to the situation, like, everybody's work environment seems to be very fluid. You know, the old heads talk about, this happened all the time and stuff. Well, a lot of things that happened back in the workplace, in any industry 30 years ago, 20 years ago, they've evolved dramatically. I mean, just think about all the different things that have happened in the workplace in terms of female empowerment, women in power, equal rights to be a manager of all different colors and backgrounds and diversities. And just think about how work from home has changed everything. Like, the workplace has dramatically changed. Is that applicable to basketball? I'm not sure. But it does feel like, when I hear all these people talking about it, everybody seems to have a pretty different view on this one, and I think that's why it's so complicated for the Warriors. And I just look back at this: Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph Curry, because I believe that's kind of the trio that's trying to come to some amicable resolution here. Haven't they kind of earned our trust?
They have, and
I'm not saying they can't be wrong,
but not only that, I think they did their due diligence on Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, how do you feel about this situation?
I don't know.
Can you play with Draymond?
Yeah.
Because obviously Jordan Poole had to sign off on something to make this situation, to diffuse the situation to have Draymond Green back at practice. Let's get to Dave all the way in Lima, Peru. How about that? He wants to chime in on Draymond Green. What's up, Dave? Good morning. You're on the roast.
To talk about the suspension, I think it was bad for the team. I don't think Draymond should get cut, suspended, or traded or any of those things. But you're a team, you're an organization, you're a business, and you have to set some standards. You have to, not enable this type of behavior. So I think it was a really bad look.
Bad look. So what do you think should have been the punishment?
I think 5-10 games. I think you can, as a big organization, you can figure out a way to let him come to ring night and still punish him. I don't think it had to hurt your championship goals, and I just think you have to give him something. And I don't think Jordan should be in the decision making because he's trying to get $120 million this week.
Well,
I think that money's going to be there.
And I also don't think that Jordan, if I'm Jordan, I wouldn't want any quote-unquote blood on my hands in terms of the punishment because I wouldn't want Draymond to even be further incentivized to hate my guts. You know what I mean? Like, you're a stickler on this and you're the reason I'm being punished. And now you're robbing me and my family an opportunity to celebrate my accomplishment of winning a fourth championship, which go through the history of the game. I mean, we're talking about 32 guys that have won 4 more rings.
Well, NBC last night, NBC Sports Bay Area, Fitz was all over this. They showed a graphic of the only quartets to win championships. So the only teammates that won 4+ NBA titles together, quartets here. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala. Then you have to go back to the Showtime Lakers. Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Cooper, and Kurt Rambis.
And Kurt Rambis, wow.
So 2 quartets that have won 4+ rings together.
Yeah.
In the history of the game.
Wow.
System merger. System merger.
Yeah, because you had like 75 different Celtics that are all in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. So Jordan Poole in this situation, look, I think the money's in the bag regardless. I still think his feelings were very important in this situation. His family's feelings were very important in this situation. But here's one thing that I will debunk. The trading thing, because some people wanted Draymond Green out as a Warrior. I never thought he was getting traded. And I don't think it's smart to trade him short term. You need, hear me out here. You need this guy to win another championship.
For this
year. You need this guy. His importance defensively. When I watch Anthony Davis cook, I'm thinking, okay, that's Draymond Green. That's his assignment. When I see Jokic, okay, that's Looney and Draymond Green because of his IQ. So short term, I thought Draymond Green being traded, I thought that was ridiculous. He was not getting traded whatsoever. But what would the crime be? What would the punishment be? And I don't know if I'm am I satisfied? If you ask me, Shasky, am I satisfied with Draymond Green's punishment? I feels like he got off a little bit. It does a little bit.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
But don't you think? And I probably, if you had to force me to make a determination, I'd probably lean in your direction. I would.
Right.
But I'm also thinking okay, these are relationships and you're trying to win a championship. So you got to balance everything. And so maybe we take a little egg on our face at the beginning now.
Right.
So that a month and a half from now, we can turn the page and everything can be good for the nucleus of the team.
Well, it'll be turned. The page will be turned. Yeah.
If JP accepts it.
And if JP accepts it, I think the page will be turned come playoff time. Hell, I think the talking point come playoff time will be, look how much stronger this made the Golden State Warriors. Look how much tighter they are as a team. Look how it galvanized them. But Steve Kerr did mention, hey, he's got to earn the trust back. Looney said it. He's got to earn the trust back. Here's what Kerr had to say about the crisis and how they dealt with it.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season.
And then here's Steve Kerr on how Jordan Poole has handled the situation.
What I will say, my observation of Jordan is that he's an incredibly mature young guy. I think we've seen that on the basketball side with his work ethic and his ability to work through, his rough rookie season and go to the G League bubble and do everything to get where he is now. It takes a lot more than just talent. So this is a pretty special young guy. And it was already reported after the incident, he worked out for another hour on his shot. Came out, whatever it was, a couple nights later and scored 15 straight points at one point. He's cool. Not much phases him. And I think that's part of why we're going the way we're going, because we know that he's fine. We know that he's willing to move forward. He's willing to basically get back out on the floor with Draymond and go to work.
Wouldn't you agree that I think there's a lot of people that are going to be satisfied, unsatisfied, whatever. We will be able to look back on this and say, hey, does this linger? Like, I feel like we'll be able to take the temperature of this in a couple of months or at the end of the year.
No doubt.
And be able to reach some sort of a conclusion on how this plays out. Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt. And I also think we'll look back at Jordan Poole and say, wow, for a young player who was quote-unquote arrogant and changed and yada, 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 he has shown maturity.
Well,
go out there,
I'm with you there,
and score 25 when the whole world is watching you get knocked out by Draymond Green. It's basically a one-hitter quitter. That's basically what it was. I don't even try to joke about it. It was a one-hitter quitter. It was a hell of a right hand. For Jordan Poole to come back, score 25 points, to have that big third quarter outburst, to go out there and ball and cook and not let it affect his game. Not let it affect his game on the court. Did you see him on the bench yesterday laughing with Wiseman, laughing with Quindary Weatherspoon? I think we'll look back and say, man, JP handled the situation as well. I couldn't handle it like JP.
Yeah.
Somebody knocks me out, I'm not coming to practice for the next week.
But we've seen this. We talked about the Manti Te'o doc. Some people can turn the other cheek, and they're stronger than you and I.
That's what I'm saying. JP's strong.
That's your point. So the other thing that I keep coming back to is like, let's say, and I know it's different. Pro sports is totally different, but let's say something happened here at our workplace. What I want our audience setting the determination on what the punishment should be for our own in here, in this building.
But you know what? Fans are a big part of this stuff.
No, I'm not
They
saying
pay their
they
hard-earned money, man.
aren't.
And I respect their opinions. There's going to be some fans who think Draymond Green should be suspended for 20 games.
No doubt.
And I understand. There's some fans who believe Draymond Green did nothing wrong and that he wasn't the instigator. I understand.
But at the end of the day, wouldn't you, as someone who's a part of this, I'm trying from the player standpoint, wouldn't you want to have the ultimate input on what's going to happen?
Absolutely, and I think the players did have the input.
But we also would have to recognize, hey, there's an outward look in, and so how we move forward is going to be scrutinized.
No doubt.
And whatever we do is going to be scrutinized.
And they know that. They've been through it. They signed Kevin Durant. You don't think they were going to be scrutinized for that?
That's a good point.
I mean, they got scrutinized left and right because of that. They got scrutinized for trading for Andrew Wiggins. They got scrutinized for selecting James Wiseman.
And keeping him.
There you go. All right, more coming up. Nick Friedel, 650. We got Cousin Nick joining the roast, give his thoughts on it and the NBA landscape, and then we will take your calls. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Are you satisfied with Draymond Green's punishment? Are you satisfied, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Backdoor laughter. Wiggins, he climbs the ladder and throws it down. Draymond with the assist.
Can the Warriors overcome the drama and defend their title?
Hart down the lane. Rejected. Kuminga with a block. Harden says, who is that?
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champions. 95.7, The Game.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here is some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to a big increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton facility is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most of the materials the very next day, and in some cases, the exact same day. And remember, the best tool that you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to the industry-leading service team. You'll have access to all of these resources like zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides all at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. When the supply in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah chartered industrial bank, member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290. And I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Steph? He didn't play last night. Looked good in the sweatsuit. I was talking to Bob Fitzgerald and, of course, Khalid Azubuike. Did a good job of the move, breaking down the Golden State Warriors and what their mission is this year. But let's get into it. Basketball season is coming. Basketball season is on the horizon. And it's time for our main man, cousin Nick Friedel at ESPN. He joins the roast now. Hit it, Lubin.
Hit it.
Hit it.
Hit my music.
My music. Music.
Or Nick's music.
Take you for a ride on a slow bus to Chinatown. Where in the world is
the sexiest voice in all of sports media, Nick Friedel?
Nick has this rugged masculinity that all of us at ESPN are jealous of.
I don't know about friend of the program because I think you're lumping me in with being a friend of Friedel, and I don't want to be associated with all that.
Thank you, Nick, and your voice is very deep and sexy. I have.
What you gonna do, brother? When Mac Jones is coming for you? How would you describe the level of hope that everyone else spoke with yesterday in regards to what James Wiseman brought?
What are they talking about regarding Wiseman and like the impact he can make this season?
Yeah, just how much obviously you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions no more. I'm sorry. Next question.
It's the greatest intro in the history of intros.
It might be the greatest intro in the history of sports radio. Nick Friedel, how can you not smile when you hear cousin Nick? Warrior fans know him as a hater, especially a Wiggins hater. But you know what?
TikTok knows him as a legend.
He's a legend on TikTok?
Dude, he has like 50 million views on just the Kyrie questioning alone in the playoffs.
Oh my gosh, cousin Nick's on TikTok.
My niece recognized him on TikTok. She's like, that's your buddy, isn't it?
That's cousin Nick.
She goes, yeah, I can tell by the voice.
So Nick, he's got his own issues with the Brooklyn Nets. That's going to be a fun ride for him. Cousin Nick, what's happening, man? Good morning. Long time no talk.
Oh, guys, I miss you.
I miss
that
you.
Oubre one gets me every time.
I remember during the post-game show when you asked that, and Willie goes, who was that? I was like, oh, that's Nick Friedel. He goes, hey, great question. Nick, real quick, I know you're a big Tampa Bay Bucks fan, and you guys got a gift on Sunday with the roughing the passer penalty. You coming out here for Bucks Niners?
I'm trying as hard as I can to find a way, but with the way they got the net stuff right now, it's going to be tough to pull that off.
I got a ticket for you. You know that.
I know you do, buddy, but it's going to be a long ride to get from A to B.
Yeah, you got the Brooklyn Nets situation. We'll get to them in just a second, but from afar.
Yeah.
Because you used to be on this beat with the Golden State Warriors. You know Steve Kerr very well. You know Draymond Green. You know this team, this organization. First of all, let's start with the actions on Wednesday where Draymond Green struck Jordan Poole in the face, and then we see the video. What was your reaction before the video? What was your reaction after the video?
B, when I first heard the story, and I still got that echo, Sam. Like, well, that's Draymond, and this kind of stuff continues to happen, and it's something that the Warriors have to take care of. But when the video came out, as we all know, it just made it so much worse. And when you start thinking about all the different issues that they're going to have to deal with and have dealt with over the last few days, this is the type of thing, and I lived it that last year with the Kevin and Draymond episode at Staples, that just hovers over everything. It hovers over everything that the organization wants to do. So I believe Steve Kerr when he says the culture is strong enough to handle it. I think Steph is the best leader that there is in the game. But when that kind of stuff happens, it just hangs on everything a team does. And my concern, if you're a Warriors fan, isn't that they can't get through it, because I don't think, B, and you and I would stand there before a lot of those games that last year in Oakland, I think people never gave Kevin and Draymond enough credit for getting through it together on their own.
Yeah.
What pissed them off was that as the year went on, it never went away.
Yeah.
Everywhere they went, people were like, how's the temperature in the locker room?
Right.
And how are you guys doing? And so
and then the Knicks thing too surfaced once they traded Kristaps Porzingis. Remember that? All of a sudden it was the New York Knicks noise that got to Kevin Durant.
Right. There was always something, but that set the tenor. That episode at Staples set the tenor for everything else that seemed to follow. But as far as the video goes, it was just brutal. It was brutal. And I know, having been there when Jordan got there, how much respect he has for Draymond. And I know how much love there is for Draymond and respect in that locker room. But after all these years, there's really no doubt, guys. If you're choosing a side, you are choosing to go with Poole moving forward because he's younger. He helped you win a title. The hope is that he can help you win a couple more. And for all that Draymond has done, I think the players and Steve have said it best the last few days. He broke the trust. And I don't know if you can regain it all the way again, given how brutal it was to watch that video.
So last night, Steve Kerr comes out and says that there's going to be a fine, but no quote-unquote suspension. How do you feel about that as someone who has covered this team for quite some time? And what do you think the temperature is of that locker room? Do you think that's unanimous in terms of support? Or do you think that there might be some differing of opinions?
Joe, I think the key is, what does Steph think? And I know Steve talked about Looney, and I'm sure Andre behind the scenes has done plenty because he is so respected as a voice in the room. But all along, in the last week or so, I've thought the same thing. You do exactly what Steph says. You allow him to take the tone and tenor of what's going on in there, and you follow his lead. And there is nobody from top to bottom in that organization who sets the tone more than Steph Curry does. So was I surprised he wasn't suspended? No, because I didn't expect that this early into the season. I mean, hell, we're still going through training camp basically as these preseason games roll up. But once the video came out, that changed the optics. And all three of us know that the Warriors care deeply about optics. Right. They care deeply about culture. And when you have optics that are this bad, people are wondering what else you should do. But in this case, you have Steph Curry. And Steph Curry is universally beloved. Not just I cannot stress enough how much respect he has earned for the organization in that room by carrying himself the way that he does. So Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, they have to take their cues from Steph. And in this case, if Steph is all right and Jordan Poole seems all right with the fact that Draymond's not getting suspended, then okay, let's roll with it and start the year.
You referenced earlier about the Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, and how that kind of wore on everyone. And to their credit, they found a way to, I guess, ride the storm out, right? And they didn't win it all, but damn, they got pretty damn close. Does it even matter? When you're inside, when you're walking with them and you're seeing them in the locker room every single day like you did for so long, does it even matter what the fans think or what other NBA players think? Or is this all about what they think inside that locker room?
Joe, I think a huge part of it is what the players and the coaches think in the locker room, but I think we're all kidding ourselves. if you don't think that plays some sort of role.
Yeah.
The media, especially on social media, and specific to Kevin, I mean, we all know Kevin is active on social media. He's discussed it.
No doubt.
Like that part, when he's looking at it every day saying, oh man, what's Draymond gonna say that's gonna piss you off next? I'm not saying it had an impact on him every single day, but when you're looking at it, and then when you're being asked about it in these different cities, I think it wore on everybody, not just Kevin and Draymond. And that, to me, guys, that's the real question. Draymond has always owned up when he's screwed up, and he knows he crossed the line in a major way here. I believe, at least knowing the framework of that relationship, that Draymond and Jordan Poole can get through it.
Right.
What I'm curious about, having lived that season a few years ago, is how everybody else deals with it. So while the room may be okay, Joe, to your point, and over time everything may get smoothed out internally, the question to me is, okay, what happens in February in San Antonio when somebody asks Draymond how the mood of the group is, or somebody brings up with Jordan Poole, well, what happened in training camp where you got punched in the face? I think that type of stuff happens way more than we know about because it doesn't get out, and that's why I know that there are so many people in the organization who are still so pissed off, including Steve Kerr, who said it publicly, that the video leaked in the way that it did. Because, guys, I covered Nico Mirotic and Bobby Portis in Chicago.
Oh, you were around that team? Oh, wow.
And when that happened, I mean, he not only did Bobby knock out Nico, he sent him to the hospital. I mean,
he sent him out the country.
It was brutal. But that type of stuff, to think that it doesn't happen, I mean, it does happen. It's just in the manner in which it gets handled. I mean, just for that in context, Mirotic and Portis had never played better together once Nico came back on the floor. They didn't speak once they got off the court. And that happened all the way through the year until Mirotic got traded. So,
wow.
It's all the stuff that kind of builds up through time. But if I were betting on any culture to survive this type of episode, I would put my money on the Golden State Warriors.
Wow, cousin Nick Friedel here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. What an excellent point there as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Nick, a lot has been made with the Golden State Warriors about the contracts. Jordan Poole is due for an extension. He has a deadline on October 17th to sign a new deal. Wiggins will be a free agent, your favorite Golden State Warrior, after the season. And, of course, Draymond Green has a player option for $27 million. Do you think this impacts anything long-term for Draymond Green and how the Warriors view him long-term?
I don't think so, B, because, again, this goes back to the optics. And Draymond is going to get a statue outside Chase. We all agree on that, and has been an incredibly large part of everything the team has done. But when you're trying to move forward and you're trying to figure out who you want to invest in moving forward as a group, in that list, for as important as Draymond has been, Poole's going to get his money. Wiggins earned his money, whatever he wants. I mean, he was the second best player on the title team in the playoffs. And then with Draymond, this doesn't help his cause by any stretch. But if you're the Warriors, even before the punch, I don't know how you could feel that confident in giving Draymond either mega money or years, just because we all had started to see the decrease in his play, just from a basketball standpoint. He is so crucial to what they do. But when you see the drop-off, and he was awesome to start last season, then he got hurt, and he had times when he looked really good, but there were times, certainly in the playoffs, where he just wasn't the same player. So to me, even before this, the pecking order as far as the contracts go is pretty clear. And after the incident, it doesn't change much. It only changes any Warriors fan who's saying, I Draymond, well, the organization can go back and say, hey, look what happened. It'll be easier if and when that divorce actually comes to fruition.
NBA insider, ESPN legend, also 95.7 The Game contributor Nick Friedel with us, the homie. Nick, am I in the bubble here? Because, I'm a Warrior fan. I've been here my whole life. I love the Warriors. And I'm saying, I take a step back and I go, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry. Man, they have earned the benefit of the right for me to believe them that they're going to be able to handle this situation the right way, or at least, take a wait and see approach, which is kind of what I'm going on right now. Let's see how this thing plays out. As someone who covers the league as a whole, been inside and on the outside of this Bay Area bubble, is that a fair perspective to have that, hey, Bob, Steve, Steph Curry, these guys have earned the benefit of the doubt that we should let this play out and not be outraged by the lack of a punishment?
100%. 100%. In all my years being around the league, guys, I have never seen a team that has a stronger culture than this group. The only thing I can compare it to, and I was younger when I started, so I didn't get to see them when they were at the peak of their powers, but it would be San Antonio. San Antonio with Popovich and Tim Duncan, you just knew what you were getting from that team on the floor, off the floor. There wasn't ever going to be noise or drama. It was all handled internally. It's why that whole Kawhi episode through the years was intriguing, because that's when you started to see the break from the Spurs way.
Right.
But Joe, to your point about Kerr and Myers and Steph, it's crucial. When everybody is on the same page, that's when you win. I mean, that's when it happens. And the camaraderie is there. And I don't think Steve Kerr has ever gotten the credit he deserves for a moment like last night. I mean, in the way in which Kerr controls the narrative for his team is the best I've ever seen in that role. The way that Bob Myers maintains the relationships with his players and is around and available is one of the very best in the league. And then again, I cannot hammer this point home enough. Steph Curry is just the best leader to me that I've seen in the NBA. And he handles his business on the floor, and even more importantly, certainly in the context of this conversation, he handles things for that team off the floor, and he makes it so that everything is okay when the brightest lights are on. Steph Curry is a connector at a level that I haven't seen before in pro sports. And when you have him on your team, you should have that sigh of relief that things should be okay. But this absolutely crossed a different threshold, and it remains to be seen if everybody can make it work. But when you have that type of power structure up top, you should feel pretty good about it.
That's a great point, Nick. Nick Friedel here on the Morning Roast. Before you leave us and get back to your duties here, the NBA landscape as a whole, if you had to put your bottom dollar on the team to win the championship, are you putting that on the Golden State Warriors? Because we saw the baby dubs yesterday. Wiseman looks better. Kuminga's figuring it out. Moody looks smooth. JaMychal Green and DiVincenzo. We know the Warriors love those veteran mid-level exceptions, and JaMychal Green looks like this year's version of Otto Porter Jr. Who's the teams that could threaten the Warriors from going back-to-back? Who can halt their journey to going back-to-back and winning their fifth championship in the last 9 years?
Well, B, this certainly isn't like a year ago at this time when you guys were asking me if I thought the Warriors could win a title. And I was like, what?
Yeah. Well, we didn't even ask that. We said, can they be a top 4 seed?
and I still was kind of like, everything would have to break right for that to happen. I think they got a hell of a team, and I don't think it's an oversell to continue to discuss just how much this is going to impact what happens. But they have the pieces in place, and I've always believed, guys, that Clay can be even better, and that certainly is what you're hearing internally, is that they feel like a year removed, Clay's going to find even more of a rhythm. Having said that, if it's my last dollar to start the season, the team I'm actually betting on to win it all, and I believe if they had been healthy, they probably would have been there last year, is the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep.
The Bucks have the length, they have the defense, and Giannis is just an incredible player. But that series, if that comes to be, and it's the Warriors and the Bucks in 8-9 months, whatever it is, it would be awesome if everybody's healthy, because I think they go at each other in a lot of different ways. And just to see Steph and Giannis on that stage at that level would be pretty cool.
Nick.
But that's the team to me that I think at least odds on right now.
Nick, I love you. I love that you play this role where you just have to come on and pick someone else. I love that you're committed to the
Not only
bit.
that, no, he just ticked off Warrior fans.
I know.
But he also ticked off Brooklyn Nets fans, because this will be circulated all over YouTube. Some Brooklyn Nets fans are going to say, wow, he's really picking against Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and Ben Simmons. What about the Brooklyn Nets, Nick?
I mean, geez Louise.
Oh, B, if I've learned anything, and truly, like I learned it with the Bulls all those years, but certainly with the Warriors, in order to win titles, we're not talking about winning a playoff series or two, you have camaraderie within the group. And that's why I've seen Steph do unbelievable things, and I know what he does off the floor. It's why I will always be a believer in him as everything that he appears to be in a basketball sense. But the Nets just don't have that.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, we're up against
They don't have that buy-in on every level, and the only thing that can cure it is winning. It's the same thing that's going to fix whatever's ailing the Warriors right now with the Draymond situation. You got to win, and you got to win early. And specific to the Nets, guys, when you look at their schedule, especially in November, they have a ton of road games. That is going to be a rough ride early on for a team that hasn't played well or hasn't played it all together in this stretch.
Well, at least you and Kyrie are best friends now, so that's good. You're making progress. You're making progress.
What a turn of events.
You're making progress. Easy money sniper.
I'm trying to ask a question that first day at media day, and he's like, hey, man, you and me, we're going to be best friends. And I'm like, Kyrie, I already thought we were best friends. And he's like, no, man, you think we're best friends now. He's like, wait till the end of the season. We're going to hug. But the best part, guys, is that the other night after that first preseason game, I'm walking out of the press conference room, and he was coming out of a different door, and we, walk out together. And he looks at me, and he's dead serious, and he's like, hey, man, you need a ride home? And I'm like, no, I'm good. He's like, no, seriously, you need a ride home? And the guys that were walking out with him, his friends, they were just cracking up. So the Buddy Cop movie, I hope we can make it happen here at some point.
Nick, we got to go. I love you. We're up against the break. Michelle misses you. I'll see you against Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I love you guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
Cousin Nick, can't wait to see you back in the Bay. Continue the great job at ESPN. Cousin Nick Friedel, ESPN Insider covering the Nets. Kyrie Irving, how about that? Hey, we'll react to Cousin Nick. George, Adam, will get to you. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Draymond Green? Are you satisfied with the punishment? And two, how about the baby doves putting on the show last night? We'll break down the game as well. That's coming up. Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
Nice dunk put back there by Ryan Rollins, the sophomore out of Toledo.
Tomorrow, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
Baldwin Jr., and just like he did Friday night, first time he touched the ball, he shot it and made it.
On the home of the NBA champions, 95.7, The Game.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And guess what? Our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for Innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And here's what I did a week ago. They added the Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes my car look brand new. Literally no water on the floor. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection for both the exterior and the interior of my car. It was shining. All in the ease of my or your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to the mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. You can get $50 off your first oil change with this code, OIL50. That's OIL50. Or you can use my code JOEWASH, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com, or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
So little regulators?
I can't forget we're not in love anymore.
That's the old back. That's a throwback.
Michael McDonald.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Never be the same.
You imagine Lubman knocking this in Concord? Going to a Giants game, feeling himself?
Wearing Giant socks? Wait till I ask Farhan a question.
By the way, Sam Lubman, our producer here on the Morning Roast, asking Farhan all kind of questions. But I'll tell you, we could play the Farhan sound. It's like, I don't think we're going to get to it today. I don't think we're getting any baseball talk. But also, Sam Lubman's got a new puppy in the house. Mama's got a new puppy. She was puppy trading yesterday.
Oh.
Sam Lubman, puppy trading. Would you trust Sam Lubman with your dogs?
I'm great with dogs. Dogs love me.
It's the smell.
Oh, that's a low blow.
I'm teasing, Lubman.
Dude, Sam,
I'm teasing.
That's a low blow. My guy wears deodorant, okay?
Yeah, well, here's the question.
The thing is, we got rid of the funk from Sam Lubman. We got rid of the feelers.
Oh, he's looking sauced out.
Yeah, he's got new shoes. His shoe game is on point nowadays.
Well, the Michael McDonald, every time I think about that song, it's about relationships, Yeah. It's, I can't forget we're not in love anymore.
Well, I think of regulators when they talk.
No, I'm with you on that, but let's stick with the Michael McDonald theme here for a second and just walk down this path with me.
All right, I'll try.
Are Warrior fans still in love with Draymond Green?
I know, that's a good question. It's a good question. It's a great tie-in. That's well played, Shasky. That's why you're a pro. By the way, shout out YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts, all available completely free. And catch every single Warriors game live on the app along with all the music, news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. And you heard Shasky there. Are you still in love with Draymond Green? Are you satisfied with the suspension? And then what is your take on the game last night? Because James Wiseman,
the game feels, I hear you on the players.
It feels secondary after what Kerr said. It does feel secondary. However, I did like what I saw from James Wiseman. I'm so happy for James Wiseman, the person, the player. He's moving around. He's dunking. There's a lot to love with the baby Dubs, and it's a lot. And that was a reminder. Despite the Draymond stuff, Shasky, looking at the roster overall, the Warriors are stacked. And I keep saying that. They're stacked. And some people are like, well, how are they stacked? We don't know nothing about these youngsters. They're coming along very, very well. Steve Kerr's not just giving us lip service when he says, hey, the young guys are having a great trading camp. No, it looks like they're having a great trading camp, and they're playing very, very well early on, and they're going to be fighting for minutes all year.
So I think there are a lot of people, that went to bed prematurely. I'm one of those people, right? And
you didn't see the Steve Kerr stuff?
I didn't see any of it. I think we should re-rack that for people just getting in their cars right now.
We will. We'll get to George and Adam in just a second. I'll play the opening statement. It's a minute 24. And Steve Kerr opened his presser last night after the Warriors beat the Blazers in their second-to-last tune-up in the preseason. And he opened up his presser discussing what's going to happen with Draymond Green. Here's Steve Kerr, about a minute 24. Then we'll take your calls, 888-957-9570, as well as read your texts. Here's Steve Kerr's opening statement last night after the Warriors beat the Blazers in their second-to-last preseason game.
He is going to come back to practice on Thursday. He's been fined. He will not be suspended. I expect him to play Friday in our last preseason game and on opening night. We have spent the last week in deep discussions with all of our key figures in the organization, including Jordan and Draymond, of course, Steph, all of our players, Bob, myself, and I can tell you there have been a lot of conversations, individual, one-on-one discussions, players-only discussions, everything that you can think of, all the different combinations that are possible to have in a conversation. We've had them. It's been an exhaustive process. We feel like we have a great feel for our team. We've got a lot of continuity on this team, so Bob and I know our players extremely well. We feel like this is the best way, after assessing everything, for us to move forward. Never easy, no matter what decision you make in a situation like this. It's not going to be perfect. This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season. I'm not going to talk about the fine other than to say he has been fined.
So I'm already looking at YouTube. Dave Johnson. What's up, Dave? He's on there every day. He's not happy about this. He wants a suspension. SC. Serious? No suspension. Our boy Tyler Miller. Yes, let's move on. Free Draymond. There's a lot of conflicting thoughts on this situation from this fan base. So I want to hear from the fan base, Shasky.
Yeah.
Are you still a Draymond fan? Do you still love him?
And I'm posing this, and this is kind of my point of view on this one. if this was a rookie coach or a GM that didn't have a lot of equity, and not that winning is the end-all be-all and that you're inflappable from criticism, but like if you were a team that didn't have the equity built up with years, not just, a year or 2 years, I'm talking 9 years of being together and being able to survive all of the different maturations of the roster, the dynamics, all of the negative things that have happened, I would be very skeptical. And I'd be coming out and saying what I feel. If these guys who have earned the benefit of the doubt in my mind with 4 championships and a variety of teams and a variety of personalities, to me, if Steph and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers have come to a conclusion with the rest of that locker room after talking with everyone, who am I to tell them what they should do? I think we should let this play out. That's what I'm going to do. I understand.
We have no choice.
Well, I understand if you're disappointed, and I'd love to hear from you.
Right.
But I feel like if anyone has earned the benefit of the doubt, it's this core.
Now, a lot of people are saying, and Conrad Arenas out there on YouTube, Jordan Poole a better man than me. I couldn't play with Draymond after swinging on me like that. There's that element as well.
I agree with that
and
sentiment.
We still haven't heard from Jordan Poole. That's the final piece to this puzzle for me. How does Poole feel? Steve Kerr said Poole feels great. Poole has moved on. He sat in the room with Draymond Green. They've talked it out. Curry and Looney have got them together, Poole and Draymond, to talk it out. But how does Poole feel? I don't know. Let's go to the calls here.
Yeah.
Let's start off with George in the Jungle. George in the Jungle.
Hey, George.
What's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I love the show, but Nick Friedel made a great point. It wasn't the altercation between Kevin and Durant and Draymond that caused the split. It was all the follow-up.
Yeah.
All the follow-up, the constant, how's it feeling today? Oh, can you get over it? Is it ever going to mend? Let it go. Move on. That was a beautiful game last night. We saw Wiseman drop a clean 18 in no time? Come on, this is sports talk. This is not family drama. And when it comes to family drama, you always love your family. You never hate your family for an action. You hate the action, but you love your family.
Well, I'm well versed in this. You can love your family and also have issues. Like every family's got their own issues. That's why Thanksgiving dinner is uncomfortable sometimes around the dinner table.
Yeah, so I like a small Thanksgiving gathering, not a big one.
You took a big deep breath.
I like a small gathering here. But George, don't you think this is
family?
No. But George, this is part of it though. This is why when we talk about Shanahan and Garoppolo, we nitpick their pressers.
Yes.
It's part of the sports fandom. It's part of the sports talk. It's part of the whole journey of trying to get to where we need to get to. And by the way, the Kevin Durant stuff, Kevin Durant was no saint in that situation. He helped make it linger by wandering on the floor, by taking more shots, not taking shots. You had shot gate, as Guru always says, where he was taking 8 shots a game. It's like, dude, you're Kevin Durant. Go ahead, George. I'll let you finish up.
Yeah.
It's all about Kevin Durant did a lot of that because he got the attention for it. He's a spoiled brat. We love him. He's part of the family, but he's the spoiled brat in the family.
Well,
Draymond's the antagonist.
Draymond's no saint either. They're both bad vehicles for me feeling empathy for her at the end of the day, if we're being quite honest. But it does matter what ends up happening with Jordan Poole.
Well, here's the thing that we're going to hear about this all season long. A question like this from the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Draymond should get traded or fired. You cannot allow an employee to go around punching people and get a slap on their wrist. If Bonte sucker punched Shasky, the bosses will say, will the bosses say, Bonte Butcher, suck it up and give me a fine for $50? No, I'd probably be fired. But this isn't the NBA.
No.
This isn't a basketball team, and we're not professional athletes.
Yeah, the workplace norms here are not applicable to the NBA locker room. And here's somebody who jumped into the chat and spent some nice money. Thank you, Bunab. Wow, no suspension. What's the message being sent here? Bonte, as someone who's covered the team for a long time, is there a message being sent here, or is this more we're trying to do the best we can navigating the troubled waters we're going in now?
We don't know what's happened behind the scenes.
I know.
We don't know what's happened behind the scenes over the last week. And it's a great point. Nick Friedel brought it up, the culture of the Golden State Warriors. When you have a Stephen Curry, and look, there's no doubt they looked at the situation. If this was not Draymond Green and this was another player,
it would be totally different.
It'd be totally different.
Yeah.
But we're talking about a 4-time champ. We're talking about a DPOY. We're talking about a guy who knows how to play with Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. We're talking about a guy who his emotions can help spur the Warriors on runs. Now, Nick was right. His talents have declined over the past few years. We want him to shoot more open jumpers. Hell, when he gets aggressive and the Warriors when he scores 8 or more points, the Warriors win. They're nearly unbeatable over the course of his career, which is insane.
And before he hurt his back, he was in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
He was playing the best basketball he had in years.
Yes.
In years. So we don't know what's happened behind the scenes. I think the message outside the world, outside their bubble, we saw Brandon Haywood say, this is a joke. How can you do this here? How can you do this? Hell, Pat Riley wanted fights happening. Now, I get it. It's a different time. It's
era.
a different time.
Yeah.
Pat Riley welcomes stuff like this. Some coaches welcome friction like this. Does it happen all the time? Depends on who you ask.
Well, I think it was interesting when we talked to Nick Friedel, and I'm glad that he told us that he was covering the Bobby Portis situation where he punched a teammate. He said their play on the court had never been better after that incident, but once the game ended, they never talked.
They never spoke.
And to me, it's irrelevant whether they're friends or not. Does their on-court relationship, is it good? Is it good enough? Do the other players not pass to each other or whatever, or is it awkward? Like, can they all just put their stuff aside and play? Can they be professional on the court? And that's really all that matters.
Well, also the message, too. We heard the message from Kevon Looney. We heard it from Steve Kerr. We've heard it from Steph. The trust has been broken. Draymond as a leader has work to do. He has work to do with this team. Looney said it. Steph said it. Everybody in the organization knows he has work to do. So what is that work? Is it counseling? Is it therapy? Is it anger management? We shall see.
I think it's a day-to-day thing, man.
It's a day-to-day operation.
I've kind of been there on this level where you're not just going to I took a couple days away, I'm good, I'm rehabilitated, our relationship's fine. It's something you're going to have to be constantly monitoring and working on if you truly want to change.
Right, no doubt.
Or if you truly want
to
win them over even as a professional, they're going to have to, the amount of work they're going to have to put in together to be able to make it applicable for everyone around them, that's going to be tough.
No doubt. And again, I don't think they explored a trade whatsoever. It's Draymond Green. You've won wars with this guy.
Yeah.
Wars. And then you got to think about, because we're all thinking about the PR hit, right? Warriors are taking a PR hit right now because in a lot of people's mind, they didn't handle this situation well. They took a PR hit when the video leaked. A day after Myers, Kerr, and Steph Curry talked, right? That was a bad look. Bad look for everybody in that organization. They look bad. And Steve Kerr mentioned that last night. He was like, look, man, we have work to do as an organization. We don't look great right now. In terms of the outside world. But you imagine if they actually traded Draymond Green hypothetically this year. You trade Draymond Green, what about that PR hit?
Well,
we're not thinking about that.
I mean,
you trade a 4-time champ right before a season when you're trying to go back-to-back. What about the PR hit there? It's all these variables the Warriors have had to weigh over the last week.
The way that I keep thinking about it, I think people have underestimated the amount of there are about 20 people that are going to be traveling together in a tiny little family for the next 6 months. And that's how it is. So this whole dynamic of you just got to let it go and these guys are going to be fine. And no, there's a reason that the NBA more than any other league is drama filled. It's because it's such tight teams, close quarters, smaller amounts of people that you're working with. And so you can't just hide somebody who's a malcontent or doesn't get along with people. It actually affects the working environment more than any other sport because of the limited amount of people. And so I keep coming back to this. If that locker room has come to some sort of an agreement that they think moving forward, this is the best way to do it,
then it's the best way to do it.
I feel like they've earned the benefit of the doubt because of the championship medal and because of their decade together for the big guys. I'm talking Looney and Iggy and Bob and Steve and Steph Curry and Klay. They've earned the benefit of the doubt for me to say as a fan, hey, I'm going to let them play this thing out. Let's hear what Jordan Poole has to say before I'm outraged by anything right now. We have to see it before we can really make an assessment.
Let's go back out to the lines. Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. I think one of the underrated things, too, about the situation is just, the power of Steph Curry. And what I mean by that is just how good of a leader he is, how he can bring people together. I think that was mentioned in the press conference last night by Steve of how instrumental Steph was in, kind of righting this ship. And it's like, it's really weird, and I'm still conflicted. Like, I'm going to the game next week, opening night, and it's like, how are the fans gonna treat Draymond when he gets announced for his ring, assuming he's gonna play since he's not gonna be suspended? Like, how is that gonna look? So I want to move past that point in the sense that, like, I trust our front office, I trust Steph, I trust Steve. If they got this figured out, then fine. Like, let's move on. Like, obviously it's still going to be a talking point, but I trust them more than I trust anybody else. So we'll see what happens.
What I'm saying.
Really quickly though, from last night's game, I wanted to call in with a hot take. I think Moses Moody is better than Jonathan Kuminga. That dude is a stud, and he looks like a 10-year vet. He knows how to play basketball. He's really good. That's my hot take, and also I'm riding the Pat Spencer train. That's
Thanks for the call, Adam. We'll get to John and Richmond in just a second. Real quick on Moody. Moody may be farther along than Jonathan Kuminga. Right now, Jonathan Kuminga looks like a small ball 4, not necessarily a natural 3.
He ain't a 3. To me, he's not a 3.
He's a 4 right now.
Yeah, even a small ball 5.
Right, and Moody, he knows how to play the game. He knows how to play off the ball. He knows how to play with others. That's that seasoning he had at Arkansas under Eric Musselman. So I don't think it's a hot take. Moody's balling right now. Moody's looking smooth.
7 months ago, if you would have said, Joe, you have to keep one of these two, Wiseman or Kuminga,
right,
I would have said Kuminga without a doubt. It would have been 100%.
Right.
Today, I'm leaning 60% Wiseman.
But you know what, though?
I'm not saying that you have to choose between the two.
It's going to be game to game. It's going to be game to game.
I mean, Wiseman looks pretty special.
I'm a Wiseman guy, but I'm also a Kuminga guy, and I'm a Moody guy. I love Kuminga. I love Moody. I love Wiseman. You got to think about what's in front of Kuminga, what's in front of Wiseman.
Doubt.
You got Looney, so there's minutes there for him. Kuminga's just got to figure out his role. Kuminga's going to have games where we're like, that's the guy. Wiseman's going to have games where we're like, oh, we're T. Wiseman over Kuminga Moody. Moody's going to have games where we're like, he's better than both Wiseman. So I don't want to do this every single game.
No, it wasn't more like me picking the two. It was more, look at the quantum leap he's made in just a few games and being healthy.
Right.
Like, he looks phenomenal.
And look, Moody was flashing yesterday with the 20 points, the 3 threes. Wiseman was flashing yesterday, being 6 of 8, 18 points in 18 minutes, right? 18 points in 18 minutes, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. But Kuminga wasn't bad. 3 of 9, 10 points, 3 rebounds. And I thought he played the right way. At times.
He's a work in progress. It can get clunky at times, but what he does that no one else on this roster does is he gets to the free throw line.
Gets to the free throw line, and he was 3 of 4 from the free throw line. He's got to work on his 3. He was only 1 of 5, but he also played solid defense. His defense was on point.
He's a monster. I mean, he's going to be really good. And this
is an embarrassment of riches, man.
Well, and one thing that we, as we're talking about the Draymond Green thing, it's going to be interesting for all these young guys. As
how they look up to Draymond Green?
Yeah, and just kind of like, moving forward, the egos are real. I don't care what profession you're in. Egos are real. Now imagine what it is in an NBA locker room. Right. It's through the roof, right?
Right.
And so when these guys all start, hey, you missed that assignment, and one of them is calling them out, how do these young guys react to that? What are the things that they're going to be feeling behind the scenes in terms as they're fighting for minutes and all of this stuff's going on? I don't know if Draymond can be his normal yelling, screaming leadership self.
Well, if he can't, then what's the value of Draymond Green? Because that's what makes Draymond Green. When he starts barking, he picks up a technical, his game usually ratchets up another notch.
Yeah, but can he evolve his language a little to where it doesn't, belittle some of his teammates?
May take away from his game. Then it compromises him.
Well,
I need Draymond to be Draymond. That's who we all grown to love.
Him yelling at Wiseman does not make him a great defender on Jokic.
I don't want him yelling at teammates.
I just disagree with that.
I'm not condoning that whatsoever. Yeah. What I'm saying is when he's barking at refs and he's barking at the other team and he's stomping on the court and he's yelling at the crowd to get the F up, that's the Draymond you need. Well, that's the Draymond who helps the team go to another level.
I don't see the correlation between, and this is just me, I don't see the correlation between you playing well and you berating an official nonstop for 2 minutes.
That gets them going.
Well,
certain things get certain people going.
You got to evolve
Dorial Wright
over
listen
time.
to Jazz going to the games. I like to listen to hip hop when I come into the studio.
When Jason
you like to listen to Mac Dre when you come into the studio.
When Jason Kidd came into the league, as an example, he couldn't shoot a lick, and his game evolved over 15 years to where he could knock down threes at the end, and that's why they ended up winning the championship with the Dallas Mavericks. No one's saying that Draymond can't play passionate. What I'm saying is there's a time and a place, and there are certain individuals you can direct that frustration at, and I'm hoping as time goes on, he can evolve a little.
Dude, I don't think Draymond Green, I don't want him yelling at Wiseman. I don't think that's right. I don't want him yelling at teammates on the floor. That's not right. But in terms of the other stuff where he's getting down and dirty, like his game 2 against the Boston Celtics, Baldy brought up the Niners defensive line being a demolition derby. They're just running into people. That was Draymond Green in game 2.
He's running into everyone.
He was psycho. But you know what? That psycho Draymond helped them win that game.
Yeah, but then where was that on game 3?
Well, he showed up late in game 4, and he showed up in game 5, and he showed up in game 6. That's what makes Draymond Draymond. You can't tell Draymond not to do this stuff because I'm not getting the full Draymond Green experience. That's the full That's what's helped you make Draymond Green being Draymond Green is what helped made the Warriors a 4-time champ in the last 8 years.
You might not, but I draw a distinction between being passionate and being energetic and being so angry out of your mind that you're running your team into free throws because of your technicals and then getting kicked out of a game against Memphis and doing a Ric Flair runaround like you're Hollywood Hogan.
That's Draymond Green.
As you're out, now you're not helping your team because you're in the locker room.
Yeah, that's Draymond Green, but you know what? They won that game. They won that game.
Without him on the floor.
They won that game. Exactly.
Yeah.
They won that game.
Others stepped up.
You can't tell Day-Day not to be Day-Day.
I'm sure Looney was like,
not going to be Day-Day.
I got 20 rebounds because Draymond screamed at an official.
Listen,
that's a false equivalency.
You tell Day-Day not to be Day-Day, you're not going to have Day-Day be Day-Day.
Well,
you're not going to get the full Draymond. You're
his
just not going to get him.
Emotions a little.
Not going to get him. That's a bar, right, Matt? That's a bar. You want Day-Day to be Day-Day? Let Day-Day be Day-Day. That's who he is. That's how white people love him. Well, he's our Rodman. He's our Dennis Rodman.
It's those antics that lost them the 2016 finals. You know,
I think it was an accumulation. Getting suspended for the LeBron James stuff was a joke.
Well,
Kiki Vandeweghe and the commissioner of the league wanted that series extended. I truly believe that was a joke. That was a joke. LeBron James went up to the podium, started snitching. He got his little snitching shasky on and started saying, well, you don't call me this and that. I'm a grown man, yada, yada, yada.
And we're gone a little off track here.
Right,
Draymond wasn't suspended because of just that action. It was the totality of the flagrants that he accumulated. In a victory, he's tussling on the floor with Michael Beasley as time is expiring.
I know he DDT'd him.
It was stupid.
But that act in the finals where LeBron James stepped right over him and teabagged him and baited him. That should have been a suspicion.
This is the story of Draymond. For me, the bigger story. It's never about the singular action. It's about the totality of wearing this fan base down with crazy shenanigans.
He doesn't wear everybody down.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it.
He doesn't wear everybody down.
Kerr in an OKC game. Game 5 of the finals. Yelling at KD. Like, there is a laundry list of things this guy has done over the years. It's never one thing. It's the totality for me.
Do you win those championships without him?
No. And that's the double-edged sword of Draymond.
You got to accept it.
Well,
he's not perfect. He's not perfect.
I'm asking a guy to mature as time goes on and
he's
evolve.
Trying to. Well, but he has those setbacks. Rodman got worse over the course of his career.
And that's why he bounced onto 5 different teams.
But he still got you those championships. Jordan doesn't go three-peat again without Dennis Rodman.
Both can be true.
I know. You got to live with it. You got to have Draymond running hot. That's what gets him going. I don't want him being.
You think Steve
I don't
Kerr
want him being a choir
wants to live with it? Because it seems like the coach himself is very, very sick and tired of it.
They are obviously living. They're living with it now.
Well,
he's not getting suspended, right?
No, but he didn't seem happy.
No, he's not happy. But guess what? He's going to be playing Friday night against the Nuggets in the last preseason game.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to be playing on ring night. Fans are going to cheer him when he gets that 4th ring. They're not going to care about what happened last week.
I just don't see the correlation from technicals to that's the way I have to play to be able to be good. I think you could still draw a line. You can run right up to the line and not go past it. That's the way I view it.
Certain players have different motivations.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Jordan looked for things. He made up things.
Yeah, but Jordan didn't get tossed out of games.
Yeah, but he made up, because he's Michael Jordan, but he made up things to get motivated.
You know?
He made up things to get motivated. Kobe Bryant berated teammates with the LA Lakers. You think he was a great teammate? Guess what?
I think also Kobe evolved over time. I do.
At times.
I do. I think that his relationship with Shaq, he realized some of the mistakes he made, and you see the relationship, with Powell.
Go ask Dwight Howard whether or not Kobe Bryant matured.
Well, I mean, Dwight Howard is not the vehicle to be using in this.
But Kobe ran him out of L.A.
Yeah, he stunk. He's a bad teammate. He's been on 10 different teams.
Well,
I'm not going to exonerate bad behavior. And that's, again, it's never the one thing with Draymond. It's the totality of things. No one is saying that he's not a great player. He is a great player.
And I'm not
and this is the grab bag.
Shasky, I'm not excusing his actions. All I'm saying is you want him to stop yelling at refs and stop yelling on the floor and stop dropping F-bombs? Well, guess what? You're not going to get to Draymond Green. And then you're going to have a compromised player who's all of a sudden, you know what? He's not helping our team win. That's not who he is. That's not how he plays.
Game 5 and Game 6, where he was really good against Boston.
He was talking that talk.
Yeah, but he was hyper-focused. He wasn't yelling at the officials. Go back and watch. He did not have any...
He was barking in Boston.
He was barking
at Boston. That's what I'm saying.
But not at officials.
He
and
had
not
a couple
at his own
moments.
teammates.
He had a couple moments with officials.
You know, there's a discernment.
Moments with
we
officials.
can draw a line between them.
He had a couple moments with officials there in Game 5 and Game 6. He was egging on the Boston crowd. And he was dynamic in Game 6. So let's get back to the lines. John in Richmond. John, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, hey guys. So I think this let Day-Day be Day-Day, thinking is what's enabled Draymond and why he's never changed. And like the whole time he's been with the Warriors. I mean, he always gets away with everything he does. And you guys were asking, like, what's the fan reaction? Like, I'm over him, and I personally think that this year will be his last year unless he picks up his option. And then he'll be gone after that because I think the Warriors are over him. I mean, between all the violence and all his history with the technicals and him losing his mind over things, ever since he signed with Clutch, he has this infatuation with, LeBron, and he says things like, oh, I'd go to the Lakers for, the mid-level exception or whatever he said. Like, stuff like that.
John, let me ask you this, John.
Does this.
John, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
If the Warriors were over Draymond Green, don't you think he would have been out of here yesterday?
No, because I think like you said, you can't trade a guy when you're going for back-to-back. But I think this is going to be their excuse for why. Like, there's only 4 guys that they're trying to re-sign right now. Clay, Poole, Draymond, and Wiggins. Draymond's going to be the one left out. And if you don't pick up that exception, I'm telling you, he's going to be gone because everything. And then one more point. The way he handled this, everyone's saying, first of all, he leaked that thing to Chris Hayes about Poole's attitude. Then he came out when he was apologizing, and he's like, well, the video was clipped that people really knew. And then his mom, the guy never takes responsibility. Even when he's trying to, stay on script, you can see that he just doesn't get it, and he's never going to get it. And people keep saying, well, the Warriors have earned, the right because they're champions. Well, they haven't shown a very good way of dealing with Draymond because he keeps being a repeat offender. So maybe they should at least switch up that a little bit because the dude doesn't learn.
No, that's a hell of a call, John, and I respect your opinion. It's a hell of a call. Do I think the Warriors handled this situation the best way they could have? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And at times, it almost felt like the leak was more important than what happened to Jordan Poole. That's what bothered me at times.
I hear you on that.
Obviously, they were doing things behind the scenes to rectify the situation and make sure that these guys can coexist. But in terms of Draymond Green not learning, I hope he does learn from this. I really do. I hope he does mature. Because there is a lot of things. Like what bothers me about Draymond Green is during the 15-win season where he says, yeah, I didn't play hard. That's a problem. When you go on the shop and you say, we're playing the Kings or OKC, I can't get up for that game. That to me is a problem because a kid is going to watch them for the first time ever, and he could be kid could be the biggest Draymond Green fan. Parents go scrape up some money. You get a ticket, 4 tickets to the NBA game. That's top dollar.
Well,
that's not a cheap ticket.
If Steph himself had insinuated during the year with Kelly Oubre when they didn't make the playoffs and they played in the playing game, there were nights that I didn't want to play hard. We would be pretty disappointed.
Very disappointed. I mean, Instead, Steph went out there to average 37 in the month of March and try to carry him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So he did play hard.
But I think that this is the reason Draymond's such a compelling character is because everyone can see the good. And everyone can also see a lot of the negative.
Does the good outweigh the bad?
Well, and how much are you willing to tolerate, and what are the elements that you're willing to tolerate, and, what is reasonable to expect as he moves forward? How can he kind of mitigate some of the negatives and highlight all of his positives? Like, this is the part of Draymond Green that makes him so complicated.
I'm realizing just by taking the calls or looking at the chat, looking at the text, and Sam Lubman give me the 5-minute warning there. It's you know what I need Sam back on the producer side. I got to see Sam Lubman every time I'm talking. I don't know. It's like he wants to jump in. He's giving me. He's like nodding his head. He's like giving me thumbs up for takes. I like it. I like it and I don't like it. Maybe I need more matching in my life. But a lot of people are conflicted with Draymond Green. And I feel like a lot of people are feeling like you, where they're just out on him. They're out on him. Like, I can see in your face right now, it may be tough for you to root for Draymond this year, Shasky.
I'm fatigued by the guy, but at the end of the day, to your point, then you get a Game 5 and Game 6, or the end of Game 4, where I'm in the stands at Boston. Let's go back, okay? Steph Curry's having one of the greatest nights ever.
Yeah.
Draymond Green was unplayable for 3 quarters. I was like, get him out of the game. He was playing very bad, right? And he's not the only one. Guys play bad in big moments. Like, Steph's had bad moments in big-time games, but it felt like Game 3 and Game 4, he was damn near unplayable. And then what does he do? He lures me back in with a couple of strips down the stretch with 5 minutes to go. And do I overlook the bad play? No, it's still there. And then he comes back in Game 5 and has a great game. And then Game 6 was a signature Draymond Green game. And he gets the final mic drop. Right. And I say to myself, why can't we bottle up more of what you did in Game 6 and omit some of the theatrics from Game 3 and Game 4? And I guess he's a very complicated player, and I struggle with embracing him fully at all times, because there are a lot of things that he does that drive me completely insane.
The podcast after
no, I don't even care about the podcast. Yeah. You know what I don't like? I honestly, it's the and here's where I'm at with Dre. When you watch every game like we do, he never lets up on the officials, and I get exhausted watching it.
You know what?
Steph Curry's one of the greatest players of all time.
What?
When he yells at an official, I'll let you say your point. Right. When Steph Curry finally, it means something to me, because I'm like, Steph doesn't really talk to the officials that much. And LeBron's the same way. When you're constantly crying and berating officials, me as a viewer, I'm fatigued by it, and I wish that he would pick and choose his spots more.
You know
That's
what?
just me.
The hell with these NBA officials. As fans, we should be yelling at those jabronis. Mark Davis, Scott Foster, Courtney Kirkland.
They stink.
The hell with these officials. They need to be yelled at more because they make terrible calls all game long. I don't care about their feelings. Screw these refs. They make terrible calls.
They stink.
Wiggins' biggest moment of his life. Mark Davis tried to ruin it by calling a charge on Luka Doncic. I don't care. They need to be yelled at more.
Bad.
Screw those referees. Screw those refs. I don't give a damn about the officials.
Look,
I really don't.
The way I view it is, if you're watching all year, it's just constant.
The officials are trash.
82 nights. All 82 nights, or the games that he plays, he's just in an official's face.
And the officials, because the players know the rule book seems like better than the officials get off easy. They should be answering questions after games for those egregious calls they make on a night in and night out basis. So,
I agree with the officials not being good. I'm 100%
Steve Kerr yells at the refs. Everybody yells at the refs. Jonathan in the city, what's happening? You're on the roast. Jonathan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, the Warriors handled it the best way possible to handle it. Because you know why? Dude, the goal is to win championships. If that's the goal, you want Draymond Green to be part of the team. Not... You know, he can't get rid of the guy. You know why? Because he's got company secrets in his head, bro. Both offense and defense. So until, you know, if you want to get rid of Draymond Green, it's like saying, you know, you want to destroy the dynasty. You know what happened when Charles Haley was traded, right? So, hey, we're not getting rid of Draymond Green. This is the way to handle it. They're telling us. It's a family business, because Draymond Green is Draymond Green. He's never going to change. And I don't mind what happened. I don't mind how they handled everything, because, dude, I'm from the old school, bro. These things happen all the time.
You know, Jonathan, thanks for the call. It's very wild to see the spectrum it takes.
Oh, no
I hear
doubt.
from people who say,
No doubt.
this doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
Did you see Kenny Smith, who played with Vernon Maxwell? He's like, well, that happens all the time.
Yeah, and Vernon Maxwell is no saint.
Yeah, he's
I'll just say that lightly.
Yeah, Mad Max got that nickname for a reason. Depending on the player. Brendan Haywood thought, you know what? This is wrong. The Warriors messed up. They botched this situation. Kendrick Perkins, hey, there's no coming back from this. Is there any coming back from this? Can Jordan Poole, that's the missing piece here. What does Jordan Poole think?
No, it's a great question.
What does Jordan Poole? Because we could go all day long. We could read the resume of Draymond Green.
Well, this is the way
he drives us all crazy.
No, but this is the way I would summarize Draymond. He is the ultimate can't live with him, can't live without him. Like, to me, that's what he is. Everyone acknowledges how good he is and all the crazy things that he can do on a court that nobody else in the league can do in terms of defense, playmaking, setting up, the feel with him and Steph on the two-man game, setting screens on ball. It's a lost art.
He's a player,
and
man.
His ability to communicate on defense, and then you get all the shenanigans.
Yeah.
Right? So he, to me, is the ultimate cliche. Can't live with him, and you certainly can't live without him.
All right, we're going to get Anthony, G, Justin, Linda, Rich. You guys are all coming up on deck. Rich, we'll get to you first on the other side. A lot of your calls. We want to hear from you. Are you satisfied with the punishment? What do you think about the situation? Plus, we had a game last night, and Wiseman looked good. That's the whole...
He looked great.
He looked great. I'm so excited about Wiseman, Moody. I'm actually excited to not talk about this situation anymore with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. That's been fatiguing, but we have to do what we have to do here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Lutman, hit it.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, Shasky. Niners working out a new kicker.
Chase McLaughlin's on a team, so who could they be working out?
Maybe they're getting Sebastian Janikowski back from maybe getting him out of retirement.
I've got the line to Jose Cortez. Let's book him.
What about Doug O'Brien?
Jeff Chandler on line, too. I've got Wade Bridges' brother.
Jeff Wilkins?
Yeah.
What about Jeff Wilkins? I have a line on him.
Klaus Wilmeyer. We can get him.
Mike Kofer. He's still hanging around. He kicks balls at his ranch. I don't even know if Mike Kofer has a wrench. Anyway, Robbie Gold's status for Sunday's game is uncertain after he sustained a knee bruise while trying to make a tackle in Sunday's game. I told you teams ain't special. That's why they're just teams. Kickoff team, kickoff return team. Ain't no special teams when it comes to the Niners. While Gold has not been ruled out yet, the Niners did bring in kickers for tryouts as if he is inactive. Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. We'll talk more Niners tomorrow. Right now, we're humming on the Draymond Green situation, and the Warriors winning last night in their second to last preseason game. Wiseman looked good. Moody looked good. JaMychal Green, what a find. What about that two-man game between Green and Wiseman? That was nice.
Pat Spencer Hive?
Pat Spencer. Santa Cruz, here we come, baby. Nothing wrong with that. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Poole fakes and fires to half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court! Poole walks away and says, yes, sir! I got this!
Here every week.
Curry takes a three. It's up and good!
Every splash.
Flash for three for Clay.
And every moment.
No good. Stand home by Wiggins!
The home of the champs. 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. It's Super Start Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Super Start batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Super Start batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months. Because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Listen, could Robert change your life?
At the age of 55, I started putting on weight, and I got to the weight of about 210 pounds. Always hungry. The heavier I got, the less energy I had. And about 6 months ago, I started taking the Andro 400, and I started realizing I had more energy. I felt better, and my mind was clearer, and I started losing weight. I went from my max weight was 215, and now I'm down to 176. My waist size has dropped from a 38 to a 32, and I've lost these big love handles that I had on my side, and I just look a lot slimmer.
Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and to look and feel their best. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Golfers, now at the Golf Mart, it's time to hit faster, longer, and straighter with Titleist. The new TSR drivers are designed to maximize distance and elevate your performance. Titleist TSR driver, pushing for perfection every day. Come into the Golf Mart for the new Titleist TSR drivers and get custom fit for free today. Can't make it in store? Visit us online at worldwidegolfshops.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee and family owned and operated since 1984.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, and increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
It feels like we got our own Michael Buffer. What up, Duke in the city? Good morning. Good morning, everybody out there driving on the roadways. Good morning if you're getting off your graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for work or if you're at work, good morning to you. Drive safely there on the roadways. It is traffic starting to pick up here post-pandemic. That beat still knocks. We had to go back to the Snoop Dogg. We had to go back to this beat. I can't say the name of the song. I almost forgot.
The snit.
Yeah, the S. The S stuff. Anyway, good morning to Lubman. Look at Lubman on the board, man. Why'd you fade it out so hard like that? Come on, Lubman. You're rocking. You look at hip today.
That flute hits so hard.
It does hit hard.
It's too soon for the Draymond hit joke, but I'm not going to go there.
Oh, the hit joke. There's a lot of jokes online about that. Oh, by the way, we got Kyle Matson. Backwards hat. Old Dubs hat. Matson's chilling. Answer the calls.
Keep it real, Matson. You know this show's so fire.
No, don't say that. He's got it. No, why would you do that, Shasky? You let the other people say it's fire. Well, you don't say. You just say, hey, I'm just happy to be on the roast.
Time out. As someone who listens to every single show here on the station, all the shows can be fire simultaneously. Just because you put out a hot mixtape, just because you put out a hot mixtape doesn't mean that I can as well.
Way to cover that one up.
I mean,
we're secondary with that backpedal.
Wow, better than Dion. Better than Dion. I am swag.
Oh,
that's right, Dion. I am swag.
That's tomorrow. Can we get into that tomorrow? Today's Draymond.
See John Lynch with Deion Sanders in the cart? Do you see that?
Come on. I see everything.
Had to go see Prime.
I'm like Hufanga right now. I see the field.
Oh, man. You didn't see the Tottenham field. You didn't see the Tottenham field.
You sent me the video.
Yeah, there you go.
You're going way deep inside.
Right, yeah, you're going deep inside. Let the other people say. And by the way, silence is deafening. Silence is golden. Matson didn't even reply to you saying, hey, this show is fire. Matson's like, whatever.
Yeah, I couldn't reply. You guys never shut up.
That is very true. Wow. There's no airspace on this show.
No.
True story. Love it, Matson. If I take a pregnant pause, Shasky's jumping right in.
Well, yeah.
So David Bruce, good luck working with those pregnant pauses David Bruce has mastered. I can't do that on a roast. I want to implement pregnant pauses, but I can't because we're a bunch of gas bags.
I mean, speak for yourself, bro. What the hell?
You're Russell Westbrook, and
We do ball movement, first off. We do not do your turn, my turn. I am not Billy Donovan.
No, I'm Kobe, and you're like, sure. All right, so get out the way. Get out the way.
At least let me be Shaq.
All right, you can be Shaq.
I'll even be Pau Gasol in this particular.
What about Richard Fremont? Who is he? He's Richard Fremont. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's your thoughts on Draymond Green?
Wait a minute, I can't believe you asked that question about that. You know Richard Fremont. You've been on my podcast. Don't even try to. And by the way, Butcher Boy,
yo,
you got to help me out, man, so I can know how to cut that beef because you are the Butcher Boy.
Thank you.
You do.
Game time. Game time, Rich.
So the thing is this. At the end of the day, there's a stat, okay, that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson don't have, okay? And that stat is this. Nobody is more polarizing than Draymond Green. You either like the guy or you hate the guy. At the end of the day, this guy makes you watch him, whether you want to or whether you don't. And the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, Day-Day's going to be Day-Day. Okay?
Yeah.
And what we all have to admit is this. You guys were talking about family earlier. Every family member, I don't care who it is, whether you love him, whether you hate him, you got to accept him for who he is, because that's who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying I'm condoning what he did to Jordan Poole. That was wrong. It was very wrong. But still, at the end of the day, he's family. So you got to learn to forgive and move on and accept the fact that at the end of the day, Day-Day is going to be Day-Day.
Well, Rich, can we meet in the middle and say that, yes, of course you got to forgive in life, just in general, right? It's the golden rule from the Bible. But it doesn't mean you have to forget, nor does that not mean that there isn't repercussions where you have to build back up your relationship. I think all of those things can be true. No one is saying that you got to hate somebody forever. But at the same time, you can't just go, that's okay, and just keep it moving. Not every single thing you do in life can be easily forgotten, I guess is where I'm going.
And you're right. I don't disagree. This is part of Day-Day's history.
Yeah.
No matter what happened, this will never be erased.
Yeah.
Okay? He did what he did, and everybody saw it, and everybody knows. And if he does something more egregious, then guess what? He's going to be an outcast.
Yeah.
He is, no doubt.
No, you can't.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Rich. Thanks for the call. Real quick, before we get to Linda, here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the trust that Draymond broke.
Again, I'll go back to, Draymond and I have been together for 8 years. We've had plenty of run-ins. We've won championships together. We've lost championships together. We've been through an awful lot together. I trust him. He broke our trust with this incident, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I think he's earned that. And I think our team feels the same way. So he knows he needs to regain that.
Does Draymond Green deserve the BOD, benefit of doubt? Does Draymond Green deserve it? Linda, 680. Let you answer that after Linda, Shasky.
Mm-hmm.
Linda on 680. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. It's been a long 3 months since I've talked to you. How you doing?
I missed
We're good,
you.
Linda. We did miss you. We love your takes. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm not a big Giants fan, but, I'll hang in there with you guys for the 49ers and the Warriors for sure.
There we go.
Thank you.
So, while I was driving, I kept thinking about, referees and how we move forward in the league. And you started the conversation with referees and their take on it, and I'm concerned that as we move into the season with now what has happened and transpired, what is the referee's take on this, and how forgiving are they going to be as he approaches them during different times in the game? Are they going to be so quick to go, you know what, I'm fed up with you, boom, here's your tea, and not be respectful to listen to what he has to say or to understand what area he's coming from to talk about a call and not feel like he's moving up on them?
Yeah, that's a great point, Linda, because I watched the Tim Donaghy doc, and they were talking about how the referees have big beefs.
Big beefs.
Now, again, this is 15 to 20 years ago, but if you don't think that these people all have personal relationships, like to your point, Linda, and want to make a point or are just fed up, or now they feel that they can green light Draymond, like I do think that's an element moving forward that I hadn't even considered just yet.
Yeah, it really worries me. And I mean, Joe, I know you coach kids. I coach kids. I want them to have their favorite players and to emulate somebody on the court. And I'm afraid that as I get my basketball tryout started in a few weeks, how many kids are going to come thinking they need to be the enforcer and be a little more aggressive? And I'm going to say, oh, it's okay. You're just a kid. I can't do that.
I know, Linda. Yeah, I'm wearing my CYO shirt right now, Linda. And yeah, I'm wearing my CYO championship shirt right now, and 11-time champion. And basically,
who's the guy who's got more championships than you?
Will Lucy. He has 22.
Yeah.
I'll get there.
You got a while.
Yeah, his are in soccer. I'm not sure how much those count.
Oh, soccer, big time, dude. Don't you slander soccer.
Well, St. Cecilia's is loaded in soccer.
Don't you slander soccer.
He had a lot of talent. It's like, Joe Torre,
More fans. Thanks for the call.
But here's what I would say, because I do use Draymond Green as an example with kids all the time. Not necessarily the personality, but this is what I always tell kids. Who's the best rebounder on the Warriors? And for years, all their answer would be Draymond Green. I go, is he the tallest player on the team? And they go, no. And I go, why is he so good at rebounding? Well, A, he wants it more than everyone, and B, his fundamentals are flawless. And when the
positioning, boxing out, all that stuff.
When the shot goes up, he mans up, he pushes guys back with his booty. He's excellent at it. And so he is an example to a lot of the kids that I'm coaching to. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. I use Draymond. And then the other thing I always highlight, no one communicates on the defensive side better than Draymond Green in the NBA.
Exactly.
Especially as a weak side defender who's playing back on everyone. He's going baseline side to side. He's always barking out the coverages, who to cover. He pushes guys to where they need to be on the floor. He's a great example of what to be as a defender. And then all the other stuff, and that's where I tell you, it's a mixed bag for me.
That's I hope I'm saying it right, on YouTube. I would never let my kid watch Draymond Green to that point. For what? Learning how to hustle? Hey, son, look at that sloppy fast break. Look at that cheap shot. See how aggressive he gets with small guys? That's the mindset of a lot of people. Some people are out on Draymond Green because of this situation. I understand.
That's a little harsh there.
A lot of people are out on him, though.
Because if you look at the way if we're talking about just the player on the court, right? Forget the yelling and screaming, all that. Just the player on the court. We don't have enough Draymonds in basketball in general. Everyone wants to be ball dominant.
But to your point that you just tried to make the previous segment, that the yelling at refs, that's all part of it. That's all part of the experience.
See, I draw a line. That's me. I draw a line from the playing to the extra, and I put that into the extra bucket because there's so many kids that I deal with when it comes to, and again, I'm not trying to make the correlation to kids and play, but there's a lot of attitude problems, and I'm like, hey, if you want to get to the next level, you got to temper this attitude. You're going to have to work on how you communicate to teammates, how you communicate to officials. Like that's part of the maturation process of a kid to a teenager to a man or a woman.
I don't coach kids, but I would also caution on trying to mimic professionals because most professionals got the arrogance, they got the swagger, they got the cockiness. You don't want your kids out there, for example, if they're on the football field, you want your kids out there 11 years old doing the Dion out there showboating? You want to teach them sportsmanship at first, and then maybe as they get older, you implement some of that.
We're talking about the wrinkles of their fundamentals as opposed to how they conduct
But a
themselves.
lot of NBA players don't have good fundamentals.
I don't want you hitting the gritty after making a free throw.
But let's be real, with the NBA game, the reason why it's been watered down is because the fundamentals are lacking.
Well, no, that's my point. And you look at someone like who's a 4-year player like Draymond Green from Tom Izzo's program. Clearly, he understands the finer nuances from a sophisticated X's and O's standpoint. That's why everyone loves him.
Yep.
I mean, so few people have what he has in terms of the basketball brilliance of IQ.
Let's go to Anthony in Concord. What's happening, Anthony? You're on the roast. What's good?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. I can't complain.
Good. So, actually, I wanted to go back to what you were talking about, Joe, because you guys were kind of debating about, like, that line that Draymond crosses. And for somebody that has always struggled with, running hot, being, fairly temperamental myself, like, I don't buy that nonsense that Dre has to do that.
I'm with you.
That's complete and utter BS. And this is coming from somebody that really has struggled with that myself. And there was a time in my life where I had to ask myself, all right, and like, how can you channel this to be better in life? And, you're going to always have a temper. You're always going to, like, that part of you helps you drive and be the best that you can be in certain aspects of your life, but it also affects you negatively at times. And how can you walk that line? And I figured it out. And I'm only a few years older than Dre, so if I can figure it out with no professional help and just having a solid wife and just, the wherewithal in my mind to be like, okay, like these two things, like you're not going to be this person ever because that's who you are and that's what makes you you, but you have to find out the best way to, like, channel that. So I think it's BS. 110%. I'm with you there.
And Anthony,
so Anthony, I disagree. I disagree about that because there's some athletes who needs that. They need something to get them over the edge. All the great athletes, from Jordan to Curry. You don't think Curry reads all this stuff about petty stuff and he's like, oh, that's going to motivate me. Year 14, they're still knocking me.
Yeah, but how many times has he crossed the line?
He's not Draymond Green. I get that. But Draymond Green has had to do that. Number one, he's undersized, right, as a power forward. Doesn't have a great jump shot. Jump shot. He's a second-round pick that still holds a grudge for not being a first-round pick, and he still recites the 34 guys who was drafted ahead of him.
Factually
still goes. So that edge that he plays with, that's what he needs to get the edge over a Jokic, over an Anthony Davis, to get in the head of a Joel Embiid,
Screaming
to be
after
a top
block.
defender.
Screaming after a block is different from following the official on multiple possessions and yelling as the team's going down court.
LeBron James does it all the time.
And I don't like it from LeBron
Does
either.
it all the time.
I don't like it from LeBron either.
All these players do it. It's not just Draymond Green. A lot of players do it. They follow the referees. They talk to them.
But Bonte, you know this. The way you treat your top-end employees in a league and how you treat someone who's below those top employees are going to be different. You saw it. The Jordan rules for Donaghy. You can call that, but not on him. Right? And the problem is that I'm with Anthony in the sense of you need to channel that in the appropriate avenue. I think channeling it toward the shenanigan stuff, it's doing a disservice to him and his team.
I think he gets it off. He gets his technical. He cools down, and then he goes out there and plays ball. I think we're overblowing the referee thing. All of a sudden, he's yelling at referees. He's been doing it his whole damn career.
The Memphis game when he got chucked, you weren't like, "Come on, Dre."
We all laughed at it. We did the show the next day. We laughed at it.
Yeah, because
we
they
played
won.
WWE music and everything.
And if they hadn't won, wouldn't we have been crushing them?
I'm not going back 5 months later saying, "Oh my God, Draymond Green, he did." We laughed at it. The moment it happened, we laughed.
Your threshold is different from mine, and that's fine.
Shasky, we sat here and did a show after the WWE thing.
I know.
Warriors
and
won,
they won.
and he ran around, and you were like, and you said you loved it.
Well, yeah,
so we
because
can't go back on that now saying, 5 months later, you know what, he did the runaround thing, and we all got ticked off about it.
Well, when I see it now, I'm like, nah, this is pretty stupid.
He sat up there and hit the whoop that trick when they were down 55. Game 6, he comes out and has a great game against the Memphis Grizzlies in Game 6. Scored 14 points, and we all got over it.
When he gets like, if he does get into the Hall of Fame, which I think he will, we're not gonna be like, hey, ain't nobody yelled at a teammate or an official the way Draymond did. Like, that's not what's making him a Hall of Famer. IQ, smarts, unbelievable hands defensively, his instincts on where to be, his on-ball screening, the way he shovels and moves and gets people to lift to the left.
I'm not complaining. I'm not comparing the player to these guys. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. How much did they yell at their teammates?
Yeah, but Kobe.
And how much? And how much do we love them?
And Kobe learned over time that when the way he treated Shaquille O'Neal and their relationship completely changed how he viewed Paul Gasol as a teammate.
He yelled at Paul Gasol. all.
Yeah, but he loved him more.
Odom.
They were buddies. If you
he yelled at Sasha Vucevic.
Again.
He yelled at all those guys.
And also, Kobe is different from Draymond.
And then they get Nick
Kobe's
Young.
Kobe.
And they get Nick Young. And they get all these other guys. And he yells at them.
And I'm not sure Kobe.
Jordan Howard was an all-star year in and year out, and he ran him out of town.
That doesn't excuse the behavior. Just because you acted the way
But we all
won,
love him, though. We all love him, right?
We do like Kobe now, yes.
We
and he's
love
regal.
him.
But in real time, I don't think people did like him. He had 0 friends in the NBA.
I read the Jordan rules growing up. I read the Jordan rules.
If you don't think there's a difference between Kobe and Dre, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not saying that. I mean, again, I preface
Steve
this.
Jobs could do one thing. The guy working at the Apple Genius Bar could do something else.
Shasky, I preface this by saying Draymond Green is not Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
He's not even close.
Yeah.
But all those guys yell at their team. LeBron James gets people traded, and you call him the GOAT. LeBron James has gotten multiple people traded.
And I don't love that either.
Throwing teammates under the bus. This happens. Let's just say, hey, Draymond Green's the only one to yell at referees. Half this league yells at the refs. Half the league.
Yeah,
and
but half the league
I'm not
doesn't
going to
get
exonerate
thrown
the
out.
referees. The referees have never been worse. Never been worse in this
Just
league.
because everyone's doing it, Dre's the only one who has, like, if you bring up Draymond Green to someone who's not a Warrior fan, the first thing they think of is he's completely insubordinate to the officials at all times.
And he's a 4-time champion.
Both
and
are
you don't
true.
win these championships without him.
Well, of course.
The same guy we've grown to love is why we love him. We love that stuff. All of a sudden, now we don't like it.
No, I never liked it. I never liked it. While he was, I'll never forget. It's the Ian Clark game. They're beating the Rockets with no Steph because he hurt his knee on a wet floor in Houston. And I'm saying to myself, why are you tussling with Michael Beasley? We're going back 6 years, 7 years. I remember in real time, like, what are you doing? You're gonna get. We do this every year. Oh my God, he's got X amount of flagrants. Right. If he gets any more, he's gonna be suspended.
You guys were worried about the technical thing last year. I remember last season. Oh man, he's got this. Draymond always pushes the line. He knows when he's getting sick. He knows what time it is. He knows when to shut it down and not get that technical to get suspended. He knows what about the flagrant points. He's cognizant. I think we underestimate how smart he is.
Well, if he's so smart, then he should have never gotten himself in the situation he did with LeBron James. Like, he's got, if it's not one thing, it's a laundry list of things.
That was on LeBron. We know Kiki Vandeweghe did the Cavaliers in the NBA. He bailed them out. They wanted that series extended to 7 games. There's no doubt in my mind. LeBron James was off his rocker because he knew the Warriors were up 3-1 and he was getting no championship.
Bonte, again, it's not this singular act. It's the totality of the body of work over a long period of time. That's how I judge relationships, right? That's how I judge people. I don't judge them on their most heinous or glorious acts that they do, right? It's the body of work over a long period of time. That's how I run things. And look, Draymond is a very complicated person. He's a champion. They don't win a damn thing without him. Also, he does a lot of things that annoy the living hell out of me and a lot of other Warrior fans.
What about this, though? What about Stephen Curry? Does it matter that Stephen Curry wants him on his team?
That's the number one thing.
Does it matter that Steph Curry wants to play with him?
And Jordan Poole.
And Jordan Poole. Does that do anything?
But this is where, and do you see me
They want to play with him.
But do you see me this morning being outraged about lack of a punishment?
No, you're outraged about Draymond yelling at the referees. Who cares?
No, it's this guy and what he's done over a long, long period of time. He drives me nuts. And again, I admit it. Can't live with him, can't live without him. But what I would say is I'm not outraged about a lack of suspension or whatever because I'm not in that locker room. Yeah. And I feel that, yes, Steph Curry, the greatest player in the history of the organization, he does have the cachet in a league that's power player driven. He has the equity that he's built up through his body of work and him and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers to me to where if they feel this is the best course moving forward, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and let it play out.
I trust them like when they selected Wiseman. I trusted this front office and coaching staff. When they selected Jordan Poole, I trusted them. When they traded for Kelly Oubre Jr., I trusted them. When they traded for Andrew Wiggins, I trusted this organization. I trust them with this situation. They believe that Draymond Green's not going to get suspended. The hell what I think. It's about what the players think. It's about what the organization thinks. And they think that Draymond Green, they find him, and they think he's able to go for ring night. And who the hell am I to say, hey, he shouldn't be playing ring night? But the players feel like that.
Yes, it's a great point. And I also feel like it's also fair for the fan base and the rest of the league and everybody who covers this to be watching with a magnifying glass as things move forward. That's what's going to happen. And if you don't think that's what's going to happen, then you're probably fooling yourself.
Oh, of course it's going to happen. Of course, it's the champs.
I mean, I can already envision now TNT. And we've got Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. Every high five, every huddle, every timeout as guys are coming. It's all going to be screwed.
What I would say to that, get over it and watch the game. That's why we have the games. Let's break down the games. I'm not going to sit here every single day and break down every single handshake between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green saying, oh, was it fake? Was it real? Is it tough love?
But this is
I ain't got
NBA,
time for that.
But this is the NBA where guys are load managing the entire season.
Right.
That's why they're trying to build in a
but
tournament.
I'm not going to focus on that
The
every
players
single
have
day.
told us that the regular season isn't as important as we want it to be. So of course we're going to look at the drama and the sideshow stuff.
Let's go to G in San Francisco. G, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, how y'all doing this morning?
What's up, man? We're having fun.
Hope y'all doing good. Yeah. Tell me this the last time we're going to talk about this. We got the judgment. We got what the team going to do. We got what they want to do. It's time to move on, man. The youngsters played great last night.
I'm with you.
That's what we should be focusing on.
Yep.
Trying to go get this championship. And this is what it's all about anyway. This is basketball. This is not our particular family and anything that we got to worry about. They handled it the way they needed to, and that's it, and that's all. I mean, y'all Warrior fans, stop listening to haters like Kendrick Perkins, too.
Well, wouldn't you agree it's not going to go away because Jordan Poole still hasn't talked. And, people do want to hear from Jordan Poole.
Do want to hear from
And
JP.
I'm not even trying to be that guy. Like, the media deserves it. I'm not
not just the media.
I don't
The
even
fans
consider
wanna hear.
myself part of the media, even though I am. Like, Jordan Poole does have to talk. And we have to hear that. And so it's not going to go away.
Word. As soon as he does that, let's please put this to bed.
I hope. I want to win a second ring. I want him to win back-to-back. We should be celebrating Steph all year.
Where you talking about it?
What's that?
Man.
What'd you say, G?
I said, Nashasky, stop talking like you're going out on a date with Draymond about all the things you hate about this man. Let this grown man do what he gonna do, man, and be himself. You know what I mean? We don't have a heaven or hell to put none of these dudes in. What we need to do every day, look in that mirror and fix who that is. That's what we work on. All
right, G. Take it easy. Sounds like a lot of people. It does sound like there's a certain segment of the fan base who wants him gone, and a certain segment of the fan base saying, get over it, let's go play ball.
So I'm supposed to look in the mirror on how I'm talking about Draymond, but Draymond doesn't?
Don't focus on that.
No, I know, but it's one of the things
maybe Draymond Green is looking in the mirror and saying that.
And to my point earlier, time will tell.
Yeah, no doubt.
Time will tell.
Hey, let's get back to the line. Very electric conversation. Steve Kerr mentioned last night after the game that Draymond Green will not be suspended. So, Warrior fans, how are you feeling about that? Justin, Danker, Steven, Leroy, we'll get to you on the other side. Thank you for all the calls so far this morning. Very fun show. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
The Golden State Warriors select Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
How about an NBA comparison to Ryan Rollins? Maybe like a CJ McCollum?
Tomorrow, only on 95.7 The Game.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. They've added an Kirby's eco-friendly wash, and I used it. It barely uses any water, and it made my car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection for both the exterior and, the best part, the interior of my car, all in the ease of my driveway. I went nowhere. It was the ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in my driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to my mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and the best part, no upsells. No fraudulence. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or you can use my special code Joe Wash, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities. Try their USDA Choice Beef. It's deliciously tender and marbled for flavor. This week, Choice Beef New York Steak, bone-in, is just $5.99 per pound in the Max Pack. Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
For Butch's Coffee. For EJ's Sandwich Shop. For Springfield Family Dental.
Every day, Staples helps every kind of small business create bold signs that sing. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Ends 12/31. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Butch's Coffee. For EJ's Sandwich Shop. For Springfield Family Dental.
Every day, Staples helps every kind of small business create bold signs that sing. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Ends 12/31. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Mostly cloudy, a high of 62 degrees in San Francisco today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
We got Iggy. What up, Iggy? Oh, actually, he doesn't like to be called Iggy.
You know what?
Iguodala.
I should do an intro for his podcast. Return the favor.
You should return the favor. I love how you always just say you. It's just all about you.
Well, I mean, you get all the love on television.
No, I don't.
Andre, it's Bonte Hill, NBC Bay Area.
Gets the love. I'm just, I'm a placeholder.
I'll be real. I would love to be Mully's wingman.
I want Iguodala.
For like 6 months. Just be his wingman.
Basically, just want my job.
Well, I want the runoff. Like whatever he doesn't get, all the freebies and stuff, I want all the runoff.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Doors just open up when you're Chris Mullin.
It does. He lives a good life. What up, Mully?
Hey, Bonte, this guy. Bonte, this guy.
Hey, man, that's my guy. By the way, some breaking news when it comes to Devontae Adams. He was charged this morning by the courts of Kansas City.
Really?
With misdemeanor assault. Misdemeanor assault.
I mean, we're really going to jam up the courts with this? I mean, really? This is where common sense is just...
So...
Is the guy okay? Is he physically okay?
Yeah.
Can we move on?
Well, we're not moving on from Draymond yet.
I'm talking about for
Devontae and the kids.
It's just so
guy wants to
weak.
get paid.
It's just so weak. But
By
this
the way,
is what's wrong with society.
I heard we were part of some gold-blooded season ticket video or something like that with the Golden State Warriors. Somebody texted that in earlier on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Love to see that. Love to see that.
I would too.
I love that.
I know we were part of the NBA Finals portion.
Final TV.
Yeah,
that was sick.
More you than me, but I was in there.
Hey,
I was all in the videos.
You know what's funny about that? Is the camera guy comes in. But we take it behind the show, behind the scenes, the sideshow.
And you were really ready to perform.
No. So I tell Shasky, when the guy comes, I say, hey, Shasky, man, remember, man, this is a video. Don't try to be Russell Westbrook here. Pass the ball a little bit. And then we watched the video.
You telling others to pass the ball.
No. I pass it really well. That's why they call me Jason Kidd around here. That's why everybody wants to do a show with me. They're like, man, we love doing shows. Bonte, man, he passes a rock. We get touches. Stephen Langford was so long-winded with me. He goes, man, am I too long-winded? This is fun. It's like, I let you talk. When Shasky does a show, it's I saw Shasky with 15 straight Xfinity Flex moments while I was in Europe. I was like, damn, dude.
Well, it's the Patrick Ewing effect.
It's like, dude, can you beat John? Well, don't beat John Stockton. Beat Scott Skiles for a day. 30 assists here and there. But that video.
You're John Wall.
That video, I did do a lot of talking.
So what'd the guy say? I mean, what's the guy, point of the story?
You brought up the mini movie where I read it to the guy, by the way, I forget his name. We were texting, but he was like, dude, that was so good. I wanted to put so much more in there. But with the Golden Gate Bridge coming in, with the microphone coming in, I wish they got the face. They didn't get my face. They just got the beard. And I didn't have a haircut. It was looking kind of rough, So that's my only complaint about that.
Yeah, you knew it was a big day. I wore a button up and did my hair.
Yeah, you did do that. Wait, that's where we're laughing because we are going back and forth with Draymond Green. Of course, Steve Kerr announced yesterday after the game that Draymond Green would not be suspended. He'll rejoin the team Thursday. He'll play the preseason finale Friday. Why do you do that? Like when Joe Lacob comes in the studio, you wear a button up, you tuck in the button up, which makes you look really nerdy, and then you slick back the hair. And I'm like, dude, you don't got to do all that. You look like I did when I was working at Costco. Tucking in the shirt, belt all out. It's like, you don't have to do all that. Why do you do that?
Nerd!
I didn't. That's Loveman. I didn't do that. You're not a nerd. But why do you do that? Hey, we got sales meeting, man. You'd be all daft.
I was told you got to dress the part to look the part, and I was always told, and actually I've got a little something for the sideshow. The only place you can find the sideshow is going to be if you subscribe to our podcast feed in, is it iTunes? What do they call it? Apple Podcasts?
Apple, yeah, Spotify.
So we're going to do
all
a quick little sideshow. I will tell a story. It's my Larry David story about being underdressed at a big, important event. It was the most anxiety-filled, uncomfortable 2 hours of my life.
You were underdressed?
Yes. Wow. I don't even listen to my own words, but we'll get to that later. Let's get back into Draymond on the show.
By the way, I didn't ask you about the Olympic Club. I know you had an MC event, and you asked me, hey, is Anna around? I want to get her opinion on a shirt and tie. I was like, well, call Michelle. Michelle was probably tired of you that day. Huh?
She wasn't accepting my Facebook or my FaceTime calls at that moment. She was on a call for work.
Is that the worst?
That's the worst.
It isn't if you don't pick up the call.
So I went to Nash, he's my dresser, and he told me what was up.
He is good with fashion. He is good. All right, let's get back to the calls. Let's go to Justin in San Jose. Justin, what's happening? You're on the roast. Justin, going once? Going twice? He gone. Let's get to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Bonton? Shasky.
What's up, Leroy?
It's good to be on with you guys. Man, it's good to be on with you guys. Bonton, I miss you, man. I be working so much, and I can't get on in the morning, so I'm running late this morning. So I just want to say real quick, guys, hey, look, Draymond, I like that he didn't get suspended, and I would have actually liked for him to be at practice right after that happened, the next day or the next 2 days, and here's why. Take your medicine naturally. Have to be around the guys and look those guys in the eyes at practice and get the cold shoulder from some guys and let him feel that his teammates was not with what he did. He should have been back in practice the next day. And on opening night, I hope they do let him participate. And I hope the fans boo him to high heaven. And this will be the humble pie that Draymond needs. And I want to say something about maturity, too. We look at Draymond and we see how many years he's been in the league, but he's only 32 years old. Bonton, Shasky, I got a 30-year-old. And sometimes I'm just like, dude, you just don't get it. And how much is he removed? How much is he removed from 28? The things he was doing at 28. 27, not much removed, and I'm just like, he has to grow up maturity-wise, and I just think that's lost.
Leroy, not to cut you off, but it's very interesting. So let me get this straight, because great call, and I love hearing from you. I heard John Steiny Guru the other day. You want Draymond Green. You didn't want him to be suspended. You want him at practice. However, you think you want him to boo. You want the fans to boo on ring night.
Yeah, because I just think that Draymond needs to know that he is one of the leaders of this team. He is the veteran presence of this team. And that's just not okay to do. It's not okay to walk in a grown man's face and put your nose in his face. It's just not cool. I mean, he initiated everything, and I just want him to feel from the fan base. We love you, Draymond. We love you, man. I got your jersey. I'm going to continue to wear it. But we need to speak on this, and we need to let him know that that is not acceptable.
Leroy?
He can do it by booing. I love it.
No, Leroy,
thanks for the call.
It's an interesting perspective, and clearly you've lived a life where you've got lots of experiences to draw from, where it feels like you've thought about this for quite some time. I hadn't considered at all him having the peer pressure of going right back into the cauldron, if you will, of being with his teammates. And I'm sure the organization would have their reasoning on why they would want to have him removed from that. I'm sure a lot of corporations, because we forget that it is a corporation on some level, they're like, hey, for safety, maybe we remove the individual to allow things to breathe. But it is an interesting point about having to go back and face the people that you've wronged right then and there and having to look them in the eye and feel that awkwardness.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder when it goes to ring night, because Leroy said, look, I want him to be booed. I love Draymond Green, but he needs to be booed. That scene, ring night, will Draymond Green get booed? We're not there yet, but I do find it interesting that moment, because usually I've been to a couple ring nights now, not a humble brag, but You know, I kind of do my thing. I've seen it, been it. We'll see all the clips. We'll see him getting the rings,
This time
whatever.
you're getting a ring.
You know, no, I'm not getting a ring. Why would I get a ring? I don't work for the Warriors. I work for 95.7 The Game and NBC.
So you've been to a couple.
And I don't really pay attention to ring night. Like when players get their rings or whatnot and they're doing their thing, I'll wait for the videos or whatnot. I go get my food and stuff. It's all good. We've seen ring nights over the years when the Lakers win, when the Spurs win, whatever. It's fun for the fans. I get it. But this year, I will be hell-bent to see what happens when Draymond Green gets announced.
Cognizant.
I will be very cognizant of that situation. I'll be aware of like, all right, will the fans boo? I'll have the camera up to get the reaction, all the stuff. Like, I think it's fascinating for this fan base. A guy helping you win the 4th championship in this situation with Jordan Poole, all of a sudden you get the ring night. Will the fans actually boo Draymond Green? Wow.
I'll speak for myself. If I'm in the arena, and I don't even know if I'm going to go yet, but if I am in there, I will not boo.
But you won't cheer?
I don't know. I think I will. I think I would.
You pull a Bud Selig on Barry Bonds?
What, just hands in the pocket?
Hands in the pocket?
No, I wouldn't do that. I'll probably, give a couple claps because I can kind of separate, and this is just me, sometimes the art from the artist, right? And in this particular instance, what he did last year needed to be recognized. Am I happy with him right now and moving forward? I'm not necessarily, know. I'm frustrated with him. But at the same time, for me to boo someone, man, that feels a little too far for me. That's just me. I'm sure others will do other things. I mean, we've had the national anthem conversation forever. Like, when I'm doing the national anthem, how I'm raised, I take my hat off, I put it over my heart, and I try to sit there quietly and enjoy the moment. And sometimes I'll sing the national anthem. Others are entitled to do what they want. They can continue going to the restroom, getting food, not paying attention. So however you want to cheer during or boo or whatever during the ring night, that's up to you.
I don't want to talk about the national anthem, but it is very interesting. I've been to a lot of games where people didn't give a damn about the national anthem. I see people on their cell phones, wearing their hats and everything. And all of a sudden we get a couple knees in the NFL and people, oh my God, the national anthem, put your hand over your heart. No, they've done that in years. Like, I'll sing it sometimes if somebody's singing it, I'm like, damn, that's a good national anthem.
I sing.
I don't sing it all the time.
Under my breath, and then at the end, I'll sing it with them. I know, I'm one of those.
This country contradicts itself all the time.
For sure.
That's a conversation for a different day. Let's go to Steven in Oakland.
I get sappy, though. You know me. I'm a sap.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. Not in this country. Steven, what's happening? You're on the roast.
No problem. So, I think Leroy made a really good point. No, we're not going to boo. Let's just get that out of the way. Like, real fan here, goes to finals game. We ain't booing. Now, here's the thing. It might be a little bit quieter of a applause for Draymond, but we're not booing. The last time we booed was when Mully night.
Oh, yeah. Joe Lacob.
Yeah, that was the last time we really booed. And that segues me into my next point, which is, I know you guys think the ownership has a lot of credibility and you trust in it, but like Looney said, that trust has to be earned. The last time Draymond mouthed off to a player that we know of like this, when Durant left, one of the main problems Durant had was that the organization didn't really talk about what Draymond did after he did it.
Yes.
So I'm not going to just give this organization the trust. And if you really look at it, Draymond didn't step away from the team until the video got out.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's a pattern. I'm going to go with Steiny. It's a problem. And, we can't trust Draymond either because he wasn't supposed to get kicked out of any more playoffs.
Steven, what does that mean then?
Out of the Memphis game.
Steve, well, let's be real quick, Steven. I'm going to let you finish your call. Let's be real about the Memphis game one. It was an overreaction to the reputation of Draymond Green on why he got kicked out that game.
Yeah, but it was also him running around in a circle.
Yeah, but no, they kicked him out before that.
No,
which is why he ran around in the circle.
That's what I'm saying.
But he got kicked out of that game because of reputation. That was really a weak-ass ejection. Let's keep it a buck here.
No,
now that we replay that, it was a weak-ass ejection.
Agreed.
It was a reputation ejection.
But his reaction wasn't glorious.
Whatever, we all loved it. But, Steven, there was something.
Because they won.
Yeah, there was something. Damn, I forgot the point I was going to make to Steven. Steven, go ahead, finish your call.
Is punching someone going to help his reputation?
Absolutely not.
That's a good
absolutely
point.
not.
Well, and the KD thing is an interesting one because you are right. In one sense, I guess I am, in a word, contradicting myself because the way they handled KD and Draymond, clearly everybody felt scorned. KD didn't like it. Draymond didn't like it. The team didn't like it. I'm sure management looks back. And Kerr addressed that. We've made mistakes.
Right.
And I don't know if he was referencing that in particular.
You know what, though?
But their overall body of work kind of speaks for itself.
And also, let's thanks for the phone call.
And this goes back to it's never one thing. It's
also,
the body of work.
I remember taking calls. It was the only week Papa and I ever took calls together.
Oh, my God.
That's how big the situation was. We're taking calls. Papa, open up the phone lines. All right, whatever. Like, hey, I remember the first calls was Robin.
I'll take a call.
Hey, I remember the first calls was Robin.
Oh.
A lot of people were on Draymond's side there saying, KD, suck it up. You're being soft.
Well,
remember that? That was the talking point?
I did the post-game show that night with Covey, and I'll never forget that I wanted Draymond gone. I said, if it's between Draymond and Kevin Durant, I'm choosing Kevin Durant. That was what I said. People wanted to kill me for saying that out loud. But I said, if it's between the two of them, I'm siding with KD.
Right. Well, this is a great point, Michael Hernandez. I will boo on ring night. I'll boo Dre loudly, and then the season starts, and it's behind me.
Oh, so it's kind of like Dave Roberts getting a full standing clap from the Boston Red Sox, and then after that they booed the crap out of him. It's reverse.
Wanda Rebate. You get one standing ovation.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to standing ovation for winning the 2010 World Series.
Yes.
And then after that, you're a Dodger. Screw you. You're dead to us.
I'm trying to think, and you have such a better memory on this. When KD came back, there was nobody in the arena, right? And he was hurt.
When? What are you talking about?
When KD came back to as a net.
Oh yeah. It was pandemic season.
So there was nobody in the arena.
He hasn't played in front of the fans yet in Oakland yet.
So that was my point. Like, he has yet to have, and I know they did a video montage,
right?
But the fans haven't had a chance to react.
Give him a standing ovation.
God, the pandemic made everything so weird.
I think he'll get a.
He should. Are
we that petty dub nation?
Come on, man. He should.
Kevin Durant. He chose the Warriors. Let's get to Shaka, Lex, Greg, and then Danker. Shaka in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, good brothers. How y'all doing,
Good morning, man. Good morning.
Great.
Hey, man, I want to call because I know both of y'all are passionate about this discussion, man. I've been listening to y'all, man, I was kind of like, I didn't think Bonte was going to feel like he felt, and, I respect your opinion, man, because I respect you as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And you too. But what I want to say is, what I'm saying is people need to leave his mother out of it. Like, she needs to shut up and all that. People calling on the radio.
It's out of bounds.
That's total disrespect.
Yeah, it's out of bounds.
Well said, Shaka.
Steiny show, dude called after yesterday about the closing. Oh man, all these fake gangsters. This on the radio. This, and his mama need to be. I mean, that's just totally out of bounds, man. His mother. Mothers are protectors, and they're supposed to protect their kids. That's what they are. That's what God created them to be, man.
Yep.
So, with somebody getting on her, where she is in her life is right now is because of her son.
Right.
So I would expect her to be at his age.
Right.
And even remember when she was on the radio show with you when he was in Boston and he had a bad game.
Yep.
She said he had a bad game. I don't recognize my son. So, but at this point, this is so serious at the end of his career. So I would expect her to protect her son.
No doubt.
Another thing I want to say. I don't think nobody is going to boo. I think it will maybe some people that don't clap, but he's over his career. When those three guys arrived, we had no championships, but one since Clifford Ray back in them days, Rick Barry, Jamal Wilkes, back then. I was 9 years old, man. I'm an OG, man. I was 9 when they won. They didn't win till 40 years later, man. So I'm going to always look up to Draymond for bringing that intensity and that passion. Yes, it was wrong. He shouldn't have did it, And, Draymond's a very emotional, and I heard what was said. It was like, hey, if you wasn't for Steph, you would be out the league right now and all that. So his passion overboiled, and he did something he wasn't supposed to do.
No doubt.
And we all know that. But I'm not going to just forget all the good things that he did. Like he donated $3 million to Michigan State. I'm not going to forget all the good stuff he did. I like when Shaq slapped Kobe. There was no camera in there. Hey, Shaq slapped him.
Thanks for the call. We got to move, Shaka. We got to run. Thanks for the call,
Thanks,
Shaka. I love Shaka, man. He's active, man. He slapping. He called Butcher. I think he forgot your name for a second. That's my guy, Shaka.
He ejected halfway through the word. Boom, and he just kept moving. You know what? I respect him.
All right, let's rat-a-tat-tat. We got a couple minutes here before the changeover. Willard or Dibs, they'll have some thoughts on last night. Dibs was running hot during the break. He's going to be ready to fire about this situation. Lex in Berkeley. Let's go. Lex in Berkeley. What's happening?
Man, it was opening night of the NHL. What are we talking about? Why are you even talking about this? I'm glad that an NBA guy can throw a proper punch. If it wasn't on camera, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Stuff happens in practice. Again, he'd get 5 minutes for fighting if he was the NHL. They handle this stuff in practice all the time. You're not going to boo him. It's the logo on the front, not the name on the back. The Warriors are finally good after all these years. Everybody just needs to relax.
Hey, Lex.
Break his nose. Didn't injure him.
Thank God he didn't break his nose.
Hey, Lex. That was more NHL talk than we've had in the last 7 years on this station.
There's no
Congratulations.
doubt. By the way, the Sharks were in the Czech Republic, playing in Prague. They lost to the Predators 2-0.
That's about where they should be playing these days.
Well, no, leave my San Jose Sharks alone. I actually wonder why Chase Center doesn't host the Sharks every now and then. Can they put ice on the
I saw the new uniforms.
Sharks? I want winners. I will not accept Sharks slander. Go Sharks, go. Go Sharks, go. Go Sharks, go.
The guy who only shows up to a playoff Sharks game to be there.
I finally had some time. I cover the Warriors. I can't be everywhere. Before we flex. Let's get
name a current Sharks player.
Patrick Barlow still on the team.
Oh my God, he retired, bruh.
I'm kidding. I know who the GM is. Mike Greer. Shout out Mike Greer, baby. That's all that matters. He's going to fix the Sharks. Rat-a-tat-tat. Greg, Danker, Matt, you got 30 seconds or less. Greg in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up?
First-time caller.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm at the Port of Oakland. And one of these things about Draymond, he was a great player, and he is still maybe a player who can contribute. But next season, unless he takes a pay cut, he will not be a Warrior because Wiggins and Poole have to get a bag.
No doubt. They do have to get it back.
That's the reality of it. And we're getting old. As Warrior, a true Dub fan, the Warriors are getting on too. We need to inject some young blood in here.
Yeah. I hear you. Let's go to Danker. Danker in the city. What's happening? They got young blood. You see Wiseman last night? You see Moody last night? Woo, the youngins, they balling. I'm excited about the baby Dubs. Danker, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, what's up? I was going to talk kickers, guys.
Oh, well.
No, I'm kidding.
All right.
For real, though. Hey, I mean, the Warriors, I think a little of this goes to ownership. And to be honest, they wanted Dre to be that bad cop. And I think he might have been, maybe got a little too much self-entitlement, and it just kind of bit him. And I think things have worked themselves out, but Poole needs to make a statement, maybe have Dre sitting next to him when he signs his contract, some kind of good faith message. But yeah, I think the Warriors kind of played a little bit of a role in this. But all right, y'all. All right,
Danker, and then we'll end with Matt in Santa Rafael. By the way, Tomas Hertl's still on the Sharks. Tomas Hertl.
Glad you can Google.
No, I see it on the YouTube chat. Thank you for helping me out. They got my back.
What number is
They got my back. I don't do numbers well.
I know Mark Edward Vlasic is 44. I believe he's 48.
What number is Hertl's?
Is he 48? I think he's 48.
Love to cover the Sharks all the time.
38.
38. There you go.
I know Brent Burns got traded. He was 88.
Loveman always covered the Sharks back in the day.
Is he still on the team? He's 39?
I don't know. Logan Couture? I don't know. Matt in Santa Rafael.
Still around. Yeah.
Logan. Matt in Santa Rafael, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, real quick. So, yeah, I'm done with the Draymond show, personally. I mean, when Steph got hurt, that was his time to step up and lead the young guys. And he comes out and says, I have a hard time playing at a high level when it's not for anything. Pretty much threw it in that year. And then what's he been since? He's a former Defensive Player of the Year who almost doesn't play defense anymore, can't hit a three to save his life, can't keep weight off in the offseason, and he's a total discipline case.
That's not correct about the defense. You got to give Draymond Green credit. The guy can still play defense.
He played great defense for the first 3 months. He obviously got hurt, and then when he came back in the playoffs, for the most part, I thought he played great defense. For the most part. There were some matchups in the final specifically where it did feel like Jaylen Brown was trying to ISO him.
Didn't work out towards the tail end of the series.
Well, the best part about it is no one can go left on the Boston Celtics. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, no, we all know this.
Literally no one can go left.
Nobody.
We'll be working on drills going left to the cone.
Well, it won't be with Ime Udoka.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Sam Love.
I know he can go left.
Love. Oh, boy. That's a low blow.
That is. But before we go there, your boy, who was it, Shaka, who called in?
Yeah.
This is him ejecting on my name. Oh, it's the flex.
That worked out well.
It's irrelevant how I feel. What's going to be very interesting is we're got to hear from JP at some point.
Yeah, that's the final piece to this puzzle, right?
Of course. We got to hear from JP. If this locker room has determined that's the best thing to do, who am I as an outsider to come in and say they're wrong when, in my estimation, they've earned the benefit of the doubt through their work over the last decade, which Steve has kind of, alluded to. I mean, Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, they have done so many things and they've navigated so many issues. Now, nothing like this.
Right.
To me, I think that they've earned the benefit of the doubt. Can I be still wondering how's this going to play out? Of course.
Right.
It could all be kumbaya right now, and 6 weeks from now, it could blow up in their face. Mm-hmm. But I struggle not being inside that workplace, being the one to tell them what they should and shouldn't.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Sam Love, it's unbelievable. He cuts off and he just goes, well, whatever.
He's the Dominic Leone of board ops right now.
Oh, man. Tyler Rogers of board ops right now.
Tyler Rogers did not give up a run in September.
Thus
concludes Giants talk.
I wasn't watching.
Look at Dan's ready to kill.
I wasn't watching.
81 and 81.
Hey, listen, somebody on YouTube just said it. Hey, thank God for the Draymond situation because they're not talking Giants baseball. It's like, we haven't done that since September.
There aren't any games. Why would we?
Yeah, exactly.
Big signing, though. Patella, that's a huge signing.
London this morning, we talked last night, and then we talked this morning because, well, I still got the Farhan cuts. We get into that. I said, Lubman?
Yeah.
We're probably not talking baseball today. We're not talking about baseball. Got some
Put that in the refrigerator for February.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have Farhan cuts? He cuts half the team every year.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a good one. Well played.
Thank you.
All right, boys.
Hi there.
Have at it.
Dibs.
I mean, Yordan Alvarez.
What a swing.
I mean,
Carlos Delgado of this decade.
If you don't like players pimping home runs, then you don't deserve to watch baseball because he squares it up, he hits it. And by the way, if there was no fence, that ball might have gone 800 feet.
Thank you.
But it's swing and a drive, and as soon as it comes off his bat, he looks at the bat with such disgust. He throws the bat aside. He glowers at his teammates who are rushing out of the dugout. He almost got mobbed before he got to first base. I heard it. I watched it. And when you watch the reaction, it's like, can we get more of this baseball?
Totally.
I mean, it was everything but him, like doing the moonwalk to first,
through the
cartwheels
helmet
to second, the whole thing.
Everybody does it except the San Francisco Giants.
Y'all
We're the only team that don't pimp home
Head
runs.
down, because we, as an organization.
Oh, but did y'all see who was the first teammate there?
Mauricio
Dubon.
He's finally free. Finally free.
I actually didn't like that trade. Dubon's been a good Astro.
No, he wanted...
Kapler would follow you into the tunnel if you pimped it like that. I'm going to give you a talking to, young man.
Dubon was the first one there because he wanted to tell Alvarez, actually, you should have bunted.
Yes.
Yes. Thought that was a risk that you shouldn't have taken.
That's a coming in
joke right there.
It's a 4-month joke.
That was the first ever line drive into the upper deck. Yeah, if you can hit a line drive to the upper deck of a stadium, that was the first one. It was also predicted on Twitter. I've never seen a walk-off home run that everybody knew was going to happen before it happened. Everyone's like, Robbie Ray? Wait, why? No, please don't. This doesn't make... He's going to... Gone. Damn it! Like, every Mariner fan was like, oh, my gosh.
It's hilarious because Robbie Ray's a guy who signed a $100 million contract with them in the offseason.
Yeah, but he's not a closer.
Exactly.
And he got rocked, too, in the first round
Right,
as well.
the Astros have killed him. And Alvarez, I guess his splits, he's just as good against lefties as righties. Like, there wasn't an obvious reason. There were a bunch of reasons not to do that. There was no reason to do it. And then to have it result that way, it's going to be a long day, maybe off season for Scott Service.
Long way to go for that. Hopefully Seattle can recover.
We'll see if it's one of those that in the moment it feels unrecoverable. But then if they come out,
you're
and
just
win
trying to distract from the really cold, hard reality that's staring you in the face.
What's that?
The Dodgers, bro.
I
hate the Dodgers.
I don't want to talk about it.
Because if they win this one, then you can't look at the 2020 in any sort of a way.
I agree.
Now they start to think about a dynasty. They can talk about the even year.
I don't.
Right? I didn't even think of that. I'm just saying.
I'm not surprised one bit that they're going to beat the Padres. What was more unsettling, if you are a anti-Dodger fan these playoffs, is what happened to the Braves. Yeah. Because if the Phillies play the Dodgers, this is a coast to the World Series.
Castellanos picked the worst time to wake up. I'm like, oh God.
And the Braves left so many guys off. They left so many guys on base yesterday.
The Braves will be fine.
I think they'll be fine.
Well, they still almost came back and got him. So I think
I'm thinking about
betting
Braves today.
Yeah.
So that's baseball talk, huh?
I've been betting.
Well, I mean,
anyway,
we'll get to
the end of our baseball talk.
I cleaned up on team totals yesterday, man.
It's Tuesday and Wednesday. We got to bet on something.
Right. You're not going to bet on Commanders. You're not betting on Commanders Bears tomorrow?
Champions League.
Yes, I am.
Champions League.
Nothing tonight, though.
Yeah.
What are we betting on tonight?
Yeah, no doubt.
You got Dodgers.
You got hockey too. You got hockey. You got some puck.
I'm gonna stay off the puck.
You got some puck.
That's not
you
my
got some
lane.
puck to talk about.
Don't do that.
Not my lane.
Yeah.
Puck you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Well,
yeah. If you don't know anything about Zach Brown, Band, then you don't bet on hockey.
Let me read the legal, and I'll just.
That is a pull.
That is a pull. I'm gonna read the legal and step back.
Okay.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Biggest story around here: Draymond Green not getting suspended. Willard Dibs, your take.
Dibs.
it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. It's the biggest crisis that they've faced as an organization, but we can look at the second biggest crisis they faced as an organization, and he didn't say that this was the second biggest crisis, but it was a crisis nonetheless. Draymond Green and Kevin Durant, for which Draymond Green was suspended 1 game. So this, by his own very words, in a Tuesday night news dump, post-game, I'm going to give it to you post-game when most of you were asleep, is what he's saying after a preseason game. But he didn't say it, but how do you say it without saying it? So the biggest crisis that they've faced, the punishment is actually less than the second biggest crisis, if that was that they faced. It's an absolute joke. It's offensive. And, we'll all move on. Come ring night, when Day-Day's out there to get his ring, and we all turn the page, and we get to January, and they're 31-14, and we're talking about the playoffs, fine. We'll all move beyond it. But in this moment, me as a Warrior fan, and I've been a Warrior fan longer than either one of you has been alive, and longer than Steve Kerr has even been a part of this organization, and before Draymond Green was even alive.
And you've told me on numerous occasions, of all the teams, this was your team.
It still is my team.
Yes.
Draymond Green, get out of here. It's over for me.
Wow.
And not just because the organization didn't punish him, but I'm closing my eyes and I'm imagining 12 days from now when a call doesn't go his way and he starts barking and pointing the finger. He's learned no lesson, and he could be contrite, and I think he was apologetic, and whatever happened behind closed doors, and I heard Nick Friedel, and he's absolutely right, this is not my business other than as a fan. And I look at this team with Draymond Green, get out of here.
Well, you can fan however you want, and I know a lot of people feel that way. I think we need to be very careful with the idea of comping this to all the other things that we've seen through the years. As you pointed out, well, he was suspended for X. Why is he not suspended for Y? Because this is in my opinion, this is a completely different situation. And I would ask everybody, again, if you want to boo him, if you don't want to be a Warrior fan anymore, that's up to you. But I would ask every fan 2 things. Number 1, what is it about a suspension that would make you feel better? Because why is that actually that big of a deal?
The satisfaction?
If he leaves for 6 games and we tell him, oh, by the way, if the Warriors go, you're out for 6 games, and you need to earn our trust back when you get back. What sounds like the harder thing to do?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's earning the trust back. So that's the punishment here. And I don't know why this pound of flesh in a suspension is going to matter to fans, why it would make you feel so much better. And the other side to this is, and this is where I think we can all relate, because everybody always wants to, well, if this happened at my work, it's not your work.
It's just
but here's how you can relate. because the Warriors view themselves as a family. And do you want other opinions about the decisions that you make for your family? Whatever's going on inside your house. Now, there are things that end up in the legal realm. If you're hitting a child, then yes, this is the legal realm.
Ben Gordon.
But if things happen in your family that may not be understood outside your family, do you want your neighbors to come over and tell you how to handle it? No.
Aren't we a part of the family, though, by the very nature of us spending our hard-earned money to support this product? Aren't we, by the very nature of organization? So if every single fan decides, we don't like the way you're handling your business, we're no longer going to pay money to be a part of your product, aren't we then impacting their family?
Yes, but that's not going to happen here, and you know it.
No, you're putting this into a hypothetical, and I'm just telling you in terms of
I'm rejecting your premise. I'm totally rejecting your premise.
But your premise is flawed because the very nature of fandom is a part of organizations.
Yeah.
If you don't have fans, the organization doesn't have the money to do the things that they want to do.
Right, but that does not mean you're a member of the family that has decision-making power, or by your comp, you should actually have a say in whether or not they re-sign Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins or who they sign in the offseason.
Well, the only say that we have is our money.
Yes.
Right.
And
that's what you get to decide.
Exactly.
That's not what this is. So that's my point. And as I said, if you want to boo Draymond, if you don't want to go to games, if you want to reject the organization now, that's totally up to each individual. And by the way, that'll never, ever change.
And every fan doesn't feel like that either.
I just don't, I don't see it that way personally as a fan. And secondarily, I guess today, this is my genuine question, is the anatomy of a suspension. Why would Draymond taking 6 games off make everybody feel like, okay, now we're good?
Because you want to change the behavior and to take
you
it
think
to
that would do it?
Well, to take it to your analogy of a family, if you have a child, if one of your kids...
Not a child.
Well, basically, you mentioned a family. So, let's say he's a grown adult. He's a grown member of the family. If one of your kids hauls off and punches another one of your children,
which has happened in my
and you
family.
don't,
no, I'm being honest.
And
It's happened
in my family
and do you
too.
want the police there to handle it, or do you want to handle it?
But
they
other
didn't
members
handle
of the
it.
family,
So
yes, they
they
did.
basically told their child, "Oh, it's okay. Go ahead and knock Jordan Poole out. No punishment."
And now we're getting to where the rub is, which is that if you feel like nothing happened, it's because you're only putting this one possibility: suspension. Either you suspend or you did nothing. They didn't do nothing. In fact, we don't even know exactly what they did do, number one. And number two, as I just stated to you, him having to earn trust back within the organization.
That's gotta be brutal. That's got to be awful.
You've clearly never been through a family situation where somebody lost trust.
I've been through more than you have any idea about.
Earning trust back is so much harder than sitting on the couch for a week.
Right.
And then coming back like nothing happened.
So what does that look like in terms of a tangible trust-earning organization and an exercise?
I'm putting this to you again. Why does it need to be tangible? That's for you.
It's for all of us.
Which is not relevant here.
May I interject? Because I find it's actually a fascinating metaphor. I don't know if it's a perfect one, but it's a fascinating one because...
It's never perfect.
When we've had... Right, I know. But people, it's not a right. But no, I like it because when we've had family squabbles, right? We had my uncle and my cousin got into it at a wedding, okay? It took months, years for them to repair the relationship, and the awkwardness amongst everyone else in the family, sitting down at the dinner table, birthday parties, this, that. It was awkward for everyone. So now I'm envisioning all the other teammates and everybody, to your point, Dibs, and you do have to pick and choose. Should we invite both of them? Do we want them here? Maybe you have lost the right to be around us for a little while, and I don't want to expose anything, but I do think it's not... Yes, there are consequences and suspensions, but I agree with you. I don't know what that line of demarcation is. A year is not enough for some people. A week is not enough.
Right, I heard you say that earlier, and you're right.
But I like the family metaphor because you have to go back and you have to break bread at the table together at some point. And I think we're all underselling. It's 20 people, as in the organization, in a little tube, flying all across the country playing games.
It is different, though. We're talking about a professional team as opposed to family. Now, family members that I do not trust and I do not talk to. It happens in every family.
And you cut them out of your life?
Yeah. Yes. Mom, hey, I want to invite this person. No, you bet not, or I will not show up. That's how it goes down. but this is a professional basketball team.
Yes.
As much as I want to use a family analogy, this is a basketball team.
Right.
And what the star player of this basketball team wants, he gets.
Yeah.
And that's Stephen Curry.
So what if Jordan Poole would have broken his eye socket? What if Jordan
we're talking
Poole
about a different
would have had a
situation.
concussion? What if Jordan Poole...
It's a hypothetical. It didn't happen.
Right.
If it did happen, I guarantee you something different would have happened.
Probably different.
Right.
But Jordan's
consequence is different.
Jordan's opinion matters here too. You're
Right.
right,
Yes.
Bonte.
Right.
And Jordan's opinion was
Right.
stated last night in absentia.
Exactly.
But it was
Via Steve Kerr.
But
Exactly.
it was passed along
Exactly.
that Jordan is ready to go play basketball with Draymond.
Jordan
Mark
Poole
said-
is in line to get a contract. So until Jordan Poole actually speaks, what Steve Kerr says Jordan Poole says is what Steve Kerr says Jordan Poole says.
I'm confident that he's not being misrepresented.
And real quick, what Mark said about sitting out for 6 games, I'm kind of with Mark here in the sense that, okay, you're suspended for 6 games. I think you intensify this
That's what
situation
I think. I think
if
you're
you
right.
suspend him.
What-
You don't
like
have
what-
Draymond Green out there at ring night
What gets
for the
fixed?
fourth better.
What
What
gets-
fixed?
what
All of a
gets
sudden,
fixed?
Draymond Green's steaming hot.
And
Now all of a sudden, you're like, well, now we have to do
Yeah,
something
we
with
don't
Draymond
want to
Green.
upset Draymond Green
But it's
because
not
we've
that
seen,
upset.
we've
That's
seen
not
what
that-
happens
I'm
when
not
we
even
upset
done yet.
Draymond
But you
Green.
make
You
a
know,
situation that's already awkward, more awkward by suspension. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know
with
what
you.
the suspension
But
does.
no, but here's
so how does it become less awkward?
Well, no, I think the
Time.
ultimate. We don't know it now because today
Right.
is October 12th or whatever, 2022.
By the way, it's our 2-year anniversary of when the Morning Roast was launched.
Nice.
Very cool. Wow,
We've come a long way.
Sprung that on
That
me.
feels,
long way.
no, that
That's
feels
very
about
cool.
right.
Yeah.
But I did 51 weeks with Steiny and Goose, so that feels about
There you
right.
go.
So
Yeah.
like, isn't the and this is going deep here, but isn't the ultimate of all the like punishments? It's like Draymond, you're probably not going to be here in a couple years. Like, forget right
Oh,
now.
that's an awful punishment. $50 million to just
I'm just
go
saying,
about
like,
your
But
business.
it's funny. You're flicking everything that everyone else is saying off about this.
Me?
And no, Dibs, you're flicking all.
Yeah, do you think Draymond Green cares?
But dude, do you think he cares about a 6-game suspension? Again, my challenge for everybody today is if you're freaked out that they didn't suspend him, I understand it. And by the way, so do they. He said it last night. We're very open to criticism and we're not perfect. But if you get that suspension, as Bonte just asked, what gets fixed? The only thing that gets fixed is the fans feel placated.
So what
And
is the fix?
Who cares about that?
The fix
The fix is going to take time. They told you
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
This is a journey that they need to figure out.
Right.
And they are
Right.
uniquely qualified to handle in ways that you're not.
Absolutely. And it's ultimately,
I mean-
it's their team and it's their organization. And I, as a fan, am empowered only to the extent that I will either support or not support the product. And by the way, I'm going to support the product. I love the product. I don't like the player, and his actions have continued. It's been a pattern throughout his entire career of bullying. And Jordan Poole, by the very fact that Draymond Green is able to continue to go about his professional business, in my opinion, Jordan Poole got punched again.
So you trade him. You would have traded him?
No, I personally would have suspended him for at least 10 games. And you know what?
And then what?
You know, in ring night, you don't get to go to ring night. And I don't know how you guys all parent and you have all your individual decisions on how you parent. But if I have somebody who is underneath my parentage or my control
home,
in
as
an
my dad used to
organization,
say.
and this is not a child. This is not Draymond
Right.
Green as a
They're
child.
not- they're not
This is
his
a
parents.
31-year-old
Right.
man
But they're not his
who has
parents.
shown an ongoing pattern of disruptive behavior to my organization, and it's gone unchecked other than the 1-game suspension. So basically, you tell him, oh, you can't play in preseason games. See it ring night, Day-Day. This does nothing to change his ongoing destructive behavior.
But you're asking to parent somebody who's not a child. So
no,
you're
I'm not
gonna-
trying to parent him.
But it sounds like it.
No,
Take away
I'm-
it sounds like
I'm the
it. It sounds
employer.
like you want to send him to the corner.
No, what I want to do is, as an employer, I want my employee to behave in a way that is not embarrassing to my organization. This is embarrassing to my organization.
Understood, and they've said that. They've said that.
Draymond Green, you don't invite
Suspension
him to
doesn't
ring
change
night.
that.
They hang a banner for the first time at Chase Center, the 4th in the last 8 years. And you told Draymond Green he can't be part of that win. He helped you win that damn championship.
You lost the privilege.
That's tough.
You lost the privilege.
See, that's a tough situation.
That's parenting.
And that's the way I personally parented.
But that's not.
And
But he's not a child.
Let me
They're
ask you
not
this,
his
Dibs.
parents.
So
Let me
you're
ask you
the
this, Dibs.
employer, so what do you
That's
do?
different.
Dibs,
That's
let me
different.
ask you this, because a lot of what you're saying is on point. I don't think either of you are wrong. Just sitting back listening to you. I don't think
different perspectives.
I get why you
I
feel like
appreciate
that,
it.
and I get why you feel like that.
Yep. No, I get why he feels like that too. I know a lot of people do.
Do you trust the culture though of what Bob said yesterday on the broadcast, what Steve has been saying behind the scenes the last week for the Golden State Warriors? Do you trust the culture that they can handle this and that they did rectify the situation?
I trust it to the extent that Jordan Poole can tolerate it, because if Jordan Poole is going to be a part of this organization for years to come, which is what Steve Kerr said, and Draymond Green is going to have to work with Jordan Poole, I wonder how the culture this year works, because every time something happens where Draymond Green loses his cool or Jordan Poole looks disinterested or those two have a moment where they aren't really seeing eye to eye, this is going to percolate back to the surface.
And so I guess we had Nick Friedel on, and I wanted his opinion on this, and we didn't even know he was covering the team where Bobby
I heard that.
Portis
That was really good. You guys did a great job.
Hit Mirotic, and it's about as close to a comp as we can find, even though there wasn't championships and equity and all that stuff. And when he said on court after the punch, they had never played better together, but they never talked to each other off court. And I guess the question now is the culture good enough to where they can play on court and either not get along or get along, but not bother the rest of the teammates moving forward? And that's the untold thing. I don't know.
Listen, to me, that's
I don't even know how to question.
But that's a very, very big piece of this puzzle, which actually, to me, disassociates it from that situation with Mirotic years ago, because that culture is what everybody's relying on here. And this team, I might have a very different opinion if this was a team that won 30 games every year and embarrassed itself all the time. This is the opposite of that. This is the gold standard of sports. And if there are people there that are coming out, being honest and saying, this is the decision that we have come to as a group, I'm going to trust their decision-making because it's been really, really good through the years. And so that is very, very important in this conversation.
One thing, though, Bobby Portis did break Mirotic's jaw.
That's the other thing.
He went to the hospital. He went to the hospital, and now he's out of the country.
I mean, the Warriors,
and they didn't play together much longer than a month or so. He was gone not long after.
I mean, Steve Kerr said last night, this is very important, they're going to talk to everybody in the organization, and he said, we had every combo of conversation we could have. If Jordan Poole felt like Mirotic did, this would not have gone this way. Jordan Poole says, I can't talk to this person. I can't play with this person. We're not getting this result. But if everybody is on the same page in the house, I don't know how we can't allow them to do that and not be on the same page.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And this is a different situation because Portis and Mirotic are equal. They're on an equal plane. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole are not on an equal plane. Jordan Poole is waiting for a huge bag of money that he's either going to get in the next 6 days or he's not going to get. So he doesn't have the same amount of clout as a Portis Mirotic. Portis and Mirotic were in the same sphere. This is a 32-year-old, likely Hall of Famer, caving in the face of a 22-year-old up-and-comer to where Jordan Poole doesn't have the clout to step up and say, I'm not playing with this guy. He's waiting for a huge bag of money. So that's an unfair comp in terms of what Jordan Poole is saying. Of course Jordan Poole is going to say, I can play with
it.
that.
It's fascinating because I'm not calling you out here, but if we hadn't seen that video, the tone of the conversation has changed dramatically.
Completely.
And by the way, my whole point today is there is no comp. We got to stop with comps. Comps here don't work. If this happened at my work, Bobby Portis here. Remember when he did this to Durant? We suspended him for one game for that. You don't suspend him for that. There's no comp to this.
But when you're in the court, I hear you. But when you're, again, this isn't court, but when you're in court, there's precedent. And so that people are looking for precedent.
But I don't think precedent matters here.
Because there's no correlation is what you're saying.
I don't think precedent matters. I think this is a group that has earned a whole lot of trust, that has a whole lot of reason for that trust, good reason, and they sat down and went through every single angle on this. And you have to remember, they were thrown a curveball after they were already in the process of trying to figure it out, where video came out, which embarrassed all of them. But they went through every single angle of this, and this is what they came up with. And they said, you don't have to agree. Right? And so that's fine. Like, Dibs, you're going to have a whole lot of people today who feel the same way as you do. But if they don't want to suspend him, I don't really understand what that does for us.
So the person who leaked the video is going to get punished more harshly than the guy who actually threw the punch.
Is this the most polarizing topic?
Well, I don't even think it's the. I think a security / software company who leaked that video or something like that. I think a video coordinator who's trying to come up in the game, who's trying to come up in the game in the NBA. Why would he do that? Because once they find out your NBA career is basically over.
Right. So whoever leaked the video is going to be punished more harshly than the guy who absolutely cold-cocked a 22-year-old. Think about that.
But in that corporation, that is a larger crime.
Right. Of course it is.
It is.
And again, if this was Quindary Witherspoon,
I mean, it's private info.
If this is Dante DiVincenzo who does it, they are cut instantly. If it's Jermichael Green, he's on a bus out of town. It's such hypocrisy.
Michael Jordan cold-cocking Steve Kerr.
Right.
Hitting Bill Winnington. You going to cut Michael Jordan?
Well, we don't know what that punch was like because it didn't get leaked.
Like it was hard.
Right.
Who in any form of their life treats everybody the same way?
Stars get treated differently.
But
stars get treated differently.
But that's in every aspect of our
exactly.
life.
You hug some of your kids, you kick them in the pants.
Sorry, Jordan. If your school calls and your kid this, that, and the other, you're going to defend your kid. But if it was some other kid, you want him to get taken off to juvie. Like,
so if the popular kid punches your kid, then it's fine.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If some random kid punches your kid, now we've got an issue.
Another thing that bugs me about situations like this is we all expect these sports teams and head coaches and football coaches and baseball managers to be the moral police, to be like, hey, they know how to punish people.
Set.
That's not their skill set at all. That's not. It's like if we're at this job and somebody has something, I don't expect Matt Mehiga to handle it perfectly. That's not his job. His job is to run a radio station. Not, hey, oh my God, I got these two guys fighting. What do I do? What do I do? Who do I go to? Same thing with these guys. Steve Kerr's he didn't take a master's class in how to prevent guys from punching each other and how to handle it.
Except he's been there.
Right, he's been there. He knows it. But what did Steve Kerr say last Saturday? I've been around the league for 30-plus years. I've seen many fights. Now, depending on how you ask, Kenny Smith, I've seen many fights in practice.
Yeah, this was not a fight, though. Is the difference.
But other players will say, I've never seen anything like this. This doesn't happen every day. Festus Ezeli was on with Damon Ratto. Hey, guys fight all the time.
Yeah, but
depending on who you ask, this type of stuff happens.
Not a fight.
But this is why I talk about the culture. In this organization, Steve Kerr comes out and says, this is the worst crisis we've ever had. In other organizations where there's always infighting, where there is no success, they're like, yeah, guys are fighting all the time. Maybe not here. Not here because this cohesion, this group, so successful, so tight, 3 core players who've been able to coexist through this for a decade now, for the whole time. So again, that's why I keep stating there's no comp, especially when other players are like, well, I get, I punched. Yeah, because you lost 68 games and you were all mad all the time.
Right.
This is the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And somebody hauled off and clocked somebody in the wake of a championship. Like,
crazy.
That's a totally different thing.
And he gets 5 days off. He gets 5 days off in concert tickets.
I mean,
that's just a joke.
No.
It's an absolute joke. And, he's been a bully his whole career, and this is like the apex of his bully era. And the retribution from the organization is, you don't have to play preseason. Have a cookie.
That's not what
it's a joke.
That's not what this says.
That's exactly what it is.
They said he's been practicing after the team. When the team leaves, he comes to work out
like
or whatnot.
Jimmy G.
Exactly. He's got shorts and jogging.
When you zoom out a little, like I was thinking about this driving in this morning, to say he will or won't be here or whatever, I learned a lesson with the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. God knows what could happen with any player moving forward.
He's got a
this
player
whole
option.
thing that like this guy will be here and this guy won't be here, and I feel like I've learned my lesson. And if you told me 50 different scenarios, I'd believe them all.
They could trade him tomorrow.
Exactly.
No.
And if he retired a Warrior, I'd believe that
based
too.
on what Nick Friedel said this morning, he's getting the max. Steph Curry wants him here. Steph Curry runs the show. We need to sign Draymond Green now before it gets too expensive.
We don't know what Steph wants. I mean, we saw what his face looked like the other day.
It does feel like Steph
here to stay.
wields a very big
yes.
As he should.
I agree.
As he should.
Player empowerment is the one tool that you can give outside of the luxury tax,
I mean,
right?
based on that, then Steph Curry wants Jordan Poole to get the max too.
Absolutely.
Because if they're saying publicly that we're planning on signing him to an extension next week, then that's coming from Steph
Hey,
also.
Joe Lacob, you may want to go to the ATM.
Where
Steph
is
wants
Lacob
everyone.
in all this? Do we need to hear from him? I'm asking out loud.
Do we need to hear from him?
I'm asking you.
From who? I didn't
Joe Lacob.
Oh.
Because if this were football, I think a lot of people like, Jed York,
the one
where
guy,
are you?
We need to hear from Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, that's it. I don't need to hear from Joe Lacob.
I'm just asking.
Jordan Poole's the one guy we need to hear from. Joe Lacob, sure. I like when owners talk. I like when Joe Lacob talks.
This is a locker room. It's a locker room dynamic. And the truth is Joe is not in the locker room.
No.
I mean, he's probably he walks through. He's allowed in.
Yeah.
But this isn't really his axe to grind.
Wow, this is going to be a fun day at 95.7 The Game.
Bonds is the only thing I can think of. And Draymond and KD, obviously.
Those two dudes were mad all the time.
Right, but you're going to suspend Barry Bonds.
Kent was mad at the fans for being mad at him.
Michael Morse, Jeff Samardzija, maybe.
Good call.
Everybody all roided up and angry every second of the day.
Exactly. All right, you guys are going to have a fun show. I'll be listening. It's Steiny Guru and Damon Ratto. It'll be a fun day here at 95.7 The Game. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Backdoor lob to Wiggins. He climbs the ladder and throws it down. Draymond with the assist.
Can the Warriors overcome the drama and defend their title?
Hart down the lane. Rejected. Kuminga with a block. Harden says, who is that?
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champions. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, or in some cases the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to their industry-leading service team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides all at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Blink 182 is back. June 22nd, 2023 at the SAP Center, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. For your chance to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Slater is going to join us in an hour. We'll get to the latest. I'm going to do at least part of this show like a game show host. I feel like Bob Barker right now. Please have your pet spayed or neutered.
Thank you.
I've broken yet another microphone, but I've got the handheld, no problem. I'm excited to do this like a game show host.
Great.
We have game show music on this show all the time, so so here we are.
No, it's funny because and I'll take the people behind the scenes here on 95.7 The Game. There are two main positions here in the studio. There's the Willard position and the Dibs position. Of course, your spot is Bonte, you, Steiny, and Damon.
Right.
Over here, we've got Shasky, Dibs, Guru, and Ratto. And our microphone, our boom, our connection never seems to break.
Never breaks. No, we are.
I'm not trying to point the finger, but it's one of the four of you. No.
No, lately it's definitely been me. I'm on a streak. We're going streaky.
Thank you, Will.
I'm on a streak. This is at least the second, maybe the third one that I've done here in a couple of months. But anyway, as long as you can still hear both of us, we're in great space here. And so I have no problem. I've got two hands, and so I've still got another one because I do talk with my hands.
You do.
And so I'll use the right hand to talk.
As long as you can still drink coffee
and the left
with
hand
your
to hold.
other hand.
Yeah,
and
no
eat.
problem.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So we're all set. What everyone needs to worry about, I guess, is this question. What exactly is it about a suspension that would make everybody feel better? I guess that's, and I don't mean that in some sort of a leading way. I genuinely was thinking about this morning, and we are so here for you. I mentioned Anthony Slater in an hour because until then, Slates.
Thank you.
Only a few of us even get that, but anyway. Genuinely would love to hear from as many of you as possible, especially till Anthony jumps on. Doc Pandy in a couple hours. But 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Keep it coming on the Xfinity mobile text line. Twitch and YouTube, good morning. It's great to have you there, and that chat is off and running as well. But for those of you who heard what Steve Kerr said last night, and you're angry that there's no suspension. My genuine question is, a suspension would mean what?
I think it would mean that it would be, hopefully, it would change the behavior, which if you look at the pattern of behavior, it's a classic bully behavior. He has bullied his own head coach. He bullied one of the best players in the league off the team. He bullies officials. And now he is physically bullied, or some would say assaulted. I think that might be a little bit of a stretch. I mean, although nowadays anything is an assault. Devontae Adams is on the phone. We'll get into that, I'm sure, at some point. But the pattern of behavior has gone unchecked. So a suspension, to me, a real suspension with teeth. And, you don't get to go to ring night. Enough is enough. I know you helped us earn the ring. Ring number 4. We're hanging a banner at Chase. But guess what, Draymond? When you punch your own teammate out of nowhere, by the way, it was not a fight. It was a straight up cold cocking. It wasn't a cheap shot. It was a cold cocking.
Nobody supports that. Nobody supports the punch.
Something at that level, enough is enough. You have to lose something, and this is what you lose. You lose ring night. You lose 10 games worth of pay. Finally, your behavior will be checked. That's what I want. It's not a pound of flesh. It's hopefully something to where he steps back and finally says, you know what? I actually probably need to change my act.
Yeah, and see, I don't think it does that at all. I just don't.
What does?
What's already happening does. And I guess that's my point. If I'm Draymond Green, I am way, way less motivated by the idea of, oh gosh, you sent me to my room for 7 games, versus the idea of everyone in that room is looking at me going, dude, we don't trust you. And we can't go where we want to go if we don't trust you. That is a way bigger mountain to climb than just waiting on the couch for a week and a half. And I know to some of you that's not going to feel like a punishment, and maybe it's not a punishment. Maybe it doesn't have to be a punishment. I don't know why we're using that word so much. If what you said,
punishment, that word?
You said what you wanted was for his behavior to change. I don't think a suspension is going to do that at all.
I'm wondering what does. And
the other players, the people he respects in that room, are looking at him with a lack of respect, and now he's got to go earn that back. That's really hard.
Yeah.
That's really hard.
It affected
Don't
him.
Dismiss, dude.
No,
don't be dismissive today.
It was so
Don't be
upsetting
dismissive
that he went
today.
to the Mary J concert. The Mary J Blige.
That's fine.
That's how upset he was.
Listen.
That's why I'm dismissive.
He's going to keep living his life. And so I'm not here to tell anybody today that their opinion is invalid. I will not dismiss any opinion. My point is that if I'm Draymond Green, I am much more affected by the opinions in this room, by Jordan Poole's opinion, by Steph Curry's opinion, and they clearly do not have a good one. I am much more affected by that than you telling me I got to go to my room for 7 days, 10 days. And then beyond that, you have an organization that, speaking of trust, has clearly earned ours. No?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so if the organization through a decade now has earned your trust in terms of basketball acumen, in terms of how to handle situations, in terms of going about their business the right way, there's no leader in sports that's ever been better than Steph Curry, ever. He's the greatest thing that has ever happened to sports in this city. Yes, even better than Joe. So if that's the guy that's calling the shot, and that's what Nick Friedel essentially said earlier this morning, we'll play that for you later on in the show. If that's the group that came to this decision, then who are we to come in and be like, boy, you guys all messed this up. We who weren't even there, we know what you should do.
Right.
That's hard for me.
Yeah.
That's hard for me.
And I can appreciate that. And I'm not dismissing you in terms of what you think. I'm dismissing the idea that Draymond Green is going to change his behavior based on this course of action.
But that's their idea. So you're dismissing their idea.
Are you telling me that they're perfect?
No. Are you telling me that any of us know better as to what to do inside that locker room?
Are you telling me that I'm not entitled to my opinion about what should happen?
Of course not.
Okay, well, this is what I believe. I believe that they're doing this one wrong.
And I'm not going to dismiss any opinion, but in the end, each fan, what we have the right to do, as you said on the changeover, is affect your behavior here.
Right.
You're not going to affect Draymond's behavior.
Well,
with a suspension. It's just not going to do it.
Well, what is?
They already suspended him.
I dismiss your notion of, him having his teammates be disappointed in him. That to me is a laughable, efficacious outcome to this, because Draymond Green is. We know many things about Draymond Green, the athlete. The one thing we don't ever see from Draymond Green is a sense of vulnerability or a sense of disappointment.
You didn't see that the other day?
Oh, I saw.
Okay.
I saw him apologize, but I also saw him say things like, the video was edited so that it.
I agree with you.
It was not a completely authentic apology.
I thought it was authentic. I didn't think it was a home run, because I thought his thought process on that particular one, and I agree with you on that. I would not have discussed the whole video aspect of it.
But you didn't process in general.
But you didn't see him as, I don't know, hat in hand a little bit?
A little bit, but not to the point where he should be.
Okay.
He cold-cocked a 22-year-old, and I'm not going to say that Jordan Poole is a child, but he's a young man. And Jordan Poole clearly did not think that face-to-face incident was going to go where it went. He pushes Draymond.
No one did.
No, this is not about anybody other than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole did not expect to be clocked by Draymond Green, a leader, a man 10 years older than him, in that fashion. So it all happens. Draymond Green speaks, and and I said this on Twitter and I said it on the air, I was impressed to an extent with the way Draymond Green went about it, but I dismiss the notion that his teammates' disappointment is going to bring about any change in his behavior in any tangible way.
I think it's a massive thing in anyone's life when the people who are most important to them and are around them every day don't respect them or don't trust them. I think that is an unbelievably difficult position for any human being to be in, and that's what he's in. And in the end, Jordan Poole, who you bring up, doesn't want him suspended. So why should we? Well, what do we want? Those of us who are outraged by the lack of punishment. It seems
I can speak for myself.
You want him to change.
I want his behavior to be checked. I want his behavior to change. I don't want him punching teammates.
Right.
I don't want him continuing to carry on and be a divisive force in this locker room. He drove KD out of town. He cost the team a championship in 2016 through his own inability to control his temper. He cost the team a basketball game last year when he got 2 tees in the closing seconds.
So you're rolling through the cons. How long's the list of pros?
It's probably equal.
Longer.
But
way longer.
The list of, let's talk about more cons. The guy can't score. You can't shoot
anymore.
No. You want to talk pros and cons? Let's talk pros and cons.
Why? Now we're going to bring up the guy's jumper? I mean, that's not relevant here. How's that relevant?
Can't shoot a free throw.
Come on.
He was unplayable in Boston. You want to talk pros and cons?
Unplayable in Boston. This isn't about that. We already know who Draymond Green is, the basketball player, and we know dang well how important he is to the Golden State Warriors. Listen, I get it. I really do. I get it. I just feel it's a little bit of a snap reaction that doesn't really have a whole lot of context to it. If the Golden State Warriors, who we trust, who are run by really smart, successful people, if this is how they feel, this is the best way to go forward. Included in that is the actual victim. They are the victims themselves. If this is how they feel is best to conduct themselves going forward, I have a hard time feeling like we should be outraged, because that suspension that you all want doesn't get to where you say you want to go. It doesn't do it.
What does get us to where we want to go? And I will dismiss the notion of him feeling like he has to earn his trust is a real punishment, because to me, it's not. This is a guy who has, even in 2016, when he, not single-handedly, but when he gets suspended for punching LeBron James in the balls because LeBron stepped over him and he's unable to play, he still defiantly carries on as if that wasn't that big of a deal. And I don't believe that even the disappointment that his teammates showed in that time.
I don't buy that. They addressed that. They addressed it on a podcast just a few months ago with Steph Curry, saying how thankful he was that the leader of the team sort of looks back on that situation and laughs. That's hat in hand.
Right.
That's hat in hand.
It's easy to look back and laugh when you win subsequent championships with Kevin Durant.
It is. And everybody should be able to look back and go, like, I messed that up.
Are we going to be able to look back at this and laugh? Is Jordan Poole going to be able to look back and laugh?
To be determined.
Jordan Poole's family.
TBD.
Jordan Poole's close friends.
Maybe.
No chance.
TBD.
That was so funny, Draymond, when you knocked me out of practice. That was so classic.
So you've never, somebody you cared about, somebody you love, you've never had a fight and then looked back on it years later and been like, yeah, that was not great, but, it happened and we moved on.
This was not a fight. And
it was an incident. It was an incident.
It was a borderline assault is what it was.
Quite frankly, it's not borderline. It was, but it's within the context of professional sports.
Right.
And obviously these things happen. I am not going to excuse what happened. We're past that. That happened a week ago. It's been talked out over multiple shows. There is no excuse. Steve Kerr called it the worst crisis since they've been here.
Right.
But I'm focused on what is it about this suspension that everybody wants that's actually going to do something productive here? Or is anybody willing to look at themselves and go, actually, that's just me. That's just me wanting some sort of thing that we usually do in these situations.
Yeah.
It's a Pavlovian response. We got to suspend him. That does what?
Well,
the victims are the one that came to the microphone to tell you it's okay.
He's not come to the microphone, Jordan Poole, and to say Steve Kerr is a victim.
They all were.
I don't believe that Steve Kerr was punched in the face by Draymond Green. To characterize him as a victim to me is a stretch.
Their castle has been challenged.
Right.
The castle has been challenged.
Now, if you want to say that Steve Kerr was victimized by the leaker, somebody who leaked the video, that I will entertain. The only person here who is a, quote, victim is Jordan Poole. And he is not in a position, in my opinion, to where he can really step up and step out and maybe exercise his feelings the way that he wants to, because he's in a spot where he's got to play ball. He's waiting to get this big contract. He can't just come out and challenge the machine, even if he wants to. He's a 22-year-old who got knocked out by a 32-year-old. What do we expect him to do?
I don't see that as actually being relevant here, because the team came out and backed to Jordan Poole right away.
Of course.
So this idea that if Jordan had a different opinion about how to go forward here, that the team would then be like, well, then we're not signing you to an extension, which I feel is like what you're suggesting.
Well, I don't feel like...
I don't think that would happen at all.
I don't feel like the younger person in this case has the ability to step up and challenge the bully, even if he wanted to step up and challenge the bully. The very nature of being bullied, which is what this is. Let's be clear about what happened in this incident. Draymond Green walks across the court and stands over him and basically, in that posture, is bullying Jordan Poole. Jordan pushes him, and then he gets knocked out. So what's Jordan Poole supposed to do now?
Well, I think you're downplaying the voice in the room that Jordan has in this situation. Like, I understand the use of the label bullying. It's hard not to attach that here, but in our minds, that goes to a senior picking on a freshman, and the freshman's got no juice. Jordan's got juice.
This is like a senior picking on a third grader.
But listen to all these guys.
10-year gap.
But it's not, because Jordan's got juice. Jordan's got juice. Steve Kerr's in front of microphones going, we're relying on this guy for many, many years to come. Nobody said that about Draymond. Nobody said that about Draymond. And everybody knows that if it did come down to, and I don't think it is, that's what the organization's telling you, but if it did come down to Jordan versus Draymond, who the hell's taking Draymond's side? Nobody.
Steph Curry.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think so. Steph Curry already came to the microphone and backed Jordan. So let's hear from all you. We're going to be here on this all day. 888-957-9570. Hey, Greg in Richmond, go ahead. You're first up with us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. You're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Good morning. I'm sitting in my car. That's about all I'm doing right
now. Out of babe. I hope this conversation's keeping you from where you're going, but I hope you don't get in trouble for it.
It is.
Okay, good.
Hey, I don't think there should be any suspension. However, I've always noticed Draymond always only apologizes, but he never is sorry. And I think there's a whole big difference between apology and being sorry for something. Sorry gets you to realize that you're way out of line and you are at fault and you're remorseful for it. The other thing, I think on ring night, I think the Warriors fans, and I'm going to be one of them, that we should, when Draymond gets his ring, we all should let him know that he was out of line by booing. And let him know, and maybe that will help him to be sorry.
I mean, Greg, this is still an interesting piece. Yeah, I don't know how the fans are going to react, and obviously, I have nothing to say in terms of how each fan wants to conduct themselves going forward. If you want to boo next Tuesday night, knock yourself out.
Yeah, and I think that people will, and I'm not sure how that gets contained in terms of. And I thought that it would be less than if it were a non-ring night crowd, because this ticket is the second most expensive regular season game in league history or something. So, and we know this, Mark, sociologically, that rich people tend to be less vociferous at sporting events than people who have less money. That's just a fact. And if you have people who, are spending their last dollar to get there, more passionate fans, they're going to be more passionate pro and also con. So I think the fact that the tickets are so expensive will mute the response, certainly, but I would imagine there's going to be a decent number. I don't think it will be the majority.
Smattering. You
will hear a smattering.
A smattering.
You will hear a smattering of boos.
I think you're going to hear it's kind of probably going to be a unique sound. It's kind of going to sound like there's a groan out there, because even the people who are going to boo, you're not booing this dude like you used to boo Tommy Lasorda. It's not going to be a put your beard, it's not going to be Boston. It's not going to be Boston. So somebody's either not going to cheer, or maybe there's going to be that little groan sound that comes over, but it's going to get drowned out. Yeah. It's going to get drowned out.
Well,
the Warrior fans.
That's the beauty of the in-house audio, where you can pipe in your own.
No, I mean, I think there are going to be plenty. There are going to be plenty of Warrior fans that are still going to cheer, because by the way, when you feel a connection with someone, when it feels like family, which even though it's not, but to a Warrior fan, that's what it feels like, because we've known and rooted for and watched these guys now, the core, for a decade. You support when something goes wrong. That's how most people, I think, are going to react to this. They're going to root now for these guys collectively to figure it out.
It's interesting when you say that, because you do root for it when something goes wrong. If he would have punched an opponent, for example, in this same fashion,
very different,
we would be much more likely to forgive Draymond Green. This is the punching of the future of the organization in cold blood. And he didn't get knocked out. He got knocked down. I do want to clarify that, which is, it's kind of a semantical nuance. But if this would have happened in a game, let's say it happened to a player on another team,
well, then the league would step in.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the league would step in.
If this happens any other time, you feel a different way about it than the fact that he did it to their own player.
Well, that's why I didn't understand the Aaron Donald thing against the Bengals a couple of weeks ago, because they're like, well, it's practice. Yeah. I'm like, but that's the other team. What's their thought on this? Are they like, well, we're going to handle it as a family? No, they're going to fly back to Cincinnati. It's totally different than when it happens within your group and your house. And that's why, in the end, I'm going to be satisfied with what these guys decide is best, because A, I do feel like they've done that due diligence. It sounds like they've taken their time. And B, they've earned that. This group has earned that through the years. Steph and Kerr and Bob Myers, and hell, I loved listening to what Kerr said about Kevon Looney last night. Like, it's a smart group of people who are very, very successful, and I feel like they've earned the right to say, this is what we think is best.
And I think that we as fans have earned the right to disagree with their course of action. Because
I always disagree, sure.
I think that the one thing that everybody agrees upon, maybe not Draymond Green, but we all would like to see Draymond Green not punch teammates anymore.
Yes,
we all
would agree
want
with
to
that.
see him not pimp slap Michigan State students at a party in the offseason. We want to see him not flail kick Steven Adams and body slam Michael Beasley and groin punch LeBron James and all the rest of it. Yet, is this going to change the behavior? I don't think it will.
I don't know that a suspension would either. 888-957-9570. Definitely going to go heavy on your reaction to this. Coming up next, Slate's Anthony Slater is around the corner as well with the insight from inside the organization. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
Nice dunk put back there by Ryan Rollins, the sophomore out of Toledo.
Tomorrow, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
Baldwin Jr., and just like he did Friday night, first time he touched the ball, he shot it and made it.
On the home of the NBA champions, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Guess where we're going to be on Monday?
Tell me.
Chase Center. Here we go. We're going to get you ready for the regular season opener at home against the Lakers the very following night. We will have interviews with players and coaches. More importantly, maybe for you, we're going to have a bunch of stuff to give away. Autographs, Klay Thompson jersey, all kinds of stuff. This is all happening Monday right here on 95.7 The Game. We will be out there. Let's see. How many of the shows are going? I know Steiny and Guru are going. Are all the shows going? I'll get the full list of shows with regard to who's going to be there on Monday. But we are going to be live at Chase Center. You're going to want to tune in because all of the dignitaries with the Golden State Warriors will be there. And a ton of stuff for you to win as well as this whole thing gets started.
It's awesome. The day before the opener, ring night, Lakers, 2 games on the docket, the second of 2. The NBA season is here, and something about the opener, Mark, is great in the NBA. And then we all kind of go to sleep a little bit on the NBA. Yeah. We visit, we pick and pop. We'll be back to Niner football. But this Draymond Green, Jordan Poole story has been an absolute firestorm.
That changes it. Also this year, whenever you're coming off of a championship, and then this year there's like things like James Wiseman playing, I do think the early part of the season, the Warrior games are a little bit more of an appointment than maybe normally the beginning of a season would be. It certainly got that way, I thought, at the end of last year. Like, even if it was Charlotte on a Tuesday, I'm like, come on, man, let's go. 7 o'clock, sit down. Let's do this darn thing. And I feel like it gets out of the gate like that a little bit more with so many storylines. And unfortunately for the Warriors, there's no doubt this is one of them.
Yeah.
Watching the interaction between the guys. And so if you're just joining us, first off, Willard and Dibs, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Get on the phone, 888-957-9570, the Xfinity mobile text line, the Twitch and YouTube broadcasts and chat rooms are always fire right now. So get it all going in there. Just to reset this, if you were asleep or doing something else, after the game ended last night, Steve Kerr opened his session with this.
He is going to come back to practice on Thursday. He's been fined. He will not be suspended. I expect him to play Friday in our last preseason game and on opening night. We have spent the last week in deep discussions with all of our key figures in the organization, including Jordan and Draymond, of course, Steph, all of our players, Bob, myself, and I can tell you there have been a lot of conversations, individual, one-on-one discussions, players-only discussions, everything that you can think of, all the different combinations that are possible to have in a conversation. We've had them. It's been an exhaustive process. We feel like we have a great feel for our team. We've got a lot of continuity on this team, so Bob and I know our players extremely well. We feel like this is the best way, after assessing everything, for us to move forward. Never easy, no matter what decision you make in a situation like this. It's not going to be perfect. This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season. I'm not going to talk about the fine other than to say he has been fined.
If I felt like the Warriors were willy-nilly here, if I felt like the Warriors were doing this solely because, we either we're scared of Draymond or we're way too like we need to win these games right out of the gate, which they damn well know they don't.
18-2 last year to start, set the table.
Yeah, they did, but if you felt like that, or if I felt like that, then maybe I wouldn't accept that the way that I am. But I accept this. This is a group that clearly took their time, had all of the conversations. They've earned the trust, I think, with their behavior and their decision-making in the past. They have had everybody up front speaking other than Jordan himself. Draymond has done the Face the Music press conference. Steve has spoken twice on it. Bob Myers, Steph Curry. For me, in the end, if they don't feel that a suspension is going to do anything, I accept that. I think, as he said, we know best what we feel is the right thing to do for this group, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, I saw reports that the most he can be fined is $50,000. So Steve Kerr won't specifically mention what the fine is, and ultimately there's no amount of money really in a fine. I mean, are you going to fine him $10 million? No. Are you going to fine him $1 million? No. So whatever he is fined, it doesn't matter. It's akin to not even a parking ticket, quite frankly. It's like getting a coffee at Starbucks and dropping it when you're halfway back to work.
I do hate that. I hate that,
I dropped my coffee.
But that's a day ruiner. If you drop your coffee.
It's a morning annoyance. It's not a day ruiner.
A migraine comes at 6 o'clock at night. It's a day ruiner.
A day ruiner is when you get pulled over at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza for being in the carpool lane and you got a $400 ticket or whatever the ticket is. That is a day ruiner. So fine your shout out Guru, who seems to get out of it every time. But the fine, whatever they fine him, it doesn't even matter, because why would you even fine him at all if ultimately the only punishment that you're saying that he needs to feel is the disappointment in his teammates? So why would you fine him at all at that level?
But I would respond to that with, why is it that you think a suspension does anything different? Like, if he misses these first 5 games, is it like, oh my gosh, the whole world has changed?
What if he misses 20 games?
Well, but
why
would you do that? Actually,
you're talking about something that's going to impact him the way he impacted Jordan Poole.
No, but I give you the same response. Actually, no, it doesn't, because it's not going to do what you think it's going to do. You want him to stop doing this. You want him to sort of take a different mental approach.
I want him to feel the severity of what he did on his own terms. And the only way, to me, that Draymond Green would feel the embarrassment and the shame that he brought upon the organization and the embarrassment and shame that he brought upon Jordan Poole, the only tangible way, in my opinion, and again, I'm not paid to make these decisions, and Steve Kerr even said in that cut you just played, he and Bob aren't perfect. They've made mistakes, and I believe they've made a mistake here as well. But to me, the way that you can make Draymond Green actually feel the severity and the weight of what he did is by missing ring night.
Yeah, I see.
He doesn't get his ring with everyone else. You get your ring behind closed doors, and you know why? It's because you punched your teammate in the face, and there has to be repercussions.
And
if there aren't repercussions, repercussions are, we're mad at you, that's not enough, Mark.
But again, what you're pitching doesn't really do anything anyway. And
it absolutely does.
No, it doesn't. It sounds to me like you want an eye for an eye.
No.
You want something punitive. Oh, yeah, you said you want him to feel it.
And feel it.
But that's not going to do that.
When you feel it, then you change your behavior. You have a chance to. So he misses 4 days of practice
losing a championship.
And 2 preseason games. So that doesn't. Are you telling me that is enough for him to have reflection?
No.
I don't buy it, Mark.
Once again, you are only labeling this with what you, the fan, see. They are in this.
Right.
They are walking through the door every day, and their entire world, their dynamic, their embarrassment, what they're being asked. Nick Friedel spoke of this earlier. They're going to get asked on every road trip. Everywhere they go, this is a fishbowl, and the whole dynamic has changed, and it's all his fault, and they all know it, and that's going to hang over his head all year. This idea from the fan perspective of, you need to feel it. Do you think if you pin on him what he did to LeBron, losing a championship, you don't think he felt that? And it still didn't change his behavior, did it?
He got over it.
No, if what you're asking for is a behavioral change, you're talking about something that's massive, like a suspension, whatever it is, 5 games, 20 games, hell, the whole darn season. You think this human being is just suddenly going to be like, oh my gosh, now I see the light. No, and all that's going to happen is the team's going to be worse off for it. They're literally telling you, we are the victims and we don't want that. That's what they're telling you.
Well, what they're telling me is that they don't really want to address the problem, because if it was an alcohol-related incident...
And it's not.
But if it was, he would go to alcohol counseling.
Right.
This is an anger-related incident, and this is anger issue number... I don't even know what it is, 11, 12, 38, 114, 7,892, however you want to look at it.
Do you know?
And yet they do not.
Do you know?
They have not taken the steps to try to address the anger issue.
Which a suspension
has not gone to counseling.
Does not do. You don't know that. You don't know that.
I do
no,
know
you
that.
Don't.
Yes,
you think
I
you do,
know that.
but you don't. How do you know?
Because Draymond Green would have said, I'm going to get help.
But how do you know that they're not going to force that? How do you know what's going on behind closed doors? You don't know.
I can pretty safely assume.
Come on, man.
I'll tell you this,
don't know.
Mark,
Just say you don't know. It's okay.
If he's gone to it, then it hasn't worked.
Okay.
Because he hasn't changed. He's actually gotten worse.
Find me a therapist.
The anger has actually gotten worse.
Find me a therapist who says that the cure for anger management is... we're going to suspend you and make you sit by yourself for 20 games.
Yeah, the cure to anger management is have a cookie. You punched your teammate in the face.
Okay.
Come get your ring.
Check this. We got a behavioral therapist who has called in. Abe in Concord. It's one of my favorite names in the world. Hey, Abe, thanks for calling. You're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
In between clients, Willard.
Yeah, I bet. Is Draymond one of them?
I was just going to ask that.
He should be.
Yeah.
At this point. The Warriors have enabled this behavior, and what Dibs is saying, to change a behavior, there needs to be appropriate consequences / punishments, and without those, the behavior is continuous. No matter if it happens tomorrow or a week later, it will continue. If you've talked to your 13-year-old or your teenager and told them, "I'm really disappointed with you. You shouldn't have stolen that." Don't do that. You know what they're going to do? They're going to do it again, or do something else that maybe not as severe, but the behavior is not changed because the consequence didn't fit what they did. So the Warriors culture has been, Draymond, you can do what you want. You kind of get away with it.
What if I said, Abe, because this is interesting, because what I'll say is I'm going to agree with you in theory, but I don't know why it has to be suspension. How do we know what this team is doing behind closed doors? And wouldn't you tell me as a behavioral therapist, if somebody loses the faith of everyone around them and there needs to be a process of getting that back, is that not a way bigger mountain to climb than sitting out 2 weeks worth of games? Do you understand what I'm saying? And the Warriors have punished him in the past. So this idea that they've enabled him, they have punished him in the past.
But it hasn't worked. So maybe that's a mountain what you're talking about, Willard, but there's multiple mountains that Draymond needs to climb and with the Warriors. So if it's a talking to and everyone's disappointed, plus a suspension, plus the fine, plus anger management, or weekly therapy in general, there needs to be a consistent message of we are not accepting this behavior. We are accepting you guys, chatting and being fierce on the court and jawing at each other by all means. However, when we've crossed that line of trying to attack a coach, punching, cold clocking, like literally Jordan Poole in the face when he's not looking what it looked like in the video, hey, we're not tolerating that behavior. That is a no-go. We can accept everything else, but not this. So I think there's multiple punishment consequences that needs to be done here, not just one.
I don't disagree, Abe. Thanks. That's really good stuff. I don't disagree. What I'm trying to figure out is why it's so important to everybody that the punishment is that. Why does it have to be a suspension?
Because what else is there? And
a thousand things.
I summarily dismiss the notion of we're mad at you as a punishment and you have to earn our trust. That's a non-punishment. That's a reality that's going to exist no matter what. He punches Jordan Poole in the face. Nobody in that organization is happy about it. They're all disappointed. You saw the press conferences. They're all gutted. Steph Curry was really upset that he had to even be up there to address this period. So that is going to exist no matter what. So what else is there that the team is doing? So you find him akin to 1/5 of one game worth of a paycheck, which is basically like dropping your coffee, as I mentioned earlier. It's like $3 to you or me or anybody else.
But I think a suspension is the same thing.
I disagree. I think when you deal with the embarrassment, because right now, if you look at the scope of embarrassment, who's more embarrassed right now? Steve Kerr and the organization, Jordan Poole, or Draymond Green? I think it's debatable. I would put Jordan Poole as the most embarrassed in all of this in terms of you got absolutely pummeled, and who's going to be ridiculed more in this, the puncher or the punchee?
Oh, Draymond, this is way more embarrassing for him.
Disagree.
That culture of it's embarrassing that somebody hauled off and clocked you when you didn't see it coming. Why is that embarrassing?
It's not embarrassing to the bully. This is what bullies do.
No, come on, man. This guy, like Jordan Poole, didn't have to have a come to Jesus press conference and face all this. Jordan Poole's not a controversial figure right now.
You think Jordan Poole's not going to be mocked on the court by opponents throughout the entire year?
Oh gosh, who cares? They're the trash talk society.
I mean, that's the world that they live in.
Have you watched their world? Have you seen the way players have been pulling him aside actually before and after games to have conversations with him? Why? I don't get that. I don't get that part of culture where it's embarrassing that you got punched when you didn't see it coming. Like, what was he supposed to do? Predict it? Move out of the way? Punch back while he's laying on the ground with 6'8" people standing in front of him? Like, what is Jordan supposed to do differently? How's this embarrassing?
It's embarrassing when you get clocked.
It's embarrassing because there's video and now the whole world knows about your stuff.
Right.
Like it feels naked, I would imagine.
Draymond Green's mother coming out on Twitter and basically saying you should have had your hands up.
And then deleting her account. Draymond, of course it does.
That makes it even more embarrassing.
Go to Twitter right now.
Mom
You're
came
getting
out
ripped
and
on Twitter right now.
told you
so am I.
That you got knocked out by my son. You pushed my son. Basically, what his mom is saying is you should have been smarter. You should have had your hands up.
I mean, Twitter.
I'm talking about the embarrassment of Jordan Poole.
Again,
you got a guy's mom coming down your road over it.
And who cares? Who cares?
I bet you Jordan Poole cares.
It's Twitter. And then she deleted her account. That's way more embarrassing, quite frankly. But it's Twitter. Who doesn't get embarrassed on Twitter every day?
I'm still waiting to hear what an actual punishment would be that you think would be impactful to bring about the change in Draymond Green, because I don't believe that this, here, go have fun at the concert, take a couple of nights off. I don't believe that is a punishment that's going to bring about change.
There's nothing they can do about the Mary J. Blige concert. There's nothing they can't tell Draymond you're not allowed to leave your home.
Right, but that to me speaks to just how badly he was feeling about the incident.
It's a fair question, and I think it's what Steve said yesterday. I can't really tell you what is going to make Draymond change. I can't tell you what that punishment is. I can tell you he's been suspended before and hasn't done a damn thing. He got suspended, in fact, and it lost the Warriors a title. Didn't change a damn thing.
That was the league that did it.
Yeah.
That was not the team.
And the team has also suspended him between him and Kevin Durant. Also didn't do a damn thing. Kevin left, and here we are talking about Draymond 3 years later in another behavioral situation.
That was a one-game suspension.
Yeah, I understand that.
That was not for ring night.
I just put it this way. I don't have any evidence that that's going to work either. I'm not here to tell you exactly what it is going to get him to change. I'm here to tell you that people who work with him every day and know him like nobody else and are all part of the collective process that where he exists on a daily basis, they did their due diligence and they have decided that this is how they're going to go forward. And there's probably a lot of things that are happening in this dynamic that they're not telling us. That's my guess. So I know you all want a suspension. I'm not going to say you all. A lot of you feel like there should be a suspension, but that has also proven to not work. And it's the only thing that as a fan we can see. I guess my answer to you is I don't need to see it. I don't need to see what your punishment is. I trust the Warriors.
Right.
Because they are very smart, very successful, very open, very transparent. They have been the whole time. And this is what they came out and said.
But they, and I will use your they in terms of the organization, they, by not punishing Draymond Green over the course of his career and all the things that he's done, whether it's driving Kevin Durant out, 1 game suspension, getting 2 meaningless texts and getting ejected in a game that they would go on to lose, all of these non-punishments of Draymond Green have only served to enable him and allowing this behavior to largely remain unchecked, leading us to what happened a week ago at practice where he punches Jordan Poole in the face. Yeah. So you could argue, and I would actually argue, had they been more proactive in trying to regulate Draymond Green's destructive behavior, had they been more proactive in perhaps suspending, disciplining, or maybe getting Draymond Green help before last Wednesday, perhaps that incident never gets to the point that it gets to. And when you see the practice footage and you see Draymond Green go over and get in Jordan Poole's face and you see nobody at practice look to intervene, what that tells me, the video evidence that I see, and the fact that nobody's even turning to look at this, that tells me that Draymond Green has gotten in the face of a fellow player so many other times before, and it's gone unchecked. To where now it leads to the situation that we have.
We don't know that this hasn't happened before. We don't know that this. You're right.
The circumstantial evidence would tell you that if a player gets in another player's face, that seemed like a pretty garden variety thing that Draymond Green had done.
I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that he hasn't clocked someone before. I don't know that. Who knows? I mean, they're all telling you, right? David West, man, you don't even know what happened in here this year.
Right.
Who knows what the hell happened?
I would bet every single dollar that I have that he didn't punch David West.
No.
I would bet you that he didn't punch Boogie Cousins. I would bet you that he didn't punch anybody else who is his size or bigger.
Yeah, that's all fair.
And it's because he's a bully.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I don't want this conversation to go there because I am not supporting the punch.
No, I'm not saying you do.
The punch.
I'm going to take it there because the fact that he picked on, and I will say picked on a younger, smaller, 10 years younger, 50 pounds lighter, and he cold cocks Jordan Poole, that is a garden variety definition of a bully.
It's awful. It's awful. I mean, Steve Kerr called it the worst crisis they've faced. May and Milpitas, weigh in on this. Hey, May, we got to get to more of your phone calls. Anthony Slater's here coming up, and a lot of people want to weigh in. Hey, May and Milpitas, what are you doing?
It's all one word. Mine understand.
I'm at Kaiser Hospital, but gentlemen, it sounds like it's getting a little chippy in there. Green on Dibs. Just kidding. But this calls for Willard. Willard.
Yeah, boy. What's up?
This is all about perspective. I could care less about his suspension. I could care less about his fine. I could care less about any of that. But as perspective, you talk about your son. You have a 16-year-old son or a teenager, correct?
Yeah, 15, yep.
Okay, so now let's say at school, and Dibs did go there with the bullying. If you're at your school, there's a known bully, and this other kid clocks your kid, and the principal says, hey, you know what? We're just going to go on the honor system, and we're going to have this kid earn your kid's trust again.
Mm-hmm.
That's good enough for you?
Not even close, and with all due respect, a horrible comp on so many levels, and here's why, May. Thank you very much for calling. We're going to get to Anthony Slater. Terrible, terrible comp for this reason. My kid and said bully at the high school are not friends. They are not family members. They are not co-workers. It sounds to me like, based on your comp, they don't even know each other. They don't work together. So that's a bad comp from that level. Number two, those are minors. Those are kids. I've said this a number of times. It's very easy for us in this moment to want to compare this to parenting, but it's not. Draymond's 32. This is not daycare. This is a grown human being, adult across the board, and very different than your office or my office type of a place. And I think it's the parent in us that I keep hearing coming from so many of you, Dibs, you included. The parent in us, punish, punish, punish. This isn't that. It's different. It just is. He's 32. You have to treat him like an adult. And I know some of you are going to say, then you need to act like one. And I do believe that's what they're saying in many cases. But to compare this to what happens with a 15-year-old who gets attacked at a school, I'm sorry. I don't see I don't think anything in common there whatsoever.
But I think that you are excusing this too lightly as a part of pro sports culture where, and I'm not saying that this is anybody else's workplace because it's not, and I agree with you in terms of that. This is not two people at IBM. This is pro athletes, alpha males, but this incident doesn't happen all the time. I summarily will reject that notion.
It's funny. I want to agree with you, except for so many people in the NBA keep saying it does happen all the
sure
time.
It happens weekly across the league.
Not weekly, but yearly. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Dub Nation, the season begins now. Be there for Champions Ring Night, presented by Chase Freedom on Tuesday, October 18. Warriors hosting the Lakers. Live at Chase Center. Your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP, where representatives are standing by. Anthony Slater also standing by. We get the inside the locker room story from him and then continue with your calls. Don't go anywhere. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Poole fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court! Poole walks away and says, yes, sir! I've got this!
Here every three.
Curry takes a three. It's up and good!
Every splash.
Flash for three for Clay.
And every moment.
No good. Jammed home by Wiggins!
The home of the champs. 95-7 the game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In just moments, we will find out who is the Bay Area's favorite Slater. Is it Austin or is it Anthony?
Okay.
Those two have been named the finalists for the Bay Area's favorite Slater. and only one of them can be called slates.
What about the slate jerseys? The Warriors slate jerseys that are slates.
Slates, yeah.
Those are good jerseys.
We, as a group, believe that Slates is going to talk to us here momentarily on the show, but we'll ask him. Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. All right, our Warriors Insider, let's find out. Anthony, do you get offended when Gabe Kapler says, we think that Slates was the right decision in the 7th inning? And do you stand up and go, come on, dude, that's my name?
I actually heard like a John Miller clip during, I think it was spring training, where he was announcing like the starting outfield, and he said Anthony Slater, and he's like, I mean Austin Slater. For like 2 seconds, I felt like, I finally made the big. So, I played baseball in high school, wanted to play in college, so it was a nice moment for me. So it's John Miller, right?
I mean, and happy 71st birthday for John Miller today, actually.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm glad you brought him up. All right, now that the laughter's out of the way, damn it, let's get to serious stuff, Slates. What'd you think? And it sounded like Steve Kerr knew that there was going to be at least some opinions shared about the way the Warriors were handling this. But what was your reaction to everything he said last night?
Yeah, I thought he admitted it when he said any criticism is fair. I think he knows it does not look good. The entire situation hasn't looked good, but they want to win. And I think this is them admitting this. I mean, this is not the first time they've made a decision, Draymond Green related, that is in the interest of winning a title that, might not look good from a disciplinary standpoint. But I think the players, I know the players were very heavily involved in guiding them to this point, and the belief that, look, just bring him back in the locker room. He's still going to have to deal with the awkwardness. Like, he's not coming back Thursday and it's like, all is good. Vibes in the locker room are back. He doesn't have to face a punishment. Like, he really needs to earn not just the trust, but just his stature back in the locker room that he's created over a decade back. And that's not going to be an easy thing for him to do. It does not look good publicly, but I don't think they care, because I think Steve Kerr's opinion is this is the best way they can get back on track to winning a title that I think we all consider them at least slight favorites for.
Absolutely. I mean, right in the mix, no matter what happens. What's the mindset of Jordan Poole in terms of how this is all playing out, whether or not Draymond should be suspended or back? Has he spoken at all, or is there any indication when Jordan Poole would possibly address everything that's gone on?
Well, the timing of this is all interesting because he is in the middle of, pretty deeply in the middle of some contract negotiations for the big extension that will set him up for life, essentially. This is one of the most important weeks of his life, which made the timing of the punch all the more curious, as I'm sure you guys have been discussing all week. But my expectations, we probably won't hear from him until there's a contract choice one way or the other. Either he extends or doesn't extend. My expectation at this point is an extension is likely to come. But his mindset, as Steve laid out last night, is, he's willing to play with Draymond Green. He's willing to be in the same lineups as him, be in the same locker room as him. Will their relationship ever be the same? That's questions Jordan will have to answer in the coming days and really won't be decided in the coming weeks and months as we see that interpersonal dynamic play out again. It used to be very mentor-mentee. I don't think it will be, at least in the near term. But part of their messaging this week around Poole has been, he's going to be here for the long term. He's a building block. Steve even said after his big preseason game, well, this is why he's going to sign an extension, hopefully, in the coming days. So I think that's been purposeful. In a weird way, I almost don't even want to say this, but kind of been good timing for Jordan in the sense of I think it's been hardened in the Warriors' stance the way he's handled this, that he is worthy of locking into long term.
Anthony Slater, Warriors Insider, 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. Anthony, while we're on contracts, how do you think this entire experience has affected any future contract talks with Draymond Green?
I think he's lost a lot of leverage, and sometimes leverage in contract situations is the court of public opinion, right? well, if they let Draymond Green go or they trade him, like, the fan base is going to be up in arms. Steph Curry and the veterans in the locker room will be extremely upset. Well, that's never been less true than ever. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be long conversations and deciding, Draymond Green's future, but if they, after this year, let's say, split up, I think a lot of people around the country, a lot of the local fans, even in the locker room, will be like, it's kind of understandable, like last straw type of situation. So, who knows how it plays out from here, but that's the thing. Draymond Green, who is a sharp businessman, who has a long TV career ahead of him, and plenty of money in his future, did, in this situation, with the way it all played out, make a very bad leverage move from a business standpoint as far as his future contract goes.
But at the same time, he does have the player option to where he can just opt in. And what role does Steph Curry play in terms of Draymond Green's long-term viability as a Golden State Warrior?
I mean, he's always played a huge role. I mean, Steph has always backed Draymond forever and, been vocal about wanting to keep this core together as long as possible. This week has tested that, theory, or I think Steph Curry was pushed a little bit to the brink, recently. We'll see how, Draymond has a chance here. Like you said, his runway isn't just, this player option that he has next season, but also, this season. He can get back in people's good graces if they win a bunch and he plays well and he, is behaving really well as, in the locker room. I think he can earn trust back, but I've never heard Steph Curry as outwardly and publicly upset with Draymond Green, transparently as he was really this past week, and saying like, no, he was in the wrong. He broke a bunch of trust. So if he is your strongest ally and about as strong an ally as you can have in an organization, is Steph Curry in that organization, and he's saying the type of stuff he did this past week, that's not good, for like I said, his leverage.
Anthony, just with how many fans you interact with and being close to the organization, I wonder what they think it's going to sound like next Tuesday night when Draymond's name is announced.
I think it's going to be cheers. I mean, maybe bigger cheers for Jordan Poole. Maybe they need to show a higher level of support for the guy who got punched, but I don't know. It's sports. It's going to be fired up in there. They're playing the Lakers. They do want to be celebrating all that happened a few months ago, which was like the culmination of a dynasty, essentially. And, say what you want about the events of this week. Draymond Green remains, a top 2, top 3, top 4 most important person of an entire era. An entire era that had the Chase Center built, that is having another banner put up, a fourth. And, he's part of the reason he's sticking around despite what happened is that there's a fifth potentially, in their, target right now. And he remains a monster part of that. And the fan base understands that. And I think generally he will still maintain a positive, reception on a ring night. And I think long term he'll still have a very strong legacy, in the Bay Area.
Time heals all wounds is the old expression. Tuesday will be interesting. But speaking of wounds healing, Klay Thompson with some mental wounds has been unable to get out on the floor. What's the timetable and the expectation for Klay Thompson to be able to get over this mental hurdle and be able to get out there and play?
Yeah, well, he scrimmaged yesterday. They had a lot of the main guys because they knew they weren't playing in the preseason game yesterday, have a fuller scrimmage during the middle of the day. And Klay competed in that, and that was kind of a big step. He's supposed to, as of now, they're hopefully going to play Friday in the preseason game. They'll have their actually full lineup, Draymond back too. On track for the opener, it sounds like. And he's done every time we go in the practice facility, he's doing full contact one-on-one work and different drill stuff that we can see. So I've known it's not like he just can't get on the court. But as you mentioned, it was very interesting how he just admitted he could not play in the summer. He called it a mental block, and that slowed his integration in camp, and that's not great. But also, the guy missed the first 40-something games last year and came back fine. So I think him missing a couple weeks of camp isn't too bad.
Slates, great to have you today. Yeah, man, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, there he goes. San Francisco Giant and Warrior Insider.
Yeah.
Anthony Slater with
He's
us
tough
here.
on lefties, that's for sure. He can flat out hit the lefties.
Is he right-handed? I assume that about people, but I don't know. I've never watched him actually
Austin Slater is, right? He's right-handed.
Yeah, you're right.
So then Anthony, then the Slates must be righty as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to have Slates against a lefty in the 8th inning, then what is he doing on our roster?
No doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's lost in all this, and I know some of you really, like, this is where your mind is already. For as many of you who are like, suspend him, there are a lot of people who are like, can we just talk about basketball? And, like, underneath all of this, they look really good.
Deep
oh my gosh,
and talented.
Right? Wiseman's gonna hop in here, and you know, next level for Poole, and next level for Kuminga and Moody, and now you get Draymond back to the starting lineup. Obviously, we got to navigate the whole mental side of that. But man, this team. Whew.
That's why I can't wait for Tuesday night and beyond the ring ceremony. And, you know, once Draymond's out there and Jordan Poole, and, you know, you'll see them at some point on Tuesday night. There's going to be, I don't know if they'll be like arm in arm, but there'll be a moment of, you know, hey, we're teammates again. There'll be a low five. There'll be something to where we can all start to put this behind us in the rearview mirror. And what I said to Anthony applies. Time heals all wounds. We're going to get to a point in the year where this team is humming. They've won 9 of 10. Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman and everybody. And this team looks like they might win one for the thumb. And this unfortunate story will be in the rearview mirror.
Starting lineup, you announce them both. They go hand in hand. They walk over to LeBron and kick him in the jimmy. That's what I would do. You want this to get around,
Just
cheer, and just end the whole thing. I think that's exactly how you do it. Let's go to Teo in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Teo, what are you doing?
Yeah, trust me, the traffic to Berkeley is not fun.
No.
Yeah, I've been there.
Oh, hang on. We're now joining Teo live on a conversation about traffic in the East Bay. Go ahead, Teo.
So you do this for, like, a side as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Teo. That was exciting. Let's go to.
Might have been in a drive-through order right there. We get a number 5.
I feel so bad for people. Like, look, there's a lot of callers. This is a big topic right now.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you got to wait. You got to wait a little bit. But then we get to you.
And a lot going on out there in the world.
Your big moment. Here it is. And then, man, mom's spaghetti. You just choke on the open net. That was your moment, man. You missed your chance to blow. Let's go to Gabriel in Napa. Hey, Gabriel, you're on Willard and Dibs. And what exactly are you doing?
Prepping for the event tonight with some of my people and hoping they pull it off.
The event.
You know,
I know. It's a big night.
Napa Valley. You know what's up. Yeah.
Darn right.
So first things first, you guys are my favorite show so far today. I just wanted to touch on a couple things.
It's only been 2, but okay, go ahead.
That's a pregame show, too.
Oh, yeah,
Great
pregame.
job by you so far. I mean, awesome. First things first, just to look back very briefly, you know, I don't want to run down the 13 things. Draymond Green is a habitual line stepper. That's never going to change. Some of them are worse than others, to quote Charlie Murphy. You know, if you're playing pickup basketball and Draymond Green's out there, or that type of person, you love it. You keep the court. You're the king of the court forever until he punches somebody, and then game over. It sucks. Going home early. That's a fact. Secondly, you know, to be real, Draymond Green is exhibiting, I don't want to label anybody, but he's exhibiting all of the characteristics of somebody with a real mental health issue. And that's a real thing. It's not a stigma. The stigma is not dealing with it. I'm bipolar. I've screwed up my family so many times. So is my brother. You just got to take care of yourself. And you know, I'm not a pro basketball player, so nobody's covering up for me. You got to earn it back. And the only reason they're covering up for Draymond is because you're absolutely right. He can help them win again. He has sunk costs in terms of his money, 25, whatever he's making. And yeah, Steph's going to stick up for him. But on the basketball court, moving forward, which to me is kind of the most fun thing, not to be sober about the reality, is if I don't really care about nostalgia. Nostalgia means something 5 years from now when they come back. I care about Kuminga and Wiseman, and I know they're not Draymond Green. He's a generational defensive talent, point guard talent, whatever you want to call him. I want to see those guys on the floor. I guarantee you, if Draymond goes through this season doing what he did last year, he's got a back injury, he's got all this other stuff, They are not re-signing him, of course, and they might trade him. And frankly, that would be no problem. Trade him to the Knicks. Trade him to Detroit.
Look, he's lost the future leverage. Gabriel, thanks so much.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Good luck with the event tonight. I mean, we're all super nervous about it. Do you know about some event in Napa that's going on tonight?
No, but there's always events in Napa, and I'm sure that they're going to nail it.
Yeah, I think it's going to go great. But anyway, point is this. Anthony Slater said this, and if anybody wants to dismiss that this is a part of the conversation, I don't think that you can. And so this is uncomfortable, but this is the reality of this. And even those of you who want him suspended, you want this too. The Warriors' job is to win. That's it. Their job is to win basketball games. And when they tell you, we interviewed everybody, and everybody talked to everybody, and we went to Steph and Iguodala. We sat down with Jordan. Kevon Looney got a shout. Steve Kerr last night said, man, that's a special man. I'm going to ride with that guy. All of them have a single motivation, which is for this season to go well. And by the way, for all of us fans, that's what we're mostly interested in too.
Absolutely.
And so, look, it may not be perfectly comfortable. And Steve said that too. It may not be the cleanest result ever. But the bottom line is that is a piece of this conversation that's motivating everybody. And so, Draymond Green's not going to get 25 game suspension. They would like to
25.
win. You did say 20 at one point.
I think 10 would have been the most appropriate number.
But again,
Bobby Portis got 8.
Why are we, again, but with the comps, like it's nothing like that.
It's actually very close to being the same thing.
I don't see it that way.
Well,
but
we
anyway.
don't know the severity of the actual punch. We know what happened to Mirotic, and he basically was concussed and had his face broken. And if the same thing happens to Jordan Poole, then we're thinking about this in a different way. So the fact that Jordan Poole can take a punch makes it okay for so many of you to not want a suspension.
Well, I don't think it's that. I mean, listen, again, why I don't want to do comps is every situation is really, really different. And you're not only talking about Jordan's injury or lack thereof, but then Jordan's reaction, and Jordan's reaction to this, his emotions, what he wants to do next clearly played a role here. And if he had broken an orbital bone, his reaction might be different with this because the experience would have been different. That'd be my guess. But again, we're also talking about, and this is why I don't like the comps, if Jordan Poole's opinion about this matters, then Mirotic's opinion about it mattered. And based on what we know, those are two very, very different opinions. Certain people react a different way when they get punched.
Yes.
You and I have this conversation. Go back to Jock Peterson.
Right? Exactly. He got slapped. But
right. But whatever. And there were a lot of people almost offended that Jock didn't fight back. And I get that. But for some people, when you get punched, it does not mean that your world has crumbled if you don't fight back and you're all embarrassed and everything is over. Jordan appears ready to roll with this.
We'll see.
And so we'll see.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
I mean, I do know what Steve Kerr told me.
Right.
Which is that Jordan Poole's ready to be a teammate with Draymond Green.
Yes, and we will see how that goes. And, all eyes on the nonverbal and the verbal communication between the two. And we'll see if Draymond Green changes his behavior as it pertains to his teammates and his on-court antics. But it's been a long pattern of line stepping, as the previous caller indicated. I think that's a great way to describe it. And we see it almost every time he's on the floor. He steps over the line, he gets a tee, and then he doubles down. That's fine. Whatever he wants to do with the officials is, and I wonder if the officials don't treat him differently in light of this, or, if they have a shorter fuse.
I wonder, it's interesting.
I mean, I think everything now changes for Draymond Green in terms of his perception. You said last week that you think that his media career is now in jeopardy, and Anthony Slater, when he joined us earlier on the show, he didn't seem to indicate that in any way. He said he's got a lucrative media career still ahead of him.
On the line is what he said. He's got a lucrative media career on the line,
and I don't
he's
think
lost a lot of leverage.
Green has lost any of his sponsors. I haven't heard any stories about that.
No, and I wouldn't think that he would in this. I mean, again, if you're going to be in bed with Draymond Green financially, you already know that you're lining up to be with a line pusher.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
A line stepper.
Line stepper.
Yeah.
Push the line, step over the line, step on the line. Yeah, all that stuff. Jimmy Garoppolo likes to step on the line sometimes.
He also steps over the line, quite frankly.
Jay in Sacramento is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jay. What are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, how are you, Jay?
This is Jay from the Bay, man. Listen, funny thing about this is, I've been following you guys for that show ended, man. You guys are something else, but
I can't even hear a word he's saying. Thanks,
Jay. Thanks for the call.
Need a better phone. Cato in Oakland next up, Willard and Dibs. Hi, Cato. What are you doing?
Good morning, Willard. I think you're on a really good point. I see a couple of Dibs points, but what I found in my experience is that a man won't change until inside he feels he needs to make a change. And nothing that happens really makes that change happen right away. You have to feel it inside. And being that he's grown up in probably a poor town, because I never hear his dad get mentioned, in Michigan, and now he's been successful being...
And now that connection's going a little sideways. But
fuzzy.
Yeah, I mean,
fuzzy.
That is, I guess this is another part of the assessment, and there's no way for us to really know because we aren't therapists and we don't know Draymond personally. I wonder if everybody, and I think actually this is where all of us kind of agree, if everybody wanted Draymond to sort of look inward, if that's where change comes from, and you want some sort of a different behavior,
and we've
right?
used the phrase rock bottom when we talked about this.
If that's what everybody wants, then it would be up to people who do something different for a living than I do to say what's going to get him to look inward. And would a suspension do that? My guess is, based on history, no. What would get him to look inward, if I were, again, and I'm totally guessing, but if I'm Draymond, I would much be quicker to look inward if when I walk into the locker room, I no longer have my guys looking at me the same way, treating me the same way, that respect is gone, that trust is gone. That's going to go way deeper than a suspension, which may actually just spark more anger, which it has in the past, and may get actually the exact opposite of what everybody says they're looking for.
And I thought, and this is what I thought and said last week in terms of a suspension, if it were a self-inflicted real step away, not 4 days in a Mary J. Blige concert, but a real stretch of time where he would go and get the help that it appears from the outside he needs. And if he doesn't think that he needs help dealing with his anger issues, then that to me is a bigger problem than any suspension can possibly fix. But maybe the team doesn't see it the same way. Maybe the team wants this edgy Draymond and they don't want to have him address his anger issues.
Or maybe they're doing that and they don't want to say it publicly, for all we know. I mean, I'm sure that the Warriors have mental health coordinators. In 2022, I'm wildly confident that there are sports therapists all over that team.
If he's been doing this therapy for the past 10 years, then they might need to get some different therapists.
Not working yet. Sponsored by BMW Fairfield, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. BMWFairfield.com. 888-957-9570. Plenty more of your phone calls. Plus, Doc Pandia next hour. When can Jimmy Ward play with that broken hand? Among the questions we will get to with him on Willard and Dibs.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
The Golden State Warriors select Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
How about an NBA comparison to Ryan Rollins? Maybe like a CJ McCollum?
Tomorrow, only on 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Humanity has been shaped by moments in which one person approached a crowd with something important to say. I'm John Meacham, and this is It Was Said, Season 2, a creation and production of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, in association with the History Channel. It Was Said, Season 2. Listen and subscribe for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to male enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. And now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just remember Monday, which is not far away, Chase Center, baby. That's right. We're going to be the day before. The lights go on, man. And here comes the season on Tuesday night against the Lakers, and we will be there on Monday across the board here at 95.7 The Game to get you ready. Interviews with players, coaches, and then a bunch of stuff to give away. Autographs, Klay Thompson jersey. You may have to not wear it until January. That's when Klay Thompson puts his uniform on.
Right.
But anyway, going to be a great day on Monday. We look forward to it. We'll be reacting to the 49er game as well.
I was going to say, it's going to be a big day for you, Mark, because you're going to have to navigate a post-game Niner show mixed with live Warrior content. You as the driver of this 9 to noon vehicle, Willard and Dibs. It's not Dibs and Willard, and I'll be happy on Monday that it's not Dibs and Willard because it's going to be a navigation sensation, big boy.
I'll tell you what, as a driver, I don't even have a car right now. But that's a separate issue.
Man.
That we will figure out in just a handful of hours.
Kia.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, we're going to get it all taken care of, and we'll be onward. No, that should be fun. That should be a whole lot of fun.
Are we hoping for like another pedestrian Niner game? Like, just give me 31-6 over Atlanta. That way we can talk Dubs.
Hoping for it, not expecting it. I mean,
it's a trap.
Well, we're going to get our first injury report today, and so you'll start to get the drumbeat as to whether or not Nick Bosa plays, and I think that's a game changer, obviously, if that pass rush is not at full level. And then if the pass rush is not at full level and you've lost Emmanuel Mosley, Jason Verrett not ready, ... You can see how very quickly this defense goes from great to maybe just good. I think it'll still be good enough, but I also think higher of Atlanta than I do Carolina. Don't think very highly of them, but higher than Carolina. Like
the odds makers agree. The spread is 5 and a hook.
It's a team that can give you a game. I mean, right? Without that roughing ridiculousness, maybe the Falcons beat the Bucks on the road last week.
Okay. And I saved the rule.
Just saying.
I've got it up on my screen in case any of you out there have some questions about the roughing the passer.
I don't.
Rule.
I got no
went
questions.
through last night and refreshed myself just to make sure that I've got my I's dotted and my T's crossed. So.
I do know that the rule was not broken and that it was incorrectly officiated, and that Patrick Mahomes, who was a part of the Chiefs-Raiders game where there was one of these questions as well, also came out yesterday as a quarterback and said, we need common sense here with regard to this.
Unfortunately, the rule is not written to where common sense is a part of it at all. And that's where you, Mahomes, Derek Carr, and all the rest of you rubes who don't digest the rule book as I do, to where you see things such as, when in doubt, the referee should always call roughing the passer.
It wasn't in doubt. And by the way, breaking news, nobody ingests the rule book like you do.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody.
Gene Steratore.
Even Gene. Gene's more in love with the camera. But anyway, Tony in San Jose. Let's get back to Day. And Doc Pandia is about 20 minutes away with a lot of 49er questions. And by the way, some Warrior ones too. James Wiseman, Klay Thompson, their sort of rebirth out of injury and back into the lineup. We'll get to all that coming up in a little bit. But more of you right now, Tony in San Jose on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Not much. Get some Halloween candy for Halloween.
Hey.
That's about it.
Wait, now, how are you going to do that on October 12th and have the candy still be in the cabinet when it gets to October 31st? That's what I want to know, because those Reese's at my house, they get eaten.
Gone.
Man, I don't eat candy like that, man. It's bad for your teeth, man.
Got that right.
But here's what I got, man. Hey, this in-house here, it should have been like a 20-game suspension. With that being said, we know what Draymond brings to the table. That just helps Bob Myers help speed up the process of developing the young players that we got. Draymond is just about a few minutes being on the side of Iguodala, helping everybody out, and only time he gets in the game is when something's going wrong. And with that being said, too, also, Draymond does owe Jordan apology. And not only he owes him an apology, he owes Jordan Poole a bag out of his pocket. Just give him a bag. Here's my apology, little bro, before he goes. I'm sorry. Here, take this bag, and I hope you can forgive me for that.
You know, it's interesting, Tony, because I don't know if for somebody who's probably about to get a $120 million extension, I don't know if he's like, man, I need a few bucks. But we keep coming up with ideas, and I keep having the same thought in my head, which is that we don't know that didn't happen. He needs therapy. Maybe he's getting it. He needs to talk directly to Jordan. They said he did.
They did, yeah.
Right? Like, we all want these things to happen. We don't know, A, that they haven't already happened, and then B, the reason I accept what the Warriors are doing is we are injecting our moral code onto other people's moral ground.
That's just basic human moral code.
Well, but is
punching
it?
another person is bad.
Yes.
End of moral code.
But nobody said otherwise. The Warriors literally yesterday.
They're enabling the behavior by allowing it to go virtually unchecked.
I disagree because, again, by you calling it unchecked, it's not going checked the way you want it checked. That does not call it unchecked.
Well, you won't.
They called
won't say how they're checking it.
They just said worst crisis
right.
in the history of their time here, and they have gone through a very deep, exhaustive process, and they have come to the conclusion that whatever it is they're doing is the way to go.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of people are walking around going, we know what they're doing. You don't. You don't know.
You don't know what they're doing
You're
either.
right. I know that suspensions in the past have not worked. Well, that's what I know.
First of all, they have suspended him once, and it was for one game. And that was the second worst crisis that they've had. So if this is a worse crisis than the previous crisis where you suspended him, if this crisis was worse, wouldn't you want to do something more than what you did the first time?
They're totally different situations,
but it's a crisis.
Right, but you can't, not every crisis is the same.
But a previous crisis, you chose to suspend him.
Right.
And that was because the afflicted person was Kevin Durant. And so you defended Kevin Durant by suspending Draymond Green for a game. And Draymond comes out this offseason on his podcast, which, by the way, has been pretty mysteriously quiet so far. And maybe that was part of the punishment.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he lost his podcast.
Draymond. You don't get the podcast until January.
That would actually hurt more than just a regular suspension.
It would hurt us because that thing is an absolute treasure trove of content for us.
I think the Warriors have been pretty open in that the voice of the victim matters. And so Kevin Durant at the time, and this is different because you're also talking about a high-level max free agent who you're trying to woo.
Right.
His voice probably mattered. So what he wanted or what he thought was best was going to matter. And then same here with Jordan Poole. And those may, and it sounds like, have been two totally different answers.
We don't know what Kevin Durant wanted at the time.
But you never felt like the Warriors came out and said, so Kevin's ready to be teammates with Dre. Really? Because we just read his lips and he said, I'm out of here. Jordan has indicated to the organization, I'm ready to be teammates with Draymond Green. So right there, you already have a different vibe.
Perhaps he indicated that.
Well, that's what they said. I mean, I'm not going to call him a liar.
I'm not saying he's a liar
I'm going to take Steve Kerr at his words last night.
I am too. But I think what they didn't do speaks much louder than what you're saying they may have done. All we know that they've done is that he's been fined, and they won't say how much. And according to most sources, the most he can be fined is $50,000. And if that's the fine, that is a pretty weak sauce punishment, in my opinion. I think what they haven't done speaks far louder than anything that you are theorizing that they've done behind the scenes. And I also reject the notion that when he walks into the locker room, the fact that the teammates don't run over and high-five him, I don't think that affects him personally.
That's way harder than a suspension.
When you see the way Draymond Green carries over with the IDGAF attitude that has gotten him this far, I don't think that affects him more than missing out on ring night would.
It feels like a lot of you want Draymond Green to be a different person, and that's not possible.
I just want him to stop punching his teammates.
I get that. This is, to what we know, this is the only time that it's happened. So if you're going to tie all of the other instances to this, then you can't say you just want him to stop punching teammates, because what you actually want him to do is to stop being Draymond Green. You want him to stop pushing the line, and I get it.
I've wanted that for probably 7 years.
Well,
I want him to stop inflicting his opinion upon officials. I want him to stop kicking opponents in the groin. I want him to stop body slamming opponents in games that they're going to lose.
And you do realize you're not going to get that, right?
I think that,
and I actually think it's a little odd to ask for that. I think
the fact that you continue
punching
to
a teammate,
enable this behavior has led to him punching a teammate.
No, you're connecting talking to a ref to punching Jordan Poole, and they couldn't be more different.
A career worth of behavior.
Yeah. And by the way, it's behavior that a lot of us have supported through the years because we agree that edge is a necessity to his game because he does not have some of the typical basketball talents that we pay to watch. He does not have Kevin Durant's abilities. And so I know you even agree with that. That edge through the years has been necessary. It, at times, this being the worst, leads to stuff that is way over the line and therefore needs to be addressed. But if we're going to tie all of the things together, then to say you need to stop all of these things, well, it's not going to happen. You're not going to get Draymond Green to just fold his napkin and put it on his lap and fold his hands and sit there.
I just want him to stop punching teammates.
So then we need to spotlight only this.
How about we've come up with a way to have Draymond check himself a little bit. He can still be an aggressive elite defender. You can still be a point forward. You can still be a motivational, inspirational player without crossing the line as repeatedly as he does. And those are the things that the team has enabled throughout his career. This is another example, in my opinion, of them enabling this behavior to continue.
I think that you are making it sound really easy for him to change the way he does it and then keep being successful at it. And I don't know that he feels that way. And I don't even know that that's true. I don't know that Draymond could succeed without his edge. And I'm also going to reject that all of these things in the past are always wrong. This was absolutely wrong. A lot of the stuff that we tie to this that happened on the court in the heat of battle, man, there are comps to that all over the place. So that, like, a lot of this stuff that Draymond has done that we talk about, LeBron, Steven Adams, they amount to a personal foul in an NFL game. We don't hold like,
this is not the NFL.
No, but they amount to a technical foul in the NBA. It happens all the time. We don't go through some exhaustive, oh my gosh, he's got to stop with technical fouls. Like,
well, those were flagrants.
But that's going to be part of his deal. We have accepted that already.
When he kicks Steven Adams in the balls and he comes out afterward and says, I can't help it. That's just what my leg does when I shoot the basketball. You're so full of crap.
Okay.
And by the way, the next year,
we've all enabled
that.
Since
that, Draymond Green doesn't do that anymore. So was he able to go in the offseason, Mark, and go in the lab and find a way to stop flailing his leg up? No, it was a cheap shot where you kicked the opponent in the balls because you were frustrated that he was getting the better of you.
That has nothing to do with this.
It absolutely does.
And it sounds to me...
It's a pattern of behavior that goes unchecked.
Gosh, I find those two things to be so different. In the heat of battle with an opponent where you lose a little bit of an edge and go too far, just a little bit, and get a technical or a flagrant versus what happened in practice the other day. I could not find those things to be more different. And it sounds to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, I'm not putting this on your shoulders. It sounds to me like you really have gotten to a point where you just do not like watching Draymond play basketball in his form. And if that's the case, that's fine.
Oh, I like watching Draymond play basketball. What I don't like is Draymond's act.
Well,
Draymond...
I don't think it's an act.
No, what it is, Mark, is offensive. When he constantly...
If he's offensive, then you don't like him.
If you let me finish. Every trip down the floor where he is haranguing officials... I bristle at that, not only because I defend the refs, fine, we can put that aside. You look at any other Golden State Warrior, and they don't do that. Andre Iguodala even, captain palms up. He does not, every time down the floor, exhaustively berate officials. That wears me out. And Draymond Green carrying on wears me out. When he barks at his
carrying on? What does that mean? Carrying on after everything that doesn't go his way, stomps around. It just is. It's exhausting. NBA
Mark.
games, like they all do that. Like
no,
every NBA game looks
NBA
like that.
Every NBA player in every NBA.
No,
you're saying they all do that.
Every
Steph doesn't.
team has
Clay
a guy.
Doesn't. Kevon doesn't.
Every team has
Wiggins
someone.
Doesn't.
Every team has someone who does that.
And those are players that I don't necessarily admire. I can't stand LeBron and the way he carries on.
That's the only thing I just try to get to.
It sounds like you can't stand Draymond. A teammate in the face.
It sounds like you can't stand Draymond.
I don't like his act.
Okay.
And then I think that the team has enabled this to continue to the point where you see him at practice and he goes right up to Jordan Poole and gets in his face and he punches him.
Yeah.
And that now it's, okay, Draymond, take 4 days off.
This feels very different to me than somebody who's talking to a ref too much. Joanne?
To me, it's all part of an overall package of his behavior.
Joanne and Vallejo next up on Willard Dibs. Hey, Joanne, what are you doing?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm a 65-year-old senior, and I am a Draymond fan all the way. Yes, what he did was wrong. A lot of times, me and my old man sit here and watch games, and I be wanting to go through the TV and choke him for a lot of things that he does.
Yep.
But the whole thing is that I find a lot of forums, especially on Facebook, these so-called Warrior fans, if you hate him, then you want to bring more hate upon him. No one knows what Draymond is going through. And it takes two, because Jordan Poole was running off at the mouth and must have hit a button that triggered Draymond to go over there and do that. So it takes two. I don't want to say that, he's the victim, true enough. But it takes two.
Well, Steve Kerr himself said that Jordan Poole did not do anything that was possibly, and I hate to interrupt, but this needs to be a point of contention and a point of clarity, because Steve Kerr and Bob Myers said Jordan Poole did nothing to prompt this incident. So to say he was running off at the mouth is categorically false.
I don't know that it's categorically false, because running of the mouth in a practice is normal behavior.
Right.
So that doesn't.
What did Steve and Bob say on Thursday?
They said he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Running off at the mouth is nothing wrong.
Well, to call in and say, she's basically intimating that he had it coming to him.
No, and I don't agree. And I don't agree with that at all. But
which is why I stepped in and interrupted
Right, but
her.
to say that he wasn't running at the mouth, actually, we don't know that at all. And what we know about Jordan Poole is, he probably was, because that's what Jordan Poole does. He's a trash talker.
So you're saying he had it coming?
No, I actually literally just said, if you had listened to me 10 seconds ago.
You can't say that he probably was. We don't know that.
No, we don't. But we also know that that's what he does during practice. And what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with running your mouth, playing basketball.
Draymond himself said
that's
that
what they do.
In the offseason.
She did say one thing that is very important here, which is that everybody is going through something. For us to get to the point on a file footage type video and know everything about the background here, we don't. It's hard to say this because it sounds like kind of what you just did there, which is that you're excusing it or you're blaming. I got no blame for Jordan Poole. None. Zero. Period. But what is the context of this event? We're never going to know that. We're never going to know that. And that's probably important on some level.
Well, Draymond himself said that he's going through something
even if it is that. Even if it is that. You know what I mean? You've got a baby at home. If you come in and you got 1 hour sleep, are you going to be a different person potentially? Are you going to be quicker to react? Maybe. And I feel like there should be compassion there. I have no clue about that with Draymond. I'm just talking about that in a general sense.
4 hours of sleep
with people
these days, but
that's not enough for a human being.
Correct. Right. But if I get to a point
it doesn't mean you can hit me.
Exactly.
Of course.
If it gets to the point where if my off the court behavior in life gets to the point where I can't control myself at work, then you need to have enough wherewithal to pull yourself out of that situation before you roll over and pop a guy in the face.
Right. We're never going to get, we don't even need to do that conversation anymore. We're never going to get anywhere where someone's like, you know what, it's okay that Draymond punched him. That's
Some people think that. You and I both don't.
Swish in Fairfield next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Swish, what are you doing?
Oh, man.
What's up? And gone. Okay.
Swish, more like an air ball.
Got 2 words in. Oh, man. Isaac in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I've been playing basketball for a long time as a kid, as a grown man at the gym, and nobody ever got hit. But do you guys think everybody's fair how they're doing it? If he had hit Curry, the GM or the owner, would this be the same thing?
Of course not.
I mean, I don't. Again,
of course not. If he hit Clay or Kevon or Steph or Wiggins.
But why are we even asking that? Like, first of all, if you hit the owner or the coach, of course it's not the same because it's not the same. They're not out there on the court battling with you.
Well, he reportedly tried to get at the coach a few years ago in the locker room. He tried to fight the coach, according to many sources.
I don't know if it's tried to fight. Who knows exactly what that looked like. But yes, and he challenged the coach, and that was something that is on the resume, and it ain't great. But he didn't hit him.
No.
Right? So, yeah, that would be different.
I don't know what concert he went to later that day, but I'm sure he went somewhere.
Doc Pandy is going to join us here in just a second. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will continue to go with your phone calls. Also, a reminder as we start the drumbeat toward Week 6 in the National Football League. Can the 49ers make it 3 in a row by winning in Atlanta this weekend? You got to listen to the 415ers podcast, full preview of the game. Join hosts Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy from 95.7 The Game. They'll get you ready for Sunday. Follow the 415ers in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. 888-957-9570. Want to thank you guys as always for jumping on the Twitch and YouTube feed, that chat room. So good morning and thank you for being there every day. And then the Xfinity mobile text line, a good option as well if you can't call in, but you want to get a point across. We read them all, so keep them coming. More time for your calls, plus Doc jumps in. Could Jimmy Ward play with a broken hand? What about James Wiseman and Klay Thompson and their return from injury? We'll get to all that with Doc and Cleared to Play next on 95.7 The Game.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Backdoor lob to Wiggins. He climbs the ladder and throws it down. Draymond with the assist.
Can the Warriors overcome the drama and defend their title?
Hart down the lane. Rejected. Kuminga with a block. Harden says, who is that?
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champions. 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Tevin Coleman, who scored a touchdown on the ground and one in the air.
Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. He's back with the Niners, and he's back in the end zone.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Blink 182 is back June 22nd, 2023 at the SAP Center, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. For your chance to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I think Dibs and I both want to get to as many callers as possible, so we're going to hop straight to Doc. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment as we bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who last night wrote Draymond Green plays basketball on Friday night. Didn't you, Doc? I saw what you did there.
I did a little tongue-in-cheek there, but yes, he is playing basketball Friday night. Yeah.
Yes, he is. He has been cleared to play.
Well played.
Yes, he has. Hey, while we're on the Warriors, give us a quick 1-2 step on Klay Thompson and James Wiseman and the mental side of getting back from these leg injuries.
Yeah, so I think with Klay, I mean, it's not unexpected for an athlete, coming off of those two big injuries to have a mental block. And I was actually pretty surprised that this wasn't more of an issue during this first season back for him, but you can almost imagine for someone like him, he's, where this injury occurred was during the offseason, during the summer, and, just remembering, like, look, I made it back. I'm worried about something else happening. So I think for Klay in particular, just the time away, the ability to kind of get over those mental blocks, we may see a little bit more of that this season because he's had a taste of coming back, and you're so afraid as an athlete of losing that, that it's not unexpected. He already overcame so much, so I think that, maybe there might be a little bit slower start to the season because of this. So, I think that's something we'll may potentially see with him. Wiseman looks phenomenal. I mean, he looks healthy. He looks strong. I think the bigger thing for him is going to be less about his knee, but just the fact that he hasn't played a lot of basketball at the NBA level. So, there may be a little bit of worry of how his knee is going to respond, playing a full slate of games. But really excited for the upcoming season. Wiseman looks great, and you see that young core out there, and you almost wonder, could that young core even get them to the playoffs with the veterans resting all season?
Yeah, a lot of load management expected this year. Tuesday night, ring night, we're all excited for the opener. But before that, a Niner game, and questions about Nick Bosa. He's got groin tightness. They held him out maybe as a precaution. What's the big sign we should look in terms of Nick Bosa and his ability to be cleared to play?
Yeah, I think when they said tightness, that does kind of lend itself to more of a muscle issue. I mean, you obviously do worry about sports hernias when anyone says a groin, particularly since Bosa had surgery for that issue in the past. And then you worry about cartilage issues as well, too. But tightness is a little bit reassuring. But I do think with an athlete like him who's had, both his ACLs done, had core muscle surgery, and just a big, powerful individual, you do worry about how a groin can become a little bit more of a chronic issue for him. So could he potentially be held out for this weekend? I think that's totally reasonable because most players miss around 12 days, but Bosa is just such a physical specimen that maybe he can come back a little bit sooner. But I think as long as they say tightness, and I think there were some reports he was working on the sideline of practice today, that does give us some hope that maybe he will be out there.
Interesting. I mean, if it would seem like if they had to pick a game to play him, it would be the Chiefs, not the Falcons. But you're right. We'll see. We'll get that first update today. Hey, what about Jimmy Ward? Kyle Shanahan has just said he will be reevaluated in 10 days, needs surgery on the broken hand. So that means we're definitely not going to get him this week or next. But what about the idea of a player at his position playing through a broken hand?
I think that's absolutely a possibility. I mean, I think if the type of break that he has minimal risk of actually moving out of place when you're playing, you're not really worried about infection because any kind of incisions they made during surgery are basically healed up. Then absolutely, yeah, usually around 2 to 3 weeks, there's enough new bone formation that there's a less of a chance that's going to move out of place. So I think at the safety position, or you can tackle, you can still do things and still be effective. And I think with a lot of players, when they have a hand fracture, what really limits them is not necessarily the fracture itself, but it's their ability to actually play appropriately. You think about someone like Dak Prescott. Well, if Dak Prescott was a lineman, he'd probably be out there playing, but for a quarterback, a thumb injury is a bigger deal. So I think at this position, that as long as his bone's healing well, I think absolutely you could potentially see him back in a couple weeks once he's cleared by his doctors.
Niners lost their kicker for part of the game, Robbie Gould, with a left knee bruise, the plant leg. How much could this affect his ability to drive in and through the football on Sunday?
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be based on kind of like the pain and swelling in this area. I mean, luckily as a kicker for the most part, and he's played in the NFL a long time, he's potentially not going to compensate worrying about contact. I mean, that's the other thing you worry about. Is he mentally going to be a little bit more a little off because he's worried about someone running into his leg? But if they can get the pain under control, I don't think it should impact him that much. Typically with bone bruises, it's really repetitive running or repetitive planting that will cause a lot of discomfort. But most athletes, if there's like a couple steps and they have to plant and kick, it's usually okay. So barring any kind of major degree of discomfort, I think he should be good to go. But you may see the impacts on like a 40, 50-yard field goal as opposed to some of the shorter kicks where he should be able to hit.
Doc, you've been cleared to watch Warrior basketball. Is your family ready for you to be gone for the next 7 months?
Yeah, they will. Between the updates about who's playing and all the in-game tweets, I told my kids, I'll see you in April. I'll see you in April.
Perfect.
More like June, Doc.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. June.
Yeah.
Well,
be more optimistic.
I put the family back in around June. I let them come here.
Nice.
Doc, thanks as always. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, take care, guys. Thanks.
There he is. Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right, let's get back to you at 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru as well. That's about 15 to 20 minutes away. Phil, Mo, Mike is on the line here on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Phil, Mo?
Oh, man, I'm chilling. One thing I want to know, NBA needs to start back Halloween. I don't like the early start. That's just me. But anyway, I wanted to say this. Dibs, I wanted to go down your road, Dibs. I love you.
Come on down.
Look, if you didn't want that Draymond that you talking about, right, you didn't want none of them championships either. You feel what I'm saying?
I feel you.
You can't compare what Draymond did, and this is why I agree with Willard. You can't compare what Draymond did to what he did any other time of his career because it's unprecedented. He was out of pocket. He was wrong. We already know that, right? Like, that's not cool. It's not the same thing. Draymond Green just has a temper. Dennis Rodman kicked the cameraman. Essentially, he kicked a reporter or a journalist. That you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm just saying the causes that he got suspended for KD, he maybe shouldn't have got suspended again. Maybe he was right. Maybe they did do too much. Now, this is worth suspending the game for what he did. And all I just want to say is, man, what are we doing still talking about this?
Well, wait a minute. Thanks, Mike. We're gonna put it to bed after this. But when Steve Kerr addresses it, I don't think that this is a topic tomorrow unless something else happens.
I mean,
the next time
I'm
that
not
this gets
predicting
talked
24
about
hours of shows. I've learned that the last few weeks.
When Jordan Poole speaks or something happens at ring night, that's the next time I think that this really comes up. And Philmo, we all want Draymond Green to play with a certain amount of intensity, but when he crosses the line and he does it repeatedly, that's not something that you need to have Draymond play the way you need Draymond to play. Those things do not go hand in hand.
Kyle reminds me that Rick Barry is coming on at 9:30 tomorrow, and yes, this is going to come up. So, I mean, like, we talk about what everybody's talking about and what everybody is thinking about, and that is this today. I don't even really need to go any further with regard to making it sound like some sort of a reason or excuse. This is a big deal. Steve Kerr sat in front of a microphone about 12 hours ago and said, this is the largest crisis we've ever gone through as an organization. This is a monster deal. That's why. Dean in Santa Clara. Hey, Dean, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm out walking the pup.
Oh, good. Tell us about your pup real quick. What's the name, height, weight?
Bella.
Yeah. Oh,
Bella
perfect.
is about 20 pounds, and she's a mixed Australian Shepherd and a Border Collie.
Okay. Now, what does Bella think of Draymond Green?
She's not a big fan, but she understands that he's a good player.
Yep.
But one thing I wanted to mention was something that wasn't clear to me. I've seen enough of these videos and playbacks, and even on TMZ, but we don't have the sound, and none of us, except the people who were there, really know what the extent of this vicious hit was. Because I saw Jordan Poole afterwards playing and smiling, and there was no marks on his face, no swelling, no nosebleed, no nothing. And I'm just thinking, well, sometimes I watch, some of these boxers like Tyson and stuff like that. They take a glancing blow and knocks them off their balance. But I don't know if there really was that vicious of a hit. That's number one.
Well, Dean, real quick, go ahead. I think it's hard to say that. We could see what we could see. It was one hell of a punch. Jordan Poole is, I know we act like Jordan Poole is a 6-year-old because he's standing next to Draymond. Jordan Poole's a large man. That's a large man that got absolutely pummeled into the mat of a wall.
But he was leaning back, and maybe he slipped. That's a nonsensical take. I mean, to try to read in to what the severity of the blow was, the exit velocity, the launch angle, and all the rest of it.
If StatCast had shown up, what would they have to say about this? We'll find out what Steiny and Guru have to say about this coming up next, plus more of your phone calls. Not done yet. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
Nice dunk put back there by Ryan Rollins, the sophomore out of Toledo.
Tomorrow, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
Baldwin Jr., and just like he did Friday night, first time he touched the ball, he shot it and made it.
On the home of the NBA champions, 95.7, The Game.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only. because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call video only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyonce's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mostly cloudy with a high of 61 degrees in San Francisco today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru going to get in here in just a little bit. We'll go back to the phones in a sec. Couple 49er injury notes as Kyle Shanahan has spoken. So Kurt Benkert, the practice squad quarterback, he's been released to make room for kicker Sam Sloman. Kicker Sam Sloman, who will kick this week if Robbie Gould can't. They are leaving one roster spot open for right now, which Jason Verrett could take if he proves that he'll be ready. Eric Armstead is not with the team. He will not play this week, but the 49ers right now are going to refrain from placing him on injured reserve, so they are hopeful that he'll be back sooner rather than later. And TDP back to practice this week off of the high ankle sprain. That's Ty Davis-Price, for those of you who don't speak Niners.
Okay.
He will practice this week. We'll see what that does for his availability coming up this weekend. Marlon Mack has been released by the team.
And Tevin Coleman has been elevated from the practice squad, which struck me because how was he on the practice squad still when he played and scored 2 touchdowns last week? But I guess now he's just on the official active roster, where it was an elevation sensation.
Well, he was elevated last week.
Right. But then the news, as a part of that release, it said, thank you. It said now that he's been, so I guess now he's officially on the active roster, so now he can't go back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't know how any of that works. I didn't know, but
I saw it as a part of the same release. The Sloman, the Mac, the TDP, all the other roster machinations.
There you go.
And Tevin Coleman, what a I won't say what a find, but what a boon he has been, considering where they are running back wise.
Yeah, exactly. And then Jordan Mason's still sitting there waiting for a carry at some point. But if TDP comes back, he, in theory, based on what we saw earlier, is going to be in front of Jordan Mason as well.
Yeah.
For carries. So
and I look forward to tomorrow, to where you can get more in depth and we can talk more about your Falcon fear. Now, I'm not saying that you're saying that the Falcons will win, but you're a little bit more cautious about this Falcons game than I am.
Okay, so here's one dynamic, and then we'll get back to the phones, which is this.
Tease it for tomorrow.
Well, the survivor pool mentality has taken over, which is this. So I'm still in one. There's only 4 people left. But it's really not about that. It's about the fact that survivor pools have dwindled so quickly. I am now looking at so many of these games. Every time it's a touchdown or more spread. And you're like, well, that's a layup. No, it never is. Not. I thought the Chiefs were going to run roughshod over the Raiders the other night.
Yeah.
And they did once they got going. Their offense did, which is what I thought we were going to see the whole game. But hell, what had happened in the first quarter and a half set it up so that they almost lost the darn football game. And we've seen so many of those. The Packers are up by 14 in London. They find a way to lose. What on earth are we doing? So I'm just sort of, my mind is there where I'm like, because even last week, I thought 49ers were going to kill the Panthers. And they did. This one, I don't know. It just feels different. Maybe I'm overly sensitive because of that dynamic.
Yeah.
But with all the injuries, Nick Bosa, all of that, I think that I don't know. I just don't want to make any assumptions in this year's NFL.
And a tough week for the Survivor slate, because the biggest number on the board, Rams. By 10.5 over the Panthers. But the Rams are not a team that you can really put your full weight behind. This Rams team, they're a puzzle.
Except for the last 2 weeks, they were playing the 2 best defenses in football, which is why I think they look the way they look. In theory, they should come out and look a lot better this week.
They should.
I'm thinking probable Rams, because, by the way, the other 3 people in my pool can't take the Rams.
Okay.
So there's an opportunity there to win the whole thing or be the jerk who leaves early. But anyway.
And you got Tampa by 8, but it's at Pittsburgh.
On the road. Yep.
And the Niners are a big number. Philly at home against Dallas, but a divisional game. That's a tough one to really lean into. And then Green Bay by 7 at home against the Jets.
Well, I already took the Packers. I already took the Packers, and they already took all of my nerves because I took them against the Patriots in that ridiculous game.
The Jets, by the way, are pretty good.
The Jets are plucky.
Yeah.
Look at Robert Saleh out there celebrating on the field. Kyle, what's going on?
So you know how in my survivor pool I was in the last 2?
Yes.
I've the person that I'm in the last 2 with reached out to me.
Okay.
And said, hey, do you want to split it? And I said, yeah, sounds great. Guy running the pool says, that's fine. You have to play a week, though. Like, when you're down to the final 2, when you decide to split, you have to play the week out.
As long as you've got a signed contract that you're splitting the money, it doesn't matter who wins. Right?
But we don't have like a signed contract. That's the problem. So I have to play this week out. I can't take the Rams. I'm going to have to go Bucks.
Okay. Can you go Niners?
I don't want to do that. Like if they're already going to ruin my Sunday if they lose.
Right.
I don't need to
you don't need it to be the double gut punch.
Of money. Correct.
Yeah, but again,
I am a wimp.
No, just call your guy, call the other player, and be like, I know we need to play a week, but we're good here, right? Even Steven.
I have reached out to the conduit between us because I don't know him, but we have a mutual friend.
Okay.
I said, hey, does he want to do this?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I'll ask him, and haven't heard back.
Oh, that's nerve-wracking, but it's only Wednesday. I want you to have some intestinal fortitude and hang in there, brother.
And I told him all you have to do is you and this guy agree to just take the same team. We're both taking the Commanders Thursday night.
Do it however you want.
Right.
Yeah, just tell the guy, whenever this whole experience is over, you and I are going to share a beverage and a check. Like, just do that.
Chop the pot.
Or Zelle or Venmo or whatever.
I've already spent the money.
Good. Congratulations. I'm not there yet because we got 4 left in mine. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, you're on Willard and Dibs. What on earth are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
1 sec. God. I'm in the middle, Joe. I'm going to have to call back. Thank you.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Thanks, good honesty. Joe. He's in the middle of something.
That's transparency. We're asking for that on this show. We want some transparency.
Speaking of transparency,
that was awesome.
Too much transparency in the Davante Adams assault charge. I don't know if you saw this, but a Kansas City TV station retweeted a copy of it's not an arrest report, but it's a citation report. On that citation report, Davante Adams' address in Danville.
Nice.
I Googled it. 6-bedroom, 5.5 bath.
I bet it's
nice
beautiful.
House.
Yeah, major bag alert.
I didn't know he lived in Danville.
Oh, we knew he was a Bay Area guy.
Yeah, but I mean, you figure he's playing in Kansas City. He went to Palo Alto High. I didn't know he was a Danville guy. Also, by the way, in that report, the alleged victim's name. So,
good.
Yeah,
Somebody's going to come to every Raider fan ever is going to come down his road.
I mean,
because Raider fans are rational.
Are you kidding me? The guy sustained a headache and possible concussion.
Well,
and so he's charging Davante Adams with assault.
Look, if he got a concussion, there is something to be said there. It seems to me, if I'm that guy, though, and who knows, maybe he did, like there would be some ways to go about this. I don't know. If I'm the Raiders, I would want to take care of that guy and not let it go this route.
Right.
The Raiders could cut this guy a check with what's on the bottom of their shoes and just be like, calm down. He's sorry. He apologized. We're sorry.
Right.
Here you go.
What's that number? If you got knocked over.
Well, what is this? What's he going for in his case? What's he going for?
I don't think it's a civil suit. It's just an
that's
assault.
What's coming next for sure.
Right. But what's that number for you? If you got bowled over by Davante Adams.
I got a concussion?
Well, and it's a possible concussion.
Honestly,
he landed on his keister.
It's hard. Yeah, well, it's hard for me to put. I'm not.
I'll give you $100.
I'm not a litigious person, so I don't know that.
1,000?
I would, if I were him and I were litigious, I'd go to a lawyer and say, so medical bills and what's pain and suffering? Because a concussion, that's a thing, potentially for the rest of your life. If that happened.
It's possible concussion.
I mean, if he fell on his keister, then he doesn't have a concussion.
Bruised tailbone. I'll give you $1,200 in a signed jersey.
Yeah. No, we're not there yet.
You're thinking 10 grand?
I root for the Chiefs.
Are you thinking 10 grand?
I was thinking 100 grand, actually.
No way. No way, 100 grand.
No, I'm come on.
I think 10 gets it done.
I'm going home and having
$5,700 in a nice pack.
Give me a nice meal. Give me the steak medium rare. Let's move on with our day. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if he's actually hurt. I don't want to make light of it if the guy's actually hurt. Like a concussion, that stinks. That's a problem. Potentially for the rest of your life.
So, Flair man from the Niner game, should he also look to sue? And I know he's looking at assault charges for Bobby Wagner, but does he get paid out too?
Well, apparently the word is he got a concussion. So I don't dismiss concussions. I know too many people who have had them, and it means it's easier to repeat, and they can come back and harm you, and it can take months, if not longer, to get over them sometimes. Yeah. So I'm not like if people get concussed, that guy, though, it's different because it happened within the process of you committing a crime.
Correct.
Now, the guy who's just the boom mic guy, like...
I feel for boom mic guy.
Yeah, boom mic guy just ended up in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Flair man, you get what you get. And if you get concussed...
don't get upset.
Yeah, if you get concussed because you ran on the field with a flare... well, then that's a you problem, flare guy.
Definitely ran on the field with a flare. So did Devontae Adams the other night. He always has a flare. He was really good in that game. All right, Willard and Dibs. Look, phenomenal interaction with everybody today. I mean that for the callers, the texters, YouTube and Twitch. I even took some right crosses at people on the YouTube feed today during the commercial breaks. Want to make sure everybody knows I'm always like we're thrilled that you're here.
Yeah.
And the energy around the conversation, I think that's part of the deal. That's part of this kind of conversation. So Draymond Green not suspended. He'll be back with the Warriors tomorrow. He'll be ready to go next Tuesday in his uniform and ready to play basketball. Steiny and Goo join us now. What do you gentlemen think? How we doing?
What's up, baby?
What's up?
I'll say this
Go
because
ahead.
I was passionate about this whole situation, and it started on what if I was Jordan Poole or part of the Warriors organization. So I knew, Mark and Dibs, that a suspension was imminent. And I'll say this. People have said, oh, you got it out for Dre. I don't hate anybody, but this is where I'm at, and I'm putting my flag. How can I be upset if they say this is which way we're going? I would really be lying and a hypocrite, and I really would hate said person because that person got off on a punishment that I thought was warranted. So if they can move past it, I checked myself last night like, I'm shocked. You can call a dude a B word and get suspended, but I can knock the you-know-what out of you, the holy moly,
right,
and you skate. So here we are. Katarina Witt. I was trying to think of Christy Yamaguchi.
Ryan San Jose.
Ryan Boitano.
Also from San Jose, by the way.
But Willard,
Rudy
you get
Galindo from Gilroy.
If I hate Draymond, if I hated a person, you're mad because you feel like they didn't get something. How can I be mad if they said they can do it?
I think this is a very, very fair place, and I was there last night. I'm still there right now, which is to say, listen, I think everybody needs to explore themselves if you're mad and they're not. But then again, it's deeper than that because we don't know that they're not mad. What we know is that they're running a very large public business that a lot of people care about, and they have other motivations other than just punishing Draymond. They also want to go win basketball games. And then the third piece to this that I'll never accept is that we're all going, he skated. I don't know what they did do. What they told you was that they didn't suspend him, and they fined him.
Yeah.
They didn't tell you anything else. And I do believe there are other ways to go about whether the word is punishment, working through something. I don't know what the Warriors are doing. I do know this. If I were Draymond, I'd be much more intimidated at the idea of regaining the trust of an entire locker room I helped build than I would by a 10-game suspension. I know that's a hell of a lot harder. I do know that.
Yeah, I just think the organization knows that this is very serious. I think they handled it like they handled it. They know they're going to get hit. Steve Kerr admitted it. He said, if you want to criticize this, you absolutely can.
Yep.
So that's going to come. I go back to culture. Culture my ass. Steph Curry is the culture and continues to be the culture. He clearly has been working behind the scenes to figure this thing out and to get everybody involved and to have the discussions and this, that, and the other things. So, it's just another banner day for Steph Curry in terms of this greatness on and off the court. Seriously.
Well, no,
I like what you said there
because
right. He is the culture in terms of, it was him and Bob and Steve initially speaking, and, Steph is out there representing basically, like you're saying, the culture of the locker room.
And Guru, I don't know, somebody was saying, I don't know about Steph. Steph's job is not to punish Draymond Green or to suspend Draymond Green or to even tell management, here's what I think you should do, here's what I think you shouldn't do. Curry's job's to keep the team together. And apparently that's what he's been spending the last week on.
Well, Fidel was on this morning with Bonte and Joe, and there was one moment where they kind of went to him, and his answer was, look, whatever Steph wants to do, that's what we're doing. So in a way, it was almost like they all said that Jordan Poole's opinion mattered, and I think that it did. no question. But you're right, Steiny. Like, whatever Steph thinks is best and whatever he's able to go execute, that's what you do. Yeah. And that's clearly what he did here. And it doesn't, to me, that does not mean A to B, they didn't punish Draymond Green. Steph took this seriously. All you got to do is look at his face the other night. Yeah. Took this very, very, very seriously. But Jordan Poole deserves some credit too, because he's going to find a way to get through this. But yeah, like that, if the leaders of this team have executed this and they're not mad, then it comes across as a little odd to me that anybody else would be.
Well, we know more about what they didn't do than what they did do. So the notion of, whatever they've done behind closed doors, we don't know what that is. We know more about what they didn't do than what they did do. The only thing we know that they did do is fine him an undisclosed amount of money. And according to earlier indications, the most that could be would be $50,000. And I was mentioning this earlier. It's kind of like when you go to Starbucks and you buy a coffee, and then you drop that coffee. And shoot, $4.58 gone. Shucks. That's basically what the fine amounts to. So what you said, Goo, and I'm getting to that point where you get over it. Right? I care more about being a Warrior fan than I do, whether or not Draymond Green gets punished. But I do know this: I will never look at Draymond Green the same way.
That's interesting.
And, when it comes time to honor this team, it's about Steph Curry and the culture, and it's Klay Thompson. And, Draymond Green, his basketball playing has been a big part of it, but Draymond Green, the person, he's lost me.
I'll say this, and you're probably not by yourself, but I'll say this, guys, and I want to speak for you, but a couple of days ago, and I'm not taking anything away from the chef. We know he's presidential. But again, to me, this boils down to the maturity of one Jordan Poole, who I thought in a million years, had Curry made those plays and those phone calls or whatever, set up conversations, if he didn't want to play ball, this thing would still be going. It could have got ugly. We could have got public trade requests. Just get me out of here. And nobody would have came in here and been like, we're surprised. But for him to be humiliated in the fashion that he was, and on that end of that punch, the great Eddie Johnson was like, I've never seen a teammate put the weight behind a punch and land it that way. I'm sorry, Steiny, and it's not a bad thing. I'm giving JP all the credit in the world to be this young and say, you know what? And it could be the cologne or the smell of money, coming with the contract to where he can get past this. But to me, that's who I thought was going to throw a monkey wrench in all of this. You want me to do what? Get rid? None of that jumped off, apparently.
He can't, and I give him credit too, but he's in a spot where he can only do so much. Now, let's say this happens 3 days after the extension is announced, where he gets 4 years and $132 million extension. Now Jordan Poole, he's got the leverage more than he does now. So I give Jordan Poole credit, and you're right to point that out, but he's also in a bit of a spot where, I mean, if Steph says, hey, Jordan, we need to get past this as a team, what do you say? And Jordan says, hit the pike, I'll never play with that guy again. Well, now where's Jordan Poole in terms of his long-term financial viability?
Well, I mean, Jordan wants the same thing that all these guys want, by the way, and that's they want to win.
Yeah. Well, you also want to win.
Yeah, and he's going to get that. Nothing's happening here that's touching Jordan's money. Hell, you could make the case that this is going to help him.
Well, yeah. The extension's not done if he theoretically said, trade me. I cannot be here another second. Well, then what?
That would be counterproductive for Jordan Poole's career.
And that's to my point about, yes, he took the high road, but there really is no other road he could take if Steph comes to him and says, JP, let's make this right.
I mean, I think the one thing that we're going to have to measure is, I'm sure all of us have been talking about this with everybody.
Yep.
And there are a lot of people out there, and maybe it's a little bit of my generation, but they can't believe this. Like, they can't believe after seeing that punch that there's no punishment other than a fine. Like, there are people where that I'm going to tune out on the Warriors a little bit. I think there might be. Like, this has really bothered some people that they're kind of letting this go. And then it's Draymond Green, and you say, well, you know what? They've let it go his entire career. Can you really lower the hammer now? It's all legitimate fodder, and I could see why a Warrior fan would be really upset at the organization, not necessarily saying wrong, right, but saying that there has to be more consequences.
I accountability. I can see it. I get it. But I also know none of us conduct our business that way. We don't. We do not want other people who are not involved in arguments, not involved in our emotions, not involved in the decisions that we make within our family or within the structure of our world. We do not want their opinion on how we are supposed to handle a problem. We do not.
But I don't sell tickets to my life to people.
I don't need you
to be a fan of my life and my decisions. So
right.
That's where there's a big difference.
No, and again, I've already stated, as right when Steiny was done, I get it. And I've never said, if you want to not buy a Warrior ticket or not watch a game, go right ahead.
Right. And that's what he's talking about. And I wonder what level of disconnect actually happens tangibly.
Exactly.
Do we hear booze ring night?
Not many, I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yes is the answer, but I think not many. But you'll hear it.
I mean, I don't think this is. If we're suggesting that this potentially is going to affect the Warriors' bottom line.
Oh no, not at all.
What's the bottom line? Money or winning?
No. Both.
Well, it might affect their winning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess in the end, the winning leads to even more money. But no, I'm talking about right now.
Financially,
the ticket sales, the fan base. Like, no, that's not going to touch it. Yes. It could affect their winning because our eyes are still going to be on how do they handle this journey.
And
absolutely. I don't know.
Yeah, I put this organization from Joe, Steve, and Bob on a pedestal, and they've earned it. But I'll say this when we put it to bed for me. The words don't match the actions. So, Steve Kerr.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, you said this is the worst thing you've ever dealt with. Well, technically, it's not. There's not a suspension. The dude skated. He knocked his teammate out, and there was no suspension. Now, I'll piggyback. Then the video dropped. Nothing happened more. So, really, we all were in an uproar, but nothing really happened to Dre. And I don't want anything to happen, but when you tell me something is so serious, a guy could call me explicit, and I get suspended, and I can knock you out and walk, that don't match. This was that. That's all, Mark. And it's just kind of head scratching. So the video drops. We all go crazy. But again, all good. You sound like you want something for Dre. How can we ignore the Greg Anthony last night? Everybody's like, how I would have did this. Nobody asked. I would have said, you know what? How are we going to play this? You know what, Dibs? You're suspended 3 games just so we can use the word suspended. Just 3 games. But to that, Bobby Brown, their prerogative, I'm just blown away that they're okay with the look of Dre not getting punished. And I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, like we're
and they're ready to take that.
But we're just
right. You got to give them.
It's so A to B to me that suspension is like literally the only punishment in the world. It's the only way to handle something. And I'm always focused on process, not result. Dibs, you've brought this up. This is fair. If Jordan had gotten hurt, if he had gone to the hospital, this would be different. But this also has to do with what we saw and who we care about. So take me back to Aaron Donald, who does this in practice against an opponent with a weapon.
Yeah.
With a weapon. But we don't see who he contacted. We don't know who plays defensive line for the Bengals. That
was no big deal.
And we don't care. You could have killed somebody, quite frankly, with that helmet, with that force. And the Rams come out and go, internal. The league goes, we can't do anything. And we go, who do you play this week? We don't care. But this is all optics and circumstances and what we see and the fame that's surrounding the people involved and our care, because bottom line is the Warriors the best show in sports. Okay? So that's all I'm here to say is there's way more ways to punish people than one. And when something happens inside our house, I think, quite frankly, it's fair, especially with all of the goodwill this team has built with their brains and success. It's fair to me for them to say, we got this. We got this.
It's
fair. Just like the Raiders back in the day took on rebels. And that was part of their stereotype. That was part of their image. The Warriors had this buttoned-up image, and the reality is now people are going to be like, Draymond Green runs that franchise. And you know what? These general lines like, Warriors are scared of Draymond Green. Well, prove to me they're not. Yeah. They are, I think. And there's something about they are afraid to do something because they haven't done anything for his entire career that's fitting into this that I can't put my finger on. But I think if they had to do all over again, they would have nipped this in the bud a long time ago or tried.
That might be true.
That's valid.
That might be true. That might be true. And again,
they know who they are.
Well, I'm also going to give them a nod, and I think this has been underplayed. They came out with one answer, and then the story changed in the middle of their answer. And as I said last week, if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm actually upset if the organization's like, we're going to handle it internally. And then there's video. Okay, now we're going to suspend him. Well, now you're suspending him because you're worried about how the world looks at it, as opposed to me. And I think that what the Warriors are saying right now is what's important is we're consistent, and what's important here are the opinions of the people who are here, not the opinions of the people who are not here. I can accept that.
Yeah, I can accept that in light of the earlier punishment because Draymond used a word for Kevin Durant. So we're going to protect Kevin Durant because you called me a name. You're suspended a game.
It's different situation. Different people.
I know it was a different situation.
Different people.
He's protecting a star, and now it's Jordan Poole, a guy 9 years younger than him, who you cold cock. And you're not Kevin Durant, so we're going to protect you. If it was Steph Curry who got hit, of course we react differently. So if I'm Jordan Poole, knowing that Draymond got suspended for a 5-letter word for a game, and now I get knocked back by a punch, and there's no suspension, to me is more offensive than anything.
We're all saying if I was Jordan Poole, he is Jordan Poole. And they gave you his answer. And he says he's ready to go play with Draymond.
Sounds great.
So then we're good here.
No, we're not good here. We're not good.
And but you just said, if I were Jordan Poole, I would this.
Yeah,
no, we
absolutely.
actually know what Jordan Poole would do. He said it.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't.
I do want to hear Jordan Poole.
Of course we do. Of course. We all do. We all do. And we'd love to read
But it seems like
what
he's indicated he can move on. That doesn't mean it'll work.
That's correct.
It just means he's trying. He's going to try it.
Right.
That's all. The other thing that I found this ring night, there's something to this ring night.
Absolutely.
Her said it wasn't a big deal last night. It wouldn't.
Just forget that for a sec. I think I was in the way wrong because I was thinking Draymond doesn't care if he misses ring night. I think he does care a lot now that I think that's huge for whatever reason. Maybe it's the first and Chase Center. Maybe it's the fourth, and this might be all those things.
Yeah.
But that to me is clearly he wants to be at ring night.
Absolutely. If this happens,
you know what I mean?
Weeks from now,
you can't go to ring night.
Well, and that to me would be a real punishment with teeth. But I think if this happens November 4th, maybe there is a suspension because I think ring night does play into it because you can't keep Draymond Green from ring night.
Okay, let me ask you guys this: the backlash over not suspending him, versus the backlash of not letting him go to ring night. Go ahead. What's worse?
Depends who you ask.
But see, but that's what you're saying. It's clearly the backlash toward Draymond. It's is that what you're like?
No, if we're talking about the fan backlash, how many fans?
I think it's worse. If him skating is worse than if he wasn't at ring night.
Yeah, I think this would swing so hard in the other direction.
We got to.
You want to make Draymond. You want to make Draymond a sympathetic figure.
You might
watch Warrior fans if you're you're not going to ring night when he was one of the main reasons this thing even got built. I think that would swing way in the other direction.
And I think ring night matters more to the players than it does to the fans.
Well, I think what we're talking about here with fans, then you swing the opinion into Jordan is still a sympathetic figure for the punch. Draymond becomes a sympathetic figure because you're being too heavy-handed. You're not letting this guy go to ring night when he was one of the guys.
Heavy-handed. I like that.
But you know what?
I'm telling you.
I'll say this. Nobody cares how I parented, but when my kids were little, all three of them, I would say, before they'd go to school, don't let anybody control how you feel. Sticks and stones. So now, Steiny, you got me thinking, I'm in my airplane. I'm landing it on Steve Kerr said, I know some people are going to be upset. They don't care how it looks.
Right.
They understand. Correct. And to me, I'm almost now like, that's more of us against the world. Like, we made the decision. We know it's not going to be popular, but we're going to do what I tell my kids to do. Shit, Mariah Carey,
that's
shake
my
it
point.
off.
They know that if they make the opposite decision, there's people going to come down their road there too.
No matter what.
No matter what. So if you're sitting there going, we're going to have critics either way, kind of takes the teeth out of the critics.
But let me ask you a question.
I mean?
Let's just say hypothetically, it's serious, and the Warriors they traded Draymond, just boom like that, or they cut him. I think the fan base, there would be people like, I cannot believe they did that. But I think the majority of fans would understand.
That's very different between cut and trade. You trade.
You think?
Yep. You get me some value. Are you still going to win? Because if you made that decision then they go out and they end up as, you're right, I agree with you initially. Then they go out and end up as the 7th seed in the first round out. Wow. Watch how many people would call this station and be like, boy, they messed that up.
See, I don't think it matters cut or trade. I think it matters the results.
Fans want to win.
It matters how it would end up.
Yeah.
If
what happens when they have Draymond and they lose?
Well, they've already done that
I'm not saying that's going to happen. But what I'm saying is...
Well, it depends on if he's the reason that they lose, like he was in 2016 when he got suspended. And I think now, this year, when he has his Draymond moments, when he gets teed up unnecessarily, the fan tolerance is going to be lower than ever.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Which in the end means nothing, basically, though, right?
Steve Kerr basically told you, we're riding with Draymond, and sorry to anyone else who thinks that we should have done this differently.
More power to him.
And I appreciate his transparency going out and saying, some of you are going to criticize what we're doing. This is what we're doing, and see y'all on Tuesday.
So if PBJ, I had my first use of that.
Best nickname ever.
Yeah, if he goes up in practice and fires on Jordan Poole, there's no way. There's no suspension. That the precedent has been
Jordan
set.
Poole.
There's nothing.
No.
How do you get suspended in a Dub uniform?
Because a word I have removed, at least from my conversations, and this is precedent.
Oh,
I'm done with that. Because there is none.
All right.
This is these people. This has nothing to do with calling KD a B word. This has nothing to do with Mirotic.
Bobby Portis.
He was tweeting last night.
8 games. Bobby Portis got 8 games.
Again, this is this experience with these people in this organization.
I get it.
And this is how they're
riding with their guys.
This situation gets fixed.
That's because they're afraid of Draymond. That's what it comes down to.
Fun line.
But what would the?
I think there's something. It might be overstated, but there's something to it. There's something to it.
It's not afraid of Draymond. It's knowing that if he leaves,
you lose.
You're not as good of a team.
Oh, wow.
Again, their motivations are you can call them sophomoric, but they are what they are.
They're self-serve.
They want to win. I mean, we got football teams drafting abusers in the second round. They're like,
Leonard Little
I told you that story before when the Bengals fan at a girls' soccer game. Bengals fan the day after they draft Joe Mixon comes up, and I'm like, what do you think? He goes, can he win for us on Sunday?
Okay, well, all right.
And which is,
I'm not shocked. I get it.
Right?
This wasn't that.
Let's admit what we're doing here.
Yeah. Mixon was only 17, and there was the N-word
and every
used,
every situation is different. Right.
Absolutely.
Let's play how about this? 925 on the text line. Draymond's going to take the mic on ring night, apologize to Poole and the fans.
That would be dope.
I bet he would.
He might.
He might.
Just a quick
he knows how to read a room.
No one's going to boo him then.
When do we hear from Poole? When he gets a contract?
Yes. Well, yeah.
Slater said pretty soon.
Well, he also said the contract's coming pretty soon.
We got how many days? Right.
Monday's the day.
Wow, so ring night. Let's see. We got a Draymond public apology on a wireless mic. We're going to have a Jordan Poole extension.
That would be dope.
We're going to have a Jordan Poole press conference.
No chance he does that.
You don't think so?
No chance.
It would help.
It would help.
There's not going to be any boos if he does that.
If Draymond Green gets his ring and immediately starts shadow boxing, that's what he does.
No, like what if before the ceremony happens
Mark,
on Tuesday?
Mark, you hit me in the heart cardiac now.
Well, what if before the ceremony takes place? Dope. And a lot of people still going to be getting their popcorn. But this guy does grab a microphone, and he pulled Jordan out at mid-court and said, I want to talk to everybody right now.
And the building goes quiet,
and I messed up sideways, and he looks Jordan in the eye.
I wouldn't want to be Jordan Poole in that situation.
No, okay, so what if he did it without Jordan?
That's fine.
What if he does that without? What if he just does it to the fans?
Well, that's fine. But like,
no one's gonna boo if he does
I would
that.
just be uncomfortable if I'm Jordan out there with.
I hear you.
But because he's probably apologized to his face.
He's already done it. He's already done it.
Yeah. But let's see how it plays out.
I mean, if they're worried about
talking
optics,
about hypotheticals.
well,
Boy, that's a big one.
I put it this way: if you're the Warriors and you are worried about boos, what do you do about it? That's one idea.
It's phenomenal.
One idea.
It's a great idea.
That's the way to take everybody's venom away from them before it comes out.
Did you think he wouldn't want to do that?
No chance. No chance he would show that level of public humility. Already, he went in his press conference.
Oh, you don't think he'll do that?
See, I think he knows what he did wrong.
Even in his press conference, he was already saying, well, the way it was edited, I mean, he didn't go all the way to making it right. He came close, and then, the editing, honestly,
One thing I say for Draymond, though, and if you've ever had that opportunity, whatever, if you run into him in public or whatever, and even just watch the way he handles press conferences, Draymond Green is not afraid to look other people in the eye and talk to them. He's not afraid of that at all.
He's incredibly smart.
Right. So, actually, I agree with you, Steiny. I do think that's something that he would have in his bag.
Takes a lot of humility.
That would be dope.
But he tiptoes around humility all the time. I'm not a perfect guy. He can do it. He can absolutely grab the mic and apologize. And it will be the worst thing that would happen is it won't move the needle. But it will.
Totally will.
But it will move the needle.
Totally will.
You know what?
He'd have everybody eating out of his hand in about 20 seconds.
Tell me if I'm
somebody a week
Which
from
is
now.
part of my point with all this mob that wants to suspend him.
This is my last thought
If
on
he
this.
walked into this room right now, everybody want an autograph.
No doubt.
I mean, come on.
Tell me if I'm being a hypocrite. I went back. I can't stop watching the video, and I'm wondering, here I go, because I said it didn't matter. That's why I use the word hypocrite. The volume and the audio of what may have been going on, because Jordan was saying something. They were having a conference. There was dialogue, and I'm wondering, maybe the Warriors know kind of what was said. We'll never know, and maybe that's why the hammer, the Thor, is not being used.
What could he have said that would have warranted a punch of that level?
Dibs, you ain't all that, blah, 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 but not wanting to get in the fight, but saying something, agitating them maybe.
That's probably every practice with Draymond and Jordan, is my guess.
That's just a thought I had.
It's a thought, and I think some people have brought that up. It's hard for me though because it makes it sound like there's something he could have said that makes that okay. And I
said there's nothing.
That's why I'm a hypocrite. There isn't. But
say it, Drake. Get the mic on replay.
If Jordan would have said something that inflammatory, he wouldn't have strolled over.
Okay.
I mean, if he said something about his mom or his B word or any other word, any other consonant, Draymond doesn't slowly sashay over.
What if he grabs the mic and then LeBron comes out and they just advertise their new pickleball team?
Look at it.
How about that?
Hey, speaking of pickleball,
did you guys want me to say something else?
Did you see the city of San Francisco has put together a pickleball council?
Pickleball's going crazy.
They're trying. They got to figure out where they're going to put thousands and thousands of pickleball.
No, it is the fastest growing sport in the world. Tom Brady bought a team yesterday. I mean,
sneaky dangerous sport.
I haven't.
I've never played it.
Oh yeah,
No.
Ton. I've played a ton of pickleball.
Have you played pickleball?
Oh yeah. My nephew's in the business actually.
I got to play. Yeah.
You could probably be pretty. Well. You try to hit
I'm
too
still
hard.
hooping. Not enough mobility.
Well, there's also that finesse.
Damn, I play center
me on the tennis court before we go any further.
It's on.
By the way, with whatever happens with that game, we're going to keep it all in-house. We'll handle that internally. All right, Steiny, go next.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Poole fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court! Poole walks away and says, yes, sir! I've got this!
Hear every three.
Curry takes a three. It's up and good!
Every splash.
Flash for three for Clay.
And every moment.
No good. Stand home by Wiggins!
The home of the champs. 95-7 the game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call video only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290. I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair's coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Woo! This feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. Woo! So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get going right away. I'm going to throw out the Xfinity mobile text line. 888-957-9570. That's also the phone line to come in and weigh in. And here we go. No suspension for Draymond Green. He's been fined. We don't know how much. No suspension for Draymond Green for punching Jordan Poole at practice last week. He will be in the lineup for the last preseason game, and he will be there front and center on ring night. Draymond Green, no suspension. Warrior fans, Draymond fans, fans who aren't big fans of Draymond, what do you think? 888-957-9570. Warriors Guru said, hey, this is where we're going, and if people want to criticize us, I get it. Will you criticize the Warriors?
No. And this isn't about me. I know we've got a 3-hour show, Steiny, 2 hours and a half, but I check myself. I feel like I grew up. And this is what I do know because I've been getting it in my mentions this last week. Oh, you got it out for Dre. I love what Dre brings to the table. I just don't like bullies. I just don't like somebody that's above reproach. And in this instance, I just knew the heavy hand was coming. But now, last night, watching what Steve Kerr said they are going to do, if they're not mad and they can move on, Matt, I'm calling you Matty. That's my new nickname for you. How the hell am I going to come in here and rip the mic out and be mad? That would mean I hated Draymond. But I can tell you,
not necessarily,
I am in the party of this don't look right from afar. But Steve Kerr told me we're ready for that hit. And that makes me appreciate the Warriors culture more in a way.
Oh.
No, seriously.
I was with you till that last. I do not.
I'm drinking the Warrior Kool-Aid.
Okay, I'm not. You know what? I was kind of with you the whole way.
Yeah.
Their culture's taking a hit, and their culture might not rebound from this for a lot of people. And I'm talking about a lot of Warrior fans.
So I need you before I'm interrupting.
There are fans. There are grown fans that are saying, "How can you let this guy get away with that?"
Right.
I don't care
I'm
if
one
it's
of them.
Basketball, workplace, whatever. A lot of people, a lot of fans are saying, you don't have a great culture if you are not addressing it.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask you for myself and the listeners. Can you define culture? Are those fans that are saying
Steph
that
Curry.
and people? No.
They don't
are
have
the
a
fans
culture.
a part of it? Because obviously the culture, to me, Steiny, doesn't take a hit because it's galvanizing the team. They're riding for their guy. They're having his back. I'm not saying I agree with it, but when you say culture, it's not the fans. I'm asking you. Is when you say Warriors culture, it's the guys over there
It's
at the
the
facility.
guy over there. And the guy is Steph Curry. And you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. Steph Curry is the culture. The rest of it is BS as far as I'm concerned. Because we've seen Draymond operate in this culture for the last 10 years. And we know what he's gotten away with, and we know what they've punished him for, not a lot, and what they haven't, a lot. And, I'm not mad at the Warrior organization.
Okay. Right.
I'm not even going to say they messed this up. But what I am going to say is
you took a hit.
It looks like Draymond has skated again to many people, so you guys got to deal with that. I mean, I don't care in a way, but fans that are more invested in the Warriors are going to say he skated again. And how do you, when you even talk about culture, Warrior culture, how do you even talk about it now? What is it? The Warriors culture really took a hit. What culture? Just tell me what culture you're talking about. 4 championships?
No.
Great.
When you have a guy knock another teammate out, we kind of handle it in-house, and we could facilitate meetings to where we can get back on the same page for the greater good of the team and move past this. So the culture helped Jordan Poole sign off on this, Steiny. That's why I'm saying I understand people that say this looks bad and he skated. I'm one of them. How do you call a teammate, Kevin Durant, who's a superstar, the B word, get suspended, knock the bejesus out of another guy, and walk and skate?
Right.
Like, that's contradicting to me. So now, if a person said, "Goo, is it because Durant is better?" I don't know. But what I'm telling you, Matt, is you got to tip your cap to the Warriors org for getting
I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that.
On board. That was the wild card that I'm grabbing the mic like Elvis. That was the wild card. I thought they weren't going to be able to play. I thought he was going to blow this thing up. And
who's to say that the Warriors talked him out of blowing it up? This is who Jordan Poole is. Can I
go ahead?
Can I get into something right now?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to do it once this show, and then I'm not doing it anymore.
Okay.
You guys have spent a week on this. Isn't that enough? If you guys wouldn't talk about it, then it would go away. Don't you get it? This is called news. Let me take you through it real quick. On Wednesday, Draymond Green punches Jordan Poole. We talk about it the next day.
It's the anniversary.
The next day, here comes Curry. Here comes Kerr. Here comes Myers. New information. We talk about that. Then what happens? The video comes out. Different dynamic, changes everything. We talk about that. On Saturday, Draymond then comes out, apologizes, says we're taking time apart.
Yeah.
That's what we talk about Monday. Tuesday comes, and it's obvious this team is in limbo. There's been nothing announced. There's been nothing determined. Guess what? It got determined yesterday. One part of this is now over. Right. And that is the so-called dealing with it in the moment. Okay? How you feeling about Draymond not getting suspended? Plain and simple.
Yeah.
How am I feeling, Matt Steinmetz? I'm a little surprised. I thought he might get hit a little bit after the video came out.
A little bit? I thought it was going to be a lot.
I thought a little bit, 3 to 5, maybe. I don't know.
Dude, text line, Xfinity Mobile text line on fire saying, "Goo, I can't believe this." Like, they're mad. A lot of Warrior fans are mad. This station's been doing numbers because of this story. We're not happy that happened. People are invested in this. I can't believe they decided not to suspend him. But what I told you, Willard and Dibs, Steiny, how can I be mad?
Because I'll tell you how you can be mad. Is seeing something happening in front of your eyes that ain't right. That ain't right. And the Warriors have the right to do anything they want.
Right.
But we saw Draymond Green hit a guy as hard as I've ever seen someone get hit. And the Warriors have chosen not to suspend him and to fine him clearly a marginal amount.
Wow.
All right?
Yeah.
I mean, all right. It adds to the stigma that Draymond, he plays by a different set of rules. And I guess what can bother Warrior fans, what bothers me a little bit.
Draymond's a bully, Steiny.
Right, but I guess that's what, like, everybody's got to walk on eggshells around Draymond. And, like, he's like the third guy on this team. Right. You know, we got a guy, Steph Curry, who is significantly better than Draymond and is like the problem solver. It's like, you know, it's like Draymond Green's one of the worst students in the class, and we got to deal with him day in and day out. Meanwhile, the Honor Society people have to stand up for this guy who's not doing all his work and is, causing a ruckus.
And I'm on record, Steiny. I hear what you're saying. I think the guy should have got, I said 20 games. Kenny Smith now has chimed in. I don't know if you heard him, but just former NBA player, champion. He said this kind of stuff happens all the time. Okay. And because he said it, it don't make me think differently. I'm just telling people, get over, what are you going to do with your pain? What are you going to do with your anger that they didn't handle it the way you wanted? That's why I woke up smiling. I can compartmentalize. I voiced it. I said it. I'm still blown away. And you're right. I'll look at Dre like, man, Mary Lou Retton. No, she didn't skate. She was a gymnast. But you skated. So, okay, they got an 82. They got a season to play, Matt.
Yeah. And again, I'm not going to stop watching the Warriors. I'm just telling you, I've talked to a lot of people.
Oh, man.
And there are a lot of people that they just can't believe it. They can't believe there were no tangible consequences.
I'm going to interview you real quick. One quick question. Matt, what's the number one reason you think went into them not suspending Draymond? What's your gut tell you why he avoided a suspension? Is it ring night? Because that was poetic over there.
I think part of it is the path of least resistance.
See, but Kerr told us this was the most difficult thing in his career that they had to face.
But their actions didn't show that. Their actions didn't show that. What their actions showed was that what happened between KD and Draymond was more significant than this. And here's the other thing. The one incident that's always been, I don't want to say swept under the rug, but never been made a bigger deal out of than it should have been made a bigger deal is what he did at halftime in Oklahoma City.
That was incredible. I'll never forget it.
Because
police had to come.
Because my understanding was what was that, 2016?
Yeah.
When Draymond was on the verge of physically assaulting the head coach.
With his players
and
there.
Threatening to kill him. Wow. And security had to come into the locker room. There was discussion among those in the organization at the highest level. There's a little disagreement about what they should do about it. Some people up high were saying, we've got to suspend him. Guess what? They didn't. They didn't suspend him. Played the next night. They've never
checked him.
There just haven't seemed to be any consequences for
KD, they suspended him.
One game.
What makes this lesser than that?
It's not lesser than that. That's where Steve
man.
Kerr, I think, is not being exactly truthful. I'm not saying he's lying, but
no doubt.
Please.
How can I call you a name and get warrant suspension and then knock you upside the head? I will not use skate again, and you get nothing.
Nick on 680 wants to jump in. What's up, Nick?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru? Man, thank you for taking my call, first and foremost. I love listening to you guys. You guys, without a doubt, within the last few months have become my favorite to listen to. So thank you guys for your perspective and your professionalism, all that stuff. Guru, man, you relate to the fans more than anybody. At least I relate to you as a fan, right? And seeing your professionalism just progress and everything, I really do appreciate it. But I'm a little bit confused on your take on this. I just want to touch on a few things. Again, Steinmet's hitting a really good point as far as the culture goes. This is the culture. Draymond gets away with stuff like this. And for those who have watched the Warriors for a while now, we're used to it. As far as the callers, including myself, man, up until this point, I find myself calling you guys. I'm tired of hearing about this. I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. But, again, it was the media that leaked it. This was something that got leaked inside of a practice. This would have totally been different had that video would have not been leaked. But now we're seeing it. We're seeing it all transpire. I do give credit to Guru and whoever else pointed out that it's not so much the footage that was recorded. It was the 40 seconds before that, right? Because something led Dre to go over there and talk with him, to go over there and say, hey, what did you say? As far as him swinging goes, I just want to get this off my chest, and I'll let you guys go after this. Man, it was a reaction. Like, it was a reaction. He went over there, and he got in his face a little bit, but he went there to go confront him verbally.
Oh, come on, Nick.
Ooh.
Nick, do you really believe that? Come on. No? I don't believe that.
What?
If he went over there to confront him verbally, he wouldn't have gotten in his space. He would have stopped short and said, yo, what's up, dude? What'd you say?
Well, my thing is not backing Nick up, Steiny. I'm just telling you, Draymond was saying something aloud before he start walking over. So I'm not justifying. I'm telling people, what are you going to do with your pain? Let me tell you what I'm going to do with because I'm blown away. There's no suspension. This warrants a suspension. I thought it was 20 games. But my heart ain't broken, but it's broken for Jordan Poole. Steiny, I'm looking you in the face and telling you you don't see that hit in San Quentin. You don't see that in Pelican Bay. But what are you going to do? And the culture, the people that are in charge of their team and Jordan Poole, I can't be more mad for Jordan and Jordan. And this tells me, obviously, if it's the perfume or I'm about to get the money or the bag, how can I then be mad? I'm telling people, I feel like a doctor, Steiny. Your pain should go away with the announcement last night.
I disagree. Like, we can't tell Jordan Poole how to act, so I'm not going to tell a fan how to react if his favorite team
got it wrong.
Yes, got it wrong. 510, who the heck are you guys to decide what the Warriors should do? If Poole's okay and the team's okay, who the fork are you?
Well, I kind of came in with that.
Not a doctor.
We're nobody. We're nobody. But the point is, 510, is Steve Kerr talked last night and acknowledged that there were going to be people who thought this decision was terrible, and he gets that. And guess what? The people who think this is a terrible decision, they get to weigh in today and say, Warriors, I think you blew it. And if you want to say Warriors, that's the way they handled it, and I believe in them, that's fine too. That's fine. I'll take those calls. I'm not going to. Bob Myers is still coming on our show once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, excited.
Yeah, me too.
But I'll say this. Every NBA player outside of Kenny Smith, we heard David West has been like, this is wrong. Brandon Haywood was like, there should have been a punishment. I know he's won somebody, but like, Willard, were you going to boycott you just said it. You going to boycott the games? No, I'm not. Like, I'm all in. I'm just, he's untouchable. Elliot Ness.
Chris in Oakland. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Good.
You there?
Sound like some wind.
All right, let's go to Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. What's happening? Boy, you got to start wondering if Draymond Green knows that Steph Curry's actually an alien in a meat suit, because, man, he, Curry just clearly backs him up no matter what. You can't, when we talk about culture, there's no such thing. Curry is the culture. Curry was the decision maker. And to pretend otherwise, it's just, not looking at the reality.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. By the way.
We got to wrap.
Can we get that sound from last night's game and Bob Myers, president of basketball operations?
Steiny Guru, and we'll talk to him. We have
we sure will. Yeah. We absolutely
Steph stole night, and Bob didn't. He left us out a little bit.
Yeah, he clarified it with me today, so I may go public.
How is
what
209 on YouTube? Guru is solved. How?
Because you're afraid to criticize the organization.
I've been doing it for a week.
Not really. You're just asking.
Thought I was going to come in here and go ballistic.
Well, that's because
No, I'm showing growth.
Well, last night you tweeted out a picture of somebody skating.
Yeah.
And inferring that Draymond Green
did skate.
Okay, well then, if you think he skated, then rip the organization, I guess.
No.
Well, first of all, I'm not. Yeah. You're not fighting me right here.
I know, and I'm not fighting anybody.
You read it.
Haven't you heard the saying, you control what you can control?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. If you're a Dub fan and they're telling you they handled it in-house, I told you guys it's wrong. I feel like they got it wrong. And Dre he can't be touched. So that's it. But you're going to go to bed tonight with your little binky and be like Draymond didn't get suspended? I'm not watching the game. What do you want? And they're going to, I'm all in. When do they play next ring night? Lakers, handy. We're going to be in the building. It's over.
Right, no, it's not.
This is another chapter in the file or book of Draymond Green getting away. I don't want to use murder, but with a one piece.
I don't think it's over. I mean, this part of it's over. They're not going to win a title this year. Take it to the bank.
Saying that on TV. Why?
Because
you're going to go for a rebound and be like, "Oh, I forgot Dre hit Jordan."
There's a few things. No, it's not just one thing. Right. Something's going on with Clay. Something's going on with Clay and his mentals.
Ooh.
This Poole and Green thing ain't going away. What's going on with Iguodala? He ain't going to be ready for the opener. There's going to be too much. Clearly, they're going to have to too heavily rely on the youngsters, I believe.
That's wow.
And a reminder, this is a championship team. Championship. They got to win the championship. Teams that win the championship are together.
Wow.
Always together. So we'll see. They also have the Green opt-out that they're going to be talking about. I mean, once this thing blows over, hey, Draymond, you going to opt out? He's going to be Kevin Durant again. You going to opt out?
No,
I don't want to talk about it. Well, guess what? We're going to ask all your teammates for the entire year.
I think we already know the answer to that.
Like the Draymond contract will be like Durant. And we all know that the Durant questions impacted the team.
You know what, Steiny? I love your examples, but I'm going to say this about that. Kevin Durant was everything and arguably the best player in the league at that juncture. So I think that's why everybody, and Warrior fans included, were like, what's that answer? I'm not saying Dre is no Durant, especially offensively. I just don't know if it would have that impact that you think. What's he going to do?
What's
As opposed to when Durant, if he leaves, people were like, oh my gosh, Dream, you leaving? Okay. We got Kaminga. You know what I mean? It ain't that severe to me. And one thing I would add on your list why I'm worried about this season. Just
Draymond Green's been a lifer for the Warriors. But Kevin Durant was only a rental.
I don't know how much chicken meat is left on the bone of Dre being Dre.
Clearly, there's enough meat left on the bone that he can get away with doing this with no punishment because the team obviously knows we need Draymond Green.
That was a great return, sir.
We need Draymond Green to win a title. Right. And what if Draymond Green ain't happy? Guess what? They ain't winning a title.
Happy now?
Well, now he's happy. Now he'll be able to.
Draymond, grab that mic ring night. Grab it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I would add it to your list?
What?
And I mean this. Denver's going to be better. The Lakers, they're going to be healthier. The Clippers and Memphis and the Pelicans with Zion. Like it ain't going to be easy in Minnesota. Dude, Gobert and your boy, Cat. I can't wait.
Why do you say guys are my boys that aren't my boys? Karl Anthony Towns among the most soft players in the NBA.
Oh, he had a great year last year, though.
He's soft. He's still soft.
Yeah.
He's a little harder, but he's still soft.
Yeah.
Go ahead, cut that if you want.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls on the other side. No suspension for Draymond Green. Good, bad, or... It's all sponsored by Save Mart.
Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
The Golden State Warriors select Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
How about an NBA comparison to Ryan Rollins? Maybe like a CJ McCollum?
Tomorrow, only on 95.7 The Game.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities. Try their USDA Choice Beef. It's deliciously tender and marbled for flavor. This week, Choice Beef New York Steak, bone-in, is just $5.99 per pound in the Max Pack. Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, You'll be sorry.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Bob Myers.
deal.
Appreciate that. President of Basketball Operations, General Manager. I gave him grief for that.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
I sent him a text.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Like, where's their credit, Bob? Yeah.
By the way, he stole it from me. I'm the one who said,
oh, wow.
I am the one who said Steph Curry's the greatest face of a franchise I've ever seen in my lifetime.
You're going Ricky Henderson when he broke the stolen base.
Give me somebody,
the greatest
give
of
me
all
a better,
time.
give me a better combined leader / player.
Well, you don't agree with how we handled this one.
Who doesn't?
You.
Where did you hear that? I've done nothing but praise Steph Curry for his involvement. He got everybody together. He's the guy.
In this?
Yes. What do you think? What were you imagining making up?
You're one of the people that are you're blown away that there's no suspension.
Right. Well, he's not the GM.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
He's the GMO.
Yeah.
Hey,
you said Curry.
Get off him, Parker.
Hey, Rutherford sent this to me, and he didn't have to send it. This is what I'm thinking. We're so focused, and I get it, on Draymond Green. But people, put yourself in Jordan Poole's shoes. He about to get paid. If he can come back from this, why are we upset?
Because it's wrong to a lot of people. What happened is wrong to a lot of people.
Me is one.
Flat out wrong.
Okay.
And Draymond Green faced virtually no discipline. And that bothers people because there's no accountability. And as it pertains to Draymond, there's a feeling that the organization has not held him accountable over the course of his career. And now, according to Steve Kerr, this is the most egregious thing that he's done. It's a serious crisis, but there's no punishment. It's fair to ask questions why. It's fair to say that's not enough.
Right.
I'm not saying mad, but yes.
Yeah, no, all that is valid. But if Jordan could get past it, I'm just telling people, shouldn't that outweigh how all of us feel? Even though we know, and I'm one of them, this ain't right. But if Jordan can get past what happened to him, we should be able to move on and understand
disagree.
This is Dre being Dre, and the Warriors aren't. There's nothing he can do.
But if you don't understand that what Draymond did was so wrong,
I do.
If that's great, Jordan Poole can forgive him.
Right.
And he's a teammate. That's important.
I'm with you.
I'm just a fan.
Right.
I'm just a guy on the radio.
Cut that. But yeah.
So what does that mean? I mean, it doesn't matter if I forgive him or not.
I guess I'm asking Warrior fans, how long should you just put this in his file?
No, there's a lot of people that are now done with Draymond. Whatever.
Yeah.
Brian Ratto. Yeah. I'm done with Draymond.
No,
I gave him grief. He goes, I'm done with Draymond.
We
I'm
heard the lady
what
call
does that
last
mean?
week with the jersey.
What does that mean? You're done with Draymond. Well, I'm done with Draymond. I don't like him. I'm going to boo him, but I like the Warriors. Okay. What is that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to support Draymond or you don't, but okay, you don't like Draymond, but you're still a Warrior fan.
Well,
big deal.
You know what? Let's back up.
It's skate
I told you, you know where I'm at.
But you keep asking, what if I'm not mad? Why should other people be mad? Because not everybody's you. And in terms of being mad, it's like I'm not mad.
I'm shocked.
I don't have a feeling other than there are going to be a lot of people upset about this, and there are. And there are.
And
that's
you can
all I'm
throw
saying.
Something at me right now because I know I'm comparing apples to oranges. But again, if the end result as an organization is not what we thought and fans thought it should be, because there are some people hot, then how do we get we love the chef. How do we give him credit?
Who?
Curry.
Because he's the reason maybe they could get over this and they don't have to suspend him.
I guess I'm looking at it from the fan out there, and again, the dude's presidential, Steph, maybe he could have looked at it like something of that, a suspension needs to happen. And maybe he could have then talked to, hey, Dre, just take this one for the team.
But he has no input on the suspension.
Yeah, that's why.
And he doesn't want to do that.
I hear you.
What he wants to do
is win games.
Is get Jordan Poole into his house and say, "You think you can forgive Draymond?" I don't know, dude. All right, let me go to Draymond. Draymond, he's pissed off, man. It's what you did is really, really. I know, Steph. All right, why don't you guys take some time? Let's go out to lunch in 3 days or whatever. Like that's what That's what Steph Curry clearly did. Ed in San Francisco. What's up, Ed?
Okay, amazing conversation. I think they've already had this conversation. The team got together and they had the conversation, and they decided to. And he apologized, and Poole accepted it, and Curry accepted it, and fine. I don't give a fuck what the
How dumb do you have to be, Ed?
Yeah.
How dumb do you have to be?
Yeah. There's only one Ed Lackman. How come I remember your boy? It's the way you say it. You know, Guru, Ed Lackman.
Let's get back to me. Yeah, so I was talking to Bob Myers yesterday.
Wow.
And on the phone.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about stuff. Yeah. And I said to him what I'd said on the air, that he's the greatest face of a franchise I've ever seen in my lifetime. So then he went on the air with it. Without crediting me.
Mad. You should really be mad.
I texted him.
Oh, yeah, I'd be
I said, you got to cite sources when you say that.
He didn't want to give you the credit.
Yeah, but you know
so
what?
It's like it didn't count.
You're going to be jealous of this, though.
I don't get jealous.
Yeah, you do.
Only of David Justice.
And so, you know what he did do? What? He told Steph I said that.
But you don't really know if he got this Steph.
No, Bob Myers said he told Steph.
Oh, but I'm telling you, people say stuff.
Oh, you think Bob Myers is lying to me? Why don't you bring that up next week? Let's go. Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin?
Fellas, what's going on? Great conversation as usual. Listen, I think this is, it's a PR, it's a business of basketball, which is first. You guys talk about Steph. They care about putting the product together that's going to win first. But the issue that's bothered me is, guys, nobody's mentioned the fact that the punch, so-called punch, didn't happen in the context of basketball, Guru. It was guys off to the side.
It was the worst thing ever, Austin. I've been saying, I said he should have got 20 games. I get that.
Yeah.
I've said nothing. That was wicked.
Everybody's talking about the basketball, but it wasn't basketball. So my whole thing is, we love Dre, the basketball player, but we have to be careful about loving Dre, the individual, and the individual is not a guy that we really like very much, if we're being honest. That's all I got, guys. Good conversation. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Again, information's coming in from everywhere.
What do you mean?
Because I'm going to the Xfinity mobile text line.
Well, those are just
510. By the way, aren't the reports that Poole has not accepted the apology? He spoke to Draymond. I don't know what they said, but if you're going to pass him the ball and go out there ring night and practice with him tomorrow, to me, Steiny, he's accepted the apology. And it could be he's about to get $120 million. I don't care. I'm just from the cloth now of I can't supersede the person that was on the receiving end of that punch. I can't be that more disappointed than Poole if he can look past. That's all I'm saying. I'm with everybody, the Greg Anthonys, everybody saying you got to suspend him. This warrants a suspension. My guy Ellie, you can't do that. But they're doing it their way. Frank Sinatra. So when I say salute, I'm not saying I'm signing off on the act. I'm saying I'm signing off on the Warriors, and Kerr saying we know we're going to take a hit, but we know who we are.
John's in San Francisco. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. A few things that I take from the latest Warriors news, and this is, one, no suspension because there's nothing they could do to change Draymond Green in the near future, and two, you don't want to pass Draymond Green, bro. You want Draymond Green for who Draymond Green is. And number three, sports tolerate all kinds of baggages from dudes because you know why?
No doubt.
That person's talent is essential to winning. And
you know what this is about, John? You're my man. And shout out to the post office and the postal workers, men and women. Rain, sleet, snow, shine, all that other stuff. Thanks, John.
I think that's it.
Appreciate it. It's about winning. They know they can't win without Draymond.
Okay.
Maybe. That might be it.
Hey, my son, Lil Durrell's listening to us in the Uber. Say what's up.
Let's go to Kerr now. This is from last night. Little Daryl. Little Daryl.
Truly.
Little Daryl. Pop's driving me nuts today. Here's Steve Kerr on Draymond from last night.
He is going to come back to practice on Thursday. He's been fined. He will not be suspended. I expect him to play Friday in our last preseason game and on opening night.
All right. How'd you come to this decision?
We have spent the last week in deep discussions with all of our key figures in the organization, including Jordan and Draymond, of course, Steph, all of our players, Bob, myself, and I can tell you there have been a lot of conversations, individual, one-on-one discussions, players-only discussions, everything that you can think of, all the different combinations that are possible to have in a conversation. We've had them. It's been an exhaustive process. We feel like we have a great feel for our team. We've got a lot of continuity on this team, so Bob and I know our players extremely well. We feel like this is the best way, after assessing everything, for us to move forward. Never easy, no matter what decision you make in a situation like this. It's not going to be perfect.
All right, that's Steve Kerr elaborating on how they came to the decision. Last Steve Kerr, before Guru and I jump back into it with your calls, this is on what this incident means.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season. I'm not going to talk about the fine other than to say he has been fined.
All right. Man. So that was Steve Kerr from last night talking about the decision. A lot of people talked about it. A lot of input. A lot of stuff. No suspension. He'll be there ring night, Draymond Green.
And the one thing when this is all said and done, Steiny, this shocks me. And I said hypocritical talking about myself because I do know if I was Jordan Poole, I would never be able to come back from it. If I was a teammate, I would want Dre suspended. Okay, you cannot do that. But with that said, how can Steve say that? Because you're sending the message that an argument with Kevin Durant was greater than what Green did to Poole. Help me get past that. I'm in knock. Who is it? It's Goo. I need help getting past how you suspend a man for calling Kevin Durant a B word, but you let this go.
Well, your perception is we've let it go. 100%. You don't know what we're doing behind closed doors. You don't know what we got Draymond Green to agree to so there wouldn't be a suspension. Maybe he's going to anger management 3 times a week. My point is that what Steve Kerr would say is just because Draymond got a game suspension last year and no this year, there's other ways to hold him accountable more than a suspension of a game. And one of the ways is to hold him accountable throughout the whole season where he's got to go to anger management for 6 months.
But do you believe that's what's jumping off?
I think something's going on.
You think so?
Something. Yeah, I think maybe something.
You know what? This might be too strong of a word, and I don't want to use it, but I'm going to. When you do what Draymond did to me that way, there should be some public shame. And the shame comes when the job says you're suspended for a couple of days. We'll see you in a week. But, man, to basically get on those blades and skate, I'm shocked, but after today or even last night, Steiny, they can move on. I got to move on. And Dre's got to move on and Poole's got to move on.
I mean, you don't have to move on if you don't want to as a fan.
But what are you going to do with that disappointment?
Stop being a Warrior fan or boo Draymond Green?
You ain't a diehard if you do that then.
Well,
and you're a hater of Draymond Green.
Brian Ratto says he's a diehard, but he's not a Draymond Green fan anymore.
Well, damn.
I'm just saying.
That's an oxymoron. Like, he's got a Warrior jersey.
Trust me, I gave him grief, too.
Oh, okay.
But
you feel how you feel?
But I think a lot of people feel that way. I mean, and honestly, I think it's kind of easy to feel that way.
I just hate Jordan was small. You were the big bad dude, and you gave him the one piece. And by all accounts, I keep going to Tristan Thompson's and the other Porzingis, that video flying around. Like, give them that work and energy, not your teammates.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think the reason why a lot of people are upset about the Draymond Green situation is because a lot of people work in a structured environment at work, and there's an HR, and then HR has one rule. They don't come up with different rules, and I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people are upset. Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay, that's why a lot of people is upset, and because the basketball is in a structure, it's a business structure, and the fact that he didn't get punished, and HR, it should be one HR, and so a lot of people go to work every day and have to follow these HR rules, and to have Draymond not follow, not get punished for that. That's a big disappointment.
Thanks for the call,
Thanks
Joe.
for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate it, Joe. Thanks for listening. Draymond Green. What happens if something happens in 2 months?
Why would you expect anything different? I used to work at AT&T, and you would have a file, and if you did something, infraction, you were late, you accumulated points. And if you got to a certain, an absence, unexcused absence would be 2. So if you miss one day, you got 2. So you might as well miss the whole week. So if I was out one day, you just get off the whole week because it's still only 2. My point being, nothing's going to happen. And for the people, this is how I feel like a reverend. Let me give you
a lot of people are not calling you a reverend today. But
no, they're telling me.
There we go.
Just stop. If you think you are not a hater of Draymond Green, and you can't let this go, you need to look yourself in the mirror.
No.
That's how I
feel.
Scotty,
Incorrect.
I do not dislike Draymond Green. I will call a spade, and every time that dude's wrong, and when I say he's wrong, I feel like you're belittling your teammates and even the coach. That's embarrassing. I'll call him out. Jonathan in New York, he said, remember the interview we had with Draymond, and I told Draymond to his face over the phone that I had criticized him. You remember that? You were there. You really
we
didn't back down.
There.
My point is, if you're not a hater of Dre, you got to move on.
Disagree.
Man. See that?
It's got nothing. You don't have to be a hater of Draymond to say, "Hey, Warriors, you messed this up." Draymond's irrelevant to a lot of people because they've already written Draymond off. He's a goon.
Yeah.
All right? He's a bully.
He's your goon.
So now it's totally fine to say, you know what? I gave up on Draymond years ago. This one's on the organization. How the hell can they let this guy play? Like, again, I'm not saying that's the way I feel because I don't.
Right.
But people do.
Right.
People do.
So you said, Goo, you sounded like, if you disagree with this decision, which I do, you hate Draymond, and you're saying it ain't that. Because I'm with. I kind of got you confused a little bit.
Yeah, which is unusual.
Baffled. No, they call it baffled.
And then some of the other people. Just trying to figure out exactly where you're coming from today. Yeah, you think he skated, but you don't want to. Criticize the organization.
I've said it.
I get it. Bob's going to come on our show every week.
I don't do that type radio. People can't see your chiclets, dude. You know where I'm at. I'm blown away. They got it wrong. I said, Steve Kerr, how can you say this is the worst thing that's ever happened to you? And there was no suspension. Guess what? It's not the worst thing that happened, but that's how you feel. I'm talking to Warrior fans. Golden bullet.
What do you say? Send a message to Warrior fans. What do you want Warrior fans to know?
I'm going to spell it out.
All right. Hey, let me set it up. All right. Hey, Warrior fans. My main man, Dial the Guru Johnson, is going to tell you how to feel. Go ahead, man. Send a message to Dub Nation right now, Goo.
MOVEON. You have to move on. That's what the family is doing. And I'm going to give you an analogy. What if my wife and I got into it, you're my best friend, and we reconcile?
Okay.
And she did something to me that you know what? I can't believe you took her back.
Right.
But when you come over.
I don't come over anymore.
Yeah, you would come over. But you come over for me. You move on. That's what I'm telling Warriors. I believe the Warriors botched this. They got this wrong. The video came out, but the one thing they were consistent in is the video didn't change their punishment. And that's why I'm like, who the hell am I to second guess? That was profound. I'm sorry.
Who?
I feel like I could just walk
what you
off.
just said?
Yeah. Like, you got to talk now.
I don't have to.
No, but
you're so
come on.
profound. I'll just let it lay out.
Steiny, that's life. If they're moving on, we have to as fans.
Don't you get it? We don't have to do a damn thing. That's my point. The team can move on, and great. And I can be a fan and say, good, move on. Go ahead and win a championship. But what happened here in October is reprehensible, and I'm never going to forget it as a fan. Right. Like, I don't have to move on.
Let me ask you
I will after today.
Will you ever forget
else.
the KD thing with Draymond? Or was that different because we don't know? Well, he got suspended.
But I don't think it matters. It's not up to me to forgive Draymond. He's never done a thing to me. So it's not up to me to forgive him. Do I think am I sick of Draymond? Yeah, I'm sick of Draymond.
I believe there's some people in the org that are probably feeling that way.
I mean, gets away with murder, no accountability, time and time again. This is the latest. Do I think it's going to be the last? No. But I'm not, I don't hate Draymond. He's just.
Right. And yeah.
It's kind of like the Richard Sherman with Russell Wilson. Ripping Russell Wilson, but you find out, Russell Wilson's not actually a bad guy. It's just the organization showed him favoritism.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Okay, well then get mad at the organization. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby in Antioch. What's going on, Bobby?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for letting me hop on with you guys.
Yeah.
So I just want to say I'm okay with Draymond not getting suspended because I feel like things like this happen in organizations that we don't always hear about it. And then a video comes out which blows it up and, gives people the right to be upset about what happened. But these guys are able to work through this, I think. And I think having Kerr as the head coach is a big thing to help this thing go through because Kerr's went through this before. Kerr got hit in practice by Jordan. They went on together to win a championship. So things like this happen. These guys are grown men. Words are said, might be taken a little more disrespectful. And then, but I think they're able to get through and wash it away.
Maybe.
Because they've gone through so much already together.
Thanks, Bobby. Maybe. It might be what happens.
And Kerr and Jordan got into a fight. Kerr threw the first punch. And like you said, man, you said, you know what, Goo, this wasn't a fight, and I feel that. Now, some people, I'm going to read this Xfinity mobile text line, Steiny, and I just want to ask, I want to get your thoughts because I'm still computing. Do you think Draymond threw that punch knowing he would skate?
I don't think so. I
was like, damn, that's it. Like, okay, that's doing too much math because we'll never know, but he skated and he fired, he threw it, dropped his teammate.
Steiny keeps saying a lot of fans are done with the Warriors. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. But I could understand. I have no idea if a lot of Warrior fans are going to check out. I'm just telling you.
I don't believe so. They could be mad. I get that. But when you love something.
No, I don't think it'll. No, It won't be a dip in ticket sales or anything like that.
Stop.
But we'll see how it all plays out. Here's the other thing, and I do know this is going to be greeted with, eye rolls. I get it. But I do think another thing that happened in the last week is, and I know you guys are going to snicker, but they probably told him, this is it. This is your last break.
You think so?
It's like a family that's been dealing with a problem child who's got drug or alcohol problems, and you eventually you got to, is it the 8th time? Is it the 10th time? Is it the 5th time where you say, I love you, but you're gone? That might be something that's going on here.
Stephen A. Smith contract, he may be out anyway, naturally.
Who?
Draymond.
Draymond Green is not getting another contract from the Warriors. Okay. And anybody want to bet me on that? Anybody want to bet me on that?
I'll tell you on the other side.
My call is Draymond Green will not receive another contract from the Golden State Warriors. Any bets? Any bets? Hey, a new episode of the 415ers podcast is out. Hosts Evan Giddings and Mark Grady bring you along as they analyze what went right and what went wrong. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you who Draymond Green really kind of put the screws to. James Wiseman. And I'll tell you why on the other side.
Back to Wiseman.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Backdoor laughter. Wiggins, he climbs the ladder and throws it down. Draymond with the assist.
Can the Warriors overcome the drama and defend their title?
Harden down the lane. Rejected. Kuminga with a block. Harden says, who is that?
Find out right here on the home of the NBA champions. 95.7. The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. I tell you what, Draymond Green owes James Wiseman an apology.
Man, you had me waiting. What for?
I'll tell you what for. Because if Draymond Green hadn't have gone ballistic, we'd be in here today talking about James Wiseman.
Okay, all right, wow.
I'm going to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
This kid's going to help.
The big fella, man.
He's going to help.
Man, I like everything he's doing right now. Pick and roll action.
What about his hands?
I haven't seen him fumble, stumble, dumble, nothing. It's been okay. But he ain't played one regular season game yet, so we got to wait and watch. I'm just telling you, those are concerns. You know?
What's your problem today?
You hated it. You were good. Oh, my God. I'm good and matured, man. I get it, man. I get this, but they got a season. They got to defend their title. If you want to say he skated or he walked, is this really anything? Yeah, it is, because we've never seen anything this vile. But damn, Steiny, just help me and the listeners think, if we could just put Jordan Poole on the couch, what could he be thinking? You think it's the euphoria of him getting that bag?
Maybe.
I couldn't.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's... whether Jordan Poole... here's what I think.
Okay.
We think we know how Jordan Poole feels. I think we're really going to know by the extension. Because I think the Warriors want to sign him to an extension. And they're clearly offering Tyler Hero type money.
Wow.
So it's up to Jordan Poole at this point. It's up to Jordan Poole.
Now, would an eyebrow be raised if that day comes and goes?
I'd be surprised.
And we find out, you know what? I'm cool right now.
I'd be surprised at this point.
Okay.
If the Warriors and Jordan Poole didn't come to an agreement on a contract extension. Austin's on the freeway. Hey, Austin, how you doing? What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Steiny, I'll take that bet from you, though.
Really?
Uh-oh.
About Draymond. Yeah, I'll take that bet. Let's do lunch.
All right, Austin. I take it you won't be on the freeway when he doesn't get offered that contract in a year. But all right, I'll write it. Oh, that's it. So the Golden State Warriors, what are they? Okay, how does it come down? Draymond opts out at the end of the year, and they say, okay, we'll give you the max for 4. No chance. No chance. And that's where it's like
somebody's gone, man.
No chance.
Yeah.
My feeling is this has now made it easy for the Warriors to move off Draymond Green. Everybody thinks that means today or tomorrow. No. but they're going to move off Draymond Green at some point.
So that would be the long play.
I do not believe, what's today, 2022, 23, 24. Draymond Green will not be a Warrior 24, 25. But I think this is his last year with the Warriors also. Let's go to Matty. Matty's in Oakland. Hey, Matt.
What's up? What's up, y'all? Y'all almost caught me off guard. I swallowed that last fry. But I just wanted to say, Guru, you kind of sound a little soft to me, talking about you couldn't get over this. If you was a player, if you were Jordan Poole, I can't get over this. This is going to be hard. People get into fights all the time in practice, dude. Right. This is what it's all about. You got to get in a little bit of a fight, a little bit of scrub, just to make it work, man. Draymond Green don't need to be suspended. He's a vital part of the team. Put him on the floor, win some games, get over this. Everybody, me and my brother get into fist fights, and we 2 days later, a day later, we back chilling, working together.
Let me ask you this, because you make good points. Steiny brought it up, and I'm riding with him. That wasn't a fight, and 2, the world saw you knock me to the ground. See, that's different than a fight. You know, when you put your dukes up, you know what you're getting into. You define that, and you got your own opinion, but that wasn't a fight. You let the world see me get knocked down, and I could do nothing. My teammate did that to me.
If anything, Jordan Poole learned a valuable lesson. Your dukes up, bro. He pushed Draymond first.
Steiny, that's out there.
I can't stand
No, but my
Thanks,
wife,
man.
It's out there. Ross
You know
Tucker.
what?
Ross Tucker said it.
Call me soft till the end of the day.
All right, I'm with you.
Till the end of my life.
Till there's no
That's not
time
the
on the
life.
clock.
That's not the kind of life I want to live.
That wasn't
having
a fight.
to worry about a guy haul off on you.
That wasn't a fight. Now, when
out of
prison,
nowhere.
I'm sure you got to watch your back. Don't drop the soap. But I
must have been doing something right. I'm 58 and I've never been punched in the face.
Close. You almost did.
Actually, I was really little.
No, we did a show. Oh,
who?
I ain't never told nobody. No, there was one time. We might have to.
You and me?
Yeah.
I don't even remember that. I must have been drunk. I can't even remember.
Oh, no, I don't do stuff like that when I'm. Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
It was a joke. I was running material.
Oh.
It's gonna be like it was a time you didn't know, but I would never touch you.
Oh man, let's go to what are the Warriors doing? When you shove something, shove someone, expect something. Okay.
Now that
so Draymond Green gets to put his hands on Jordan Poole. He gets to put his head right under his chin, onto his chest, come up on him like that. And Jordan Poole's supposed to say, I'm going to walk away.
Let me help you out. Okay. Because Friday, for the people that don't know, all your buddies met us at the cafeteria that you played pickup with. If Jordan Poole would have did that push out at one of the parks that you played at, Steiny, I know it's different, but that push would have warranted, it's going down.
It's going down, but not now you're like.
That's what that caller was alluding to.
I disagree.
All right.
That wasn't a fight.
You're going to push.
I just don't. That wasn't a fight. Let's go to Trucker EQ in Hayward. You in your truck now today, Trucker EQ?
Let's hear something.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear the horn.
But just a quick way to justify Dre's, all the haters that are saying all this stuff. There's a show on YouTube, I think it's called Drink Champs, and they had RIP DMX on there, and he was saying one thing about people. A thief is going to be a thief. A snake is going to be a snake. So you have to understand that Draymond is Draymond. A goon's going to be a goon. And so that's basically how you can look at this and get over it. He hasn't changed. He's been the same thing. If anything, Jordan Poole's going to get a little bit of credibility for knowing that he is our goon and you stood up to him. And, just like a Charles Oakley or some sort of that.
Gotcha.
So, if you don't get disappointed about people, if you know who they are, you know what I'm saying? So everybody who hates on Dre, he's a goon. Don't be disappointed that he did this. Don't be, understand that this is what he does.
He's like the scorpion and the frog.
No, he's Chris A on YouTube taking offense to us people calling Dre a goon. I call him the junkyard dog. Goon is a compliment.
Were you going to say Charles Oakley?
No, that's who.
He ain't no Charles Oakley.
But he's
Draymond Green is no Charles Oakley. Charles Oakley would not punch
He slapped
a
Scottie
small
Pippen.
guard in the
he
face
slapped
like
Scottie
that.
Pippen. He was playing when Scottie was a rookie. But he's of that, Steiny. That's what he is. Now, has Oakley ever hauled off on a teammate and we just didn't see it? I'm not sure, but that's a compliment to Dre. Oakley.
Here's something that's
Maurice Lucas, all those dudes. That's what Dre is to me.
I disagree completely.
I was going to say Karl Malone, but I guess I can. But Steiny,
I don't think that's
you're not as good at maybe
not
at
even
it
close.
as him. But what do you call what Dre does? We've talked.
But the point, what I'm getting, here's what I'm getting at is Charles Oakley is a legit tough guy.
Oh, okay, right.
Draymond's not. And he's proven that over his career on and off the court. You're the guy who brought this up, the Tristan Thompson thing. He didn't touch Tristan Thompson.
Yeah.
So until Draymond Green picks on a bigger guy.
All right.
Like, and that's the thing that's going to go on. People say, well, it's over. They can move on.
That did hurt him, yeah.
You guys out there might be like, big deal, not a big deal. Yes, it is a big deal. Every single game the Warriors play, and they're going up against the Clippers. You think Paul George ain't going to be in Draymond's ear? You pick on small guys. You ain't going to pick on me.
Okay.
They're going to go to Jordan Poole, and they're going to say, you're soft. How do you let that guy do it? And they're going to be on the court at the same time, standing next to each other, and they're going to get a guy from an opposing team laughing at him, saying to Jordan Poole in front of Draymond, you let that guy punk you like that? You got no business to be in this league.
No, that's
and here's
coming.
the last
That
thing.
is coming.
And if you think it's no big deal, I'll tell you, I think you're wrong, and I'll tell you why. Because after 11 years of being in the NBA, Draymond was out-talked. He was out-smack-talked. He was out-trash-talked, and he went physical. So that means you can get him, and the whole league saw that. I mean, Draymond Green Green is going to hear about gutless going up against Jordan Poole.
Firing on
you
your own
cheap
teammate.
shot.
That's
Hey, you going to cheap shot me, Dre?
They've
cheap
heard
shot?
it all, Steiny.
Cheap shot?
Yeah.
They're going to game after game
I'll give you that.
after game.
Yeah, but that ain't going to throw them off their
This is the other thing from the five. You don't think Draymond will respond to that? Oh, you can't get Draymond emotional?
No, we've seen it.
Thank you.
But I'm just like, like one ear out the other.
No, that's the point, Goo. He can't do it anymore, or he never could do it.
That's it.
But it's not in one ear and out the other because he couldn't in one ear and out the other with Jordan Poole.
I would be more if I were Poole, if that could get me off my game. If dudes on the sideline, that's why you got, mollywopped. It didn't do nothing.
By the way, if Devontae Adams gets suspended a game,
dude,
and Draymond doesn't,
oh no,
oh my God. And I'm on the record. Devontae Adams should get no punishment. Zero.
He's been charged.
That's a joke.
Yeah. And
that's a joke. Guy walked right in front of him.
He's about to get a check.
Right in front of him.
He's about to get a check. At least 150.
We'll see. No chance.
Oh, Steiny, he getting up.
I'm not. I would. That's one. Believe it or not, if I'm Devontae Adams, I go to the wall not to give that guy a dime. Not one
you
dime.
Use Devontae. I'm using the KD scrum. How does that, again, that's just me, that's my metric. How does that warrant one game and this none?
That's one for Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Twainhart. What's up,
Where's
Joe?
Where's that at?
It's up here. I know where it is. It's near, don't tell me. It's on the way up to Tahoe, right?
Okay.
Foothills?
No, I'm up the way to Sonora, or past Sonora a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you're right, but okay. What's up, baby?
Thanks for taking my call. Just real quick, just wanted to mention, not making any excuses for Draymond. What he did was outrageous and uncalled for. However, if this was baseball, if Garrett Cole had punked Mike Trout rushed the mound and threw punches at Garrett Cole, no one would even talk about it. We'd just be like, unwritten rules of baseball. If this was two white hockey players, we'd just be like, oh, they fight in hockey. This is how it is. But because Draymond is a high-profile African-American man, we want to kind of put him in this box as we do as a society. We want to make it a huge deal, and it is. But we got to look at ourselves. Why don't we judge white baseball players who do the same thing in games all the time. Hockey players do it in games all the time. I just feel this is something that definitely is not being talked about. So I'd like to take your guys' comments off there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it was a great analogy.
Well, I'm not going to say it was.
What if Maxi Kleba Luka Doncic punches Maxi Kleba?
Yeah, but
it's a big deal.
His greater point was hockey is allowed in the NHL. Fighting is allowed in the NHL. It always has been, and they broadcast it on SportsCenter or whatnot. Do black dudes get into it in the NBA? It just has, to me, and I'm not saying I don't agree everything he said, but because Dre needs to be called out for what he did. But my point is, Steiny, where there's a fight in the NBA, and I'm not brought malice in the palace. That was different. That warranted that attention, but it jumps off deeper. It's shown to us different, man.
If two NBA players get into a fight,
two black NBA players,
it's probably going to be two black players if they're NBA players. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, to me, the racial thing in basketball, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's like two basketball players got in a fight. Okay, well, it's an 80% African-American league or whatever it is. Yeah, chances are it was probably two black guys. Baseball, it's 30% white, 60% Hispanic. Okay, chances are, it might be, but
the energy is different to me, Steiny.
Then what?
Then what we see in the NHL and what we see when baseball, they have a brawl. And if you want to be honest,
I don't
go to the malice in the palace. I mean, they wanted Steven Jackson in prison. I mean, I know that was ugly and it went up into the fans, and I'm not defending any of that, but there was a major racial element to that. And where the locale, where they were at and how it was covered, I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to dismiss. I don't understand what you're saying, though. Okay, so hockey's primarily white guys.
And it's broadcasting, and it's kind of cute when it happens.
But
when guys get into it in the NBA, it's almost like a prison fight. It's just to me, there's a different theme and energy behind it. It's more, they're vile, they're, animals. It's more of that subliminally than it is, hockey, this is just what they do, it's cute. And I felt that way a long time.
I mean,
I don't expect you to agree. I'm just I don't agree everything that caller said, but the energy behind NBA fights and NHL.
But hasn't fighting been it's ingrained in the hockey culture, kind of? And I think that's one thing. Basketball doesn't want to get violence ingrained in their culture. But hey, I can't speak to that. You're right. Mo in Oklahoma City. Hey, how do you feel about having Draymond Green play power forward? What do you think about Draymond Green for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
What's going on, fellas? First time calling on the show. Love the show.
Thank you. Hey. You in Bricktown?
Near Bricktown. But yeah. Originally from San Leandro, but
okay.
That's a whole nother story.
Fair enough.
But I think this is just a slap on the wrist. This little petty little fine they're giving Draymond. All right, I think Jordan Poole needs to watch some Ultimate Fighter, take some notes from Shai Sonnen when he pushed Silva away. Said, "Can't let you get too close. Can't let you get too close." But when he pushed Draymond, he pushed himself away. He didn't move Draymond at all.
Appreciate the call and those Golden State Warriors. They're going to. I think they're going to win the UFA this year. I think they're going to win the UFA conference.
I would give you a 1. I'm listening right here. He gave that.
Let me see what I have. Let me see what I have written down here. Non-Dre stuff. Steph Curry is the culture. He's proven it once again. Jordan Poole's got a contract in front of him. We'll see if he signs it. And James Wiseman's going to be okay, ladies and gentlemen. I like what I'm seeing there. I'm seeing growth. I'm taking Wiseman this year. You don't have him.
Well, please. I've been his advocate since day one.
Right, but you've been his advocate never seeing him play.
He played 37 games.
Not last year.
Well, the year
You talked him,
before.
but you didn't like him the year before.
I kept throwing his number 12 and 6.
I'll take Wiseman.
No, please. Too much front running from you. The Phillies, the Eagles.
By the way.
He was like, what are you talking about?
How long have I been saying
stop.
how good Bryce Harper is?
Dude, just stop.
And Nick Castellanos. Is that how you say it?
I will say Steiny was a big fan of Bryce Harper's chain that he wore to the game earlier today.
You could really do some improv, man. Like, you're running material.
What are you talking about?
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Kyle Schwarber?
I didn't ask you to, you have nothing to prove
Aaron
to me.
Nola?
Just, the way you just double back. Like, yeah, baby.
Hey. You know what? See, that's the thing. That's what I can't stand. You know what? Because I'm not. Okay, we got Shasky in here and Willard in here and Lubman and the Giants, every day, Giants. Just because I don't come in every day and go, Phillies in your face.
Why are you licking your tongue?
Finally, you know what? I liked them all year.
Yeah.
There's no bigger fan of the Philadelphia Phillies and Eagles right now, as long as they're undefeated.
Well, let me ask you, because the people, I didn't tell you this.
It's like
I've been keeping it from you. Where's your Hawks gear? Street's been talking. Like, did you break up or divorce them?
I've made this official.
You ain't going Damon Bruce on us with the Bears.
No, it's the T-Wolves. I've switched teams. I'm a T-Wolves guy now.
My face and head is on your body.
What?
You can't do that.
Why not? I can't root for a team where the head coach went to my college.
So that's
I can't root for a team.
I've never heard
that's
that.
A buddy of mine's the head coach.
Right.
That's
but what
crazy.
about Atlanta? What happened there?
I have them on ice right now. Atlanta's on ice right now.
My boy's laughing, Steiny.
Who?
Every Reg.
Relaford?
Ronti. June. Everybody.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're all trying to get onto your Mount Rushmore, and they know. They absolutely know that two guys getting eliminated.
But when you drive home today, will you say, you know what, Goo really matured, man? I mean,
probably not.
He really shocked me because
it's not maturing.
It's a vile act what Draymond did. I'm on record as saying I couldn't get past it. Caller just called me out. But if the Warriors are going to do it, if they're going to move on, I think we all got to follow.
Here's the one problem with the Xfinity mobile text line. Somebody's like, that was lame, Steiny. Which part? What?
The whole part where you're trading in the teams.
What do you mean?
Because the real ones stay through thick and thin.
That's right.
You know that about me. It ain't nothing you can do.
I was a Philadelphia. I grew up outside of Philadelphia. So I was a Philadelphia Phillies fan.
What happened?
I still like. What do you mean? What happened? They're my team.
I've never heard you claim a team.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
How about my Eagles?
This is Steiny and
49ers better watch out.
Oh my God.
Because my Eagles are rolling.
See, you make me not like, because I know this is material.
What are you talking about?
I would not like that guy. It's like
There's this singer I like. His name's Anders Osborne. He's got a great line where he's like, I'm hanging out with my new best friend who's got a pool.
See, that's great.
It's kind of me.
That's like Richard Pryor.
As long as the Eagles are undefeated, I like them. As long as the Phillies are in it, baby.
He said he grew up and there was a lot of gangs, and whichever gang was winning, he was in that gang.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh, boy. Draymond Green.
Free. I'll be back Thursday. Play Friday.
Oh,
Denver.
you mean free as in
FRE, free to people.
Hey, it's Leroy from Oakland on the Xfinity mobile text line. Draymond Green felt like he was responsible for Jordan Poole's success, just like that's a lot. Why don't you call him?
That's interesting. Yeah, call
Let's call in. I can't.
He called the morning show.
Don't call in then.
Oh, well, he told me. We're all family, Steiny.
Grow up.
Actually, that's not true.
Dude, you took a lot of heat when I ran down the teammate thing. I won't bring it up. It was last week. I think it was Thursday.
It was a couple days ago.
Yeah, but
what?
A lot of people didn't like you.
When I was saying who's your Mount Rushmore?
No. When we were talking about the team here, and I went over the roster of our comrades here.
Okay.
And you were like, they're not my teammates. Something to that extent. You remember that?
Well, like who?
Everybody. The perplexed look you have, I'm throwing you off.
Yeah, you definitely are.
Yeah. Just
why?
We're a team here. Everybody.
Nice job, Goo.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's the
Yeah. Just like Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. We get along great. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Also, the Xfinity mobile text line. I'm going to open it up for everybody. Oh, 91.
You better be careful. Tomorrow, the Warriors rookies are live in studio with Damon and Ratto.
Nice dunk put back there by Ryan Rollins, the sophomore out of Toledo.
Tomorrow, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins are hanging out with Damon and Ratto live in studio.
Baldwin Jr., and just like you did Friday night, first time he touched the ball, he shot it and made it.
On the home of the NBA champions, 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Tevin Coleman, who scored a touchdown on the ground and one in the air.
Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. He's back with the Niners, and he's back in the end zone.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in in organic search visibility and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Steiny Guru with you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's what I said. Steiny Guru with you? What's your problem?
What problem laughing?
Why are you laughing at me?
He jumped in a little early. That was great.
Matt Simon, Sally Guru Johnson, which I just said already. Here's what people caught what I heard what I said about a half hour ago, and I'll expand on it. And yeah, you can get on me because, no, you're right. I didn't think the Warriors were going to win it last year. Heading into this season, I felt like can you listen to something for me?
I would love to.
This is Steph Curry. Just take a listen. This is from a couple days ago. And this is the greatest face of a franchise any team has ever had. And you can take that to the bank from Matt Steinmetz. So here's my good friend, Steph Curry.
I don't want to overcomplicate it because it's still fresh and new. And like to your point, the question around how was practice today, even just how we talked about it, and try to get on the same page with how we're addressing it, but also know we have work to do. Like all those things are pretty fluid, and we just try to address it the best way we can. But I know between me and Dre, between Dre and the rest of the team, like all those personal, relationships and communication lines, like it starts with honesty and openness. And, we've been together for so long. I think we know how to have those conversations.
All right. What Curry was referring to there was the stuff that the Warriors have going on. And he mentioned contracts. And he mentioned young players trying to make a name for themselves. And he mentioned trying to balance that and win a title. And my overarching feeling on the Warriors is for them to win it this year, they're going to have to overcome a bunch of stuff that I think is not easy to overcome.
Okay.
I think this thing's coming to an end, obviously. I think this is the last year of the big three. I think Draymond will opt out. Might he have another year after this? Maybe. But I don't think Draymond's long for here. And so I just look at this team, and I'm like, well, Poole wants to get paid. Draymond wants to get paid. Wiggins is due to get paid. Clay's going to want to get paid. And we've got young players who want playing time, but who are going to be asked to win. This has got some last dance feel to it. Now, they won it last year, the Bulls. They overcame a lot. But it feels like this is what ends dynasties. Period.
Yeah.
Age, contracts, infighting. That's what ends it.
Well, you know what? Hey, I'm not mad at you, but I'm thinking like as long as Steph Curry is here, does that mean the dynasty is intact? Let's just say Draymond left and they won a title.
Okay.
That would still justify the dynasty still going, right?
I would never say that they have no chance.
One of the guys leaves. Does it?
Of course.
Okay.
Well, Durant left.
Yeah, no doubt. But they got one before him.
If Draymond leaves and the Warriors win it without him,
it's still.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Of course.
Which I think.
Question is, can the Warriors win it without Draymond Green? And is this the year to try to find out?
Now, in 2016, I'd say hell no. But I know I watched the finals where Game 4, they sat him out a little longer than, I won't even call it a benching, but we saw what it was. And, you know, he got his footing underneath him. But, damn, they got some ultra talent. And now Wiseman, again, it's not a regular season game, Steiny. I know I'm excited.
No.
Just watching them.
No.
Yeah, I know. But,
You're out.
Man, wouldn't this just be like the Warriors for him to come in and just go ham and give them everything that, like Trey Lance was supposed to be, that he would be? James Wiseman giving you that big that they haven't, and he's better than McGee. McGee gave you, he could catch the oop, but I'm talking about, dude, Steiny, look at
Trey
this
Lance
dude.
ain't no James Wiseman yet.
Okay, I ain't mad at that.
I'm worried about Trey Lance, but we can talk about him later. That's for sure. Let's go. Oh, yes.
We got Leroy.
Priest.
Okay, our guy.
Priest in Palo Alto. What's going on, Priest?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
talk to us.
Thanks for taking my call. But I'm listening to this since the incident happened, and listen, in any family, organization, or whatever you're doing, and at a high level with all this pressure, you're going to have incidents. You're going to have difficulties, mountains you have to climb, things you got to go through to get to where you're going. This is just one of them, man. And so nothing lasts forever. So there is going to be an end of Steph, Clay, and Dre. There was going to all of that. The end is imminent. All I'm saying is, when you look at the way that this organization dynasty has been put together, there's nothing ever that I've seen that's like it. The only thing that I can think of might be the Celtics of the 60s, how they transitioned from Cousy to Russ.
Hey, Priest, can I ask you a question?
I am telling you, Poole, and Kuminga are the extension. And
hey, Priest, I want to ask you a question. Do you mind? Is he gone or there?
No, he's still there.
Oh, shoot, he's gone. I wanted to ask him to compare Curry and Bill Russell as leaders, because that's the one name I have heard in terms of face of a franchise. Bill Russell. I obviously saw very, very little. I didn't see any of Russell.
Right. But what made you go there? Because they won 11 titles?
Well, because when I said he's the greatest face of a franchise, a bunch of people put other guys up, and I shot them all down. Yeah. But Bill Russell, maybe. Like when people say, well, Michael Jordan, hit the pike. Michael Jordan isn't even close to the kind of man Steph Curry is. I'm talking about face of a franchise, the combination of playing ability and greatness and leadership. There's nobody that can touch Steph Curry. I'm sorry.
But I got to back
Michael
up to
Jordan
Michael.
Does not have the
say
character that Steph Curry had.
But
neither did Bird.
Okay.
Neither did Magic. Right. Neither does LeBron.
But in the meantime, I'm going Magic, and then I'm going Michael, Steiny. In real time, Michael was it. There's no we can say now there were things that we didn't see. Michael was perfect.
No, he wasn't. He's far less perfect than Steph Curry.
But when did you find? We didn't find that out during his run. He was perfect.
Who's a better guy, Steph Curry or Michael Jordan?
There's not. It's
well,
not
that's part of being a leader.
But I get that. But what I'm telling you,
what are you disagreeing with?
In real time, Michael was Steph.
Right, but he
retired
Steph's
before
overcome
all
him.
His stuff came out the closet.
Right,
he had a divorce,
but Steve Kerr knew it. Steve Kerr knew Michael Jordan was an ass. Scottie Pippen knew he was a jerk.
But the world, this dude.
So what?
Yeah, this dude.
That's why I'm saying Steph Curry's the greatest.
And I'm signing off on that. But I'm just saying Michael didn't slip up publicly where
you mean with the gambling?
Yeah, well, that was people
Does that
laughed
slip
and
up?
snickered. They hid that. And they probably hid a whole hell of a lot of other stuff. But to me, Michael was perfect. But now I know he wasn't. Steph is perfect, and he's perfect. If that makes any sense. Michael.
I would never put Michael Jordan in the same category as Steph Curry in terms of leadership. I wouldn't. Jordan ruled out of fear. Flat out
Well, he
fear.
hit Kerr, and we're coming
He
down
didn't just
Dre's
hit
road.
Curry.
They got in a
He's a
fight, though,
bully.
Steiny.
Jordan was a bully, too.
Yeah. Oh, there's no
All right?
doubt.
And so, to me, I'd rather have a non-bully face of a franchise than a bully face of a franchise, and that's why I think Steph Curry is hands down.
I'm thinking that's interesting. A non-bully face of a franchise. Tom Brady's a bully, right?
Well, Tom Brady's got like Deflategate.
Wow.
People think Tom Brady cheated.
No, I
mean, every single play.
Yeah.
Larry Bird, he's got a daughter out of wedlock. He's disowned.
I got you.
Magic with the womanizing.
Yeah. What about Derek Jeter? And we kind of went down this road. He would be up there.
I get the sense Derek Jeter is not as real as people think he is. Like I get the sense he's a little like Phil Mickelson used to be, where everyone's like, Phil's cool. But
he was
during
a his run, did you feel that way? See, that's how I have a hard time. Steiny, when Jeter was a god and still is.
Steph's a better player than Jeter. Is Derek Jeter one of the top 10 players in baseball?
No,
ever.
But he's a top 10 Yankee.
He wasn't even the best player on his team.
It don't matter. He's a god.
But that does matter.
And he's a multi.
That's my point. That goes into what I'm saying about a face of a franchise. The combination of talent, how great you are, and leadership. And Steph Curry comparably is a better basketball player than Jeter was a baseball player. Because most people would say Steph Curry's a top 10, 15 player of all time.
Right. Well, I'm one of them.
Well, Derek Jeter wasn't. Derek Jeter's what, 50th best baseball player ever? 25th? Let's go to, you can disagree with me.
I do. I'm just.
Okay, find somebody.
No, and KD coming to town helped Curry get those two. But we were talking about it. He wasn't far in a way the best player on the team.
Who?
Steph Curry. When Durant was here and Durant was getting the finals MVPs. I'm not taking away.
What are you picking apart here? I don't get it.
You going at Jeter saying he wasn't the best. Jeter was the man, dude.
Steph Curry comparably is a better basketball player than Jeter was a baseball player.
2 seconds ago, I said you're right.
Okay.
But that doesn't negate what Jeter was in New York. And in baseball, he was a god. He still is.
Dynamite.
They did a 10-part series on him.
Super.
He's a god.
Super.
So that's why I get
Curry was better.
But don't sell Jeter.
I'm not selling him short.
What
He's
he was
second.
He's
behind Curry.
All right. I'm not mad at that, but I'm just Jeter, man. He's a god.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Ain't no Steph Curry.
Yeah. I'm with that.
Let's go. We got time. Let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city. What's up, Robin?
Hi, you guys. Oh, my God, there's so much. I've been on hold. Thank you for taking my call because I'm off today. Listen, first of all, you said he was a bully and something else you called it. Actually, what he is, Steinmetz, is a wankster. And Guru, if you don't know what that is, Guru does.
I'll educate him.
And
Thank you.
And they all play that song when I get off the air in tribute to him being a wankster. He knows who to mess with, who to bully. I heard he got in with David West and he didn't do anything. Tristan Thompson punched him in the offseason during their run. He didn't do anything. And also, for all these people who are calling in, you can rationalize anything, okay? That's called cognitive dissonance. The fact of the matter is, Guru, if you're on the basketball court and somebody is selling you wolf tickets and walking up on you, okay? The hell with the punch. I taught my kids, strike him, knock him down. Don't give nobody no opportunity to walk up on you. But see, they're not in the playground. They're in the gym. No, Draymond's problem is that he's compulsive. He doesn't think about the consequences. But my grandmama used to say, when you know better, you ought to do better, okay? The last thing I want to say is this. Draymond Green said that he supported him, Poole, when he was in the G League,
Right.
and he got love for him and all that. I believed him. I believe him. But here's the thing, and this is pure speculation on my part. You can say this, and you guys tell me if you've ever experienced this in your personal life. The dynamics of a relationship can change. You understand?
Sure.
And a person may not need your support anymore. So guess what? I think a little jealousy creeped in on Draymond's part, okay? Peace out, you guys.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
You know what's interesting?
By the way, Tim Duncan, great name. I actually think Curry's a better leader than Duncan was, but I think he belongs. Somebody saying Mays and Clemente, I use the phrase in my lifetime. So that's why I asked about Bill Russell.
And you
I
said
don't know
not
about Bill
boisterous.
Russell.
You said silent ones. Like
No,
Steph.
all time.
Yeah.
You don't have to be silent. Steph's not silent.
Well,
I don't ever remember the San Antonio Spurs putting Tim Duncan out when crap was going on or when they needed us. That was always Greg Popovich. So
Well, I was just getting to the point of the best thing Robin was on fire, but the best thing Draymond has done has earned the trust of Steph Curry, where it basically helped him in this instance not get suspended. Because you said they brought him. If Curry would have been like, man, we got to get this dude out of here behind court, he would have been on the first thing smoking. If he needs 20 games, he would be suspended 20 games, Donnie. So Curry knows the real Draymond Green and the Draymond Green at his core. And that's why he keeps riding for him. And he rode for him in this instance. And why? If you're going to come out the way you did to start the show, and I'm not saying you're wrong or anybody out there calling Steph the leader and he made this happen, he's the one that allowed. And you say he doesn't dish punishment, but he can make recommendations. What do you think? And obviously,
I think that's overblown. I've told you that. I think it's a myth that people think that Steph Curry, would sell his soul to advocate for Draymond Green. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying Steph Curry might not support Draymond Green, but
then what did he lead? You said just by getting the guys in the room together. See,
Yes.
I'm thinking that's part of it. Oh, he did that. That's the easy part. I'm talking about management. Like, what should we do here? And
I'm sure he was
just
in
feel
on
like
that,
he
too.
had to be an advocate for Draymond.
I'm sure he was. But what I'm saying is, the people who say Draymond would never sign off on Curry would never sign off on Draymond getting traded. I completely disagree with that.
Wow.
Completely disagree. And I'll tell you why. Because Steph's got more pride than that. And the people that say that don't understand what a competitor Curry is. Because when you're saying, oh, Steph, he would advocate for that means that somewhere deep down in Steph's gut, he thinks he needs Draymond. Steph Curry doesn't need Draymond Green. He doesn't need him. So stop insinuating that Steph will advocate for Draymond till the end of the day because he won't be as good without him. BS.
Well, all I've been hearing is Steph wins no titles without Draymond. And we got into a fight, you and I, years ago about, hey, Steph is so great. I understand the greatness of Draymond Green and the effect he has on Steph Curry, but I just would not sign up that Steph has no titles if there was no Draymond.
I wouldn't. Did I say that?
No, well, it might not have been you, but yeah, get out of here with that. This boy has revolutionized the game. I'm talking about Curry, please. Yeah, and I understand what Dre brings to the table, but don't tell me Steph would have been left ringless without no Draymond Green.
Somebody said LeBron James. You know what?
That's
LeBron,
a great one.
Well, it's close.
Give it. I'm listening.
But we all know LeBron's far more political than Steph Curry. He's more meddlesome in a front office. He's more polarizing than Steph Curry. Now he's
the front office. You got me at the front office.
Impeccable off the court. Magic Johnson, please.
I threw him out there though.
Please, come on.
Well, I kind of want to say at the end.
Well, he was a womanizer.
So was Derek Jeter.
And exactly. Well, Jeter was single his whole career, so that's not. But my point is that, yeah, I mean, does it matter that Magic Johnson? Yeah, I do. I think that character to me is a big part of leadership. Curry's got more character than any of those guys. Let's go to Big Dave. Big Dave's in the San Leandro area. Hey, Big Dave. Mm-hmm.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah,
hey.
for sure. Thanks for taking my call. I've been listening to 95.7 The Game for a long time, but throughout this entire situation before the video was released. And first thought that comes to mind is all these fans calling in saying Draymond has to go. A lot of fans that I've heard multiple times calling great guys but saying Draymond has to go. I don't know. To me, very short-sighted. Short-sighted in terms of maybe they weren't fans back when we didn't even make the playoffs for 10 years straight, plus, or maybe short-sighted in terms of what happens to the Warriors if they win another championship, two more championships. What happens to the Warriors' legacy? The Warriors need Draymond Green. I'm not excusing his behavior. It was ridiculous, sucker punching like that, right? But people want to call him a bully. We don't even have the whole video. We don't even know what Jordan Poole is saying to him. I don't think he's a bully. I definitely agree that he's a junkyard dog. So, but let me just also say that he will not be coming back without Jordan Poole's blessing. So everyone just want to cry, oh, he should be suspended, and oh, my Lord, everything is Draymond Green's not getting disciplined enough. You're trying to tell me he's not going to losing some money out of all this? And on top of that, he's definitely on a shorter string now, right? Like, come on.
You would think.
He's not going to be able to get away with this again. You would think. But at the end of the day, I think he's already felt the hit, and the Warriors need him, and Jordan Poole understands that they need him too. And I think Jordan Poole's smart enough because he's going to get the bag. And on top of that, he's going to get more endorsements if he's on a winning team. Because you trade Draymond Green, who are you going to get? Right? Bam Adebayo already came out and said that there's only 3 players in the NBA who can guard 1 through 5. Him, Draymond Green, and the Greek Freak. So everyone wants to hate on Draymond Green. It's like every single time something happens with Draymond Green, you get all these fans just piling on. I'm sorry, but I remember the days before.
All right. So, Big Dave, thanks for the call.
Yeah. Big D was, he was riding.
I mean, look, and Big Dave made it clear that it's because of how good Draymond is. That's why he didn't get suspended. Patrick Baldwin Jr. would have done that. He's suspended.
But behind closed doors, they still like him, though, Steiny.
Who?
The man, Draymond Green. It ain't just a ball player. They like him. And I'm going to take offense to something he said. I now know there is no string. If you can get past this with no suspension, you ain't nothing coming your way for nothing you do moving forward. Now you would think, no, nothing will happen again, but there is no string, Steiny. You had the Durant thing, a leash. There is none.
So you believe the Warriors said this is it?
No, there is.
Oh, the opposite.
The opposite. I'm like,
okay. Supervillain disagrees with you. What's up, Super V? Talk to me.
Hey guys. Yeah, man. Matt, I just have to say that I know you love Larry Bird, and for all the listeners out there, if anybody ever thinks that Larry Bird never got into a fist fight in practice, or Xavier McDaniel, or any of those kind of players that ran hot, you're kidding yourself. This happens a lot, and it probably isn't as nearly as uncommon as everybody makes it out to be. The difference is this one was on film. And I'm sure I'm going to speculate that the reason that they did not suspend Draymond is because they need him in the fold as not a malcontent or a troublemaker, but somebody who's going to come in and be ready to roll. And so they probably just told Jordan Poole, hey, man, you have a chance to get the bag. Don't mess this up. Just be a professional. And Draymond, it's going to hurt him when they come to negotiate and say, hey, your game is slipping, and you're not the locker room presence that we touted you to be. Furthermore, just 2 more real quick things. The whole idea of ethics and morals in professional sports and entertainment business, get that out of your mind. It's all fake. That was nothing. Warriors culture is just a slogan for marketing, like it's a good time out. And all of that stuff is out the window. If the guy can play and he can help you win,
no doubt,
get him on the court no matter what.
Thanks, Supervillain. Appreciate it. There it was. Get him on the court no matter what. He's too valuable.
So it's like the dude that shows up to the regular job late, but he's like the best at his job.
Best salesman?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I've seen it. But
they should be able to.
They call that the Jordan rules, right? Remember? You can get away with what you want.
Why does a salesman need to be in the office if he's really good?
Oh, now you're preaching to dude. You talking my language now. People hate. That's all. Dude closing deals before 8:30, before he pulls up in the parking lot.
So were you like Al Pacino and Glenn Ross?
Oh, man, Steiny, it was incredible. I have no sources. We don't got time. I can tell you the greatest story
got a minute.
ever. So I work with some people that came from wealthy backgrounds, and Jerry Jaspowitz. He was older,
sure,
but he was the top salesman. So they had this dude, Chris Henderson. He was from like El Dorado Hills. Young, came in and was about to break his appointment record of setting appointments, and everybody was gathered around. So Jerry was about to get knocked off. I saw a grown man in his 40s go under the desk and rip the power cord out to the phone while Chris was closing the deal. So Chris goes, "Who did that?" And Jerry was so sick and jealous of what he was about to do. Steiny, they came to blows.
Blows?
The office went crazy. But if I could make a movie, I would do a spoof of that. The man went and took the cord to the phone out so he wouldn't get his glory. And then here goes little rich kid, threw one at him, and they wrestled. Dude, I sat there like, boy, I know people can't get the last 30 seconds back, but it's just incredible.
Nice job, Goo.
Yeah, I
There you go. Good story, I guess.
Office politics.
All right, we got a half hour left, and then we're turning it over to Damon Bruce and John Dickinson. It's all sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater.
Opening night is less than a week away.
Poole fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court! Poole walks away and says, "Yes, sir! I got this!"
Hear every three.
Curry takes a three. It's up and good!
Every splash.
Flash for three for Clay.
And every moment.
No good. Jammed home by Wiggins!
The home of the champs. 95-7 the game.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Mostly cloudy with a high of 61 degrees in San Francisco today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
By the way,
I got something for you.
You always do. I'm going to go first for once.
Ricky Henderson. He let off. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. I don't usually go after people personally, but I think I may go after Stephen A. Smith. Because he came down the road frankly, one of my heroes.
You better be careful. I couldn't even
We
believe
did a whole
it.
show on how
no doubt
great of a person Kevon Looney is. He'd fix your flat tire.
Wow.
He'd lend you money if you need it. And here's what Stephen A. had to say about Kevon Looney. Hey, Dub Nation.
I've never heard this.
It fired up.
I had a problem with Kevon Looney in his press conference talking about he has to earn our trust. What the hell you mean ours? He didn't hit you. He hit Jordan Poole. That's the dude that should have a problem with Draymond. And if he has a problem with Draymond for the rest of his life, nobody can blame him because you don't do that. And the fact that you did that, that's a problem. But that's Jordan Poole's problem. Kevon Looney saying we should be trusted is an issue. I had some issue with what Andre Iguodala and the way he was acting about it or whatever. He hit you, okay? Now, Jordan Poole is not a child. Draymond was wrong. He should have been suspended. And obviously it's a distraction to the team, so you want to apologize from that standpoint. But to go out there publicly like that, like he hit you, I got a problem. Now, Steve Kerr's the leader, that's different. Bob Myers, the GM, that's different. Joe Lacob's the owner, that's different. I got that. But I'm talking about players. You know better.
Dude, he's getting killed on YouTube.
Eddie Johnson, former Phoenix Sun, who has a show on Sirius XM, he got to Stephen A. and he said, you couldn't be more wrong.
Yep.
He does have to win back the trust of his other teammates. And I get that.
Because Stephen was dismissing Curry in this. It's a team problem.
Yes, I get it. Draymond Green didn't hit Kevon Looney, but what if Kevon Looney's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm sick of having to answer to him.
And you don't know if other players are feeling that way. Maybe they don't got the weight to buck up. No doubt, Steiny. I would be feeling some type of way, and he can let you back. I'd be looking at this.
Do you think it's fair for me to say to Stephen A. Smith, you better be careful?
No, you can.
Okay.
Now ask me what I was going to get to you before you go to the phone.
Yeah.
Jeter got 5.
Five
and if
what?
rings. And if Steph was here, I said, Steph, you or Jeter. He'd probably be like, Goo, I ain't even mad who you pick. I'm just saying he was he was perfect. And he's a god in the NY.
He's not the lead. He's not a better face of a franchise than Curry.
He's up there is what I'm saying.
He's not Steph Curry.
I don't want to sound like I'm taking anything from Steph. I'm just saying he's up there with them.
He's up there below him.
He's at the table.
He's at the table, but he don't sit at the head of the table.
Okay, well.
In fact, he's down at the end. I got Curry up there with Tim Duncan.
Jordan.
I'll put Wayne Gretzky up there a little bit.
What about Jordan?
Jordan's sitting at the end. Jordan's not invited to any table that has leaders.
Bird fan.
Bird ain't there either, Chief.
Yeah, don't be prejudiced.
I'm not going to be here.
Prejudice against who? Bird's white, Jordan's black.
No, I'm just, he's the GOAT.
Let's go to Bob.
Be like Mike.
Bob actually has a different perspective.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm a first-time caller, but I listen to you guys quite often.
Right on.
On this Draymond Green thing, I'm thinking that other teams may be able to use this thing in the playoffs or even in regular season games,
definitely.
Draymond can fly off the helm. They might get in his face and go, hey, you going to punch me like you punch your teammate, or, they can manufacture all types of phrases relating to this thing and get him thrown out of the game or, that type of thing. That's what I was thinking.
You know what, Bob?
What do you think?
I agree. I mentioned that earlier, and I know a lot of people, Bob, I'm going to be honest, a lot of people roll their eyes, but I do think there's something there. I also think there's something there that opponents know now. Somebody got to Draymond. If somebody got to Draymond, they can get to Draymond. Because Draymond is like Rodman. Yeah. He wins all those individual on-court trash-talking, technical foul, physicality matchups. Yeah. He always wins them.
Blake Griffin. But I'm just, what you two are saying, I sign off on. But I just feel like Dre is not the type that you can get him like that.
What do you see? That's the most
from another team. I just don't.
Steiny.
So what would that look like?
It'll look exactly like it looked when he punched Jordan Poole in the face. So wait a minute. So
I'm asking
1 week ago.
Hey, how do we stop the war? Go ahead.
Draymond Green is trash talking with the guy, loses it, punches Jordan Poole in the face. But
Steiny,
you don't think that'll ever happen again? To me, it's like now the floodgates open.
No, but to you, this is where we differ. You're looking at that incident. The trash talking is what started it. Something else was going on with Dre or something else in his mind. It wasn't what was said right there to me. That was, I'm going to hit this dude. He probably knew he was going to hit him. So I don't believe it started. And you said it. I don't believe it was, I'm going to trash talk this dude. He's beat me at my own game. I'm going to fire on him. Nah, something heavier was going on. And I just don't know, if it's the Bucks in town. Hey, Dre, you're a sucker. That's why you hit your teammate. They can scream all that, but I don't think these guys, that's going to make them knock them off their game.
I think it's going to.
Now, Jordan Poole at the free throw line, talking trash. Oh, yeah, that's why you got knocked. Now, that, because he ain't been through what Draymond has, that's what I would be like, okay, I'll watch that.
Yeah, all season long. We'll see. Here's the other thing, and this is where I'm kind of with Bob. They can drop it. They can try to get over it.
Yeah.
They're going to be reminded of it every single game.
Wow.
Every game. Couple things here. Monday, we're going to be over at the Chase Center.
Yeah, baby.
Our show and Willard and Dibs. And I'm telling you right now, I ain't showing up without Curry or Draymond showing up?
When'd you change?
Who?
You.
What do you mean? I ain't going over there to interview.
No, dude, but your fandom, the Bob Myers, I'm going to tell everybody.
I'm not going over there to interview Jermichael Green.
Yeah, but you're turning into me. You used to say that behind closed doors. Now you're being too voice. You're getting too
boisterous, not boisterous.
I said boisterous.
You said boisterous.
I used a B.
No, you didn't.
Like Draymond did to KD.
Curry said he didn't want to go on with you. I already asked him.
Yeah, right.
Look at his voice.
The only guy he wants to go on with. It's a fact. Wants to go on with a guy who dubbed him the greatest face of a franchise in my lifetime. Yes.
Yeah, Bob Myers.
I gave him night.
Somebody was right on the money when somebody had the gall to compare. What's his name?
I
Jeter.
said boisterous with a V.
Hey, Guru, how many MVPs does Jeter have?
Okay.
Just say zero. Just say zero.
It's a 162 game season.
Right. And he couldn't handle it.
Now, I'm talking about the face of the. See, you're all about the highlights.
415.
Jeter's got 5.
Here's the other thing, 925, right on the money. Steph's respected throughout the league, players and fans. Jeter, not as much. Thank you.
Dude, I'm all Steph all day.
No, you're
know
not.
That.
You want to shoehorn Jeter in there, and he doesn't belong.
I'm telling you, he's a god, just like Curry is.
Hey, here's the other thing. The reason Jeter isn't with Curry, hail 415.
What happened to Curry?
It's because Curry made the Warriors. Yankees were already winners before Jeter was there. Good job, 415. You're absolutely right. Can we give Steph some credit around here?
That's great. Play these sound bites. I don't like you kissing up. That's
not what's happened.
It is.
Yeah, that's right. That was dead air.
Yeah.
What are you throwing your hands up like, oh, my God.
Who did
2
that?
seconds went by and nobody said a word. That's right, because my mouth said gay.
Is that the boss or E?
It's E.
Okay. Right. It's his job to make us look good.
Let's
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's go to David. David's in San Francisco.
The city.
Buster Posey's a good name, but he's not quite as boisterous. Hey, Dave.
Yes, I have a couple questions. Draymond, cheap shot. That was a sucker.
Thank you.
That was a coward act, and he lost credibility throughout the league. 1, 2, the Warriors didn't spend him. They got a plan for him. They start off good. They got the good young guys. They got the big guy who doesn't have good hands.
Oh,
a big guy who doesn't have good hands, but has handles. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that.
I love it, David. Good one. Now, come on. Can anybody?
Who was that shot? Was that a shot at me?
No.
He said something about.
Did he hang up?
He had hands, but has handles.
You hung up on him.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, D was taking shots.
Here's the problem. That caller just brought up something that was good. Something that's interesting. Wiseman can go, ha, through his legs. Why can't he catch it? So I would like that guy obviously got some perspective. So I'd like to just extend the conversation. 25 seconds instead of letting these ñaños who have no perspective on for so long. By the way, somebody's saying Willie Mays and Hank Aaron. Like I said, you know Steiny, he's very literal. I said he's the greatest face of a franchise in my lifetime. By the way, Raiders wide receiver Davante Adams this is annoying. Has been charged with a misdemeanor assault for shoving a credentialed media worker after Monday's loss in Kansas City. Adams was cited for an intentional overt act that inflicted bodily injury, according to court.
Oh, my God. My boy's getting paid. I would have failed, too. My neck and my back. Dude, that dude's about to get $200K.
That's a joke.
Forget Denzel.
This really bothers me.
At his finest.
It really bothers me.
Keep your hands to yourself. Nothing. He would have been, you know what, just, hey, dude's in your way. Let him get past you. Go to the locker room. Because you ran into your own receiver. You want to take it out on the old cameraman.
He walked right in front of Davante Adams. When he was walking to the locker room, Adams had his head down. The next thing you know, this guy with a camera, not an official photographer, but doing his job. No, you've got to defer to a player when they're going through the tunnel. You don't walk in front of him.
Well, he was headed to the tunnel.
I don't care where he was headed. Devontae Adams getting hosed here.
You should fly. You should represent him.
I can't
Hey,
believe
Your
that.
Honor.
If you saw the angle from behind Devontae Adams, there's no doubt it's obvious he was surprised because the guy cut into him. There's just no doubt. I'd be a great cop. That's a fact.
Wow.
Stacy's in Oakland.
Hey.
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, this is actually Stacy's wife, and I have to weigh in on the Draymond Green incident.
Give it to
Okay, so I feel like there are two details that are being looked over. The 40 seconds before the video, we don't have no idea what was said between these two guys. And secondly, I feel like Draymond Green has been a hothead. He's had altercations, nose to nose, with grown men bigger than him. The only difference is Jordan Poole put his hands on him, and that's what led to the physicality of the altercation. I do not believe that it would have gotten physical if that didn't happen. I just don't. And history shows that.
All right.
Wow.
It's a cheap shot.
Keep your hands to yourself.
I saw a cheap shot.
Yeah,
That's what I saw. And Steven Jackson
Look
saw a
at you,
sucker
you won't
punch.
forget.
And that's
Do
what I
you really
saw.
think if he didn't push him, he wouldn't have got fired on like that? Like if Jordan would have just backed up?
99% of human beings would have done what Jordan Poole did. And 99% of human beings would not have expected their teammate to respond like that. That photographer, I agree. I
know
agree.
Draymond Green's favorite beverage.
This ought to be cute.
Hawaiian punch. Oh! Dude, I'll give you a 4. I'll say that
I won't
for
give you
this.
4. I'll tell you why I won't give you 4.
Hawaiian punch.
Because in order for it to be a 4 or /5, Hawaiian has to be part of this equation.
But the punch brought it home.
It ain't that deep. It just wasn't.
Yeah, I knew that. That disappointed me.
It disappointed me, too. Jose, San Lorenzo. What's up, Jose? How you doing, man?
First time caller. I just wanted to say I got a question and a statement. So my question is, if Draymond leaves, who's going to be the guy who gets everybody open, gets the assist going on all that, to get Steph and Jordan Poole going?
Yep.
And also I got a statement. I don't condone what he did, but I got a lot of good memories of him doing a lot of good things on the court, making big stops, getting everybody open. And if he leaves, I will miss him. I don't condone his actions. I wish he didn't do it. But can't deny what Draymond's done for us.
No.
Thank you very much.
Can't deny what he's done over the course of his
And
career.
I'm interested to see if
and because
if
of that,
he's a
you can
lifer.
punch guys in the face.
Yeah.
He's not a lot. You want to bet on that?
No, because I could see him really going to L.A. and just for a different challenge. But
who did I bet? I bet the Warriors. He would not sign another contract with the Warriors with Austin.
Oh yeah,
Austin. Yeah, I know. Cash that check right now. Right now.
Look at you. Don't jinx it.
I don't believe in jinxes.
That don't shock me.
Because they're not real. I'll walk under a ladder.
A black cat?
How self-important
Dude,
must you think you are if you actually think your life's going to change because you walk under a ladder? You think pretty highly of yourself that
Well, what
some
about when you treat
bigger
people
force,
like- Okay.
some bigger force
I got something for
really
you.
gives a rat's behind about you.
So you believe in
Please.
karma? I know you do.
No, I don't.
So you think it's when you treat people bad, it don't come back on you in different forms?
Not necessarily.
Dude. The Steiny I know that you believe in karma.
Okay, let me give you one example.
Yeah.
Draymond Green.
He got pushed. Dude, I'm telling you, if we
So
go to some
Draymond-
barbershops
Draymond
around,
Green
if we
gets
go to
to
some
hit
barbershops
everybody
in some
under the
different
sun.
cities, I'm in
Let me tell
Saginaw
you
for
something.
sure. When you put your and I'm not nobody.
I'll go
will
to a
convince
barbershop
me,
in Saginaw.
but you put Jordan pushing him the way he did. In some sectors of the world,
You know
my
what,
friend,
Goo? This
that
is what
I'm
you
just-
do.
I'm being real,
Right. So you
I
spend
didn't let
all
it change
day.
how I feel.
Yes,
No,
but
I'm
you're
not- but I-
they sugarcoat it. They soft pedal
That's
it.
my thing.
Soft pedal it because now.
No.
Soft pedal it because now you're like. You're
man.
playing both sides
No,
because now you're
no.
saying, Steiny, I kind of get it
No.
with Draymond punching him.
You can't play both
No,
sides.
you
and
just
one
did.
dude get hit,
You just
knocked
did.
down, the other.
You did.
I'm just saying, and my wife did this. She said he should have kept his hands to herself, and the lovely lady.
And how
just
many
called.
fights has she been in?
Hey,
Mia.
I'm on
butt out.
I'm winless. But listen,
love you, Mia.
But some people think that.
Right, and they'll change your mind. Because you're
Nobody
not.
can change. Please.
Yeah, please.
Take my
I can change your mind in 13 seconds on something if I wanted to.
What is it?
Just make a statement and I'll change your mind.
Derek Jeter is up there with Steph Curry.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
Got him.
Dude, Ghostbusters.
Hey, Evan.
Right.
He's
Lay
not.
off.
He's below Steph Curry. You know what? Go work in New York.
You pick Dallas.
Go work in New York.
I know. I had to press
Dead
this button.
serious.
You pick Dallas in 6.
Yeah, you know why? Because I took one for the team. Because all I care about
Hey,
is
you
this
did
station,
you
not
did-
myself, my own ratings, or
did
even my
take one.
popularity among Warrior fans.
Oh, I was worried
I said,
about
the hell
you.
with it all, and I'll take one for the
called
team.
and hung up. I let him ring once. I was like, my dude, I've never called like that. Like,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
dimensions that day you picked Dallas. They were coming for you.
That's what I do. That's why I'm comparable to Steph as a leader, because I'm as great on the air as he is on the court,
Right.
and I'm every bit the great man he is.
Wow.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
We got to.
Now's it's your time to talk.
No, we got to play all this for him when we see him.
We're not going to do that.
Well, I thought you said we're not going to see him. We're family,
huh?
When he asked me asked us who we had in the Masters,
You are.
I got it on my phone.
My mom. You are, as my mom would say, you are so jaloux. It is unbelievable.
What's that? Mary?
Jealous.
Oh, please.
You're just so jealous of people that know stars. I'll introduce. I'll tell you
like,
what.
if you really were real, I'm like, I couldn't do a show with this dude, but I know you're just this ain't the real you. That's why I'm
Steiny's never
laughing.
been in a fight in his life.
See,
Okay?
but why?
Because
Your
I'm not a
radio persona,
jerk.
You're a bully.
Who are you?
Not a
Dude,
if I'm such a bully, how come nobody's ever taken my hat off?
Because they want their job.
I'll meet 665 battery.
Oh.
I'll be walking out in 5 minutes. Anybody wants a piece of me?
Like that, yeah. We're lovers, not fighters, man.
I'm neither. I'm really neither.
No, me neither.
Let me
Not
finish
these
that text. Steiny never been in a fight in his life, at least this century for sure. Good line. I like that. Hold on. Let me see what else.
Bones don't heal at this age like they used to.
Is that what he said?
No, that's what I'm telling you.
If you put your hands on someone, expect them to put their hands on you. You mean like Draymond put his hands on Poole first? All right.
Yeah.
What are we talking about tomorrow? Hopefully this thing will blow over a little bit.
Baseball. Alvarez walk-off homer.
Did you not hear me? What are we talking about tomorrow if the Draymond Green thing blows over?
Niners.
Thank you.
Yeah. Niners, baby.
Bosa, by the way, Bosa said his groin does not feel good.
Ooh.
I think he's sitting out.
You think so? What is
Hey, Evan, what is going on with you today? You're acting like you're 9 years old.
Evan, I love it. Give him more of it. He's like
30 seconds,
Hey,
guys. I'm just
Steiny.
letting you know I wanted to cut that. Jeff Wilson Jr., running back for
He's
said
had enough of
49ers,
you, man.
coming up at 5 o'clock with Damon and JD.
I want
man.
to say something to denigrate Wilson Jr., but I can't.
He's on my fantasy. You better be
What
careful.
are you looking at?
You better
Lucas?
be careful.
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Running
runs
hard. Look at you.
How much we got?
Gotta go.
I kind of want to stay on, believe it or not. All right, we're going to talk more tomorrow. I don't know about what. See you later.
Night.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warrior stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, it's great to have you here on a Wednesday afternoon. It'll be a What If Wednesday before it's all said and done. What if I told you Draymond's not getting suspended? That's the truth. We're going to be talking about that today. And what if I told you riding shotgun, our good friend John Dickinson. And it's great to see him, man. There aren't too many people I like seeing in that seat other than Ray. You're one of them, though. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, likewise. It's great to be with you and looking forward to what should be a pretty fast 3 hours.
Well, I'm really glad that you're here today because I know that you have been around the Golden State Warriors. I won't even say as much because I think you've officially crossed all mileage of any other host here at 95.7 The Game. You're around them the most, literally traveling with the team throughout the playoffs. You are at games. You are constantly around this team. You're going to be back in the locker room when that opens up again to media. And your thoughts on everything that has happened, there's something that I want to know. I think our audience is interested in knowing about it. And man, oh man, this is the story that has not gone away, but the healing process can officially now begin. And there are so many different angles to this. So many different angles to this, JD. The one place I want to start is for the crowd that thinks they know more than us crowd.
All right.
Since this whole thing started on Thursday last week, was that it? Thursday last week. So we're in the week of this now.
Yeah, I think officially Wednesday, if you want to say that was the day.
That was the night of the practice.
That was the night of the practice, exactly.
So this happens a week from today, and we have had, it feels like the audience is really divided into two camps. Those who understand what the hell just happened here and how truly fragile sports locker rooms can be, and those who are so ingrained in either sounding tough or talking tough or pretending that, the streets dictate any and all sports interactions. If you have called into this program, Steiny and Guru, Willard or Dibs, or the Morning Roast, if you have called into any of the shows at 95.7 The Game in the past week, or sent in anything on the text line, or were on the YouTube chat, or whatever, and your whole point was, this whole thing's not a big deal, well, forget about me telling you that you're wrong about that, and I did all week long, but you didn't believe me. Forget about Ray telling you that. Forget about Larry Krueger, who was in just the other day, telling you that. I'm sure you would have told everyone this has got the potential to be some serious, earth-shaking level of nonsense that the Warriors are dealing with. Steve Kerr, no less than Steve Kerr, told you last night not to be interpreted or reinterpreted by you, the audience member who didn't think this was a big deal. He told you conclusively how big of a deal indeed it was.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season.
JD, guys like you and me, we like to think our opinions matter, but they are constantly trumped by the reality of what the head coach believes. And if Steve believes this is the biggest thing that he's had to deal with, the biggest crisis since becoming the head coach, what more do you need to know?
It's a massive, massive deal, Damon, and he let everybody know. It does, though, immediately beg the question, well, if it is such a crisis, how could you not freaking suspend him? And I'm not saying that's my opinion, but a lot of people out there are thinking of it in that vein. How can it be the biggest crisis that you've had going all the way back to 2014 when Steve Kerr joined in that summer and not have it lead to a point where Draymond's sitting out a little bit more?
There's only one way to really answer that question, and that's because the team took a vote. Do you want to keep this going? I truly believe, based on what we've heard and what we know, if Jordan Poole wanted to insist that there be an embarrassment attached to this that was only to be recognized through a suspension, I think the Warriors might have suspended Draymond Green. But adult voices, mature voices that are all very familiar with each other have agreed that this is the best path out of it. And I am no one to say, well, don't question authority. Whatever they think is definitely the best thing for the team. But in this case, I'm willing to give them the benefit of that doubt because they understand how their locker room functions better than anyone who lives outside of that locker room could ever understand it. And I think Steve Kerr and Steph Curry have earned enough house credit to just say, well, you got to trust that they've got the right way out of this. And if they believe this is the right way out of it, then therefore it is.
I think you could make the case, Damon, that it's the only path out of it that has a chance to be successful for this particular franchise in this particular moment. And what I mean by that is Draymond Green's already on record going back to the Kevin Durant suspension and that incident in 2018, saying he was ticked off by the fact that the team handled it the way that they did and he got suspended. He already came out and apologized for it, and I think you're right. Jordan Poole deserves an awful lot of credit for being man enough to tell the team, hey, I'm cool with this guy. I can play with him. We can move forward. I think that helps accelerate this. But if you put Draymond in a position where you potentially lose him because you're suspended him for 10 days or 2 weeks or 5 games or whatever the hell it is, that means no more championships.
Right. Now you've cut off your nose to spite your face.
Before the season even starts, the season at that point is wrecked. The other part of the deal for me, though, is they want it over with now. And Steve Kerr alluded to, hey, we're going to get some criticism. Basically, bring it. We're going to get criticized for this. A lot of people are not going to like the decision that we're making. But as an organization, we would rather take that heat over the last 6 days here before the regular season starts than what would be coming if we drag this thing into the regular season by suspending Draymond and he's missing games, then he's coming back, then he's got to address it, then everybody's got to address it. They want to wipe it all out right now and give themselves a chance to Jordan Poole's cool. Draymond's been fined. He's going to be back and ready to roll. And now it's all about the basketball. And then it doesn't guarantee that it's going to work, but it gives you the best chance to check every box, which is bringing people together and seeing if your culture can handle it, but also winning a lot of games. And you can see if that can help assuage some of the issues that have gone through this thing and give yourself the best chance to defend the title, which in the end is what this is all about.
John Dickinson in today for Ray Ratto. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. You can visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. What I really want you to do is call 888-957-9570 to book your visit to talk about this today because, to suspend or not to suspend has been the question. We now have the answer, what you think about it, what you think about Draymond's role on the team going forward, because I'll tell you, I could see how this could still go sideways. I also could see this being, and it's, Jordan Poole's not going to want to hear this, but a blessing in disguise for the Golden State Warriors when you start looking about the long terms and the hard goodbyes that are going to need to be said eventually. Maybe this makes a hard goodbye a little bit easier. Is it going to be a hard welcome for Draymond Green at Chase Center? I'm not talking about Friday night. Is he going to hear the boo birds at Chase Center? I do think some will come out from him because we do live in a society that just is so proud of what a bunch of unforgiving a-holes we are. But I guess my point is if the team is cool with this and you rock with the team, you almost by default have to be cool with it too. It might be hard to root for Draymond the way you used to root for the guy. I also think it's completely ridiculous to say, I have so thoroughly turned on him that I am not rooting for him anymore, because Draymond, should this team defend its championship, I promise you this, you're going to be right in the middle of it.
He'd have to be, and there will be boos, I think, on Friday, and I think there'll even be some boos on Tuesday at the ring ceremony as he's introduced with all of that. I think he knows it and is accepting of it, and I think that's just, there is a certain percentage of the Warrior fan base that I do think is just kind of done with it. Like, you brought all this great stuff to the table, you still brought some things to the table at the end of the Celtics series that helped them win this fourth NBA championship, but I think everything that's gone on, I know we got a lot of events and apologies we're going to run through between now and 6.
At 4 o'clock,
yeah,
we're going to play Name That Incident.
Love it. No, I absolutely love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I think that's where the exhaustion comes from a fan. Here's the difference, though. The organization for this season, he can opt out. It could be 2 years and done. Poole can say he wants this. None of that can happen right now today. Like, they're almost forced into trying to make this thing work the best they can for this season. And so I think when you look at that, that's how they came to this conclusion that they were going to fine but not suspend and try and get everything rolling back in a positive direction as quickly as possible.
Never a dull moment, including the JV team last night ripping the JV Portland Trailblazers. And I'm going to tell you right now, this has the chance to be the deepest Warriors team since Sean Livingston was coming off the bench. What an impressive couple of performances from newcomers and rookies that we actually need to talk about today. An awful lot on Steve Kerr, a fascinating press conference where he told you, anyone who wanted to downplay this, you literally read the tea leaves as wrong as humanly possible. Your compass was pointed south. The true north of this is the biggest crisis the Warriors have faced in the Steve Kerr era. He admitted that himself. Can't argue with the man who tells you what just happened to him. So we got an awful lot to get into today. Your phone calls are not just welcome, but encouraged. 888-957-9570. Jeff Wilson Jr., 49ers running back, is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock from the Greenbrier. We're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to talking to you. Make sure you text the word 49ers to 20357 for all of the best content that we've got here on 95.7 The Game. You hit that subscribe button, and boom, everyone will be happy.
Grateful Dead members Mickey Hart, Bill Kreutzmann, and Bobby Weir, along with John Mayer, Jeff Chimenti, and Oteil Burbridge, take to the stage as Dead & Company for the final tour. Performing 2 sets of music drawing largely from the Dead's historic catalog of songs. Dead & Company, the final tour. See them live at Oracle Park Friday, July 14th and Saturday, July 15th. Get tickets Friday, October 14th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
If I'm being totally honest, I cannot stop thinking about them coming.
This is the moment you've been waiting for. Blink-182 are coming live in concert. Tour 2023. Travis Barker, Tom DeLonge, and Mark Hoppus. Together again. Blink-182 with special guest Turnstile. SAP Center at San Jose, June 22nd. Get tickets this Monday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer, tax extra.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
It is great to have you here, Damon and Ratto. Ray is out this week, and John Dickinson, nice enough to slip into Ray's chair today. A great day to have you here, man, with all this Warriors news coming back around to center stage. And, you know, somebody says, as a sports fan, we're exhausted by this. Imagine how the Warriors feel. Imagine how the Warriors have felt. And again, not to, play the you were wrong card, but if at any point in time in the past week, your point was this is no big deal, why are we talking about it? There's a reason why you sit in an audience and you don't make editorial decisions, because you don't get where the story lies. Steve Kerr has said conclusively, this is the single biggest crisis I have faced as a head coach. I mean, that is a pretty revealing statement from him.
It is. And for the texter that says we're exhausted by it, that's the Warriors are also exhausted by it, which is why they decided they were going to pull themselves up and say no more. Right. Like, we're not letting this thing bleed into the regular season. We're going to bring Draymond back into the fold. All boxes have been checked as far as people being on the same page with it, from ownership to Bob Myers to Steve to Jordan Poole, who may be the most important person in this whole thing. How does he feel about the willingness to be a teammate with Draymond Green again? You've got Steph Curry and Kevon Looney and everybody working behind the scenes. Andre Iguodala, we were talking about him in the green room, his ability to lead and get everybody back on the same page. They're exhausted by it too. That's the point, and I think that's why they've taken the stance that they don't want to further any negativity by expanding the punishment beyond where it had already gotten to.
And someone, again, on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, the biggest crisis for Steve Kerr? Like, what about Klay Thompson's injuries? Those are injuries. Injuries are part of the game. And as much as people out there want to insist practice fights are part of the game, they're not part of the game the way that injuries are. And practice fights, even though Steve Kerr admits, like, I've seen 20 of them in my days as a player, in my days as a coach, he's never seen, obviously, it ripple through a locker room the way that this has rippled through the Warriors locker room. And before we start taking calls here, JD, 888-957-9570. Again, you can weigh in on the text line. Our YouTube chatters, you're all going nuts. We are on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Want to say hello. Who we got out here today? Sammy K, Drew Down. We got regulars. We got Otis Bird III, the king of all of our chatters. Hello to all of you. Hello, and thank you for listening. It's great to have you there today. This was a really big deal. And it's something that I think you and I forget. Well, I mean, I don't want to talk for you. It's something that I forget, and I shouldn't. It's something that I know that you know, and you shouldn't forget it. We want to think these teams, all big, tough, strong, well-paid, multimillionaire men who have so much confidence that there's literally no kink in the armor anywhere you look, just nothing but Titan after Titan after Titan after Titan. Sports are fragile. Sports are fragile. Egos, fragile. Reputations, fragile. Locker rooms, fragile. Team chemistry, fragile. Keeping a dynasty, if keeping a dynasty going weren't fragile, there'd be a lot more dynasties in our day and time. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And something that I think that fans don't comprehend, and maybe a little bit of that is, on our poorly framing of it, is two things can really tear a franchise apart. Compounding losing after losing after losing season, and in a really weird way, JD, success. Success is one of those other things that can really pull a team apart and expose fragility. Pat Riley, was famous for calling it the disease of more. Mm-hmm. Success happens, everyone asks for more. Everybody wants their hand out. Victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan. Dealing with success pulls teams apart all the time. And for this team to have sustained so much success is really something else. And if you're looking for, what's the thread that you could pull on that could maybe start unraveling it, clearly Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, and Steph Curry himself identified this as one of those moments. And if they didn't get around it, it could drown them.
You could make the case, and I would, that the Warriors are one of very few, or maybe the only franchise in the four major sports that could have the situation that unfolded a week ago today and has played out over the last 7 days, could handle it in the manner they're handling it, and it actually give them the best chance to succeed moving forward in terms of getting everybody as close to back on the same page as possible, and also winning games in a fashion to where you're still going to be, come April, May, and June, a contender for an NBA championship. It's not, the Orlando Magic could not get away with this.
How do you think the Knicks would be doing this afternoon?
It is, even though it defies logic, I think, to many, the fact that something could be the biggest crisis in a decade, for lack of clarity on the math, biggest crisis in a decade, yet no tangible consequences, or consequences that don't appear, Damon, to match up with the crime, so to speak. So I think this is where the Warriors are putting themselves out there and saying, we're uniquely equipped to handle it this way. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but it's the best possible scenario for us to all heal in a manner where we can move forward and try and run it back one more time to win a title.
Right. And look, the Warriors can't say, hey, look at us. What a bunch of Zamboni drivers we are, making this the smoothest sheet of ice to go. They hit bumps on this. The Warriors have not handled this perfectly. I don't think anybody is cloaked in glory when it comes to just how this entire situation got handled, because it's how they framed it, then it's what it became, and now it's the aftermath, and a lot changed in all of that. They might have even painted themselves into this corner before the leak happened, and they would look hypocritical for backing out of the corner that they said was going to be the way that they were going to kind of play it. So there are no better angels involved really in any of this. Nobody got it all the way right, but there were so many different ways to get it all the way wrong. And the Warriors, I think, avoided all of them, hopefully, on the way to, again, as you said, the season starting on Tuesday, whether you guys have kissed and made up or not. So it is incumbent to kiss and make up whether you want to or not, because that's the true definition of professional, is doing something when you don't want to do it.
Well, and if it can't work and it doesn't work and they wind up in shambles because of it, or they can't win an NBA championship because of it, then you figure out who has to go next July, and not necessarily right now, because doing it right now wrecks 2 seasons.
Right.
Like, you do it right now, this season's in essence done before it starts. Right now, you're giving yourself a chance. And I absolutely believe, Damon, that the Warriors took into account in the calculus of managing all of this the fact that they were going to handle it and had made the decision to handle it a certain way prior to the video leak, where it was, nobody really knows how bad it looked except for us. We're going to keep it internal, and that means, in all likelihood, no suspension, some time away to allow Draymond and Jordan and everybody to heal from it. Once the video came out, though, I think as the days went on, they looked themselves in the mirror and said, we cannot adjust the punishment just because the video looks worse than anything that anybody could have possibly imagined, because at that point it almost devalues Jordan Poole to an extent of, well, you're handling it one way, but now that the video's out, you feel like you got to protect me in a different manner. Well, you should have done it to begin with.
Right.
Hypocrisy as you laid out. But I think part of, no, we're going to put our head down and we're going to let people come at us for not suspending him, but we're not going to be hypocritical to a player that we're about to pay 9 figures.
Church tabernacle right there from my man John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto today. By the way, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We had a visit yesterday with Festus Ezeli, and we're about to take all these calls right here. But here's what Festus said yesterday here on the air, talking about how the entire NBA was hoping that this would be what brought the Warriors down.
I saw everybody else in the NBA being excited to see the Warriors have some issue, because this has been a high-character organization for such a long time. And what is the thing that can break this team down? It's something where they feel like, okay, well, the players themselves have to break this down, because the trades haven't affected them. Kevin Durant leaving has not affected them. They still won a championship. So what can we do, and what can happen to break this dynasty down? Because we don't stand a chance of winning. This is how I see it anyway. So everybody got excited because they saw, oh, well, this could be the thing. I don't think this is going to be the thing. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green is a leader. He's a born leader, and when the time comes, I've seen him play his best basketball after making, being suspended in a Game 5 of in the finals. So I just say that this is just going to be one of those tests. The adversity came early in the season, which you don't expect it to after a championship season, but you grow and you show your true character in moments like this. So I think this is just an opportunity for everybody to understand who the Golden State Warriors are.
And you can't do this with anything or maybe even anyone less than the triumvirate of personalities that Kerr, Curry, and Bob Myers combine to define this team. The three of them, coach, star player, GM, have about as an important a three-man relationship. It's the most important three-man weave in basketball. I mean, it really, truly is, and it will be, they're telling us, what sees the Warriors through this situation.
Yeah, at least gives them a shot to, because there are no guarantees. And I think everybody involved in this situation understands the fact that we may look back months from now or at the end of the season and go, they tried to do it a certain way and that didn't work. Because even if somebody says, even if Jordan Poole says, I'm cool with this, I'm ready to move on, I don't want to mess with it, that doesn't mean that there's going to be underlying resentment over the fact that we all make decisions. Hey, you know what? I'm going to roll with this in a given situation in life, but you don't really want to.
Sounds good for a couple of weeks, and then it starts gnawing at you.
And then immediately you're resentful of something that you've agreed to do. So it's kind of, in a manner, it's on you, but you can have that create a negative energy, which can be problematic in its own right. So they're taking that risk that none of that is going to bleed through, and everybody will see it. And then the whole thing falls apart like a house of cards.
The theme of the day is fragile. This is all very, very fragile. This is Robert in Emeryville. Robert, thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Man, I'm glad I finally got on. I've been waiting for a minute. But
don't complain. No, what do you got, Robert?
None. I just want to say, man, Draymond is from a different era than Jordan Poole. You know what I'm saying? Jordan Poole was born after the year 2000. I feel like a lot of people born after the year 2000 think it's okay to talk and say anything, but as soon as somebody hit him in the mouth, then immediately, you know what I'm saying, they offended. You know what I mean? And Draymond is from an era where if you talk, then you let people know that you're ready for some action. And it's been a known fact that Jordan Poole is a talker. So I think he kind of was feeling his oats and, you know what I'm saying, feeling good about himself and got to talking too much. And then
let me tell you, there's been a lot of people that I'm sure have chirped back at Draymond throughout the years. I don't know if anyone got served up the knuckle sandwich quite like Jordan Poole. And if he did, if there have been other guys, we don't know about it. But let me tell you, Jordan Poole, he owns Draymond. I mean, there's no Draymond has just told Jordan Poole, like, you know where my buttons are, and you can obviously push them. Like, Draymond is a supreme you-know-what talker from the old school. When you're from the old school, you can't go about proclaiming how old school you are when you got kids from the new school popping you off. Yeah, I mean, you just can't. Like, and what I think will be the ramification of this is that Draymond is always going to be an on-court leader. But that off-court leader, that whole I'm a mentor, you're an apprentice, I think that's gone. I think that's gone now, and I don't know if the younger guys on this team, Kuminga, Moody, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Rollins, the rookies on this team, I don't know if any of them are ever going to look up at Draymond on this pedestal of leadership and, man, I want to have a career, like his. I'd like to be successful. I'd like my years with the Warriors to put as many banners in the rafters as his has. Sure. But is this someone that I really want to model myself after? Is this someone who I can count on can I really count on him to be there for me? And Draymond has created that doubt. And he's going to have to prove to everyone that they can count on him again. And how he goes about doing that, I do not know. I really I don't know the path out of this. And I don't know if any of them do. They're trusting everyone to sort of find their own level in this.
Yeah, it's not going to be awkward. Does Draymond come at somebody verbally in the same way that maybe he would in the past? Because now you don't want it to reach an escalation point. Not that something like this would happen again, but is the chatter different? Is it chatter about basketball that's now acceptable? Maybe chatter about other things, contracts, whatever, personality types? Because I do get, when this all broke, it was not a surprise to me, given the history of their relationship, which has been put on the record, but also just the fact that, Draymond believes in a code and the way you carry yourself and hard work. And I could see Draymond looking at Jordan Poole and from a good place thinking, hey, man, I understand you're about to get paid a lot of money, but you still got to work as hard as you've been working. That doesn't mean that you just, you get cute and you're, prancing around and you're acting like you're already Steph Curry. So I'm going to come at you hard because I want you to be able to understand that this is just the start of the process. It's a great achievement and you've earned it. It's not about not earning it. It's about continue to keep earning it, because that level is what continues to help us win NBA championships, to where you're not somebody that plays in the first round and has to get benched in the second round because of your defense and things like that. Like, don't think that you've completely arrived in that manner. Doesn't make what Draymond did right. I want to make sure I point that out, but I do think that is underlying in how we got to this point a little bit.
It sounded like he was incredibly upset by the fact that Jordan Poole and Moses Moody thought themselves shooting equals in a three-point shooting contest that took place over in Japan. And you even heard Clay playfully say, hey, Jordan, hold that loss. They were happy to beat down the young guys. Every older brother's happy to keep the younger brother at bay. The way that Draymond took glee in that, Draymond couldn't win a game of horse against, I'm guessing, a lot of people in the audience, much less other NBA players who are shooters. Draymond's a bad shooter. Full stop. Jordan Poole is infinitely better at Draymond in that regard, to the point where he thinks himself on the level with Steph and Clay. And Draymond, get on our level. I dare you. You can't hang in the shooter. There's a shooter side of the gym, and Draymond, I don't care how much cred you got, you ain't on this side of the gym. And I think that pissed Draymond off. I think he was very territorial about Jordan Poole thinking his reputation now belongs side by side with Steph and Curry and with Steph and Clay. And I don't think Steph and Clay need that watchdog for their reputations anymore.
No, they definitely don't. And I also think there's a pecking order, or in essence, a tier system of it's the Steph, Clay, Draymond tier. Maybe Iguodala hangs out in that tier as well. And then you draw a line and it's everybody else. Maybe Kevon Looney gets invited up once in a while to hang.
Wiggs, come on out.
Wiggs here and there, but the rest. But even for those guys that haven't been there for all four of the championships, it's a matter of invite only, or act and conduct yourself a certain way when spoken to, and you can join the party.
Right.
Doesn't make it right, but all of those dynamics, I wonder how much they have to change now because of this incident.
Everyone here is equal, but some are more equal than others. Right. This is Scott in Oakland. Thank you, Scott. What do you got?
Hey, man, appreciate y'all taking my call. I got 2 points, man, I want to make. First, Draymond Green, you didn't show this aggression with Tristan Thompson the 2 times that he put his hands on you. You didn't show that aggression towards him. And 2, my second point is, this whole thing is Jordan Poole's fault, man. I'm going to tell you why it's Jordan Poole's fault. Where we grew up at, the first rule your mama taught you was don't never let nobody put their hands on you without hitting them back. All right? Draymond Poole, he talked all that jazz. He opened his mouth. He bumped his gums. Guess what? You got to be ready to defend yourself, bro. You got to. You can't stand there with your hands down. You push that dude.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna give Jordan the benefit of the doubt, only because that's same team right there. It's same team. And for 2 guys who got reputations of being talkers and trash talkers, there's an element of same team there that didn't have Jordan in the moment. And you can say all you want about the shove, okay? who's the first guy to touch the other guy? It was Draymond Green. I'm going to tell you right now. Scott, you said that your dad told you don't ever let another man put his hands on you. One of the things I'm going to teach my kids is you don't ever let another man step to you like that. Like, to me, the first act of aggression was now you're standing underneath my chin.
Yeah.
That's the first act of aggression in my mind. And I'm not letting anybody stand underneath my chin trying to get up in my kitchen. Like that. No. So that to me, the rubber does not meet the road there. I don't think like Jordan Poole is responsible for this because he wasn't ready to fight, yet you're also saying that he threw the first punch. So if the guy wasn't ready to fight, how did he throw the first punch? Come on.
Can't have it both ways on that front. David.
Just can't. No. But thank you for the call. Thank you for listening. Gene in Oakland. Hello, Gene.
Hey, fellas. Please hear me out on this. As I've said many times, I always have to preface anything about Draymond is I love Draymond, okay? I mean, I've gone to bat for him for many years now, but I'm deeply disappointed in this decision by the organization. I really think for everybody's sake, all right, including Draymond's and especially Jordan's, he needed to be punished for what he did, all right? What he's gotten now, he's got a get out of jail free card, and yeah, so he's gone away and he's reflected on it and he's listened to a couple of Deepak Chopra tapes or whatever. But do we truly believe that this is never going to happen again? I mean, he doesn't have an anger problem; he has a rage problem. All right. And then from Poole's standpoint, 2 days ago, I was reading he didn't want anything to do with Draymond. He didn't want to talk to him. He was so angry. Now, what changed his mind? Did the team come up to him and say, "Just accept it or else"? Or did they sweeten the pot for this extension? I don't know what happened.
Well, Gene, here's the thing. We're running towards a break here. You bring up very good points. I don't think any of us will really understand the inner workings of how all of this happened, but I guarantee you that Steph Curry, talking about what really matters, set a lot of guys back on track. As to what is the guarantee this doesn't happen again, as to your disappointment in the punishment, that's the conversation we're going to pick up on the other end of this break, Gene. So keep on listening. Thank you for the call. If you'd like to get on the line that Gene just vacated, you can. 888-957-9570. And again, coming up next hour, name that incident. We sure do have a lot of them. So stick around. It's Damon and JD, Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Fantasy football leagues are won on the waiver wire, and with trades, and with savvy starter sit decisions. The Fantasy Football Today podcast will help you along the way with the best advice on how to manage your team and dominate your league. With 8 episodes per week, Fantasy Football Today is the only resource you'll need. Start sit, grade the trade, fantasy cops to settle your league disputes, and so much more. Check out Fantasy Football Today, anywhere podcasts are found.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is fantastic to have John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto today here. Welcome on back to Damon and Ratto. And by the way, just because we like to correct any mistakes that we or the audience might even be making in real time, Jordan Poole is not one of those born after the millennium babies. He is born in 1999. It was very close, but he's still coming in under 2000s. So we got to get that right. I love when people admit to explain it to me like I'm 6. And a guy on the Xfinity mobile text line, JD, says, Damon, I'm sitting in the back of the room, and I must be the lead moron because even after seeing the video and putting it in context of two players getting into it during practice, I still don't see it as such a big deal. And I can only presume that you are applying your just rock-solid, unshakable mentals to this situation as everyone functioned as if you would function through it. And that's just not the way it works. You know, how Jordan Poole feels and is affected by this, that's what makes this a big deal. How Draymond Green feels and is affected, how every guy in that locker room feels and is affected by this makes it a big deal. As we're, been saying, kind of setting up the theme of today's show, sports are fragile. What action is the action that pulled on the thread that made the entire sweater come apart? Well, that could be a million different things. That's why teams are constantly looking to eliminate distractions, right?
Yes.
You hear that over and over and over. We're looking to eliminate distractions. It's the best way to get through this all.
The entire way that the Warriors have handled this with Steve Kerr coming out last night in the post-game press conference to me is them saying there will be no more distractions about this. That's the biggest statement. Jordan Poole still has to speak. That's the last step. We'll see if he gets paid a 9-figure contract extension by the time that he does. But to me, that was the loudest statement made last night. We're not having any more distractions about this issue as we prepare to play that 82-game schedule.
Just to let you know that, our barometers are not all set the same. What you say was no big deal, and you can't even quite figure out why it's a big deal. Here's how Steve Kerr feels about it, and I guess the way he feels about it trumps any and all of our opinions about it.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season.
So, to get back to what Gene in Oakland, who made a very good phone call to us right before we took a break, JD, he said, what happens the next time? What happens if this happens the next time? Spectacular question. And the answer is, God forbid we ever have to find out. And what I imagine is part of the, hey, Draymond, you're not being suspended for ring night conversation. I would imagine that there was a very serious ultimatum put on that, JD. And that ultimatum was simply any action from you, Draymond, that even approaches the neighborhood of where we've been living for the last week. Anything you do to disrupt the progress or rob the confidence from one of your own teammates will be met with such swift financial, reputational ramifications and harm that, believe me, habitual line stepper, that ain't a line you ever want to even come close to again. And we're not trying to rob you of you either. The chip on your shoulder is your greatest attribute. But Draymond, anything that looks remotely like this means your career with the Golden State Warriors will come to an end in that next moment.
And it still may happen that way.
And it still could happen.
Even with even without another incident, his career with the Golden State Warriors could be over. They're just trying to kick the can down the road to give this season its best opportunity to maybe bring an NBA championship. So yeah, I think that the obvious point, and it's still a salient one, is if anything like this happens again, okay, that's a wrap. But the reality is, this happened so close to the beginning of a title defense that I think in many ways it's like, well, what the heck can we even do that protects everybody the best way possible, but still allows a shot at going and running it back and winning a title? And you know what? This may still be such an egregious act and situation to where either he's going to opt out at the end of the year and he's gone, or he's going to opt in at the end of the year and we're going to send him packing because, meaning trade him somewhere else. But you can't do that in this moment with everything so chaotic and frenetic.
I actually think that if you wanted to, squint and try to look at this as maybe the best way possible, the positive of this, the upside of this is, hey, maybe you really get a all-hands-in, pot-committed Draymond Green in a way that makes you forget about this, and 3 weeks from now we're talking about how, man, he looks better than he has in a year. Maybe. Sure. So maybe this gets a full buy-in on great teammate from Draymond Green going forward.
But he looked great up until the point where he popped Jordan Poole a week ago.
Sure did. There's that. And what I also think now is it makes one of the hardest goodbyes and this team's got some hard goodbyes coming up in its distant decisions. It makes what would have been on the surface a hard goodbye a little bit of an easier goodbye. Draymond Green, I don't think is ever going to get Irish goodbyed. He is an important. Look at it this way. I don't know where the statue goes, but I think I know who's on it, and he's on it. He's part of the statue. Draymond gets a freaking statue when it's said and done. And he deserves and has earned that statue. What kind of a contract do you want to give Draymond Green? I've been saying probably not another one. I think we now have the exit plan. I think it's all in front of the Warriors now. Draymond is under contract this year. He has a player option for the following year. I'm assuming he exercises it. And if he does, I think that's going to be okay because, A, hopefully you're getting the best out of him from here on out. And B, I don't think I want to be in business with Draymond Green 2 years more than 2 years down the road. And this now is a smooth exit ramp from a player who, when it does start to officially end for him physically, I think it ends very quickly.
Absolutely. And I think that the 2-year plan, it may not even be 2 years, but it could be 2 years at the maximum. Would
you want a 5-year contract for Draymond right now?
No, the answer is no.
Right.
The answer is, without a doubt, no, you're not doing that. But you also, you give yourself, you see how it plays out. You give yourself the opportunity to see how it plays out. I think that timeline is also in line with, ideally, you want to have somebody to replace what Draymond Green brings to the table, because that's another part of this that I do think may not factor in the direct decision-making that the Warriors have made over the last 7 days, but ideally when you move on from somebody great at what they do, you would like to have somebody waiting in the wings that can be great, at least in a different way, and help you collectively as a team remain at a similar level. And the reality is the Warriors don't have that. They may have the person, but that person isn't playing at a level to where he equates. Like, it may be James Wiseman and or Jonathan Kuminga 2 years from now.
Right. He might be in the room, but he's not ready to be that guy today.
Exactly. He may be on the team, but he's not going to play at that level to this point in time. So I think that works in line with your time frame of kind of going year to year with it at this point, with the end game being, okay, 22, 23, 23, 24. The hope would be in 2024, Jonathan Kuminga is so good, or James Wiseman is so good, or hell, maybe both of them are so good that at that point, the declining Draymond Green is no longer worth all of the headaches that you've had to put up with over the course of his tenure as a Golden State Warrior.
Back to the phones we go. 888-957-9570. Rich in Fremont. Thank you for the call, Rich. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think when it really comes down to it, and I'm not taking anything away from Draymond because what he did was that was ridiculous, okay? First of all, you don't put your hands on anybody unless they do something very, very serious to you. I mean, he punched Jordan Poole like he found out Jordan Poole was sleeping with his wife or something.
Exactly. Right.
That was man, I couldn't. I was like, wow, okay. But I still think in order for the Warriors to be able to move forward, I believe, he doesn't have to do this because Jordan Poole doesn't have to do anything. I'm saying if he wants his career progression to move about, come out publicly and simply relate your feelings or how you feel regarding the situation. That will allow the Warriors to be able to move forward. And this is also a chance for him to be the bigger man and to gain some character. And I'm saying that he needs any more, but I'm just saying this would be the reward of doing that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Look, it's real simple. You know, what was the saying? When they go low, we go high.
Mm-hmm.
If Draymond Green has officially taken the low road in this, how does Jordan Poole have implicit superiority over the situation? By just going high road over all of it. Again, whether he believes it or not. Throwing an arm around Draymond Green, or how about this? It doesn't even need to be a false photo op. Draymond's got the ball in the low post, kicks it out to Jordan. Jordan hits that corner three, and as they jog up the court, high five. Whew! That first time that happens, a genuine, you're my guy, I'm still playing with you, and we're cool. The first on-court interaction of that happening will be such a welcome sight. It'll be such a welcome sight.
It also doesn't mean everything's fixed, though.
No, it doesn't. But here's the deal. Pretend.
Sure.
For the sake of the team, for the sake of the locker room, for the sake of the season, for the sake of the title defense, you frickin' pretend. Again, the definition of professionalism is sucking it up and doing it on the day you don't want to get out of bed. That's what being a pro is. A pro is F my own feelings. I got a job to do. What's best for this job, a unique job in a team sport? It's to make this team keep humming no matter what. Draymond's bad day, he said he had a bad day, completely crept into his demeanor, and we saw it. A real pro wouldn't have let that bad day creep into his demeanor. Demerit Draymond Green.
No doubt.
And by the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
There's Pookie.
Hi, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Hi, good to hear from you.
This is Rom, calling from Sunnyvale. What's going on, Rom?
I just want to weigh in and say that the Warriors have been enabling this behavior of Draymond for years now. So whether with the Kevin Durant incident, even though he was suspended, he goes right back after a few months with KD on his podcast and says Bob Myers and Steve Kerr F it up. He takes tough love a little too much with the new players, and Steph doesn't say anything because Steph knows how important Draymond is not only for the team but for his own legacy. The screens he says, the passes, the way he runs the offense. So the Warriors know that Draymond is important to winning, and they've been looking the other way all these years, and the Warriors are basically prioritizing winning over doing the right thing, and I don't think we can blame them for that. So,
and I don't think you're wrong, Rom. I don't think you're wrong to say that the Warriors have enabled this. Through every single turn in Draymond's road, it feels like they have done as much to steer him back on track, at times more than even he's done to steer himself back on track. Enabling is exactly, I think, what has happened. But in their enabling of Draymond Green, 4 championships were won. And you can say that, well, one of the greatest letdowns Draymond ever had with the Golden State Warriors directly resulted in Kevin Durant's appearance.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know if you're beyond this group won a couple of titles had they not lost to Cleveland. Because that was, again, you can't remove facts from the timeline. There is no way, had they won back-to-back championships there after the 73-win regular season, they win that title, Kevin Durant doesn't show up. And look, they also just indeed proved that they can win a championship without Kevin Durant.
Right, but maybe that team couldn't have.
Maybe them running up against Cleveland again and then again.
And who was Durant going to be playing for if he wasn't playing for you?
Right.
Which is the other part of it.
What if he had just stayed in Oklahoma City?
Maybe they get over the hump.
They had you up against the wall, just the year before. So it's the role that Draymond has played on this team is just fascinating. The best of him has clearly served the Warriors well, and in a really odd way, the worst of him has also served the Warriors well. I think this was the very first time they identified, there is no real positive outcome to this Draymond incident.
None.
And that's why, they got right around it. And I don't even know if getting right around it was the right thing to do because I think that they tried to dismiss this as it's a basketball thing. It was not a basketball thing. It happened in a basketball setting, but it's not, it's like Jerry Maguire is a sports setting, but it's a romantic comedy.
Right. It's not a sports movie.
Exactly. Die Hard, even though it's set on Christmas, is not a Christmas movie.
Oh, there you go, opening a box.
It's just an action movie that takes place on Christmas.
Look at you opening a can. Is a hot dog a sandwich, Damon?
No! Kind of. It's weird.
Depends on what kind of bread it's on.
I mean, so to me, the sandwich.
I don't even believe that.
It's like saying
just stirring it up now.
Is a cheesesteak a sandwich? How much different is a cheesesteak than a hot dog when you really think about it?
Cheesesteak I think is a sandwich.
Right, but you don't have total bun separation. It's like there's a
I know.
V there.
No, I got you.
We're not going to go down this road.
No.
Would you rather fight 100 horse-sized ducks or one duck-sized horse? Oh, no. Maybe it's the other way around. Anyway, we'll do the Reddit hour a little bit later on.
I keep coming back to... I'll try and steer it back. I go back to the 2016 incident with Draymond and Steve Kerr in Oklahoma City, where they're screaming at each other and everybody thinks it's going to get physical to the point where the cops are standing by, and Lisa Salters of ABC and ESPN is hearing all of it and reports on it. When nothing happened following that, and I think the reason it didn't was because they just won a title, and I say this all the time, they were something like 50-5 when that game took place on that night when Curry hit the...
Right.
Curry,
the signature shot of his career until Game 4 in Boston.
Exactly. And so they win that night, which I think kicks it down the road. And then they win 73 games. But when they didn't address that, to me, and I know you can say, well, JD, there have been some things that are worse, and this is one of them. But when you let that go early in somebody's career, there's no going back in my mind. And so they then wrote it out because they were winning at the level they were winning, and the good outweighed the bad so immensely. And then what happens? It winds up biting them potentially with him getting suspended in the finals. But you made the point, and it's right on the money. They end up getting Kevin Durant 2 weeks later. So they never really had to address they never had to address the fact that he cost them one.
Right. There was always...
Because we're going to win 2 or 3 more immediately.
There was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow and also at the end of the dead-end street.
Right. So it's like, well, are we really going to discipline or take a harder look at him now? He just brought us another 2 championships in a way. Maybe he took one away, but he brought 2 more. And then you fast forward down to Durant and all that stuff. And anyway, I digress on that point. But there was always a reason to just kick the can. You know what? We're not going to deal with it. But when you didn't deal with that first major incident, I think you put any level of legitimate punishment, you completely made it toothless from that moment forward.
By the way, Die Hard is for sure a Christmas movie, one of the highest grossing Christmas movies of all time. That is false information. Die Hard was not released in December.
Oh.
It was not released in the Christmas season. Die Hard was a July release.
Okay, I thought it was summer.
It was a summer release. So don't tell me Die Hard's one of the highest grossing Christmas movies of all time. Like, you literally can't make up your own facts. And I have definitively answered the question. It is not a Christmas movie. It was released in July. Thank you very much. Believe me, Die Hard came out when I was in high school. I can recite every line before the movie even gets to it. I don't think there's a movie I've seen more than Die Hard. Don't start with me. The Maniac in Richmond. Hello, Maniac.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, so I've been listening for a week, and no one has a suggestion basically about how to get these 2 men over the situation, and it's easy. Jordan Poole gets to slap the Christ at Draymond Green.
Now, hey, look, I'm sorry you waited on hold for so long to come up with something ridiculous. Put him in the yard and let him fight it out? No, that's... what? Okay, so let's say Jordan Poole breaks his wrist or his finger on that punch and now can't shoot for the Warriors for the next 2 months. Was that good? Just stop it. Just stop it. This is Rob in San Jose. How are you, Rob?
Oh, I'm doing well. Kind of along the lines of accountability, I want to know who on the Warriors or within that organization is kind of the Charlie Murphy to Draymond being Rick James, the habitual line stepper. It doesn't seem like they don't have anyone in that organization that kind of is that person that puts him in his place when he steps over that line, good, bad, or indifferent for what he's brought you or what he hasn't. And I think for the first time in my life on any sports team, I have someone on my team that I just don't like and I'm sick of. Before it was, like, oh, he's our jerk, and I wouldn't like him if he was on a different team. Now he's just a jerk, and I just don't like him.
To answer your first question, Steph Curry is the Charlie Murphy of the Golden State Warriors. This is Steph Curry's team. It's always been Steph Curry's team. Draymond has always had a larger vocal on-court leadership because Steph is just, kind of quiet and goes about his business. But Steph is the leader on this team. And that's why Steph was sitting down with Jordan Poole and sitting down with Draymond Green and doing the things that, God bless him, Klay Thompson is so checked out on this, he probably doesn't even care. He's like, just tell me when it's over. And that's what's beautiful about Klay Thompson. This is only made possible because one of the single greatest egoless entities in the history of the highest level of sports we have ever known exists in the Warriors locker room. I don't know many other great NBA teams that could have handled this. Let me tell you, everyone goes on and on and on and on about what a great leader Kobe was. That Lakers team would have folded like a tent under all of this. Kobe, he ran the best teammate he ever had out of town the minute he turned on him. Shaq has got to go. Shaq saying Kobe's got to go. Like the fact that nobody could bring those two together is a shame on that moment. It altered NBA history because of internal fighting. Again, success cripples NBA teams as much as arguments over women and money and guns and all that stuff. It's amazing how fragile locker rooms really are.
Without a doubt. And I think I can just go through all the teams that the Warriors have battled throughout the years, just very quickly in my mind, whether it's Houston when they had the Harden group, and then or OKC with Westbrook and Durant. Any of these teams that the Clippers with the Lob City experience, any of those teams, to me, it's done the moment something like this happens. It would have completely ended their title chances. I'm not so sure. Well, and that's not a guarantee that the Warriors are going to be fine by any stretch, but I feel like the Warriors have the secret sauce that gives them a chance to overcome this, at least for this season.
More calls, and we're going to play Name That Incident coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Golfers, now at the Golf Mart, it's time to hit faster, longer, and straighter with Titleist. The new TSR drivers are designed to maximize distance and elevate your performance. Titleist TSR driver, pushing for perfection every day. Come into the Golf Mart for the new Titleist TSR drivers and get custom fit for free today. Can't make it in store? Visit us online at worldwidegolfshops.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee and family owned and operated since 1984.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Danville partly cloudy tonight with a low of 54.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Our man John Dickinson filling in for Ray today. Everything we do, every conversation we have, either with you, with Festus Ezeli, Peter King yesterday. How about this? Coming up at 5 o'clock, Jeff Wilson Jr. from the 49ers backfield from the Greenbrier in West Virginia is going to be joining us to talk a little 49ers. We're going to get a little something other than the Golden State Warriors in today. And one of the things that I do want to get in on the Warriors was how well they played last night. It might have been the JV team, but they were going up against Portland's JV team. So I'm going to say kind of a fair fight. And in a fair fight, The Warriors won it decisively. I mean, they dominated Portland and Portland's bench. And I got to tell you, we've been talking an awful lot about Draymond Green. Let me tell you about JaMychal Green. Hello. I like what I see out of you, Moses Moody, Dante DiVincenzo. I'm telling you, you can cut down on those turnovers just a little. But if you're going to be an assist machine like that, okay. Now, I didn't know you had it in you, young man. And we've said so much about James Wiseman. We're not going to try to go overboard with early returns and early dreams of grandeur here, but
look good.
Everything we kind of hoped he might be, he is starting to suggest he might be that.
And just doing it in terms of basic things that are repeatable.
Right.
When you're playing important minutes, when you're playing 15 minutes in a game that you want to win in the regular season. So that to me, he just looks very comfortable.
I thought he was a classic example of the John Wooden saying, play quick, but don't hurry.
No doubt.
He was so hurried.
Just his little finishes around the basket now on very basic plays are much more on point than they were.
It's more methodical. It's more patient.
Balance.
Yeah. So very, very interesting developments for the Warriors bench. Damon, nobody cares about the preseason. I get it. Well, you know, it's one of those, it doesn't matter whether you're winning or losing. How are you playing? The Warriors have played well this preseason.
They have, and they look deep. You mentioned it right off the top of the show. They look deep. And DiVincenzo's a legit combo guard that can run point. Like, the beauty of the Dante DiVincenzo signing for me was the fact that it didn't get in any. He can play, but he doesn't get in anybody's way. You can play him with Poole. You could play him with Steph. You could play him with Clay. He's not going to prevent Moses Moody from getting on the floor. Like, he is just a straight up addition.
Yeah, it's just a good way to say it. I mean, it's positionless basketball. And what is he? So, I mean, he's not a low post banger.
No,
but he might be everything else, including a rebound.
But he can play with all of your guards and run your offense and defend, and he's young.
Defensive squabbles, no doubt, man. Any single one of those guys, DiVincenzo, Green, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, any single one of those guys on another team, if they're not starting, that's a 6th or 7th men. Here, we're talking about 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, that the Warriors have an 8, 9, 10, 11 that would make most teams 5, 6, 7, 8 blush.
Sure, for sure. And maybe it's in some ways a little too youthful once you get to maybe spot 8 in that. I'm looking at it just, you got Steph, you got Clay, you got Wiggins, you got Draymond and Looney. That's your starting 5. You got Poole off the bench. He's number 6. And then I think I would go DiVincenzo 7, JaMychal Green probably 8. Like, I think all of those 8 are playing every night. I think Wiseman's probably playing every night.
He's your first big man sub.
So you're talking 9 right there, and we haven't even mentioned Moses Moody, who I think is playing every night. And now you're at 10. And
how about Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
And we haven't talked about Jonathan Kuminga. So we're at 10.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about Jonathan Kuminga yet.
Good times.
That tells you something.
Are the Warriors in danger of having too much talent? It's a great problem to have. It really is. How about this? We don't hear from him very often, but when we do, it's big and it's gay. Big Gay John in Berkeley. Thank you very much, Big Gay John. How are you, old friend?
Well, I heard total bun separation. That's usually my cue to call in. Before thank you for defending. I'm babbling. I guess what I want to say is, as a hardcore Celtics fan, I appreciate what Draymond Green has brought. He reminds me of the Dennis Rodman era, a very talented, very troubled player who couldn't control his own feelings. And I think you guys nailed the part I haven't heard any other sports talk show, radio, TV say is what matters is what happens going forward. And I think if he can't manage his feelings appropriately, the team is going to be done with him. Great player. Wish he could manage his feelings a little better. And again, I'll finish with this. As a hardcore Celtics fan, I was hoping maybe the Warriors were on the decline and my Celtics with Malcolm Brogdon were on the rise. But the kids for the Warriors look really good. And when it comes to preseason, Bill Parcells, a reporter once asked Bill Parcells, do you care if you win in the preseason? And he said, are they keeping score? And the reporter says, yeah. So Bill Parcells said, then I want to win.
Exactly.
So, yeah, let me know your thoughts on Dennis.
Well, I need to know your thoughts on this as a diehard Celtics fan and as Big Gay John. Does it bother you that flaming heterosexuality is what got Ime Udoka suspended?
I am disappointed that we've lost such a great coach. I don't think we know enough to know that we hear about he slept with an owner's wife.
No, we know who he slept with. It was the director of finance's wife, and there was probably another one, and there might have been seeds planted. But Big Gay John, great to hear from you. An old school caller right there. Big Gay John. Good to have him.
Nice.
Flaming heterosexuality. Bringing down the Celtics.
That and the Danilo Gallinari knee injury.
Oh, that too. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about Danilo's knee.
I wasn't sure where I was going with that.
No, but you nailed it. This was Mark Spears on ESPN's NBA Today talking about the relationship that Poole and Draymond and kind of how they went about working this bad boy out.
Poole and Draymond spoke in front of the team a couple days ago, and Poole didn't think it was necessary that Draymond get a suspension. It was put in front of the players whether they thought that Draymond deserved a suspension. And what I was told is that the players weren't comfortable levying that on one of their own teammates. So they wanted management to make that decision. And with that in mind, with what Poole and the teammates thought, ownership and the front office decided that Green would not be suspended, that there would be an undisclosed fine. But while Green hasn't been suspended, he's been away from the team for over a week now. So in a sense, you could maybe even look at that as a suspension being away. But one key thing I think to point out is Poole's professionalism. He's worried about moving forward, worried about getting that bag perk, right? He's about to get that. And so I don't know that these two guys are going to be in San Francisco at a restaurant enjoying clam chowder and some of Napa's best cab anytime soon. But they're definitely going to be professional in trying to win another championship.
And that's it. Thank you very much. Mark Spears on ESPN. They don't need to go out to dinner together. They don't need to be best friends. They don't need to hang when the night is over. They need to be good teammates, and they need to be respectful, one specifically of the other's space and rising place on this team. So what this Warriors team looks like going forward, let me tell you right now, the number one thing that will put this issue to bed, winning.
That's it.
Winning, the ultimate deodorant, makes all the stink go away. This is Sophomore calling from Pacifica. Sophomore, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, good show. I think, though, the Warriors blew this. This is workplace violence, right? And I don't want to...
But it's not like workplace like you and I have a workplace. I mean, that's the thing. And I don't want the NBA to become an HR meeting that we have to sit through. I really don't. And I don't think you want that either. So keep on going, Sophomore. But remember, this ain't workplace violence like workplace like you work at a Safeway.
I agree. But they should have assumed the video might get out once they saw it. That happens all the time these days. So they should have been in front of that and gamed that out. They should have suspended Draymond. Asking the players if they should suspend him, that's a joke. I mean, that just makes you look weak as a team. They should have put him in counseling because he's like primed for other problems going forward, hurting his value to himself and the team. And they could have required that. And he wouldn't have sulked over a suspension. He would have known he deserved that. And finally, how this all works out, I think JP leaves after this season, and the reason is just why should somebody as talented as him be on the bench? You know, he needs to be with the Warriors, but any place else, he's their Steph Curry, and I think he's going to leave and go do that.
The point about Jordan Poole is significant, and you might be right. I also, if I were him, would look at someone who no less than Kevin Durant's ilk, who left this team and put himself in a terrible situation to keep on winning. And if I'm Jordan, maybe he really likes the team. Maybe he really likes the Bay Area. Maybe he really likes Chase Center. Maybe he really likes playing with two Hall of Famers in the backcourt. Maybe, who knows where Jordan Poole's true priorities lie if he can get all the money that he could possibly want here and remain in what we all thought, at least a very week ago, was sports' most competent, best culture and situation. The other point that you made there, sophomore, that I want to come back to is when you said how this just looks like, the player said no suspension. That's weakness. I could understand why you would think that way, but I also suggest it be a sign of strength. That very few teams have the kind of locker room that has been together as long as these guys have been together, certainly the core, that have a collective voice that matters to management and the coaching staff and vice versa. That's where the positivity of the Warriors, I think, does come from. And the fact that this isn't a fire and brimstone my way or no, all input does not matter, but the GMs, but the coach, but the players. It's a collective. And for players to feel that they've been empowered to buy in, I think that that's a good thing. And if the Warriors are comfortable with putting it in their rearview mirror, who are we to insist it should be the medallion on the hood?
They believe that their room is secure enough to handle this particular situation. And so, you know what? With all the winning that they've done and with all of the tricky situations that they've been able to navigate, I do think they've earned the benefit of the doubt in terms of we're going to zig when a lot of people would zag or a lot of people would want us to zag. And by the way, as Steve Kerr said last night, feel free to rip us to shreds. I'm paraphrasing there. And they know it's probably coming and they maybe even deserve it, but they're welcome to accept it if it is the means to the end of getting onto this season with as clean a slate as there possibly could be. One just quick nugget on the Jordan Poole contract deal, because I've heard this a lot, and I'm sure you've made the point and others have made the point, but I really haven't heard it enough. Jordan Poole is a restricted free agent. So he either signs his contract extension, which 4 years and $130 million, or somewhere in between 100 and 130 million, right? He signs it, and he's under contract with the Warriors for 5 years at that point, because the extension doesn't kick in until next
year.
Season.
Right.
So let's say Jordan. So in that scenario, he's under contract for 5 years. The other scenario is he decides, you know what? I'm not going to take a contract extension now. I'm going to play out this season and be a restricted free agent next year. Go get an offer sheet for close to or the amount that you could get right now. We'll just match it if you're the Warriors.
Well, now the only thing you'd have to fear there is the poison pill. Like, so the Orlando Magic put $230 million
and some of that's limited now in terms of the structure. Like, it has to go up and down, I think, by a certain percentage in certain years, and that's. I don't want to get too wonky on that.
No, get dorky on that. Get dorky on that for me, JD.
And send everybody back to. Is a hot dog a sandwich, or is Die Hard a Christmas movie? But no.
Maybe and no.
But I've heard a lot of this. Well, if Jordan doesn't want to be here, he can't leave.
Right.
Like, and maybe there does come a point in a year or 2 or 3, assuming Poole is signed for those years by the Warriors, where they do right by him. In essence, let him go be a number one somewhere in a trade that is beneficial for them.
2-3 years from now, he might be a number one right here.
Possible. Also very much on the table. Not going to discount that. But what I'm getting at is, for now, the Warriors control this. Like, he ain't going anywhere as long as they pay him. Unless they want him to.
Right. If they want, so DeAndre Ayton, restricted free agent.
Exactly. Everybody thought he was gone.
Right. Who gave him the offer? Who put that offer in front of him? It was the Pacers put the big offer in front of him, and the Suns were like, hey, we know you want to get out of town on the next thing smoking, but guess what? We're matching. You're staying. And DeAndre Ayton seems not happy at all to still be in Phoenix, but he's still in Phoenix.
Yet here we are.
And the one team they can't trade him to is the Pacers.
Exactly.
888-957-9570. What I would love is for someone to give us a call who wants to play Name That Incident. We officially have no prizes for you. We have absolutely no reward whatsoever. But if you think you can name the Draymond Green apology and pinpoint what it is coming from, give us a call. We're looking for Draymonologists. Draymond apologists? Is that terrible?
No.
Because Ray would have booed me for saying that out loud.
Well,
you want to boo me a little, let's be honest.
Boo.
We have Trey Lance signs if anybody wants those.
Draymond,
Trey area signs.
Should we just give away Trey area signs? Do you really want to be responsible for mailing those out? Or do you want to go back to no prizes?
You got to come pick them up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you're not allowed in the building.
And you can meet Steiny on the street.
Next Niner home game. Next Niner home game, meet us at the Hilton.
You can meet Steiny out on Battery.
You can meet him at 665 Battery, which, by the way, is not the address of this building.
But he'll be there, and he's got a bunch of Trey area swag.
And some brass knuckles for anyone who wants some of these tough marbles. Which Peter King used the phrase tough marbles with us the other night. I didn't even know that phrase existed anymore, I got to be honest with you. Onions! Bill Raftery, baby. This is Ben calling from Byron. Ben, what do you got?
Hey, well, my thing is, so Draymond has that unstoppable attribute where they win a game where it doesn't even seem like, you're looking at the sheets, it doesn't even seem like he has anything, but he had a great game. So it's a kind of a control thing. So the longer he's on that team, the more control he's going to have. So is this a time, like you were saying, like a good time to kind of cut the tie?
I actually think that Draymond represents more to the Warriors than he would another organization, and he's got a 2-year window that after the 2-year window, I don't know if I'm going to want to be in business, but over the next 2, he keeps playing defense and stays healthy. I think I do want to be in business with him. There is a diminishing return coming on Draymond Green, and I think we can all see that coming. That made the conundrum of what the Warriors do next like a conundrum. I mean, that's what made it a problem. I think he has now created an off-ramp that the Warriors did not have and that they will be pretty interested in taking a couple of years from now if he does exercise that player option.
I think it's possible. I think this year it's going to, like, the one thing you want for sure, I'm not sure I want him for 2. You may have to have him for 2, but the one thing that I think you cannot deny is you got to have him for this year and defend the title and see how everything shakes out. And you've got the out if you need it.
You know, it's one of the worst things we do as a sports talk radio society is try to discuss sports in terms of a 3-year window. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed.
3 years is a long time.
3 years is like 3 sports years is like a decade.
Well, yeah, and I play this game. Just play this game with the Warriors, right? Where were they in 2019?
In the bad place.
Like right now, like they were. Klay Thompson's hurt. Steph Curry's about to get hurt in 2 weeks, and they're about to win 15 games. Like that's where they were in 2019. Fast forward 3 years from there. Here we are right now. They won another NBA championship, and they're loaded with young talent that may be a second core. Do it the other way. Go to how down it was in 2019 to 2016 when they had just won 73 games, didn't win the title, but got Kevin freaking Durant. 3 years is an eternity. I mean, look at those wild swings. And if you want to go back 3 years before that, they hadn't even made the playoffs yet at that point.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's incredible. But yeah, just go. My mind is a little weird in that way where I kind of think of things and like, my God, that was 3 years ago. Like it was complete. It was a completely different world.
And then you had the pandemic mixed into those 3 years, which made those 3 years feel like 5 years anyways.
No doubt.
Or only 1 year. Like, I don't know. The pandemic either felt like it took 3 years and compressed it into 1, or it took 3 years and pulled it out to 6. It's really weird.
I think the first 6 months of the pandemic was about 5 years. I think
sliding scale after
since
that.
then, in a weird way, I almost feel like time started going faster. But I digress.
Marianne in Vallejo. Hello, Marianne. Thank you for the call. What do you got?
Hey, I'm just going to give my opinion on Draymond. I love Draymond. Maybe he has an attitude. Yes, he does have an attitude. But he gave us championship. He gave his heart out there. Number one, Draymond exposes you when you're doing something wrong. He exposed Durant. Durant did not play well on the third year. Number two, he's exposing Poole. Poole, on the other hand, yeah, he's a good player. He may end up probably almost like Steph Curry. But if he is still playing alone, he doesn't pass ball. He always does the coast-to-coast thing. He has to be in a team. He has to understand Warriors is a team. He cannot play alone. And Draymond is exposing him. Number three, Draymond, on the other hand, also is asking for a max contract. They're not giving it to him. So he's coming from a lot of things. And I specifically, I would feel the same way.
Well, Marianne, first of all, no one in the NBA is giving Draymond Green a max contract. No one, including the Warriors. In terms of exposing Jordan Poole, that's definitely not his job. And I would say that Jordan Poole has revealed himself to be a fantastic compliment to the Golden State Warriors. He's not holding them back. He's not playing outside of their style. And I don't agree with that. As to your first point, I got so focused on the other 2 points you made that I forgot what your first point was, and I want to leave you as a 330 hitter. So I'm going to assume that maybe that was the good point. But how about this? When we do return, are you a Draymond Green apologist-ologist? Do you think you can pinpoint that apology? There are plenty of them.
Pretty good.
If you think you can name that incident, we'd love to hear from you. We're going to ask you to name that incident before we get to Jeff Wilson Jr., who will join us at 5 o'clock. And what we have for you here, my good friends, is nothing short of the longest segment of the entire day. It is next. It is commercial free. You will love it. You will absolutely go down memory lane with some of these Draymond Green apologies as well. So don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto. It's so good to have John Dickinson in today. Can we play the John Dickinson reporter song at one point this afternoon too?
You're asking my permission?
Yeah, because I ever hear that you didn't like it?
Yeah, well, we can explain that later.
It got overplayed.
But you can play it. It got a little overplayed. But yes, you have my permission, and I appreciate you asking.
It will happen. It will happen. See, good teammate. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, John. John, stop hitting me. Here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Don't hit me, John.
Hey, Becky. What about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Everything this show might do, everything that Steiny and Guru might do, everything that Willard and Dibs do, and everything that the Morning Roast has done can be found on the Odyssey app. Download it today. It's absolutely free to you. Download the app today, and I'll stop asking you to do it. We're just asking for 100% compliance. Is that too much? It is Damon and Ratto. Ratto cannot be found this week. We're so lucky to have John Dickinson in. And JD, you were here for, absolutely every single one of these. You were probably in the building for some of them that happened on the road as well. So is everyone ready to play Name That Incident? All right, our first contestant is Adam in San Francisco. Adam, thank you very much. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, no prizes, only glory available to you. Here we go. Name this incident.
I won't put myself in that position again, and that's all I can really do, so I think in life you learn from things and you use those things down the line and just don't let it happen again. So I take the good with the bad. I'm not the guy who rise high when things are going well and say, oh man, this is great, I'm this, I'm that, like I said, I put myself in that position. So I take the good with the bad. I learn from the good, I learn from the bad, and overall it makes me a better person. I'm not afraid to take the blame. I do think that's where the series turned, but it happened, move on from it. Like I said, I learned from it and I'll be better, but I'm not afraid to say that it's my fault. I think it was.
Adam, can you name that incident?
That is the NBA Finals 2016.
Correct. Would you like to keep playing? Would you like to keep playing?
I would. I want more glory.
All right, let's cloak you in more glory as you play today. Name that incident.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't know which one that one was until he said the series turned.
He nailed it. Yeah, exactly.
It was like I was stymied.
There are some clues still embedded. There are other clues that have been removed. All right, Adam, you're 1-0. Here we go with our second incident. Let's see if you can spot it.
I apologize to my teammates and my coaching staff, this organization. That wasn't the right way to handle what needed to be handled. And as a leader of this team, I can't do that because it sets a bad precedence for how everything is ran around here, how everything should be ran, how everything has been ran, and how everything will be ran going forward. It won't happen again. It's something where my emotions kind of got ahead of me, and I let my emotions get the best of me. As a human being, I made a mistake. And like I said before, I apologize to my teammates, to everybody who I needed to apologize to. It won't happen again.
All right, Adam, you're 1-0. Can you tell us when that apology came from?
That apology came from when he punched the college kid.
No. So sorry, Adam. But indeed, glory is yours tonight. Congratulations to you and the entire Adam in San Francisco family. Go home, be proud, pound your chest. You got one of them right. Let's see if Danny in Santa Rosa can name that incident. Danny, Santa Rosa, would you like to hear that one again?
Yeah, let's hear it one more time.
All right, here we go. One more time.
I apologize to my teammates and my coaching staff, this organization. That wasn't the right way to handle what needed to be handled. And as a leader of this team, I can't do that because it sets a bad precedence for how everything is ran around here, how everything should be ran, how everything has been ran, and how everything will be ran going forward. It won't happen again. It's something where my emotions kind of got ahead of me, and I let my emotions get the best of me. As a human being, I made a mistake. And like I said before, I apologize to my teammates, to everybody who I needed to apologize to. It won't happen again.
All right, Danny, can you name that incident?
Was that the Clippers incident with Kevin Durant?
No.
Wow.
Close, though. Thank you. No. Appreciate it. Some people hung up. 888-957-9570. Anyone who wants to cover themselves in glory, playing today's version of Name That Incident. Oh, my God.
So good.
Yeah. Someone says, I'd love to hear the J.D. Reporter song. Yeah, make sure you have that queued up, Grandy. We're going to need that at some point. Can you give it to me right now? Can you make it? Give the people what they want.
Sean Dickinson, super reporter, big game bounties, boots on the ground. Sean Dickinson, super reporter, where will he be now? Let's go out to JD.
I don't know what always intoxicated me more about that intro. The randomness of using Genesis's I Can't Dance, or the fact that it's a vocal performance for the ages from a man who will be simply known as Derek.
Yeah.
What didn't you like about it? The frequency?
It was brilliant.
I think I beat it to death probably more than anyone else.
It was brilliant, and I think what it was I think it was when it became kind of an every show thing.
Yes. That's the thing. It was supposed to be in one corner of the world's hemisphere. It went global.
And I never associated you with that specifically.
Oh, wow. I thought I was like the chief abuser
But
of
it just felt like it was overexposure. It was an overexposure, deal.
I'm sorry. I feel like I created the overexposure. I really do.
Once in a while. It's okay.
This is Duke in the city. Duke, how are you, man?
I'm good. King of the sports, Mike, Damon, Bruce, and I see you got your boy Ratto on vacation, and you got the super duper reporter, JD John Dickinson.
There it is.
What's up?
Can you name the incident that we have played a couple of times now?
You know what, D. Bruce? Me being a Dukester and us liking to put it in the air with my brain on right now. I'm gonna go recency bias and say that was that last incident that just happened just now.
No,
sound like the tone of that.
That would have been very, very tricky to play something way out of chronological order, but unfortunately, Duke, it was not the latest incident.
I love y'all anyway.
Thank you. Great to see you. Put it in the air for us wherever you are, Duke. I know you will. Bobby in San Francisco, welcome. It is officially time for you, Bobby, to name that incident. There you go. Bobby, would you like me to replay it one more time for you?
Yes, please.
I apologize to my teammates and my coaching staff, this organization. That wasn't the right way to handle what needed to be handled. And as a leader of this team, I can't do that because it sets a bad precedence for how everything is ran around here, how everything should be ran, how everything has been ran, and how everything will be ran going forward. It won't happen again. It's something where my emotions kind of got ahead of me, and I let my emotions get the best of me. You know, as a human being, I made a mistake. And like I said before, I apologize to my teammates, to everybody who I needed to apologize to. It won't happen again.
All right, Bobby, where do you think that comes from?
I don't recall the exact year, but my guess is that that's after the technical foul in Charlotte.
Oh, so sorry, Bobby. Appreciate it.
It's a tough one.
It is a
Tougher
tough
than
one.
I thought.
It is a tough one. Let's go to Gail in San Francisco. Gail, thank you for choosing to play. Name that incident. There you go. Okay, we're running out of time. We got Jeff Green. Jeff Wilson Jr. coming up at 5 o'clock. So, Gail, can you tell us where you think that might have come from?
Gosh, I didn't hear everybody's answer because I was calling you guys, but I wanted to say it was the Kevin Durant incident after the name calling.
It wasn't. Thank you very much for the call and the attempt. No. But it was not. We'll go to Tim in San Francisco, see if anyone in the city can get that. Tim, do you know where it came from?
Damon, this is a deep cut, but I think it might be the Snapchat incident.
It wasn't the peen check. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That would have way old school. That would have been really the Snapchat incident. Look at it this way. That was such a scoop of nothing that I didn't even remember that until you brought it up.
And I don't even think there needed to be a formal apology. Like there was not a formal apology for that one, or at least a public one.
It certainly didn't need to be a long apology. Thank you. I feel like I got to nip this one in the bud. I got to nip this one in the bud right here. That apology from Draymond comes from, well, let me give one more to who is next. This is
one more shot. I want somebody to win, Damon.
Sean in Oakland, even though there's nothing to win, can you name that incident?
Yeah, this has to be the incident when he blamed James Wiseman for errant pass and he blasted the young rook when he shouldn't have.
No, but I even forgot about that.
We're coming up with new incidents that we forgot about.
That, believe it or not, was from Oklahoma City.
Yes.
After the locker room blow up with Steve Kerr. That's what that one is from. We need to move along. and we're kind of running out of time. So let me just give this one to you real quick.
I think there's no secret that I am an emotional player. You know, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I play with that same emotion. You know, sometimes it get the best of me, and, you know, it doesn't work to my favor. I'm going to live with that, you know, because it works in my favor to the good, as my resume speaks and this team resume speaks, more so than it doesn't. And so I'm never going to change who I am. I'm going to approach the game the same way that I always do. And, you know, like I said, we'll continue to move forward.
All right, Frankie, South City, can you tell us when that apology happened?
Is this kicking Steven Adams?
No, it's not even. What's amazing is there have been 4 incidences that we didn't even think were incidences that have been named here. But no, that one, since we're sort of running out of time, that was the post-Durant blow-up.
And post-suspension. Remember, that was the team-imposed suspension for one game against Atlanta.
Now, do you remember in November of... No, was it February? Yeah, it was February of 2021. Someone did bring this up as an incident. Here he is after getting ejected in Charlotte after the double tech.
You know, as I had time to let the whole thing marinate and digest, I was dead ass wrong. And so I was a bit disappointed. I'm still a bit disappointed in myself, because I think that whole situation bothered me. I know for sure it did. It bothered me more than being suspended from Game 5 of the NBA Finals in 2016. And the reason it bothered me more than that is because, you know, you can have your thoughts on the Game 5 situation. I for sure have my thoughts on the situation. But this situation in particular, I had complete control over. And I let that control get away from me, and in turn, I let the game get away from myself and my teammates.
When one player's greatest attribute is the emotions that they fuel themselves with, sometimes those emotions can fuel the wrong tank. And Draymond's wrong tank has been full of too many emotions, too many times. There's an awful lot of, you know, it sounds self-reflective in these apologies. And I said this yesterday, the man's got pretty words. His podcast is very successful because he's a supreme talker, and it takes one to know one. That guy's a supreme talker. When will those words land and they stick and they matter, and he really goes about changing his behavior? I guess we're about to find out. So, having said all of that, we sure will get back to a couple of other things here that are Warriors related, but not necessarily Draymond all the way related. But I'm very happy to just take a pause from this right now to get to a player that has really set the 49ers on fire. Jeff Wilson Jr. has been at the center of their success in the last couple of games, and he's nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game as we welcome all of you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Damon and Ratto, John Dickinson in for Ray all day long, and we're very happy to welcome in a guy who has been playing some of his best football of his career recently for the 49ers, already in his 5th NFL season. Jeff Wilson Jr. is nice enough to join us from the Greenbrier. He got to practice today. That's good. We go inside the 49ers locker room. It's presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all of your beef and tailgate needs. Jeff, thank you so much for your time today. How are you?
Damon, John, what's going on, man? I'm blessed, man. Just working.
How was practice today? I know you got back at it after a little shoulder, stinger, bruise? I don't even know what it was, but you missed a couple days. You got back today. You feeling good?
Oh, yeah, man. Much better, man. Much better. Feeling like myself.
What is it about the Greenbrier? How does that treat you? I know you guys have done this a couple years now, and during COVID it was probably a little bit different, but you guys have been successful on these Eastern trips. What's it like having 10 days away from everybody and having to put you in position to play a game?
Bonded. That's probably the key word I use. I say all the guys, you know, we really take time with each other, and we really have nothing else to do but to bond with each other. So I feel like every time we leave here, our team always make a big leap, man, because everybody is just around each other. You smiling, you talking. I mean, you probably even having conversations that you normally don't have because you got nothing but time.
How are the beds at the Greenbrier? I'm always a stickler about my own pillow. Do you travel with your own pillow? Are the Greenbrier's pillows good?
Most definitely. No, I got to bring my own essentials. You know what I mean? No shade to them, but me personally, I just like to keep everything the same. So I like to bring my own.
There you go. Everyone has their own flavor. I'm totally on step with it. Do you get to order all the room service you want and bill it to the team?
I mean, I wouldn't say this all you want, but you definitely get to order, you know what I mean? You try not to abuse it, you know what I mean? Be thankful for it, but yeah, you definitely get to order some food, though, to the room.
That's great. And so now I know that the Greenbrier sits on what was a huge underground bunker that, like, the government built in the 50s. Have you seen this bunker? Do you know about this bunker?
I've seen the interest, but I haven't, actually been down there, you know what I mean? So, I've seen the interest of it, though, man. It's really crazy, man. It's just so much pops in your head, so much you think about what could have went on or what was going on when, people was here. So it's really kind of cool, though.
Well, hopefully at no point in time, Jeff, you need the bunker. We have Jeff Wilson Jr. here with us on 95.7 The Game. And I'll tell you, man, the running game has not missed a beat since you took over as primary back. Congratulations to you. This has got to be incredibly satisfying. I think two of the best games that you have played are just the last two games that you have played. Do you feel the same way?
Yes, sir. Most definitely.
Yeah, Jeff, I got to ask you, I think Deebo Samuel was talking about some of the guys getting out on an ATV trip. Were you a part of that trip? And if you were, what was it like? And if you weren't, did you hear about it?
No, I heard about it and seen it. I didn't get to go. I was getting treatment and getting my body right. You know what I mean? But I definitely heard about it and seen some videos. It's like those guys had a great time. I wish I was there.
That's good. Team bonding. Absolutely love it. I want to talk about a trip that you took to the end zone a couple of weeks ago. And I know it's all about looking ahead and you don't spend much time looking back. But to me, you ran what I think is the sexiest running play the 49ers have had this season when it was toss power left. All the eye candy, everything was going left, and then you cut it back through the center guard gap for an untouched touchdown. Was that the design? Is that your vision that brought you to that spot in the line? Would you talk us through that play a little bit? It was fantastic.
I mean, obviously, it was a play that we talked about during the week. Well, not during the week, all week. You know what I mean? We knew the look we wanted. We knew the techniques that we was going to run it against. And they happened to give us exactly what we was looking for. And obviously, running the ball obviously can go anywhere, anytime, because the person can get out of their gap or go against the scheme or the stunt that they have. So you always have to really like running. But we already kind of predetermined that and knew where we wanted to hit it and knew where it was going to go. So it was just the fact of keeping everybody flowing, keeping everybody on their track, and waiting for that right moment to cut it upfield.
Jeff Wilson Jr. here with Damon Bruce and John Dickinson. So Kyle Shanahan has a reputation of being a run play design genius. Is it fun to be a running back in his offense? And what makes you a running back that fits his offense so well?
I believe you got to have the mindset here. If you don't have the mindset, you won't be a running back for the 49ers. That's first thing first. And Kyle, he's a guru, man. I feel like just like he gets people in one-on-one in the passing game, he does the same thing for the run game, and that blows my mind. Like, how can you put your running back in one-on-ones or set him up for one-on-ones almost all the time? You know what I mean? And for a running back, who doesn't want to be in that? You know what I mean? Who doesn't want to have to only worry about one man? Or you know what I mean? So that's just it's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to be coached by him, and a blessing to play for him.
What's the balance, Jeff, like between, some games it seems like you're running the football to set up the pass. It's felt lately in the last 3 games or so as if you guys have been using the pass to set up the run, throwing it early, and then boom, you can break off a big one. What is that like in preparation for a week with Kyle Shanahan scheming it up? And do you feel like you guys have been maybe passing a little bit more because teams know you eventually want to get back to the run in a big-time way?
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know what I mean? If anything, like everything marries for each other. Everything plays off of each other. You can't run the ball without passing, or you can't pass the ball without running. So like all those Kyle's does a tremendous job. Like how he puts it together. Like I wish I could just be inside his brain and figure out how he does it, but he sets it up perfect almost every week. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, people wanted it could have been, you probably had a play or two, or you wish you could have changed. But for the most part of it, everything's always been right on the money, man. So he's just a genius, man, and he's the best at his job.
Again, you're in your 5th NFL season. Does it feel like you've been in the NFL for 5 years, or does it go by so fast you blink your eye and you're already 3 years into your career?
I kind of got it. I'll say both, because I don't know. Like now, it be some days where I feel like, all right, I'm definitely not year one. Let me go get in this hot tub and warm up before I go out here to practice. But you know what I mean. But at the same time, though, it's like, you know, it's cool though, because like I said, Kyle takes care of you. Like the organization take care of you, so you don't really have to worry about those things. Like I said, the only thing you really have to worry about is coming in and being your best every day.
How good is it to have Tevin Coleman back in the running back room? What's your relationship like, and do you feel that your running styles complement each other?
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, Tev, that's my big brother. You know what I mean? Obviously, he was with the team already, and when he came, he took me under his lead and treated me as that, just like I was his little brother. You know what I mean? And I always have love for him. It won't be a time that we won't talk for the rest of our life. And we always be tied in with each other.
Jeff, what has the transition been like in moving from Trey Lance, obviously, who there were high expectations for, and I know all you guys are just gutted for his injury and not being able to play after that first game plus of the season. But what's the transition been like as far as getting everybody on the same page with Jimmy Garoppolo now taking over, and is it easier because you know what Jimmy can do with this football team?
I definitely say it's easier. You know what I mean? Because this is not like a draft pick that you got and hasn't played a game, so you don't really know what you're getting from him, or you know he haven't seen all the looks, so you got to wear if he can make adjustments or call. So it's none of that, man. Like Jimmy is Jimmy. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks in his game right now. You know what I mean? He doesn't get enough respect and he doesn't get enough credit. You know what I mean? Obviously, shout out to Trey. I miss him. He's our guy. Still is our guy. You know what I mean? It was heartbreaking for that to happen for him. But having Jimmy in, like I said, he's already played with us. Everybody already caught balls from him. We know the angles he takes. We know the authority he demands. So it's just it's like, you know what I mean? It's just like riding a bike. You just jump on and go. You know what I mean? Like we've been doing it, so it's like nothing new.
What would you say is the most underrated or underappreciated aspect to Jimmy Garoppolo's game or leadership or whatever it is?
I just wouldn't even say his game or anything. It's just him as a person, man. Like he doesn't even have to step on the field, but he gives everybody that extra hump all the time. You know what I mean? And that's like to see his focus and see how he prepares, man. Like you have to do it yourself. You know what I mean? Like he holds you accountable without even holding you accountable, on top of holding you accountable, because he will do that. You know what I mean? So that's just the type of person Jimmy is. I feel like just him, period. Like he's very underrated, undercredited. It's just, man, I feel like I wish I could just change it all for him, man, because he's really a great dude and a great quarterback.
Jeff Wilson Jr. joining us here on 95.7 The Game, coming to us from the Greenbrier, where again he practiced today. It looked like Ty Davis Price is working himself back into the mix. You know, you talked about how Tevin Coleman took you under his wing when you were a young pup in this league. Have you got a rookie assigned to you? Have you taken on a youngster on this team as the guy you're mentoring?
Oh, yeah. I took in Ty and JP. Like I said, I had, along with Tevin, I had Jared McKinney and Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert. So all those guys showed me the way and showed me the way it's supposed to be done. You know what I mean? And those guys treated me with the utmost respect, with the utmost credit, you know what I mean, and treated me as a man. And even though I was on practice squad, they didn't treat me like I was a practice squad player or none of that. You know what I mean? Those guys just always showed me love. Anything I ever needed, they're coming through. Like, first getting in, Raheem he took me out and we ate breakfast together. And this is when I knew nothing about him or he knew nothing about me. You know what I mean? But that's just the type of players that I was around and that we had. You know, and that's to speak values to them as people. You know what I mean? So with all those showing, it'll be wrong. I don't know other way besides what I was showed. So I give those guys my all.
It sounds like a very tight locker room. I mean, it sounds like you guys legitimately play with each other and for each other.
No, most definitely. Like I said, I can go down today and I can win, Tel can go in RJP, and things gonna roll the same, and I'm gonna be just as happy for those guys as if I was in there making the runs myself, just as it's the same as they doing for me now. So, man, if you're selfish or you got any kind of bad blood in you, Kyle knows that. He brings certain type of people into the organization. If you're not that certain type person, you won't be here. So typically we never have to worry about those things.
Niners running back Jeff Wilson Jr. here on 95.7 The Game. So one of the questions going into this year was the offensive line, specifically the interior of this offensive line. And we say all the time, nothing in the NFL proves that you can play in the NFL until you actually have success in the NFL. Like, no matter what your college career was, no matter what you did anywhere else, this league spits out successful college players all the time. And it takes guys you've never heard of and turns them into stars. The NFL's funny like that. Are you satisfied with the questions that this offensive line, I think, is absolutely answered early here? I think it's better than anyone expected. Do you feel the same way?
Man, they're not done yet, and that's all I got to say, man. We don't listen to outsiders. We don't pay attention to what other people say or even they believe. You know what I mean? If it's not in the house, it doesn't really matter, man. Those guys are the best in the game, and I tell you that they don't get enough credit. It'll come out eventually later on. You can even jot this down or pinpoint this and remember me telling you. Those guys are some of the best guys in the league and are the best line in the league.
Jeff, I want to go back to just how tight-knit the group is and ask you about, is there what's the vibe in terms of just expectation? Is it unfinished business given last year and those of you that were around going back to 2019 and the Super Bowl loss? I mean, is it unfinished business? What, you could feel it coming out of the locker room in LA when you guys lost in the championship game in January heading into this year. Is that still present for you guys?
Yeah, but I would say it's more so of us not selling ourselves short anymore. You know what I mean? Obviously, you're supposed to have, we definitely feel, whether it's a factor or not, we're supposed to have 2 rings right now. So, I mean, and that's how we look at the things. We know what type of team we have. We know what type of players we got. And, yeah, we had some changes, but overall, I mean, we pretty much still the same. So, and none of those guys there and all those guys hungry. And it's just time for it. And we know that, and everybody knows that. So that's what we work for.
When you look at a box score, where do your eyes go first? Do you look at your yards per attempt? Do you look at how many carries you got? Do you look at your total yardage on the day? What do you think is the most important number to produce and get the team into the win column?
The last word you said, the win column. Regardless of what went on in the game, I don't care if I have 100 yards or 10. As long as that 10 helped contribute to us getting that win, that's all that matters at the end of the day. And that's not for me. That's every position that we have that plays on that field, and that's every person that has the last name with the 49ers jersey. So that's just how we go, and that's just pretty much what it is.
Now, Jeff, I don't ask a lot of men about their dark places, but I guess I have to ask you about yours, because your teammates have said that Jeff Wilson Jr. goes into a dark place every game day. What are you listening to when you go into that place? Maybe you're actually sitting in a dark room somewhere, or is it just a mentality? Tell us about your dark place, and don't be shy.
Yeah, no, I grew up in the South, so I listen to a lot of Southern music, a lot of Lil Boosie, Lil Webby, NBA Youngboy. I go all the way back to Master P, all those guys, just the old school classics. You know what I mean? I don't know why they just get me turned up and put me in my mood. And regardless of all that, the dark place mainly comes from just, the stuff I've been through in my life and where I'm trying to go. I just feel like, I got a lot of respect that I'm trying to gain from a lot of people, regardless of which it don't matter. And I mean, I'm not honing myself on that, but I just feel like me as a player and being in the league for 5 years, it's just more about, gaining respect for people. I want people to know, when they hear my name, he's not just some other player, that he's an NFL running back that plays in the National Football League.
You are from Texas. You grew up right in the middle of that hotbed between Houston and Dallas, and obviously we know who you are now as an athlete. I mean, you are an incredibly successful NFL player. So how was it that you ended up at North Texas? Because normally, how did that guy get to North Texas? Well, he was 5'6" and no one recruited him. You're not. You're a big guy. You're a big bruising back. How'd you end up at North Texas?
I don't typically want to say because of my school, because I went to a great high school and they did everything. They're the reason why I'm able to be where I'm at today. But the high school I went to, our graduating class was like 60 people or something like that. You know what I mean? So it was just real small. Like if you drive past my hometown and where I was and go to school, you probably didn't heard people say this, or if you look at it, but if you blink, you'll miss it. You know what I mean? So that's just kind of how it is, and I think that was just more so what it was.
The entire high school gets overlooked.
Man, everything. You know what I mean? Even just the city itself. You know what I mean? If you wasn't here by East Texas, you'll think Palestine, Westwood, Crockett. The last thing you'll probably say is Elkhart. You know what I mean? So that's just kind of how it always been. Well,
shout out Elkhart, Texas. We're here for you. And Jeff, thank you so much for being here with us today. We really appreciate it. We got to ask every man from Texas, I guess, the following question. How much do you like barbecue? How much do you like grilling?
Man, it's the best in the world. And, hey, I'm the champ. If you want to get our grill on, just let me know.
Well, we're going to help you get your grill on. We're going to do that.
Hey.
Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to give you 10 pounds of prime porterhouse steaks. You cook those bad boys medium rare, and you enjoy yourself. Jeff, it's been a pleasure watching you play this year. Congratulations on your personal success, on the team success that you guys are having. Tell us a little bit about Atlanta and what you think of this game against the Falcons coming up.
Like I said, I feel like this year is mainly about us. So, like I said, go in, get in the film room, know what they like to do, and then I can get a lot of looks. So, hone in on all those, and then go out and play our best game. You know what I mean? Obviously, we faced them last year, and they know that. They remember that, so we know they're going to come out hot and fierce and ready to go. So we got to match their intensity and then try to take the life out of them and get the win.
Jeff, you are an awesome interview. What a great personality. Thank you so much for joining us today. Good luck with everything.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. Y'all have a blessing.
Jeff Wilson Jr. We got a hoo-wee. He was so excited about the steaks. I like that.
He was fired up.
He absolutely was.
Man knows his meat.
I tell you, there were some interesting things he said, and he even said, write this down. He thinks he's got the best offensive line in the league. He says, quote, they're not done yet. So we really did identify, there's a weakness for the 49ers. And I think that they've addressed this to the point where Jalen Moore, who everyone said, well, there is going to be the weak spot at left tackle, he played pretty well against Carolina.
He did. He held up. Yeah. There were a few times Brian Burns got in there, but he held up, and it was much better than he did in the limited action that he got when he had to go into the game in Denver. That was rough.
Yeah.
And then McKivitz ended up taking over, and he held up all right at the end of the Rams game, too, when he got pressed into action.
Well, and wasn't the whole thing was he was hurt, so he couldn't really prep for that game, so he came in, he looked a little rusty.
Right.
McKivitz picked up the loose strings, and
yeah.
I have confidence in McKivitz. I have confidence in Jalen Moore. I have confidence in Aaron Banks. I didn't think I was going to be saying that after he hardly dressed for a game last year. That is a unit that is getting better and better and better. Lot of love for Jeff Wilson Jr. on the Comcast or the Xfinity mobile text line. Hey, gotta get the daddy right. And a lot of love coming in from the YouTube chat. Someone obviously pointed out that I have, in my entire life, had a very I just cannot properly pronounce the word pillow. I know it's pillow. I have an E in my. It's a pillow to me. I can't say pillow. I can't do it. But it's good to know that we both are pillow sensitive, pillow curious, if you will. So we have that in common. And he was a great interview. Thank you very much. Otis Bird III signing off on a great interview. He would know. San Jose Jazz fan. I wouldn't mind if my daughter married Jeff Wilson Jr. I mean, there you go.
There you go.
Marrying off your daughter, the interview was so good. You can't argue with that. Another thing that I thought was really funny, or interesting, I guess I should say, JD, is when he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes, indeed.
And he talked about Jimmy's attributes. You asked him a great question, and he talked about the authority, and the man just breeds confidence throughout the entire team. He holds guys accountable without even trying to hold guys accountable. They just feel accountable to him. Like that's leadership power. I mean, what is the it behind leadership? I don't know. I guess it comes in a lot of forms, and Jimmy's got it.
And what is the it behind Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, is part of it, too. And I thought Jeff Wilson Jr., he gave one of the better explanations that I've heard as to why the locker room loves him in the manner that the locker room loves him for the numbers that he's put up, the up and down nature of the numbers with a whole lot of winning, which is going to leave a good taste in everybody's mouth. But I think Jeff explained it pretty well, that there's just kind of an aura to Jimmy. There's just an accountability from somebody that on the surface you wouldn't necessarily believe that he would command.
He's a stabilizing presence for this football team. There's just no other way to say it. And what I thought was maybe the single most interesting thing that Jeff Wilson Jr. just told us was, quote, "I wish I could change it all for him," end quote. He wishes he could change it all for Jimmy Garoppolo. You know, that does speak to unfinished business that you brought up. And I think, as much as this team likes Trey and the future that he might represent, I think a lot of these guys feel like Jimmy got a raw deal, and they don't necessarily understand why he got that raw deal. And maybe they got a little personal accountability now to make sure that this year doesn't end short. What did he say? Here, how about this? How many rings do you think you should have right now, Jeff Wilson Jr.?
Yeah, but I would say it's more so of us not selling ourselves short anymore. You know what I mean? Obviously, you're supposed to have, we definitely feel, whether it's a factor or not, we're supposed to have 2 rings right now. So, I mean, and that's how we look at the things. We know what type of team we have. We know what type of players we got. And yeah, we had some changes, but overall, I mean, we pretty much still the same. So, ain't none of those guys there and all those guys hungry. And it's just time for it. And we know that, and everybody knows that. So that's what we work for.
Should have 2 rings by now. I mean, you could say in one of those games, yeah, you were 10 minutes away. The other time you bowed out before you even got to the big game that gets you the ring. But I hear you. I would never want to rob a 49er of their confidence. And this team thinks it should have already accomplished some big things. And the fact that they haven't means they really want to get it done this year. Can they? In this NFC right now? Sure. I mean, I'm not going to guarantee anything. But they got as much of a chance to be in the NFC title game as any other team in the NFC.
There was a finality, a sadness, an exhaustion in the locker room at SoFi Stadium when they lost the NFC Championship game. I was down there covering that game for the station, and you could feel it, even though at that point we still weren't allowed in the locker room, because it was everybody that stepped out, everybody that was around it, everybody that was just trying to process what had just happened and the missed opportunity, and then on into the podium to speak at the post-game press conferences. And a huge part of that, Damon, was not being able to get Jimmy back there, bringing it back to Jeff Wilson's point about Garoppolo and the unfinished business. It was just, you could just feel the sadness that particular era was over, or at least everybody believed it was over. Now there's another opportunity. No shade against Trey Lance. I think everybody feels gutted, as Jeff Wilson Jr. alluded to, for Trey Lance, but one more shot to maybe try and complete some of that unfinished business, I would imagine, is on a lot of those players' minds.
Motivation, get some, whatever it takes, wherever it comes from. You feel slighted, doesn't matter. You just want it. You just want it now. That's a good thing to have. So I tell you, I totally underestimated who Jeff Wilson Jr. could be for this team. I just thought he was, just a guy, just a guy that they were going to plug into the backfield, and it's a backfield that has gotten decent production out of the just a guy running back. I think he's a level up from a just a guy running back. He has good size, real power, not the heavy-footed runner I labeled him to be.
He looked a little off in the Chicago game, but I think now we can say that was probably just because of the weather.
Because of the weather and because of the reps. You reps in practice, the run with the ones means an awful lot. The run with the ones that he's gotten over the past couple of weeks have produced the best games he's played. So keep it going, Jeff Wilson Jr. And as he told you, Ty Davis-Price is getting better. And, Elijah Mitchell's going to come back into the fold here at one point. And there are so many injuries on this team. It's crazy to think about how they might be positioned right now the worst they're going to be positioned all year. Like they're only going to add talent from here on out if they can stop this cycle of every single freaking week somebody gets hurt. Knock it off. Knock it off. I'm excited about where the Niners are going to take this year, and obviously, it's only reaction to preseason basketball. But, man, the Golden State Warriors, for a team that's had a tumultuous week, went out and played a pretty focused basketball game with their JV team. None of the key players were out there playing, and they dominated a Trailblazer team that didn't really have any of their key players out there playing. So the depth was on full display, and I got to tell you, I'm impressed by Dante DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green, Moses Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. These guys on another team would probably get more of an opportunity to play than they're going to get here, but I would say that because of the aging and established roster, that the Warriors are the most minute-conscious team in basketball, right? Are they not? Imagine if Steve Kerr really does have that year where he's looking to buy rest and looking to mold the future all at the same time. The two timelines appeared on the same roster last year, but they did not really meet. If this is the year where the timelines actually crisscross and older players can rest while younger players get the run that they need to continue to develop, this is going to be a fascinating year of Warriors basketball. I mean, it's been fascinating based on where the hell it is we are starting this year. But, man, when we just get this Draymond Jordan incident behind us and it's about the basketball, that's all that matters. How are you playing? I think the Warriors are going to play some great basketball this year. I really do.
They're set up for it. And the one thing that I do think the Warriors have the ability to do now is a little more plug and play when you want to give a specific player a night off. And I'll just use Steph Curry as an example. You want to give Steph Curry a night off here or there, you can plug Jordan Poole right into the lineup and he can play with Klay Thompson. You want to give Klay Thompson a night off, you can plug Jordan Poole in and play him right next to Steph Curry, as they did at the beginning of last year when they got off to the 18-2 and even 31-13 start if you push it out farther. And so they've got the ability to do that, and they still have a veteran guard behind them on nights where they do that in DiVincenzo. Moses Moody looks like he's ready to be a every night part of the rotation, but they're also set up well, Damon, to do what I thought was really successful for them last year, which is these nights where everybody's going to take the night off on the second of a back-to-back. And there weren't a lot of them. I want to say maybe 4 or 5 or 6. I may be off 1 or 2 on that, but they gave everybody the night off, and they said, you know what? Poole, Moody, Kuminga,
Oklahoma City is yours.
Detroit is yours. And they picked 5 or 6. San Antonio was one, and they won a couple of the games. They won in Miami on a night late in the year where they did that, and Jordan Poole went off in that game, getting back in the starting lineup as he finished the year strong. That was a big part of it. But this year, you can do it with, you could go Poole, you could go Moody, you could go Kuminga, you could go JaMychal Green, you could go James Wiseman, and they all play. That was the starting lineup last night, if I'm not mistaken. And then you've still got bench players, but you can just let them go. Like, you've got a full lineup of guys. And those, I think, will be the nights, Damon, where Wiseman can play 25 minutes or 30 minutes. Whereas he also has the ability to play 10 or 15 minutes in the full rotation and have that be beneficial. There's just a lot of flexibility with, if you need a little more development on a given night, you have it and you can do it. If you don't, there are specific roles carved out for most of these young players to thrive in the context of a veteran team trying to win a championship. They got it both ways.
And if we can take this whole show back to where it kind of started, having a team like that, having players who are going to demand attention and minutes and so on and so forth, sports are fragile.
Mm-hmm.
Locker rooms are fragile. Egos, reputations, chemistry. It's all so very, very fragile. That's why the Warriors, just for the sake of the season that is coming, need to move on from everything that we have seen in the last week on the video of the punch heard round the NBA and Steve Kerr. For those who wanted to dismiss the severity of this on its surface and then saw the video and still wanted to insist this was much ado about nothing, Steve told you conclusively that you handicapped this whole thing wrong.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had since I've been coach here. It's really serious stuff. We're not perfect. Our team isn't perfect. Bob and I have definitely made our share of mistakes over the years, but we're going to lean on the experience that we have together over the last 9 years and trust that this is the best decision for our team. We have a lot of work to do, all of us, players, coaches, Bob in the front office, but we're committed to doing that work together and to making this a really successful season.
And at the centerpiece of the Golden State Warriors functioning the best that they can function, of course, you find Steph Curry.
Jordan obviously had to be involved in this, and the players have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. Steph has been working like crazy to try to figure out the best way to move forward. So he's been organizing some of these conversations, and Jordan and Draymond got together and had a great discussion that I think will help us move forward. So after this entire week of everything and just assessing everything, this feels right.
And Steph, if he's telling you it feels right, if Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, and maybe most importantly, Jordan Poole is telling you it feels right to just move on from this, then it is the right thing to do. A lot of people are going to leave this entire situation unsatisfied, JD.
Mm-hmm.
They are not going to be happy that Draymond did not serve up the pound of flesh that they wanted with a suspension. The Warriors obviously aren't divulging the monetary fine that they assessed on Draymond. Care to guess? What do you think it was?
I think the maximum fine is $50,000, if I'm not mistaken, and so I would imagine this was probably the maximum.
So, look, through in the history of the NBA, we've had players who were assessed $250,000 fines, but those were assessed by the NBA as the governor of the fine, not the actual team itself. Vladimir Radmanovic had a $500,000 fine when he didn't disclose the injury that he had suffered. Obviously, Joe Lacob became the latest member of the $500,000 fine club when he went on Andre Iguodala's podcast and talked about financial futures and whatnot. And Mark Cuban has been fined severely. We've seen the Minnesota Timberwolves fined as an organization about $3 million at one time. So, but biggest player fine by own team, I'm having a little trouble finding that. So if you're saying it caps out around 50, I'm sure they probably gave Draymond the full, the full food platter.
Yeah, and I hadn't seen it reported anywhere. They're worried about leaks now, obviously. So maybe they don't want it to leak how much that fine ultimately is. But yeah, I would think this would do.
I don't think it would be unreasonable to say we're not going to suspend you for a game, but we are going to be fining you a game check.
Sure.
Well, but a game check for a player with Draymond's contract is a significant chunk of money.
Is it like $300K?
Yeah. Well, he's got a $25.8 million salary over 82 games. That's about $314,000 a game.
There you go.
So that would be a number that is significantly over any $50,000 cap, if that's indeed what it is. So just interesting to see it all play out. And now the key to this really playing out well is moving on, winning, and Jordan Poole being satisfied that the best thing to do is to get past this. And he seems to be. That's certainly what Steve Kerr has said, he knows that the team's reputation has taken a big hit over this.
We take great pride in what we've built here, the continuity, the culture. There's no way around it. That culture has been damaged by this incident. And so you have to work to repair that. You have to find that vibe again every day. The beauty of this game and what our team has been about is finding that joy in the game, but also within the team, with the relationships, with the goal, with the collective in mind. When it's right, like it was last year, like it's been many times, you can feel it. And when it's wrong, and you guys have watched us, there have been some times where it has been wrong. You can see that, you can feel that. So we got to work hard internally to try to regenerate the vibe that we need, because we know, we've lived this. You don't win championships on talent alone. It takes chemistry. It takes, a collective will and a trust, and that has to be rebuilt right now.
As the kids would say, it's a vibe. And indeed it is. Indeed it is. One more note here from Kerr saying that if Jordan Poole wasn't Jordan Poole, revealing himself to be the serious mannish entity that is required to get through a situation like this, none of this could be happening.
What I will say, my observation of Jordan is that he's an incredibly mature young guy. I think we've seen that on the basketball side with his work ethic and his ability to work through, his rough rookie season and go to the G League bubble and do everything to get where he is now. It takes a lot more than just talent. So this is a pretty special young guy. And it was already reported after the incident, he worked out for another hour on his shot. Came out, whatever it was, a couple nights later and scored 15 straight points at one point. He's cool. Not much phases him. And I think that's part of why we're going the way we're going, because we know that he's fine. We know that he's willing to move forward. He's willing to basically get back out on the floor with Draymond and go to work.
And again, if Jordan Poole is cool with it, who are we to not be cool with it, right?
That's a great call.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. When we come on back, we got ourselves a What If Wednesday. I even forgot it was Wednesday, but indeed it is. We will dare to tread upon questions that no other show would even care to address. That's what we're going to do next, JD. Oh, I need to let everyone know, by the way, tomorrow's going to be kind of a cool day in studio. We're going to have the rookies, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins. They're going to be visiting in studio. Looking forward to that. Did I hear you're with Steiny tomorrow now?
Yeah, I was going to be with you, and I was really looking forward to that, but I think Guru needed the day off, so I think I got bumped back into that slot, and I think you're going to have Larry back tomorrow.
Steiny needs to be made comfortable. You are like music to Steiny's ears. He I don't know if we can just throw like a new guy like Larry in with Matt Steinmetz. It would be unfair to both. So thank you very much. All I can tell you is that it's been a pleasure as always working with you. I was ready to roll with you tomorrow. You know that,
as was
man.
I.
You know, right?
As was I.
But indeed, Kruger, we'll be back tomorrow. You're going to be on with Matt Steinmetz, and we want you to know that Ring Night is coming up on Tuesday. Nothing has happened before it. But Ring Night's coming up on Tuesday. The Warriors are hosting the Lakers, and believe it or not, you might still be able to get in there. You can get some tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by to see if you can get in to opening night. We're coming on back with a What If Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC. LLC, and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Blink 182 is back. June 22nd, 2023 at the SAP Center. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. For your chance to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened. Today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
Now, Wiseman moving the way he did. Offensively, he has all the tricks in the book. Mid-range jumper, three, around the rim, ripping the rim down. He's got it all offensively.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Dave ruiners when you get pulled over at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza for being in the carpool lane and you got a $400 ticket or whatever the ticket is. That is a day ruiner. So,
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
If they're not mad and they can move on, Matt, I'm calling you Matty. That's my new nickname for you. How the hell am I going to come in here and rip the mic out and be mad?
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
But I guess my point is if the team is cool with this and you rock with the team, you almost by default have to be cool with it too.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game. What if I told you hindsight is always 20/20?
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Stephen Curry.
That everything happens for a reason.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
What if I told you it's time for What If Wednesday?
I tell you, Lucas was about to start asking questions. That's what I would tell you. By the way, welcome on back. Our final dabble of Damon and Ratto today. John Dickinson, always a pleasure, brother.
Always fun, man.
Always a pleasure. Thanks to Jeff Wilson Jr. He was a total pleasure. I suggest you seek that interview out. If you are a 49ers fan, you will like it. What are we going to be pondering today?
And I'm actually gonna pick up where you just left off. I can tell you that Jeff Wilson Jr. interview will lead off best of the game coming up in about 10 minutes.
Love
so
it.
Stay locked in right at 6 o'clock. You can hear that interview if you didn't hear it.
What about Name That Incident? Did that make best of?
TBD. That's a Sterling decision. I wasn't in charge of that one.
All right.
Stay tuned around 6:47.
Yeah, find out. Exactly.
Okay, I have two stories. Would you like the Warriors story first or the second? Would you like to
We've
end
been
with
talking Warriors all day, so give me something else.
All right, and people know to call right now so that their phone gets on the air. Let's not do that. Wonderful. The story out of the NFL.
Could mute it, but you know.
Well, you know, we got janky appliances around here, so
blame the appliances.
Yeah, they don't fully mute. The story around the NFL today is that the Miami Dolphins are officially taking their business seriously. Mike McDaniel said that Tyreek Hill and the rest of the team captains today decided to take ping pong tables out of the locker room.
He's a competitor.
In an effort to focus more intently on their upcoming opponent. It's been a rough couple weeks with everything they're dealing with down there, head injuries, all of that. My question is, what if you were a head football coach or a manager? How would you deal with fun in the locker room? We've seen right here in our own backyard with the Giants, Gabe Kapler has allowed, the DJ to play loud music with all the lights and crazy stuff like that. Would you allow fun in your locker room, or do you want it to be strictly about your team and your upcoming opponent?
Go ahead.
I would allow fun. I know a lot of people are like, whoa, really? I'm surprised. But no, I would allow fun. To me...
Dude, JD gets loose. Who doesn't know that?
You need to be... I think there's a perception that I'm a little more uptight than I actually am. I could be wrong.
Hashtag, baby. Hashtag.
Could be project. Well, you know me in a different manner. You know me in a different light, David.
Let me just say...
I want fun, though. I want everybody to be loose and comfortable. But, and if you want to have fun, have fun. But there's no fun mandate either if you're somebody that gets down in a more quiet way.
I would no longer be the coach that would insist on a dress code because I'm a big believer in look good, feel good, play good. So whatever you got to do to think you're feeling good, whatever you got to do to think I'm on it today, whatever you got to do to feel good. A little game of ping. Hey, I was once playing ping pong and ding dang. Whenever I've watched the Miami Dolphins, I've never once thought there's a team that's going asunder because of ping pong. It's ping pong that is holding the Dolphins back. So, but okay, it's all business now, baby.
Yeah, and things have changed quick with Miami. Not to get lost in the weeds there, but I mean, Mike McDaniel was the darling, and everything was going great.
I was reading about how he wore Yeezys and people loved him, and now he's Attila the Hun.
That seems a little quick to be taken like an overreaction. I don't know. Well,
let me just tell you. You cannot satisfy everybody in this world. And 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we're literally saying, oh my God, Tua, how these quarterbacks need some protection. This week we're saying, defenders should be allowed to cut quarterbacks in half. That's the football that I grew up liking. So again, what you're angry about next week will be what you're complaining doesn't happen enough the following week. But yeah, the honeymoon's over for Mike McDaniel in terms of court of public opinion. There's no doubt. What is your other real quick Warrior question?
My Warrior question is, what if Draymond punched Steph or even Clay instead of Jordan Poole? Where's the line? Even Wiggins. Where's the line that Draymond's no longer on the team?
Well, definitely right on Curry's chin. I would say definitely on Klay Thompson's chin. I don't know if Andrew Wiggins gets chin check immunity. There's no touching of Draymond. There's no touching of Steph Curry. That's it. That's really it.
I'm going to go with Stickler he said not on the team. I think he'd still be on the team.
Does Steph want him around?
I really do. I think he'd still be around, even if now it's hard for me to fathom what how Draymond could possibly be that angry at Steph Curry for any reason. But
I don't know if the Warriors are ever going to look at Draymond Green on equal footing. He is one of us. He is our brother ever again. What Draymond might now represent is he is a means to an end. That's what he is. He's our junkyard dog. Sometimes your junkyard dog will bite you the hand that feeds it. But when you get into the biggest basketball fight of the year, you want your junkyard dog barking at the other team. So I think Draymond's a means to an end at this point. And we'll see if the real kumbaya brotherhood can actually get rebuilt. And I really don't care if everyone goes home not talking to each other in their own personal hours. Win. That's it. That's why we're there. The victory machine. Let's fire it up once again. Great show today. Thanks to everyone who called in. Thanks to everyone who wanted to play Name That Incident. Thank you to Jeff Wilson Jr. JD, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you to That Side of the Glass. Really appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. The rookies will be in studio. Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins. Looking forward to getting to know them. Obviously, since they've showed up, Draymond's behavior has changed. Maybe it's their fault. I can just see the look on Raymond Ritter's face if I start the interview with that. And maybe it's your guys' fault. Draymond's acting like this.